Audiobook title Reborn is the Empire's Genius Minister FM 01 to 258 and original title. I am the female supporting character. Tanmu says, I am a famous Prime Minister throughout the ages. FM 01 to 258 and Part 03. Old Pei's ranking is highly controversial. Many people feel he shouldn't be on the list at all, but Aurelia's existence is invincible. Emperor Valerius initially wanted to rank him second place. His Majesty actually values him this much. Hearing these words, Arthur Pendragon felt a little embarrassed. He was indeed very capable, but there was no need to flatter him so much or hum. Sixth place was already very good. Old Dragon is thick-skinned, but he's not that shameless. It was he who personally went to persuade Emperor Valerius to lower his ranking. The revised ranking is quite normal. Old Dragon isn't very smart, but don't forget, because of Aurelia, Emperor Valerius fed him so many meritorious deeds, so many, that you could tie a dog to a post and it could still be a great general. Arthur Pendragon, there's no need to use that analogy. When he was young, he relied on his in-laws. When he was old, he relied on his daughter. Honestly, he was even a bit envious of his own luck. Getting off track, let's continue talking about Lady Rona Vance. Lady Rona Vance rendered distinguished service on the battlefield and didn't retire until she was 65. Her husband and son died early, but she lived to be 86, making her one of the few long-lived elders in the Aurelian Empire. As time flowed, the video showed the moment of Lady Rona Vance's passing. Beside her bed, children and grandchildren surrounded her. Several men, their hair as white as snow, all had red-rimmed eyes and were sobbing uncontrollably. Aegis Marches, General Kalen, who had been full of pride for his wife just a moment ago, saw the smile on his face instantly freeze, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Who are those old men? General Kalen Vanguard's smile remained, his tone light. Who else could it be? Naturally. They are Mother's husbands. Father, you have been gone for so many years. What is wrong with Mother? Keep Palace a few people by her side. General Kalen's eyes immediately widened in anger. Whose side are you on? General Sealers Vance just chuckled. As long as he could see his old man frustrated, he felt completely satisfied. The Deputy General on the side silently rubbed his nose and fled the battlefield. But you have to admit, you really have to admit, those men on the sky screen did indeed look more handsome than the general. A startled swan casts a reflection. J-Bone's stand in the human world. The above is the first figure in this episode of our video. J-Bone General Lady Rona Vance. Marquis Linuan's mansion. Ilara Valerius sat with her legs crossed, staring at the sky screen while stuffing snacks into her mouth, saying nonchalantly, J-Bone General. This title really suits General Zhang. I think Mother would surely have much in common with her. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius nodded gently from the side. If I could talk with her all night, it would be a great joy in my life. Ilara Valerius's eyes lit up. Misspoke. You said earlier that you would specifically review the female generals of the Aurelian Empire. Mother's name will definitely be on it, right? It will be right. It will be right. Her mother was so amazing. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius was equally expectant, yet she also harbored some trepidation. Her deeds had all occurred before the Emperor ascended to the throne. The court had suppressed her so much that she had almost forgotten that feeling. Even Lady Rona Vance could be hidden away by history books, let alone her. The Marquis of Vanguard smiled and squeezed his wife's hand, soothing her gently. Princess, do not worry. Even if your name does not appear on the sky screen, no one will stop you from fulfilling your heart's desires now. Next, let us welcome today's second figure. From a princess of Aurelian to a legendary general. Chapter 7 Lysior. From princess of the Aurelian Empire to a legendary general. Upon hearing this, Ilara Valerius was so startled that the snacks in her hands fell to the floor without her even noticing. She rushed to her mother, who was still standing there in a daze, and exclaimed, Mother, I just knew it. I knew you would definitely appear on it. Her mother's excellence had never needed to be stated. As a princess, she could stabilize the nation and bring peace to the state. As a mother, she protected her and ensured a lifetime of stability. The greatest happiness in Ilara Valerius's life was being born as her daughter. Beside her, the heart of Grand Princess Victoria Valerius, which had been hanging in the air for so long, finally settled. Coming back to her senses, she found it somewhat amusing. She had always been such a composed and confident person, yet when facing the judgments of future generations, She had secretly felt hesitant and uneasy. The people of the future, how exactly would they describe her? Above, the voice of Echo slowly drifted down from the sky screen. Just like Lady Rona Vance, the name of Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius has little presence in the history books. However, because of her noble status as a royal princess, no one dared to erase her achievements, though the records are extremely brief. Let's look at a comparison. After Echo finished speaking, 2 images appeared on the sky screen. The images included portraits of individuals along with their personal profiles. On the left was a man with a resolute face. Judging by his attire, it did not look like the clothing of the Aurelian Empire. Densely packed text filled the entire page, detailing his life and achievements in extreme detail. While on the right, for Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius, there were only a few short sentences that hastily summarized her entire life. This contrast, Lara Valerius' eyes widened. Isn't the contrast stark? On the left is Wang Jinghai of the Chen Kingdom. I don't mean to imply anything bad about him, but his achievements are clearly not as great as those of Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius. Yet the records seem desperate to write down everything, even down to what age he wet the bed. But when it comes to Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius, aside from emphasizing her status and position, regarding the contributions she made to the Aurelian Empire, there is only one summary: outstanding achievements. Oh, that's actually too much. It's just 4 characters. Echo rolled her eyes. These history books were compiled during the Chen Kingdom. Needless to say, the Chen Kingdom was a notoriously pedantic nation. The emperors and officials suppressed women, and it was from this dynasty that the female official system was abolished. Especially the scholars, who would say all day long only women and small-minded men are difficult to deal with. They would say the sage himself said it. Women are difficult to get along with and simply cannot hold office. Bullshit. Beneath the sky screen, the usually elegant scholar Kong Rowley cursed, his face turning red with anger. As a descendant of the sage, he understood the meaning of this phrase better than anyone. This phrase originated from the asterisk analects of Confucius Yang Hu asterisk. The complete sentence is only women and small-minded men are difficult to deal with. If you get too close, they become insolent, and if you keep them at a distance, they become resentful. It refers to the favored concubines and immoral close ministers around a monarch. What does that have to do with all women? Didn't our Aurelian Empire's civil officials compile a asterisk Aurelian Empire Dictionary asterisk? It used this phrase as an example to express the complete meaning. But that bunch from the Chen Kingdom actually claimed it was written incorrectly and insisted on changing it. Good thing that kingdom was relatively short-lived. Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage. Aurelian Pendragon's face turned green with anger. Although the kingdom fell early, what they did was truly disgusting. Sister, did the later monarchs of the Chen Kingdom never clear Aunt's name or restore her achievements? Zhu Yao asked softly, looking up with her young, innocent face. Aurelian Pendragon shook her head gently. They would not. Once a new system is established, those in power will only strive desperately to consolidate their own positions. That is simply too much. Zhu Zuming spoke indignantly. If I were to become emperor, I would definitely learn from imperial grandfather to keep virtuous people close and distance myself from sycophants, appointing people solely based on ability, and become a wise ruler. Zhu Yao also nodded vigorously. Yao is the same. Aurelian Pendragon's hand, which was gently stroking Zhu Yao's hair, paused slightly. She smiled warmly and asked softly, who taught you these words? Later, the Chen Kingdom perished, and for several dynasties that followed, the female official system was never restored. Sigh. The history that followed also saw severe suppression of women. They even had to bind their feet. It wasn't until modern times, after our historians studied history and discovered that many things were written inaccurately, that they began to revise the official history, and the achievements of Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius were finally presented in their entirety. Foot binding? I think they clearly bound their brains. No need to sigh. Although women in later history did not have an easy time, they were always striving to fight for the rights they deserved. Just counting the women who rebelled during chaotic times or became warlords, you couldn't count them on one hand. And thinking of Lai Zir, who after eliminating her opponents, only reigned as emperor for 3 days before Step Palace down, and her death was extremely tragic. Lai Zir's ideology was a bit too radical. After taking power, she executed all the male officials, ordered the abolition of polygamy, adopted polyandry, and commanded that men were not allowed to show their faces in public. Good grief! Caesar truly lives up to her name. I can understand why she was overthrown.
The people following her to conquer the world were also men, and the power of discourse was still in the hands of men at that time. Her behavior was too shocking. Even if Orlyre were alive, she couldn't have saved her.
Echo took a sip of water and began to talk about Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius.
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius was the biological older sister of Emperor Tiberius the Wise.
She loved wielding swords and spears from a young age, and because she was a royal princess, no one dared to say anything. The emperor was much kinder to his daughter. He even found famous teachers for Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius and spent a fortune to have weapons crafted for her. Hearing this, the thoughts of Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius uncontrollably drifted back many years, remembering her imperial father. In all fairness, she respected her imperial father from the bottom of her heart, because he truly doted on his daughter.
Yet it was merely doting. She clearly remembered that when she first received the sword bestowed by her imperial father, she was still just a little girl. At that time, she patted her chest like a little adult and promised Crispia many thanks. Imperial father,
when I have finished my studies in the future, I will definitely become a majestic general and share your burdens.
At that time, her imperial father laughed until his beard trembled. He scooped her up and lifted her high, his voice booming good.
Then imperial father will waiting for the day my little princess becomes a great general. This sentence, Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius remembered for many years.
She practiced diligently day and night, mastering martial arts, horse riding, and archery, truly growing into someone who could stand on her own.
But when she found her imperial father full of anticipation and mentioned the promise from back then, what she received was nonsense. I see that I have simply pampered you too much. That is why you have developed such a spoiled and overbearing temperament. There is no reason for a daughter of the house to go to the battlefield. You are of age. Tomorrow, I will select a consort for you, and you will just stay peacefully in the palace and learn the rules from your mother. At that moment, the smile on Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius' face froze.
It was also on that day that Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius felt she had truly grown up.
Before Emperor Valerius ascended the throne, the Orlyan Empire had experienced a period of turmoil.
The previous emperor had many sons, all of whom were calculating.
He raised his sons like raising venomous insects, even if he designated an heir. The other princes were not convinced. They thought, why, since we are all the imperial father's sons, are you the only one who can be the crown prince?
I am not inferior either.
And so, after the emperor died, internal strife began. Chapter H1 Washron. The image on the sky screen dimmed, turning into a gloomy leaden gray.
The audience was momentarily pulled into that turbulent scene, feeling the oppression even through the screen.
The emperor had passed away, and the vast capital instantly lost its backbone.
Various forces stirred restlessly, one rising after another in rapid succession.
The clash of blades and glint of swords continued day and night. Blood flowed like rivers inside and outside the capital. Every deep night, the cold clatter of armor and the footsteps of soldiers echoed through the streets and alleys. From the court officials to the common people, everyone was in a state of panic, living in constant fear. Once night fell, it became a living hell on earth. If any commoner failed to return home before the curfew, those rogue soldiers would mercilessly swing their blades, asking no questions, killing the innocent to claim credit, treating human lives like mere weeds.
Chrono-archivist Echo's voice chimed in at the right moment.
At that time, soldiers were notoriously infamous. Some generals, after winning a battle and entering a city, would have their men burn, kill, and loot. They would also do things to women.
You know what I mean.
The common people would flee as far as possible at the sight of them.
So just imagine how valuable Orlyre's military reforms were.
Under the sky screen, an elderly man who had lived through those bloody times recalled with lingering fear my aunt's older brother was doing business in the city back then. He fell ill that day and went to the pharmacy to get medicine, which delayed him. He couldn't make it back before dark. Who would have thought that after nightfall, the troops of several princes would storm into the city, kill him on the spot without a word. Such sin. His wife beside him sighed deeply, her face full of emotion. I never thought that in our lifetime we would actually see soldiers and common people getting along peacefully.
It feels like a dream, the images continued.
Every scene on the screen was breathtaking. The late emperor was diligent and loved the people throughout his life, considered a wise ruler, but his methods of raising his children were eerily chilling. Even his youngest son, only 12 years old, was dragged into this power struggle, forced onto the stage to perform a farce. But the child was too young, completely powerless.
In just a short time, he became a sacrifice under the crushing wheels of power.
After his death, his naked body was hung on the city wall for public display.
The meager forces that had relied on him immediately turned their coats and sought new patrons. Besides the late emperor's own sons fighting fiercely, other imperial clansmen also jumped out, trying to grab a piece of the pie. But these imperial nobles were not as good at putting on a show as the consort clans in the court.
Speaking of this turbulent history, we have to mention the most famous disaster caused by consort clans, the Zhuang Consort Rebellion. Zhuang Consort, Aurelier Pendragon slowly uttered these two words. She hadn't been born when this calamity occurred.
After growing up and reading the history books of Aurelian, she learned about this person.
If the turbulent times of the late emperor's reign were compiled into a lengthy novel, then Zhuang Consort would undoubtedly be the ultimate villain everyone cursed.
The world even composed various operas to sing about her.
In the scripts, Zhuang Consort was sinister, venomous, cruel, and bloodthirsty, a synonym for ruthlessness, a demoness who brought chaos to the court. All who heard of her hated her, all who saw her cursed her. But Aurelier Pendragon didn't think so,
because when she read the books, she found that the policies Zhuang Consort proposed at the time, upon careful examination, were actually beneficial to the country and the people.
The sky screen began to narrate the Zhuang Consort Rebellion. Zhuang Consort, originally named Zhuang Washuang, took her name from the poem Peacock flying southeast with delicate steps, exquisite beyond compare in the world, describing a woman's unparalleled beauty. But she preferred another more domineering interpretation, unrivaled under heaven, meaning her talent was unmatched, beyond anyone's reach, a phrase used to describe heroes, famous generals, or national scholars. From her thoughts alone, you can glimpse what kind of person she was. Zhuang Washuang was the legitimate daughter of Zhuang Zhiheng, the Duke of Chengguo, and this Zhuang Zhiheng was also a remarkable man skilled in both civil and military affairs, with poetry talent unrivaled in his time, and a prominent reputation in literary circles. If you don't recognize his name, let me mention one of his poems, and you'll know. Do not say there are many wise men in the world. The ultimate strategy lies within my breast. Ah, so it's him. The meaning of this poem is that all the wisdom in the world combined can't compare to him alone. So arrogant. But he was indeed impressive. Just too conceited, he even looked down on the emperor. If he had been born a few decades later and competed with Aurelier in poetry, he would have been humbled. Zhuang Washuang grew up in a scholarly family.
Because she was intelligent, Zhuang Zhiheng devoted all his efforts to educating her. However, his expectation for her at the time was to enter the harem, give birth to a son, and become the next emperor. She also worked toward this goal.
Her sense of entitlement was extremely high. She believed that all the good things in the world should be hers. After entering the harem, with her youthful beauty and abundant talent, she quickly caught the emperor's eye. From a noble lady to the rank of consort, Zhuang Washuang took only 5 years.
But she never got pregnant.
At first, she thought it was due to her health. Later, she found out that the emperor had ordered someone to give her sterilization medicine on the day she entered the palace. Zhuang Washuang was very young then, and the emperor did dote on her.
She actually liked the emperor. After learning the truth, she caused a huge uproar and was thrown into the cold palace.
At this point, Echo couldn't help but complain. Such a beautiful woman. Wouldn't it be better to focus on her career? The emperor was nearly 20 years older than her.
What was there to like?
Didn't she smell an old man's odor when sleep palace with him at night? Oh my gosh. The affairs of the royal family are 100 times more exciting than the gossip in our village, a commoner said, completely engrossed, lowering his voice to gossip.
SHH, keep it down.
The person beside him quickly covered his mouth.
What's there to fear?
Our emperor is a benevolent ruler.
Could he punish me for saying that?
The man said dismissively. It's not that I'm afraid of that. His companion whispered helplessly. I just want you to save some face for our emperor. The rest of the story goes. Zhuang Washuang, after all, had a powerful father. Under her family's influence, she was soon released from the cold palace. From then on, she cut off all emotions and love, embarking on an ambitious second half of her life. In the video, the actress playing Zhuang Washuang transformed from a youthful, beautiful girl into a woman who always wore black, with bold red lipstick and heavy black eyeliner and smoky eye makeup. Her face clearly said, I've turned dark. Aurelier Pendragon. This damned sense of familiarity. Zhuang Huashuang wanted the Zhuang family's bloodline to become king, but the emperor wouldn't even give her a chance to bear a child.
She tried to adopt a child from a low-ranking concubine, but was also rejected.
Chapter 9. Different stances. But I admire her. Thus Zhuang Huashuang chose a different path. Zhuang Huashuang began to court concubines in the harem who had sons but humble family backgrounds. Shen Lashu and the 7th prince she had given birth to were the targets she selected. Shen Lashu had an obscure background and a timid personality, yet she possessed great ambition. Zhuang Huashuang came from a prominent family and held significant power in the harem, so the two women's interests aligned perfectly. With Zhuang Huashuang's support, Shen Lashu, a mere noble lady, was able to raise her son at her own side, an exception to the rule. Both women placed great importance on the 7th prince's upbringing, and the Zhuang family secretly aligned themselves with their faction. Until the emperor passed away, the candles in the Zichen hall burned throughout the night, the wax piling up into towers, casting the embroidered dragon patterns on the bright yellow curtains in a shroud of summer gray. The emperor's breath finally ceased, and the head of the Imperial Medical Academy crawled out on his knees, prostrating himself and kowtowing. Your Majesty has ascended to heaven.
As his voice faded, the palace walls fell silent, save for the mournful wailing of the bronze bells on the eaves.
Zhuang Huashuang stood in the shadows of the west side hall, the string of eastern pearls she was twisting between her fingertips tightening slightly. Go, convey the news to my father as quickly as possible.
The emperor's coffin was not yet cold, the white mourning banners had not yet been gathered, and the chaos had already erupted like a prairie fire. First, a military mutiny broke out suddenly at the Tongzhou Canal transport wharf, followed by the theft of the official seal from the Shunshan prefecture office. Within a few days, the 13 garrisons on the outskirts of the capital were repeatedly mobilized, and rumors spread throughout the city. Some said the prince's struggle for the throne had drawn border troops into the country, while others claimed eunuchs were disrupting the government. Guards were rotated again and again, and the footsteps of the palace servants were hurried and chaotic. Yet the Chang'e Palace, where Zhuang Huashuang resided, remained as quiet and strictly ordered as ever.
Zhuang Huashuang was indeed an extremely intelligent woman. When the chaos first began, some princes rushed to take their mothers out of the palace to defend their own cities, while some noble women of the imperial clan were busy contacting their maiden families to submit petitions and vie for merit.
Only she sat composed before the mirror, allowing the palace servants to comb her plain hair, turning a deaf ear to the clamor outside the window.
She sent people to deliver several carts of medicinal herbs and funeral supplies to the Imperial Medical Academy, and ordered the secret letters sent by the Duke of Cheng's mansion to be meticulously decoded. Yet she remained unmoved.
The palace servant asked, "Puzzled, my lady, are we not making our move yet?"
Zhuang Huashuang did not even lift her head in times of chaos. The greatest taboo is to reveal one's edge first. The prince's struggle for the throne is like beasts chasing a deer. He who strikes first will surely become the target of all. Let us watch them wear each other down, and when the situation becomes clear, we shall reap the fisherman's profit. The Duke of Cheng's mansion was the same. At first, both father and daughter chose to remain silent.
Zhuang Zheng gathered the private soldiers of the mansion and the guards from the Zhuang family's farms on the outskirts of the capital, closed the mansion gates tight, and claimed to the outside world that they were observing the mourning period.
Seeing this, other factions in the capital either mocked the Zhuang father and daughter for being cowardly or tried to win them over or pressure them. The two politely declined one by one, while secretly counting the weapons and armor in the mansion and contacting former subordinates, until 7 days later, the first prince was shot and killed by a hidden arrow while seizing the palace gate. The 6th prince was intercepted and killed outside the city. While fleeing with the military tally, several imperial clansmen who held troops to threaten the throne suffered losses from infighting, and even the refugees outside the city began to gather and attack the city gates. The time had come. As chrono-archivist Echo's forewords fell, the scene continued to play.
Seeing that during the grand court meeting, Zhuang Zheng moved to surround the golden throne hall completely, and Zhuang Huashuang forged an imperial decree abolishing the crown prince, Shivat establishing the 7th prince as the heir.
If any official in the hall disagreed, their head would immediately fall. The father and daughter forced the officials to sign an agreement, and from then on, they held the palace firmly in their grasp.
However,
the 7th prince never sat on the dragon throne, not even for a single day, because his biological mother, Shen Lashu, betrayed them. As the saying goes, One does not fear an opponent like a god, but rather a teammate like a pig.
Shenlesha betrayed Zhuang Wusheng at the most critical moment, standing up herself to declare that the imperial decree was fake. But she didn't stop to think, even if it was fake, what benefit was there in exposing it at that moment?
Zhuang Wusheng was not without a chance of winning. Someone was Hell Palace your son, yet you were incited by palace servants and felt that the person wanted to kill you.
You didn't stop to think your son is already that old. Could he let Zhuang Wusheng go after ascending to the throne?
Not everyone is as stupid as you. Besides, could the court officials not know that the imperial decree was forged?
They knew, but they had no choice.
With your denunciation, both mother and son would go to the west together. At that point, without Zhuang Wusheng needing to say anything, many people would have sent their sons to her. Later, Zhuang Wusheng chose a child of an imperial clansman to support. That child was just 2 months old. Some might ask, wasn't this video supposed to be about Grand Princess Victoria Valerius? Why are we talking about someone else? Because according to historical records, these two formidable women had some connection. When the imperial clansmen were busy usurping the throne and not treating the common people as human, there were also people worrying about the country, namely Emperor Valerius Augustus and Grand Princess Victoria Valerius. At that time, all sorts of monsters and demons appeared, and there was even a prefecture where a force rose in rebellion. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius, being on the throne, naturally stood on the side of her younger brother.
Emperor Valerius at the time could not spare the time, and no one in the capital wanted to deal with it. So Grand Princess Victoria Valerius asked Emperor Valerius for troops and went to suppress it herself. When Zhuang Wusheng found out, she also sent a troop to help suppress the rebellion.
Marquis Linuan's mansion. Ilara Valerius listened with great interest. Hearing this, she turned her head and asked Mother, "Is this true?"
She had only heard of how vicious a woman Zhuang Wusheng was, trying to cause chaos in the imperial court, and at the mention of this name, her heart subconsciously felt disgust.
But today, from the mouth of someone from later generations, she heard a different image. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius nodded. It is true.
Mother was also taken aback at the time. What Echo did not say was this: Zhuang Wusheng had ordered that troop to be placed under her command at the time.
One must know that they stood on completely different sides. Such boldness was something Grand Princess Victoria Valerius truly admired at the time. Later, Zhuang Wusheng even wrote her the letter to court her. The words in the letter were frank and open, without any coercion or inducement. She only stated directly that her talent for leading troops should not be buried, promising that as long as she was willing to defect to her side, she would let her command a force alone, free from anyone's interference. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius told no one about this matter.
Not even the Emperor of Horlion knew. Zhuang Wusheng knew she was an in-law of the imperial family and how many people wanted her dead, so she struck first to gain the advantage, killing all the defeated enemies who surrendered. She even used thunderous methods to manage the refugees, appease the people's hearts, and stabilize the capital on the surface. She also proclaimed herself Empress Dowager and issued an edict to reduce taxes for 1 year for the people in the chaotic regions. In fact, the orders she issued after taking control of the court were all beneficial to the common people. It was just that no matter what she did at the time, there were people criticizing her. Clearly, it was many factions that were causing unrest in the state of Orlion. Yet they pushed all the blame onto her alone. No matter what she did, it seemed to be wrong. In the end, no one knows who spread the news that the emperor was poisoned to death by Consort Zhuang, and for a time, everyone clamored to attack Zhuang Wusheng. The imperial palace. The emperor of Orlion stroked his beard, listening to Echo speak of these past events, and had to admit Consort Zhuang was indeed formidable.
If not for their differing stances, if Zhuang Wusheng could have lived until now,
it would not have been impossible for her to serve as an official in the court.
But it is a pity there are no ifs. The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. If he had been defeated, she would not have spared him,
just as he did not spare her. As for Consort Zhuang poisoning the late emperor, the emperor of Orlion smiled with an ambiguous expression.
Good evening, Japanese letter.
Letter 141F.
Babies, please support me with love. Chapter 10. Zhuang Wusheng is the first scapegoat. Zhuang Wusheng's ambition grew, and her reputation became increasingly foul. It could be said that in the imperial palace at that time, apart from her few confidants, almost everyone was dissatisfied with her.
After the news spread, Foreign tribes took advantage of the chaos to attack the borders of Great Orlion, and the people of the world once again blamed all of this on Zhuang Huashuang, believing that her existence had thrown the country into turmoil.
For a time, scholars across the land wrote essays and poems to attack her, calling her a demoness and declaring that everyone should rise up and kill her. As soon as these words were spoken, the more Orlier Pendragon listened, the more familiar it sounded.
Zhuang Huashuang's experiences were actually quite similar to her own.
Being reviled by the scholars of the world, being shouted at and hunted down.
It was too familiar.
On the sky screen, Echo couldn't help but say, come to think of it, her experiences are quite similar to Orlier's. Orlier was also heavily criticized back then, so it can be said that Zhuang Huashuang took steps that were too large and failed to see the situation clearly. She had ambition, and her ability matched her ambition. She also had the Duke of Cheng's mansion, a natural ally with military power, under her command.
If she had honestly supported a prince to ascend the throne first, she might not have ended up in that state.
But she only treated the adopted child as a pawn. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen a 2-month-old infant. After all kinds of analysis, Zhuang Huashuang was giving the world a message she wanted to hold power. Didn't our later historians also analyze this? Zhuang Huashuang likely had the intention of changing the dynasty and becoming emperor. My goodness, my previous understanding of Zhuang Huashuang was also in the vicious category.
After listening to the content creator's summary, I feel that this person doesn't seem so bad, and I even admire her a little.
This thinking is too advanced. To be honest, what disgusts me the most is that group of scholars. It's a typical case of men commit the crimes, women wear the blame. Bullying the vulnerable, Zhuang Huashuang was at fault, but weren't the ones who first threw Great Orlion into chaos the Emperor's sons. If they had criticized them fairly, I wouldn't despise them so much. Just thinking about how badly my Orlier was scolded makes me want to dig up their ancestral graves. Who says there were no keyboard warriors in ancient times? The scholars, there's no need for that. There's really no need.
They had already changed.
They were genuinely afraid.
After all, people in later generations dared to even dig up the Emperor's tomb. The bones of the Emperor of Orlion and Orlier Pendragon were displayed in a museum, let alone them, who were inferior to the two of them through the sky screen. The people of Great Orlion knew that when later generations had an issue, they really took action.
This was the first time they felt that leaving a name in history might not be a good thing. Why do we say Zhuang Huashuang wanted to become emperor? You can tell from her actions. After she took power, she truly thought about governing the world well. Even though the dust had not yet settled at the time, she still spared some energy to devote to the common people.
This was also the fatal reason for her eventual failure. The Duke of Cheng, Huang Zhiheng, and his legitimate wife only had one legitimate daughter and no sons. So Huang Zhiheng doted on Huang Jai, the son born to his concubine, and groomed him as the heir to the title, even wanting to elevate the concubine to the status of a legitimate wife for his sake.
This Huang Jai was intelligent and ambitious, but lacked a benevolent heart.
When the Zhuang family's power controlled the capital, he became even more lawless, even publicly beating and scolding members of the royal family on the street.
And needless to say, the evil deeds he committed were again recorded as Zhuang Huashuang's. Zhuang Huashuang, I don't know why, but I always feel a heavy weight on my back. I only finished reading this part of history yesterday, and I have to say that the history books are completely smearing her. After Emperor Audnil the Blind ascended the throne, she did have the deeds of Zhuang Huashuang written, but later it was changed back. After all, they needed a negative example to suppress women.
Woo, our Hay is really a good baby.
Hay? Orlier Pendragon raised her eyebrows.
Zhuzuming scratched his head and looked at the person in front of him with a confused face, his tone full of bewilderment. And, didn't you name little sister Ningxuan?
Could this be little sister's nickname?
Orlier Pendragon pinched his soft cheek, a knowing smile rippling in her eyes, and explained softly, because the aunt and everyone on the sky screen don't know that she will be the famous Emperor Audnil the Blind in the future.
Xiu Hei means a smooth life full of blessings. It is the most sincere wish from family for a child. Du Ningxun is the hope that she can shoulder the great Orlion Empire.
If it were just this, Zhuang Huashuang could still endure it, but Huang Jai actually kidnapped women in broad daylight.
Whenever he saw a pretty one, he would take her into the mansion, completely disregarding their wishes.
Most girls couldn't afford to offend him, so they were taken away in a daze.
But this Zhuang Jai had a severe tendency for domestic violence and very violent fetishes. A small number of families loved their daughters and begged Zhuang Jai to let them go, but they were given a brutal beating.
What left the deepest impression on me was a young couple who were about to get married.
As a result, Zhuang Jai heard the news from somewhere, saying that the girl's voice was as pleasant as an oriole's, so he snatched her away. Both families were honest people. They knelt in front of the Duke of Cheng's mansion day and night, kowtowing and begging for the person to be released.
As a result, they annoyed Zhuang Jai, who killed all members of both families, and the man's skin was even flayed. After the girl found out, she couldn't withstand the blow and also committed suicide.
This Zhuang Jai is simply a beast.
Hey, guess what?
This matter was again recorded on Zhuang Washong's head. Oreliar Pendragon felt that she was wrong. Zhuang Washong was clearly much more miserable than her.
To be stuck with so many incompetent teammates, it really was hard for her.
The title of the greatest scapegoat in history belongs to no one but Zhuang Washong. This matter blew up too big and reached Zhuang Washong's ears. Zhuang Washong was furious. Ignoring the Duke of Cheng's wishes, she forcibly dealt with Zhuang Jai and rescued those women.
When those girls came out, there wasn't a single intact spot on their bodies.
Some had their faces ruined, some had their eyes gouged out, and others had their legs broken. Zhuang Jai was a complete pervert.
After experiencing such things, even if they survived, the girls' hearts were already dead, and they had no hope of living on.
Even if Zhuang Washong tried to find a way to shelter them together, they still couldn't withstand the eyes of the secular world, and they all passed away. Oreliar Pendragon had heard of this matter. Zhuang Washong's act of putting righteousness before family initially gained the favor of the common people, but in the process of being verbally attacked by scholars, the common people were misled, feeling that a woman who could even kill her own brother must be vicious, and so on.
It shows the terror of public opinion, and the importance of educating the whole population.
Zhuang Washong made so many moves, but this was the only one that went wrong.
Actually, if she had ignored it, she wouldn't have fallen out with the Duke of Cheng and could have continued to hold power.
Perhaps it was a woman's empathy for other women, or perhaps it was something else, but she intervened, and so she lost. Chapter 11. Alara Valerius, if you can't write it, let me do it. Zhuang Washong maintained her dignity until the very end.
When Emperor Tiberius the Wise's troops entered the imperial palace, what they saw was her corpse.
She had poisoned herself with a cup of wine, dressed in fine robes, and lay there peacefully.
Her life was both tragic and heroic, like fireworks that bloomed briefly but left behind a vivid, indelible mark.
The sky screen hung high, casting its shadow over half the palace. The Emperor of Orelion stood in the hall, his thoughts pulled into the past as layers of memories surged forward.
She was his rival, therefore he understood her.
In truth, Zhuang Washong knew that even without Zhuang Jai, and even if she hadn't offended the Duke of Cheng's mansion, she was destined to fail.
At that time, her very identity was a sin. He remembered, when he entered the palace, her confidante was lying on her corpse. We palace bitterly,
looking across the world. That young maid was perhaps the last person who truly understood her.
The young maid's gaze toward him held no hatred for forcing her mistress to her death, nor was there anger.
Just sorrow. Brimming with sorrow, the young maid looked at him and said, "My mistress said that you will be a wise ruler in the future. Success or failure depends on victory or defeat. She accepts her defeat wholeheartedly."
At the time, he dismissed everyone and asked, knowing it was a dead end, "Why did you still do it?" The young maid lowered her eyes, her voice as light as a wisp of smoke.
"My mistress said she didn't want to be anyone's daughter, nor did she want to be anyone's concubine. She wanted to leave her name in history.
Whether through lasting fame or eternal infamy, she just wanted people to remember Zhuang Washong. My mistress also said that even she couldn't explain why she had such thoughts." After speaking, the young maid took her own life in the hall.
She died for her mistress, and also for a path she herself could not clearly see. He found the young maid to be brave and loyal, so he ordered her to be given a proper burial. It was just a pity that Zhuang Washong had offended too many people.
Even after death, she could not find peace.
After Zhuang Washong died, her corpse was placed in the busy market by the angry masses. People punched and kicked her, threw stones at her, drowned her in spit, and some even poured filth upon her. Others took knives and axes to hack and mutilate her. The once aloof Zhuang Washong, who had made the entire capital fear and respect her, became a shell to be trampled upon by anyone. She left nothing behind.
No last words, no heirs, no power. In the end, even her complete corpse was thoroughly crushed by this world.
Sigh, this is so depressing. These foolish masses.
I wonder if she ever regretted once disregarding everything to act on behalf of the people.
There's no way around it. Truly no way. We can only blame this damned world.
At that time, Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius had just quelled the internal rebellion. Upon learning the news that foreign tribes were invading the borders, she did not hesitate to write a letter to the capital before leading her troops to continue suppressing the rebellion.
In the video,
the heroic female general looked weathered from days of constant campaigning, and the once exquisite princess now had faint lines at the corners of her eyes.
Grand Princess, an urgent report from the capital.
A personal soldier handed a secret letter to her.
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius opened the letter, her gaze falling upon it. There was only a short sentence on the paper: concubine Zhuang is dead. No remains left.
Her hand gripped palace, the letter tightened abruptly.
A tear slid from the corner of her eye without warning, hitting the cold iron armor and shattering silently.
She did not cry out, did not question, did not lose her composure. She simply stood in silence for a long while.
For a very long time, a deep sigh echoed across the wilderness, caught by the wind and scattered into the vast world. According to historical records, after Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius returned to the capital, she erected a tomb for Zhuang Washuang. Although the body could not be found, she would frequently come to pay her respects. What was Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius thinking when she received the news of Zhuang Washuang's death? We cannot know. We only know that she was the only one who paid respects to her.
Indeed,
what was she thinking at that time?
Time had been too long, and even Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius herself could no longer recall.
She only knew that Zhuang Washuang was not as bad as the world said. She knew that all of this should not have been pushed entirely onto one woman. She only knew that such a person did not deserve such an end. She simply felt that the world was a little ridiculous.
Nothing more. Sigh. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius let out the same sigh as herself on the sky screen. Beside her, Ilara Valerius gripped her mother's hand tightly, her eyes already red, and saw, "Mother, when will you take me to pay my respects to her?"
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius lowered her eyes, looking at her daughter's youthful yet earnest features, her heart softening and then aching.
She was silent for a moment, then gently rested her fingertips on her daughter's hand. "All right. Mother will take you tomorrow. Anam."
Ilara Valerius nodded heavily, raising her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. The next second, she spoke indignantly. Damn the court historians for twisting the facts and failing to fulfill even their most basic duties. Uncle gives them so much salary. Are they just there to eat for free? Do they even know how to write? If they don't know how, let me do it. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My daughter, is there a possibility that it's not just the historians of this dynasty who are damned? Looking at her daughter's furious expression, she ultimately swallowed the words that came to her lips. It was rare for her daughter to have such a serious thought. She was so touched she almost cried, and decided that when she went to see Zhuang Washuang tomorrow, she would kowtow to her ancestors while she was at it. Let us continue to talk about Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius.
Lady Rona Vance's intelligence and martial prowess were both on point, but Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius quelled the world, relying entirely on her excellent martial arts.
It wasn't that she wasn't smart. How could a royal princess lack brains?
It was just that she preferred to get straight to work without a word.
Historical records. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius, the Emperor's daughter, born with extraordinary strength. She weighed more than a normal infant even in her swaddling clothes.
As she grew, her courage and strength exceeded others.
She was particularly skilled at archery, able to draw powerful bows, and never missed a shot.
She was straightforward and bold, using her courage and strategy to pacify the four directions. The meaning of this record is that she had great strength, and her most formidable skill was her archery. She never missed, making her the top master archer of the Aurelian Empire at that time.
The Aurelian Empire top.
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius's ear tips grew slightly warm, and she felt confident again after this evaluation. It's not entirely an exaggeration. When Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius arrived at the border, her opponent was Erguhu. This Erguhu was the top warrior of the 18 Rakshasa coalition and light tribes at that time. That's right. When Emperor Valerius first ascended the throne, The foreign tribes invading the borders around Aegis marches were not just the Rakshasa coalition people. At that time, the Rakshasa coalition tribe and the Lai tribe jointly ruled the surrounding tribes, and every great king was selected only from these two tribes. As for why people only spoke of the Rakshasa coalition people in the later stages,
it's because our great general, Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius, fought the Lai tribe until they were nearly wiped out. Even if there were some survivors, they were basically the old, weak, sick, and disabled.
They were beaten until they fled in terror, running further north, running far away, never to be seen again. The Rakshasa coalition and Lai tribes respected martial strength above all. Urgu, who was a truly formidable powerhouse, as strong as an ox, capable of lifting a cauldron, and it was said that not even blades or spears could pierce his skin.
Chapter 11 Descendants, don't steal my paper money. Such an impressive person was actually shot through the head by Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius in the midst of thousands of enemy troops. Tell me, isn't that amazing? Amazing, so amazing. Impervious to blades and spears is that even human? Listening to chronoarchivist Echo's narration, the people of Orlion could already picture that breathtaking figure in their minds, and their hearts trembled with fear. Oh my God, if even such a terrifying monster could be slain by Her Highness the Princess, then just how formidable must Her Highness be? Exclamations of awe and admiration flooded the crowd. Marquis Linuan's mansion, Mother Lara Valerius said, filled with admiration. Can you teach me archery tomorrow?
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius was originally amused by her daughter's expression, the corners of her lips curling upward, but the second she heard this, her mouth instantly pressed into a straight line. She hurriedly waved her hand. Don't talk nonsense. Learn archery.
With her daughter's strength,
if she could even pull back a bow, she would call her daughter mother instead.
Accompanied by spirited music, the video slowly displayed scenes of Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius fighting her way to the royal court.
Had it not been for the difficulty in maintaining supplies and the long distance forcing her to stop, she likely would have pressed her advantage and struck straight at the enemy's heart.
Under the sky screen, countless women gazed at the imposing female general on the screen, their hearts deeply stirred.
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius returned to the capital in high spirits, carrying astonishing military achievements, but she was not met with praise, but with the angry rebukes of court officials.
The way they looked at her was as if they were looking at an enemy. The Golden Throne Hall was solemn and dignified. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius, dressed in military attire, with the lingering aura of slaughter still concealed on her armor, strode into the hall.
Constant warfare had added a touch of sharpness to her face, but it only increased her heroic spirit. She looked up at her younger brother, the Emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, and flashed a hearty smile. I have not failed the mission.
The Emperor laughed heartily and began to bestow rewards. Silks, satins, gold and silver jewelry.
As long as it was just these, no one stood up. It was not until the Emperor changed his tone and stated that he would grant Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius the power to lead an army alone that more than half of the officials in the hall simultaneously changed their expressions.
A censor stood up abruptly, his face flushed red, and demanded Her Highness the Princess enters the hall wearing a sword. Could it be that she harbors ulterior motives and intends to commit treason?
Immediately following, another person sternly echoed, Your Majesty.
This must not happen. Such a heavy reward is a violation of ethics and established principles. Upon the throne, the Emperor's face instantly turned livid. He slammed the table and stood up to retort. Since ancient times, rewards have been based on merit. My imperial sister has achieved heaven-defying military feats. Why is it unacceptable to appoint her as a general or commander?
Before his words had even faded, they were harshly countered by a voice. Her Highness the Princess is a member of the royal family and enjoys the offerings of the world. Sacrificing for Orlion is her duty.
Now to reward her so heavily will only chill the hearts of the people of the world. It is absolutely not feasible. The common people watching this under the sky screen. Why is it that this group of court officials always uses the same set of excuses over and over again? If chilling hearts had levels, then according to these people, their hearts would have long since frozen people to death.
We didn't think that at all.
The common people hurriedly waved their hands.
Injustice. A huge injustice.
The dispute in the Golden Throne Hall intensified, the sounds of condemnation suffocating.
The Emperor was furious, but he could not withstand the desperate remonstrations of the officials, and they remained at a stalemate.
In the end, The sensational confrontation concluded with Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius voluntarily backing down.
At that time, Emperor Valerius had just ascended the throne, and his position was not yet stable. Even if he wanted to stand on Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius's side, he was helpless, because even his previous allies did not stand with him.
Emperor Valerius and Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius had a very good relationship. He knew his sister's ambitions. Otherwise, he would not have allocated his own troops to her during the civil unrest. Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius also loved this younger brother very much. She knew the situation in the court well, did not want to make things difficult for him, and knew that her own prospects could not be realized, so she chose to concede.
The imperial palace.
Emperor of Orleans listened to these words, and dead memories began to attack him. At that time, the civil unrest had ended on the surface, but it was still a muddy mess behind the scenes.
When his imperial decree was refuted and he saw the disappointed look in his imperial sister's eyes, for the first time he wondered what was the point of sitting on the throne. Actually, that day at the imperial manor,
when he saw Aurelier Pendragon, and heard the ambition she spoke of,
he was amazed by her talent.
But there was also the reason that he saw the shadow of his imperial sister in Aurelier Pendragon. At that time, Aurelier Pendragon was just like his sister, high-spirited and filled with sincerity.
By then, he had firmly grasped imperial power in his hands and was no longer the emperor who needed to be stopped every time he issued a decree. He thought he had already failed his sister. He could not fail such a person again. After Aurelier Pendragon entered the court as an official, he had asked his imperial sister if she wanted to lead troops again. The answer he received was a refusal. His sister had a thorn in her heart not against him, but against this world. Emperor of Orleans sighed. I hope that after today, my sister's knot in her heart can be untied.
What makes me sad is that even though the situation in Orleans improved a lot later, and even though women could later become court officials, she never picked up her weapon again to rush toward the career she loved.
Some people say it was because she married and had children, neglecting her training. But if you read the accounts of Lara Valerius, you would know that she practiced spear and archery every morning.
And her son is also a famous master archer in history. Marquis of Vanguard certainly didn't have this ability. So who did he learn it from?
It's obvious.
If she had really forgotten these skills, how could she have raised such an outstanding child?
Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius only dazzled for a brief moment in history. But why did I still put her in this video?
Because even if it was just such a small segment, she achieved military feats that many generals could not reach in their entire lives. She deserves to be remembered in history, deserves to be remembered by the world. I often think Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius and Lady Rowena Vance, one is the best in archery, the other is brave and resourceful. How amazing would it be if these two joined forces? It feels like Grand Princess Vittoria Valerius was disappointed with this world.
I remember both Aurelier and Emperor Valerius tried to comfort her, but she could never get over the hurdle in her heart.
Later, just when she was finally wavering, Aurelier and her younger brother were gone, and she completely shut herself off.
Don't let me know who it was that broke Her Highness the Princess's heart, otherwise I will go to your grave tomorrow and steal your paper money. Let me see. Their court officials at the time included Minister of War Chen Zhen, right? Duqi.
Oh my, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance is also there.
And
the officials whose names were mentioned. How did this turn into a roll call from the King of Hell while talking?
Seriously, people stealing paper money.
How vicious are the people of future generations. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood shook his head like a rattledrum. It has nothing to do with me. I admire people with high martial prowess. I didn't say anything at the time.
But he also didn't do anything. It should be fine. Right, Minister of War Gareth Blackwood was about to cry, don't steal my paper money.
I was so poor when I was alive. Can't I even be happy when I'm dead? Chapter 12 Steam. That is all for today's video.
Echo said her goodbyes skillfully. Du Yao sat obediently on Aurelier Pendragon's lap, her little face serious as she said, Sister Kermarkivist to Echo. See you next time. Ju Zooming also waved his hand with a milky, childish voice. Jiang Tong had a rather quiet personality, but Aurelier Pendragon still noticed him secretly waving goodbye behind his back.
Oh my,
how truly adorable.
As the sky screen faded back into its dull, gray appearance, she lowered her head and met 3 pairs of bright, sparkling little eyes.
Jiang Tong was especially eager for knowledge's sister Aurelian, Can you answer our question from earlier now? She hadn't expected them to still remember after so long.
Orlayer Pendragon cleared her throat. The next second, she saw the three little ones pull over a small bench, sit up straight and proper, and look up at her with their little faces. Earlier, we saw that as soon as the water boiled, the teapot lid would shake incessantly. Orlayer Pendragon said softly.
She raised her hand to lift the teapot lid, and in the next second, a wisp of steaming hot mist rose up in curls.
She looked at the three little ones in front of her with gentle eyes. Think carefully. What is the difference between boiled water and unboiled water? The three little ones immediately widened their eyes, staring at the teapot on the table without blinking, their little expressions extremely serious. Zhu Zuming tilted his little head and spoke crispy. Boiled water is very, very hot, but unboiled water is cold. My mother said that drinking cold water makes your tummy ache.
Zhu Yao nodded quickly, pointing her little finger above the teapot. I know. Boiled water puffs out smoke. Jiang Tong fell silent for a moment.
He carefully brought his little hand close to the teapot lid, and wisps of warm water vapor gently brushed against his fingertips. When he opened his palm, a layer of fine, tiny water droplets had condensed on it. He looked up at Orlayer Pendragon. Is it because of this?
Orlayer Pendragon couldn't help but curve her eyes, reaching out to gently rub the top of his head. You are so smart.
She then touched Zhu Yao's and Zhu Zuming's heads as well, giving each of them a word of praise, balancing the scales perfectly.
This is steam. She paused, slowing her speech to explain in words children could understand as best she could. Water originally stays quietly in the pot as a cold liquid and doesn't run round.
But once heated by fire, the water molecules become lively. They keep Jump Palace around in the water, and are no longer willing to stay obediently at the bottom of the pot, looking at their three pairs of confused eyes. Orlayer Pendragon smiled. This was still too difficult for them. In truth, she could only explain the general idea. She had learned the specifics from books.
Yes, she had read the books redeemed from the system over and over again.
Orlayer Pendragon beckoned to the three little ones to come. Let's do a little experiment. She fetched a cool little porcelain plate and held it gently over the steaming spout of the pot. The three little heads huddled close, their eyes unblinking. Before long, the porcelain plate was covered in a layer of tiny water droplets, which grew more and more numerous and slowly began to drip down. Look, Orlayer Pendragon handed the plate over. This is the water that the steam has turned back into. Zhu Zuming reached out and touched it gently, his eyes widening immediately. There really is water. Zhu Yao nodded along. Its little water droplets that can fly. Jiang Tong asked in a low voice, so is it them pushing the lid to make it jump too?
That's right. Wow, how magical. Jiang Tong suddenly asked earnestly. Sister, then can steam replace human labor? A smile welled up in Orlayer Pendragon's eyes as she crouched down to look them in the eye. Of course it can.
Steam is small, yet it pushes the lid until it jumps around. If we were to trap it in a large iron box and let it push and shove with all its might, wouldn't it be able to pull very, very heavy carriages and do the work of many people? Zhu Zuming's eyes lit up instantly. Faster than a horse runs.
Stronger than the strongest person.
Stronger than a horse. Orlayer Pendragon nodded. People get tired, and horses get tired too. But steam always has energy and never feels fatigue. Dia clapped her hands gently. Then in the future, when moving things or pulling carts, people won't have to suffer anymore. Correct. Orlayer Pendragon patted her head.
Wow.
As soon as she finished speaking, the three little ones exclaimed, very good at providing emotional support.
Dia leaned forward excitedly. But how can we do it to trap it?
It's so light and can fly. It would run away in an instant.
Orlayer Pendragon couldn't help but curve her eyes. As for that, Sister doesn't know the answer either right now.
So this big question is left to you three little inventors. Okay?
Can we really do it?
Zhu Yao's little mouth was slightly agape, filled with both anticipation and disbelief. Orlayer Pendragon crouched down and said earnestly, word for word,
of course you can. You are all such capable little grown-ups. The officials in the Ministry of Works are currently learning new knowledge as well.
You should tell them everything you saw, learned, and thought of today. Follow them, study hard, and bring this thing into existence, all right? Her voice was light yet firm, like a tiny seed falling gently into the hearts of the three children. Zhu Yao nodded vigorously. Okay.
I want to help the officials catch the flying steam.
Zhu Zuming patted his little chest. Leave it to me.
Jiang Tong's eyes were exceptionally serious. I will think hard about how to trap it, and make it help everyone work.
Aurelier Pendragon smiled. They were all good children.
She had been surprised enough when she discovered Jiang Tong's talent before, but she hadn't expected that bringing Zhu Yao here today would yield an unexpected joy. Zhu Zuming didn't seem as clever as the other two, but Aurelier Pendragon felt that it was simply because she hadn't grasped what he was good at yet. And then there were the children at the sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage.
She would come to check on their progress every once in a while.
As their knowledge broadened, they also displayed talents in various fields.
Even for those who were truly of mediocre aptitude, Aurelier Pendragon was not disappointed. After all, by taking them in and hiring teachers to teach them to read and write, her only hope was for them to live well. What Aurelier Pendragon didn't know was this. These three little ones went to the Ministry of Works the very next day. At first, the people in the Ministry of Works found them annoying, until they heard today's conversation from the mouths of the three little ones, and the entire department fell into deep contemplation. From that day on,
the Minister of Works looked dispirited every time he attended court, losing so much weight in just half a month that he looked completely gaunt. The Emperor of Aurelion was truly at his wits' end, fearing that his pillar of state might suffer some mishap.
After investigating the cause, he summoned Aurelier Pendragon.
As soon as Aurelier Pendragon entered the imperial study, the first thing she saw was not the Emperor of Aurelion, but Ilar Valerius, who was constantly winking at her.
Ilar Valerius was dressed in official robes, holding a vermilion brush, her face full of despair. Aurelier Pendragon, Chapter 13, heading to Aegis marches for infrastructure development. Before the final chapter of the war in Dravidia arrived, the clear autumn of Great Aurelion came first. Yellow leaves were swept down by the wind, drifting and fluttering, covering the long street in gold. People with the word sanitation worker embroidered on their cuffs swept the streets and alleys, clearing away all the dust and noise. Walking on Vermilion-Buried Avenue, the scent of human life lingered at the tip of one's nose.
The newly opened Hot restaurant in the central district was crowded, with fragrant steam rising, and several newly opened shops stood beside it, presenting a bustling scene. Aurelier Pendragon sat on the second floor of the Hot restaurant, her lips slightly reddened from the spice, while official Lady Genevieve Thorne opposite her was already gas-pellis and fanning herself repeatedly.
This food is quite overpowering.
Official Lady Genevieve Thorne swallowed the food in her mouth and hurriedly picked up the milk tea, taking several large gulps.
As the clear sweetness went down her throat, she, who usually disliked sweets, suddenly opened her eyes wide. What kind of divine taste is this? Aurelier Pendragon smiled gently and glanced downstairs.
Newspaper boys ran along the streets calling out. The cement roads were smooth and clean, the streets were orderly, and everyone had a peaceful smile on their face.
Such a scene had never existed before. Suddenly, the sound of heavy hoofbeats approached from afar.
Carriages and horses on the street midway, and a soldier on horseback was seen holding high a report of victory, shouting as he rode, "Great victory!
Great victory!" Currently, Great Aurelion was only involved in one war.
It was obvious what this victory report referred to.
The common people by the roadside heard the news, and all showed signs of joy on their faces.
The joyful voice of the Hot Pot restaurant owner came directly from downstairs. "I'm in a good mood today, so there's a 34% discount for everyone."
Official Lady Genevieve Thorne was also very happy.
However, thinking of something immediately after, her smile faded. "Dravidia has been pacified, so you are leaving the capital, aren't you, Aurelion?"
Aurelier Pendragon nodded. "Yes. The weather is getting colder now, and winter is coming in a few months. Aegis marches is far away, and it takes months for many government decrees to even reach there.
They need me there."
Even though roads are being built across the country now, it still takes a long time to get from the capital to Aegis marches. The Ministry of Works has already started researching the principles of steam. If railways were laid across Great Aurelion and trains were running, it would be much more convenient. Official Lady Genevieve Thorne sighed. "Then you will miss the birth of the imperial grandson." Aurelier Pendragon did not feel it was a pity. The current separation is for a better future.
Both she and the Emperor of Aurelion hoped that the Great Aurelion handed over to the imperial grandson in the future would be better than the one in the history shown on the sky screen. Official Lady Genevieve Thorne raised her milk tea, her gaze solemn. "Let milk tea take the place of wine. I wish you a safe journey to Aegis marches."
Aurelier Pendragon raised her cup and clinked it lightly. All right. Before leaving for Aegis marches, Orlayer Pendragon handed the blueprints for heated brick beds and honeycomb briquettes to the Ministry of Works. Presumably, when winter comes, the common people will be able to have a warm winter, and this year, the Emperor of Orlion also ordered the bailiffs to use cement to reinforce the houses of the common people. Presumably, even if there's heavy snow, their houses will no longer be crushed. On the day of leaving the capital, the whole city saw her off. Even the surrounding towns heard the news and rushed over. The Emperor of Orlion patted her shoulder and said only one sentence: "You've worked hard." When the monarch and minister finished their conversation, the commoner mustered the courage to step forward and stuffed a package into her hand. "Master Dragon, these are eggs just laid by my family's old hen. They are all big and round. I've boiled them for you, so eat them on the road." Another old woman handed over a pair of gloves with fine needlework. "Minister, it's getting cold, and your health is precious, so don't catch a cold." Orlayer Pendragon took a look. The old woman was still wearing hemp clothes, but what she gave her was the best material. The Emperor of Orlion watched this scene with gratification throughout. "You should accept it. I will have people give them more rewards later." Orlayer Pendragon did not refuse. Amidst thousands of gazes and sounds of blessings, she boarded the carriage and set off. The convoy moved neither fast nor slow, stop palace and going along the way. Along the way, whenever they passed through a prefecture county, the local common people, upon hearing that Master Dragon was passing by, would spontaneously flock to the roadside to see her, unable to be stopped. When they reached Senju, Orlayer Pendragon rested at a roadside tea stall and met several traveling merchants, naturally striking up a conversation. "Is Minister also concerned about matters of going out to sea?" The merchants smiled and bowed. Orlayer Pendragon said in a relaxed tone, "Naturally, I am concerned. Once the sea routes are open, our great Orlion's goods can be sold further away, and the lives of the common people can become more prosperous. When you run your ships, pay more attention to the sea routes and local customs, and you can write them into booklets and submit them later." The merchants' eyes lit up as they listened. The goods at the Senju wharf were piled up in a disorderly manner, so she called over the local officials on the spot and instructed them to plan the cargo yard and establish good rules to prevent merchants from suffering losses. When passing through Hueju, they happened to be repairing irrigation canals, and the common people were digging with difficulty, with slow progress. Orlayer Pendragon got out of the carriage, took a look around, and on the spot drew the new method of canal excavation and simple lever tools for the craftsmen to see. "Minister, this method not only saves effort but is also several times faster," the craftsmen exclaimed repeatedly as they watched. Orlayer Pendragon smiled. "Once the canals are repaired, you won't have to fear drought or floods next year, and your fields will be able to have a good harvest every year." When the carriage and horses arrived at Fenju, she saw that there were many paddy fields, but their utilization rate was low. So she simply squatted on the ridge of the field and taught the common people the method of raising fish in paddy fields hands-on. An old farmer on the side listened with skepticism. "Master Dragon, can you raise fish in the water without hindering the rice?" Orlayer Pendragon smiled and nodded. "The rice absorbs oxygen, and the fish eat insects. The two are complementary. When the time comes, you will harvest both grain and fish, killing two birds with one stone. If you try planting for one season, you will know." The common people were overjoyed as they listened and kept it in their hearts. "Master Dragon is better than us. We will all listen to you. When we get the fish, this old man will definitely send it to the capital for you to taste personally." When passing through Heju, the local school teachers heard she was there and specially came to request her to go to the school to say a few words. Orlayer Pendragon did not refuse either, and gave a lecture to the room full of students, talking about people's livelihood, industry, and the future of Great Orlion, making all the students feel impassioned. Even when passing through remote, potholed small post roads, she would have her attendants leave dry rations and small silver, instructing the local village head to organize villagers to carry out simple repairs to facilitate passing travelers. Just like this, they walked and stopped all the way. When the convoy rolled over the last stretch of bumpy dirt road, they finally saw the silhouette of Aegis March's city. Unlike the vermilion walls and high tiles of the capital, the city walls of Aegis March's appeared slightly desolate, even though they had been reinforced. The wall's surface still showed signs of weathering. Half a mile away from the city gate, One could see from afar a dense crowd of people blocking the roadside, and even a few children poking their heads from the treetops by the street. "It's Master Dragon's convoy. Master Dragon is here."
Orlair Pendragon lifted the carriage curtain to look, and the moment she made eye contact with the children, the latter's faces turned red.
"It's not Master Dragon, it's the fairy sister." Orlair Pendragon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She sent someone to help them down and stuffed them with some snacks brought from the capital, only then continuing forward with the few children.
When the convoy stopped and Orlair Pendragon stepped down, before her feet had even touched the ground, a thunderous sound rang in her ears. "Welcome, Master Dragon."
Chapter 14. Eternal Heaven.
The garrison general of Aegis Marches was General Kalen, and the prefect was an official who had just taken office not long ago, named Prefect Yunmeng.
Lady Rowena Vance was not present. She was currently stationed in Liju, which was formerly Dravidia. There is no need for such formalities. Everyone, Orlair Pendragon, saw that every villager's face was etched with a weariness of life. Yet they were filled with hope when they saw her, even though the sky screen had long since revealed the future. The situation in Aegis Marches could still not be considered good. This place was remote and isolated, and supplies had always been scarce.
Even though surrounding prefectures and counties provided relief from time to time, it was still relatively backward compared to other places. Winter was approaching soon.
Perhaps it was psychological, but the wind and frost here seemed more ferocious. The children's faces were frozen red, and some people's exposed hands were covered in red chilblains. Orlair Pendragon pursed her lips slightly.
"Take me around to have a look." "Yes." The crowd gradually dispersed.
Yet they did not go far, only watching from a distance. Orlair Pendragon was accompanied by only a few officials.
She discovered that although this place was backward, the hygiene was quite well managed. Not only were the streets very clean, but trash was rarely seen on the roads. General Kalen smiled. Ever since everyone found out about that invisible something in the water, what was it, Kelad, they have all been very attentive to this aspect.
No one treasured their lives more than the common people.
General Kalen Vanguard, behind him, corrected him softly.
"Father, that is called bacteria." "Ah, right. Bacteria."
General Kalen slapped his forehead. "Look at my memory."
"Master Dragon, is that bacteria truly so terrifying?" Orlair Pendragon nodded slightly and explained it in detail once more. General Sealers Vance watched and listened silently from behind. She was indeed just as the sky screen had described.
No.
She was even better than what the sky screen had described.
Since she stepped off the carriage, apart from the initial greetings, she had spent the rest of her time focusing on the people's livelihood.
She even noticed the look of sorrow on the face of a street vendor and provided that person with a solution. General Sealers Vance had seen the contributions Orlair Pendragon made to Aegis Marches on the sky screen.
He had thought she would not come here again. He had not expected that she still had not forgotten the people here. Today, she wore a Gusello soft skirt embroidered with lotuses, covered by a warm, downy little jacket, with fine down adorning the cuffs and edges. Yet her face was still flushed slightly red by the cold wind.
Only those eyes of hers remained clear and gentle, hiding compassion like a bodhisattva in the living world.
General Sealers Vance narrowed his eyes.
Just as those children had said, a fairy goddess had truly come to their Aegis Marches. Orlair Pendragon stayed at the post station in Aegis Marches. The environment here was harsh, but no one wanted to make her suffer.
On the way to Aegis Marches, she had already planned the construction route for Aegis Marches. The method for building heated brick beds had also been sent over by swift horse long ago. By the time she arrived, almost every household had already finished setting them up. Now,
the two major tasks to be done were reinforcing the city walls and reclaiming wasteland to grow grain. The former was because winter had set in, and the Rekshasar coalition tribe had even fewer resources. They would certainly come to the Aegis Marches territory to pillage just like in previous years. She did not want to see the common people sacrifice their lives because of this again.
The next day,
Orlair Pendragon changed into a short tunic and trousers for activity, draped a black cloak over her shoulders, and personally climbed the wall to measure. She held a measuring rod and checked the wall step by step. She could tell at a glance where it was not rammed firmly enough.
General Kalen led the troops to supervise personally.
The soldiers took turns carrying stones and ramming earth, the rhythmic work chant shaking the heavens.
The common people spontaneously carried wood and transported stones, while the elderly and children picked up rubble to fill the gaps.
The once desolate area beneath the city wall had actually become the liveliest place. Aurelier Pendragon also dug hidden drainage ditches on both sides of the city wall, which could be used to divert rainwater and snowmelt, preventing the wall foundation from becoming waterlogged and collapsing.
General Sealers Vance followed by her side to learn about coordination. Seeing her correct even the angles at which the bricks and stones were laid, his admiration for her grew even deeper.
While the work on the city wall was in full swing, the reclamation of the black soil in Aegis Marches had not been neglected either. The grain yield here was extremely low, and they had to endure hunger once winter arrived. Most of the potatoes that Aurelier Pendragon had exchanged from the system were brought here.
She ordered them to burn grass to fertilize the fields and to plow deeply to turn the soil, completely loosening the compacted wasteland. She then taught the people how to dig furrows and form ridges, and how to plant densely and reasonably, demonstrating step-by-step the methods for cutting potatoes, sprouting them, and sowing seeds.
When the common people saw her roll up her sleeves and go into the fields herself to hold the plow and sow seeds, their eyes turned red. The old men squatted on the field ridges, choking with sobs.
In all our lives, we have never seen such a high-ranking official who personally attends to these matters.
Aurelier Pendragon only smiled upon hearing this. She then wrote the methods for composting, weeding, and pest control one by one on wooden boards and erected them in the field so that everyone could see and learn. She also set aside a piece of public land as a demonstration field. Every day after handling the city defense affairs, she would head straight to the fields to check the condition of the seedlings, understanding the growth of the sprouts under the frozen soil clearly.
In just over a month, Aegis Marches had taken on a completely new look.
The towering, thick city walls stood firmly, blocking the wind and snow. Outside the city, the black soil churned in waves, and the potato seedlings tenaciously sprouted green in the cold wind. The streets and alleys were level and clean, and the houses were in orderly rows. The weariness and sorrow on the faces of the common people had faded significantly, replaced by a sense of stability and hope.
General Sealers Vance looked at Aurelier Pendragon, who was busy in the cold wind, and rubbed his eyes.
Aegis Marches is truly blessed for 3 lifetimes. As the cold wind blew more and more fiercely before the snow came, a cold rain arrived first.
The second day after the rain, Aurelier Pendragon was originally in her room handling Aegis Marches affairs, with Clara grinding ink by her side.
But she heard the sound of gongs ringing continuously outside the window. This was the warning that the Rakshasa coalition people were invading again.
They really did come after all.
Aurelier Pendragon rubbed the space between her eyebrows and put down her brush.
She had been wondering before if the Rakshasa coalition tribe was not coming, because according to previous years, they should have arrived long ago.
Yet this year, a month had passed since their fixed time for invasion, and there had been no sign of them. Lyra hurriedly draped a coat over Aurelier Pendragon. As soon as she walked out the door, she was met head-on by the cold wind. When she arrived at the top of the city wall, the scene seemed quite different from what she had imagined. There was no bloodiness of weapons clashing, no grim atmosphere of arrows flying everywhere, only a noisy and piercing sound of cursing.
General Kalin's expression was not good.
Seeing Aurelier Pendragon arrive, he immediately reported the situation. Master Dragon, the one who came this time, is the leader of the Rakshasa coalition people, Kaya.
News only recently arrived that he killed the old leader.
His methods are ruthless, and he is cruel and bloodthirsty.
I did not expect that he would actually come himself.
Aurelier Pendragon looked over the crenellations toward the area below.
Hundreds of Rakshasa coalition people cavalry were gathered below the city, each wearing coarse felt cloaks and holding scimitars.
The person in the lead was riding on a tall steed, with a ferocious look on his face. It was none other than the new master of the Rakshasa coalition people, Kaya. He did not order an attack on the city, but merely reined in his horse at the front of the formation, trading insults with General Sealers Vance in broken Aurelian language. Seeing a new figure appear on the city wall, Kaya suddenly stopped cursing and shouted, "We are not here to attack the city today.
We want to see the Prime Minister." General Kalin Vanguard's face turned red with anger instantly. He pressed his hand on his sword and stepped forward.
"Presumptuous barbarians!
Do you even deserve to see me?"
Aurelier Pendragon raised an eyebrow. Kaya looked up at her, his tone having softened several times compared to before.
"If the Prime Minister is worried, You may bring troops to come.
I, Caius, swear in the name of the leader of the Rakshasa coalition people there is absolutely no intention to harm you.
Orlier Pendragon was silent for a long time, then nodded slightly. No, absolutely not. Prefect Yuanmeng and several officials beside her immediately tried to stop her anxiously.
Master Dragon, the Rakshasa coalition people are treacherous by nature and fickle. With your precious body, how can you risk yourself?
General Kalen also said in a deep voice. Indeed,
once the city gate opens, the variables are too great. If something were to happen, Orlier Pendragon shook her head slightly. It is fine. I have my own discretion.
Let us go down and see. She was not being reckless.
If they dared to make a move, it would definitely not be her who would be wiped out. The heavy city gates slowly opened with a creaking sound.
Orlier Pendragon led a troop of soldiers and stopped steadily at a distance of about 100 meters from the Rakshasa coalition people cavalry.
General Sealers Vance gripped his bow and arrow tightly, his whole body tense, on guard at all times for any sudden situation.
He was just about to open his mouth to question them, but then he saw
Kaya dismounted. Behind him, hundreds of Rakshasa coalition people cavalry threw down their weapons in unison, leaped off their horses, knelt on the ground, and bowed deeply in the direction of Orlier Pendragon.
Tengri.
Woo, 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 it is a living Tengri.
General Kalen Vanguard.
Lion peopled. Chapter 15 False God. Orlier Pendragon's eyelashes trembled slightly. Opposite her, Kaya saw a figure, kowtowed once, then stood up, dropped his weapon, and ran over, snot and tears streaming down his face.
His body was unsteady, and General Kalen on the city wall was worried he might fall.
Tengri, I never thought that in my lifetime I would actually see you descend in person. Kaya reached a distance of 3 steps from Orlier Pendragon and knelt down on both knees again, kowtowing heavily several times. If not for the young general beside her grip Palace's blade and glaring at him, he would have already touched Tengri's feet by now. Woo-woo, when he lifted his gaze, his eyes were filled with fanatical devotion. Orlier Pendragon pressed her lips together, although she didn't know why the other party thought this. She accepted the title in just 1 second. She nodded, her voice falling softly into Kaya's ears. I have descended to the mortal realm this time for the sake of peace in the world. General Sealers Vance heard this and glanced at her. He really wanted to say, What Tengri? This is clearly the deity of their Orlion people. But then he thought, Master Dragon has vast supernatural powers, so managing a few more places isn't unreasonable, right?
It's not unreasonable, not at all. Hearing Orlier Pendragon admit it so calmly, Kaya became even more frantic at Tengri above. It's not that we want to start a war, it's just that we can no longer survive. As he spoke, he took advantage of General Kalen Vanguard's distraction and hugged Orlier Pendragon's lower leg. Please, Tengri, bestow divine magic and save us.
Kaya was built sturdily, and his voice was very loud when he spoke. Orlier Pendragon felt her eardrums vibrating.
After he finished speaking, the Rakshasa coalition people cavalry not far away also prostrated themselves. Please, Tengri, bestow divine grace.
Orlier Pendragon, Master Dragon is willing to descend to the mortal realm, which is already a heavenly grace. Furthermore, she has been saving people from suffering for so long, and her magical powers have been severely depleted.
Even we Orlion people would not force her like this.
You barbarians have some nerve. General Sealers Vance glared angrily.
In General Kalen Vanguard's heart, just like the millions of Orlion people, he also regarded Orlier Pendragon as a deity. However, he didn't think she could use magic.
After all, if she really retained her abilities from the heavens, a wave of her hand would make the whole world brand new, so why would she need to do it herself? He thought. Surely descending to the mortal realm would come with restrictions. Otherwise, with so many deities in the heavens, if they all came down one by one, wouldn't the human world be in chaos? In the past, no matter how much the Orlion people suffered or prayed for the mercy of the gods, among all the heavens and Buddhas, not one descended their compassion. At that time, General Kalen felt that even if there really were gods, the gods did not love the people of the world. But she loved them, so they loved her too. He loved her. So when he heard Kaya say this, he subconsciously spoke up for her and maintained her persona.
Of course, if these barbarians didn't know their place and insisted on forcing Master Dragon, the people of Aegis Marches knew how to use their fists.
Orlier Pendragon was completely unaware that in such a short time, General Sealers Vance had constructed a set of rhetoric and smoothed it over, nor did she know that the Aegis March's soldiers behind her were ready to take action at any moment.
She lowered her head and cast down her eyes. After General Sealers Vance finished speaking, the Rakshasa coalition tribe leaders' brows were filled with disapproval and nonsense. Tengri's magical power is infinite.
The one you speak of must be a wild god. After refuting, he pouted and cowed out aggrievedly, please, Tengri, bestow divine grace and save us. If Tengri is unwilling, then I will keep begging until Tengri agrees. General Kalen Vanguard's mouth twitched. This broken Aurelian language became so fluent when defending their deity.
Just as General Sealers Vance wanted to continue scolding, he turned his head and saw that person who attracted attention wherever she went, gently curling her lips and saying one word indifferently, very well. General Kalen Vanguard of the soldiers. Wait, no? Master Dragon really knows immortal magic. Miss, do you really know immortal magic?
Lyra was already fantasizing. If her miss was a true god, then she and Clara were maids who had served an immortal since childhood. Would they be able to continue serving in the heavens in the future? That would be wonderful.
I don't. Orlyre Pendragon shook her head.
She beckoned to Kilusui. You go prepare some. Clara nodded repeatedly as she listened. The corners of Orlyre Pendragon's lips curled up by a few pixels.
She didn't know immortal magic, but she was quite experienced in playing the god. Tengri is the supreme deity of the Rakshasa coalition tribe, omniscient and omnipotent, symbolizing the order of the universe.
From ancient times to the present, the Rakshasa coalition people have believed in and obeyed Tengri, which serves as a tool to unify their spirit. She thought, since they believe she is the descent of Tengri, she might as well make this title official. When she first decided to come to Aegis Marches, she had the intention of reorganizing the Rakshasa coalition tribe. War always requires lives to fill the void. Now that there was a way without wasting a single soldier, Orlyre Pendragon would certainly not let it go. The news that Master Dragon would perform immortal magic in 10 days quickly spread throughout Aegis Marches. This news flew to the nearby prefectures as if it had grown wings. Merchants passing through Aegis Marches didn't leave either, but stayed here directly.
Those familiar with other places also ran around to spread the word.
Even the small barbarian tribes near the city wanted to come and watch after hearing about it, but they knew the situation between them and the Aurelian people, so they didn't rush in like before, but instead honestly learned the etiquette of the Aurelian state and requested to be announced. God knows how dazed the people of Aegis Marches were when they saw the scene. General Sealers Vance knew what was in Orlyre Pendragon's mind.
She wanted peace. She didn't want any unnecessary sacrifices, so he agreed to let these tribes enter the city, only confiscating their weapons and keep them under strict supervision. On the city wall, General Kalen watched the scene of the Rakshasa coalition tribe and the Aurelian people living in peace, and for a moment, he was incomparably dazed. He had been stationed in Aegis Marches for so many years. Could such a harmonious situation really exist?
More and more people flooded into Aegis Marches.
Before witnessing the immortal magic, what they saw first was a city completely different from the past.
Clean streets,
solid city walls,
brand new weapons, sprouting land,
and joyful faces.
This barren land had already changed from the day Orlyre Pendragon arrived. The one who felt this most deeply was actually Kaya.
He was not worried about Aegis Marches' strength.
Instead, he darted through the streets and alleys of the city every day, his expression becoming more and more frantic. Tengri, this is Tengri. The Aurelian people, what is Tengri? This is clearly the goddess Yahuwah, who holds multiple positions in the heavenly realm and rules over many directions. Amidst the bustle, the auspicious day had arrived. That night, the Aurelian people, the Rakshasa coalition tribe, and various other tribes packed the inside and outside of Aegis Marches city, borrowing the moonlight. Their eyes were fixed on the figure in plain clothes in the center of the city tower. Kaya led his entire tribe to prostrate on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the dust, chanting words, with a devotion that bordered on madness.
Chapter 16. No.
It's a true god. The wind tonight was bitterly cold. Yet, no one in the entire city cared.
Although the crowd was dense and packed, the scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was looking up.
Everyone was waiting for the appearance of a miracle. In the night sky, a wisp of cloud drifted over, just enough to cover the moon. The night grew much darker.
At that very moment,
Aureliar Pendragon moved. She merely gave a gentle flick of her sleeve. The next second, from where she stood, thousands of brilliant lights suddenly exploded outward, golden radiance, silver beams, and flowing rosy clouds entwined, like a pouring galaxy or a rising sun, illuminating the entire city wall as bright as day, yet even more sacred than daylight. Mist and clouds rose from the ground beneath her feet, layer upon layer, curling and ascending like smoke, fog, or gauze. For a moment, the city tower seemed to be suspended in a nine-heaven fairyland, ethereal and indescribably beautiful. Immortal arts. It really is immortal arts. Countless people stared blankly at this scene, although in their hearts, young Master Dragon was already a true god. They had never imagined they would witness it with their own eyes in their lifetime.
And what shocked them was not over yet.
A clear, resonant cry pierced through the clouds and shattered the heavens. Coming from the unreachable horizon, everyone looked up. Above the firmament, there appeared a stream of fiery red light. The shadow expanded and spread wider. When its full form appeared, the entire city fell silent, forgetting even to breathe. A faux phoenix. The Aegis March's official was so shocked that he yanked out his beard.
Despite the sharp pain, he was completely oblivious, his eyes fixed firmly, fearing to miss a single moment of the miracle.
The phoenix was draped in five-colored flowing feathers, the tips shimmering with golden light, its tail feathers hanging down like rosy satin. Every beat of its wings was accompanied by beautiful light dust, dreamy to the extreme. It circled and soared in the night sky. After a long while, the divine bird slowly folded its wings, its form gradually shrinking. On the city tower, Aureliar Pendragon quietly extended a hand.
The next moment, the phoenix landed gracefully, settling docilely on her arm, its slender neck dipped Pallas slightly to affectionately nuzzle her cheek.
Just then, the flowing clouds that had obscured the moon quietly dispersed. A beam of cool, clear moonlight pierced through the night, landing directly upon her.
The silvery moonlight blended with the golden light around her, making her robes flutter, appearing both real and illusory.
The people below watched, feeling as if she would ride the wind and depart at any moment, leaving no trace behind. No, young Master Dragon. The commoners instinctively reached out, wanting to hold on to her, but they were too far away. Fortunately, in just a fleeting moment, that nearly ethereal figure slowly solidified. The entire city breathed a long sigh of relief, still feeling lingering fear. The phoenix lightly flapped its wings, soared into the sky once more, turned into a speck of flowing fire, and vanished into the horizon.
The immortal mist slowly dispersed, and the divine light gradually faded.
Only the immortal deity remained on the city tower, gazing down at those below, compassionate towards the world. Glottis, Tengri.
At this moment, whether they were Aurelian people or foreigners, they all bowed deeply.
Haya first stood frozen, then his eye socket suddenly turned red, his whole body trembling with excitement. In his mind, there were no other distracting thoughts, only that scene from just now. Divine light shining for 10,000 jang, the phoenix circling, the goddess standing above the 9 heavens.
He just knew it.
He just knew he was right.
When he learned that her sky screen had appeared in the state of Aurelian, his initial thought was the same as the former leader's disbelief. So, he personally disguised himself and went to a village in Aegis Marches.
He saw the sky screen descend with his own eyes. The people of the future kept praising Aureliar Pendragon's abilities,
saying she was omnipotent,
saying she could change the world, saying she cherished all living beings.
He thought at the time,
if she had such great ability, she could surely solve the Rakshasa Coalition tribe's problems.
Yes, he was tired of it.
Tired of the day-after-day wars, tired of the day-after-day bloodshed.
But for the Rakshasa Coalition tribe to survive, they had no choice but to plunder the resources of the Aurelian people.
From ancient times until now, the hatred had never ceased, but Aureliar Pendragon had appeared.
The state of Aurelian was becoming stronger and stronger under her capabilities.
If things continued this way, the destruction of the Rakshasa Coalition tribe was only a matter of time. But they only wanted to survive. Later, he thought, this might be an opportunity.
So he persuaded the leader to go and negotiate with General Kalen and meet this young Master Dragon. But the leader remained arrogant, and his words were often disrespectful.
So he killed him and became the new leader.
Later, Upon learning the news that Orlayer Pendragon was coming to Aegis Marches, he kept sending people to investigate.
He saw the changes in Aegis Marches with his own eyes, which only strengthened his convictions.
So he personally took people to meet her. His original idea was to mold her into the image of a Rakshasa coalition tribe deity, so as to build a closer relationship. He hadn't expected her to actually acknowledge it. It suited his wishes perfectly. He just went along with it and acted very convinced. In reality, he didn't believe in the existence of Tengri.
If there were truly gods in the world, why didn't they come to help them?
His initial goal was just to get her help.
Who would have thought she would actually agree and even say she would manifest divine power? Who could understand?
He was completely stunned at the time, so consciously, he didn't believe it. But now,
Kaya was about to go crazy. The phoenix, immortal mist, divine light.
No way.
You people of Orlayer really have gods.
You hit it deep.
Tengrid above. Kaya Kaukaud so loudly echoed.
He didn't care.
No matter whose god she was, his Rakshasa coalition tribe had to have a share.
Don't ask.
If you ask, it's because she admitted it herself.
Orlayer Pendragon's gaze fell upon those foreigners who were trying to kowtow themselves to death, and the corners of her lips curled up.
After tonight, everything would belong to Orlayer. The war that had kept the border commoners in chaos for hundreds of years would cease from this moment on.
Her goal had been achieved.
Orlayer Pendragon gently raised her hand, signaling everyone to rise. But the thousands of people below the city wall remained prostrate, none daring to move. She felt slightly helpless, turned round, and slowly walked down the city wall.
Clara had already been waiting on the side. Seeing her come down, she immediately stepped forward and carefully draped a cloak over her shoulders, the heartache in her eyes almost overflowing. Miss, I had someone stew ginger soup.
Let's go back and warm your body quickly. Don't catch a cold. Orlayer Pendragon nodded.
Standing up high just now, the night wind was bone-chilling. It was truly cold. Lyra also stepped forward quickly and whispered, Miss, the flashlight's battery is depleted. Should we dispose of it?
No need. Send it to the Ministry of Works and let them dismantle and study it properly.
Yes.
Lyra tucked a warm hand warmer into her hand and lowered her voice, saying excitedly, Miss, that phoenix just now was too realistic.
Are you sure it wasn't a real phoenix? Orlayer Pendragon tapped her forehead and said helplessly whether it's real or fake.
Don't you know? Lyra chuckled. This projector is just too amazing. Clara also smiled with her eyes. I just saw Chief Kaya's reaction. He is convinced of your identity. Lyra thought to herself, it wasn't just him. If they hadn't controlled it themselves, they would probably have thought so too. It's just, Miss, what if Chief Kaya asked you to use immortal arts to do things in the future?
Wouldn't that expose the lie?
Lyra asked with some concern.
It won't.
Orlayer Pendragon shook her head. The right of final interpretation belongs to her. After all, she is Tengri.
Chapter 17, Versailles?
No, this is a crime. After experiencing the earth-shattering miracle that night, not to mention Kaya alone, the entire Rakshasa coalition tribe, and even the surrounding small and large tribes, all looked to Orlayer Pendragon for guidance. Even their own leader's words no longer held any sway. Regarding this, Kaya was more than happy to see it happen. Come on, that was Tengri.
It was an existence that transcended all mortal matters. Wasn't it only natural for the entire tribe to follow her guidance?
The next day, Orlayer Pendragon planned out the future of the Rakshasa coalition tribe for Kaya. Things like wool utilization, land zoning, tribal economy. Kaya didn't understand a single one of these terms.
But he knew that whatever she said must be right. As for why she didn't use magic to help them get through this harsh winter.
Don't be ridiculous. Tengri must have her reasons for doing things. How could mere mortals like them presume to guess them? He believed that even if they were to die, they would simply be going to the place where Tengri resided. That was not a calamity, but a final destination. Meanwhile, a memorial report regarding the situation in Aegis Marches was rushed to the capital by fast horses, and the events of that day were spreading like wildfire. No one questioned it.
No one doubted it. There was even a feeling it was expected. By the time this memorial, filled with news of miracles and surrender, had traveled all the way to the Emperor of Orlayer, more than half a month had already passed. This emperor, usually known for his wisdom and martial prowess, merely raised an eyebrow. She's finally stopped pretending.
The memorial was passed around among the civil and military officials. Those who saw the information were all bewildered.
Some believed it implicitly, some were skeptical, and others didn't believe it at all.
After all, One of the subjects taught in the academy founded by Aurelier Pendragon was called science. When she taught classes, she also told the students not to be superstitious, and that the source of all unreasonable things could be explained by science.
But now, Phoenix,
does this align with what she taught?
The worldviews of the entire court were silently collapsing and being rebuilt.
The Emperor of Aurelion took in the varied expressions of the crowd. A sense of everyone is drunk, while I alone am sober, inexplicably rising in his heart.
He laughed loudly, his voice echoing through the grand hall. Ha. The Rakshasa coalition tribe voluntarily surrendering is a joyous event of great magnitude for our Aurelian Empire.
You have all seen the contents of the memorial regarding the incorporation of the Rakshasa coalition into Aurelion. You must fully cooperate with the princess, and there must not be the slightest delay. The officials looked at each other, speechless for a moment. So today's morning court session wasn't for discussion at all. It was to inform them.
The Emperor of Aurelion waved his hand to take a look at this as well. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 attendants carefully carried an exquisite wooden box into the hall.
Once the box was opened, everyone's gaze was drawn to it. Inside, neatly folded, lay garments they had never seen before. They looked lightweight, yet radiated an indescribable, thick warmth. Prime Minister Alastair stepped forward and gently stroked the fabric. His fingertips touched a fuzzy softness that wasn't prickly at all, but rather exceptionally comfortable.
He had only seen that style of clothing on Miss Bow, the person from future generations.
Your Majesty, what is this? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance asked first.
The eyes of the officials from the Ministry of Revenue lit up. They only knew that another large sum of money was about to come in.
The Emperor of Aurelion smiled slightly and uttered 2 words, sweater. After speaking, he reached out to unfasten his outer robe.
Your Majesty, you absolutely must not.
His close ministers hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. It is freezing cold right now. The imperial body is of utmost importance. You must not catch a cold.
The Emperor of Aurelion, however, did not care in the slightest and raised his hand to remove his outer layer.
Everyone looked closely and was collectively stunned.
A fine layer of sweat had actually seeped out on the Emperor's neck. The officials, this is this reasonable? It's freezing cold. The Emperor took off his clothes, and he actually got hot enough to sweat.
Is this the effect of the sweater?
Someone asked.
The Emperor of Aurelion nodded with a smile, his tone full of admiration. It is indeed the sweater. It looks lightweight and small. I never imagined it would be so warm.
Prime Minister Alastair stroked his beard, suddenly realizing no wonder the princess wanted to cooperate with the Rakshasa coalition people to vigorously develop the wool business.
From now on, our Aurelian Empire will have heated kings, honeycomb briquettes, and paired with these sweaters and long johns. Surely from now on, no commoners will ever freeze to death in the cold winter again.
Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Aurelion looked up and laughed heartily. Just how many more surprises does she have that I don't know about?
Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty.
The officials bowed one after another, flattering in unison. Amidst the joyous atmosphere in the hall, Minister of War Gareth Blackwood rolled his eyes, and taking advantage of the Emperor's good mood, hurriedly stepped forward with a fawning smile. Your Majesty, my legs always suffer from chronic rheumatism whenever winter arrives, to the point where I can't even get out of bed in pain. I wonder if you could bestow a few sets of these sweaters and long johns upon this old minister.
As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly drew agreement from the entire hall.
Your Majesty,
this subject needs them too. I only need 3, 1 for my elderly mother, 1 for my wife, and 1 for myself.
Your Majesty,
this subject is willing to use this entire month's salary just to exchange for a set of sweater and long johns. This subject also begs for reward.
Everyone argued incessantly. Just kidding. They had noticed that there were only about 20 pieces of clothing, and there were so many of them.
First come, first served.
The Emperor of Aurelion sat on the dragon throne, watching the ministers below getting red in the face with urgency, feeling increasingly comfortable in his heart. Don't just argue.
Fight already. It would be lively if they started fighting.
Just amidst the chaotic scramble, someone suddenly noticed that Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was standing quietly in the crowd, with no intention of step palace forward to compete at all.
Hey, this little old man. Arthur Pendragon and Lord Tristanthon were the princess's relatives. They didn't need to ask. Naturally, someone would send them to their residences. That was understandable. But why are you Minister of Rights Lucius Vance? acting so high and mighty. I've never seen you so averse to taking advantage of things before. But the next second, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance slowly raised his hand, seemingly unintentionally, and gently lifted his sleeve. A section of knitted wool clearly peeked out from inside.
He even let out a soft sigh, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. Oh my, that friend of mine is just too polite.
Yesterday, she insisted on sending someone to bring me 10 sets of sweaters and long johns.
I told her it wasn't necessary, it's so embarrassing, but she insisted on sending them. I really couldn't refuse, so I had no choice but to accept them. The officials...
Without waiting for everyone to react, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance intentionally stumbled, taking the opportunity to slightly lift his pant leg, revealing the equally soft and warm lining of the long johns inside, and slowly sighed. You really can't say otherwise. Wearing these clothes, they are unbelievably warm. Not having to freeze this winter, I'm actually a bit unaccustomed to it. The entire court of civil and military officials looked at his appearance of having benefited and still acting smug, and collectively fell silent. Someone tugged at their colleague beside them and asked, is this what those from future generations call humble bragging? The colleague replied with a wooden face, no, this is being annoying. Chapter 18. The Sky Reappears. Aegis marches.
A vast manor had been converted into a workshop. The originally empty rooms were neatly partitioned into an orderly assembly line.
The busy figures inside were both men and women, all wearing expressions of genuine contentment, with not a trace of winter's bleakness or sorrow to be found. They were dressed in wool sweaters and trousers, and in the corners of the room, honeycomb briquettes were stacked neatly, burning brightly and filling the entire space with warmth. It was the depths of winter. Yet there was no chill in the room. On the contrary, many had beads of sweat on their foreheads, their cheeks flushed red from the warmth. Bundles of raw wool, smelling faintly gamey, were piled in the corner.
Workers first poured the wool into special large wooden barrels, repeatedly soaking and kneading it in an alkaline solution made from wood ash and soaped locust to wash away the natural oils and impurities.
The cleaned wool was spread out on ventilated bamboo racks to dry, then meticulously combed by specialists to transform the tangled knots into uniform wool slivers. Next, as the spinning wheels turned, the slivers became yarn, and finally, the weavers fashioned them into sweaters, trousers, scarves, and gloves. The entire process was methodical, with everyone performing their duties with skilled and nimble movements. Little Master Dragon is kind-hearted. She secured such stable work for us, not only paying us monthly but also ensuring we have our fill at every meal. I've never felt this secure in my life.
Indeed, in this freezing weather, she even instructed us to stay in the manor after work.
Every room has a heated kang, burning warm.
We sleep comfortably at night without feeling a bit of cold. That's nothing.
I've also heard that once spring arrives after the new year, a large factory will be officially built here. When that happens, I'll definitely sign my daughter up.
Not only can she learn a craft, but she can also earn wages. It's 100 times better than just sewing and patching at home.
Laughter and chatter echoed throughout the room, with everyone's tone conveying an unconcealable sense of satisfaction. After they had been busy for some time, a shout came from outside the courtyard gate, time to eat. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone stopped their work. The manager walked over quickly and urged in a rough voice, "Wrap your scarves well and put on your gloves.
It's windy outside, so don't catch a cold. If you get sick, it will cost little Master Dragon money." The workers couldn't help but chuckle at this.
In the past, they were terrified of falling ill because their families were poor and they couldn't afford medicine. But now, they feared illness because they didn't want to burden little Master Dragon. They couldn't bear for her to spend a single cent of unnecessary money on them. Among the crowd were many Rakshasa coalition people with distinct, deep features. Having just arrived, they were still somewhat reserved and awkward in their mannerisms, and their Aurelian language was stumbling, making them hesitant to take the initiative. The people of Aurelion saw this and enthusiastically reached out to grab their arms.
"Sit with me later. Don't be polite when getting your food, there's plenty."
"You need to be full to have the strength to work."
The Rakshasa coalition people were stunned, then nodded vigorously, the smiles on their faces brighter than ever before.
"It's so wonderful. No need for slaughter, no need for plunder, no need to struggle against the biting wind and hunger, and no need to sacrifice their lives to live such a stable and warm existence. It felt like a dream. May Tengri bless us." Aegis March's government office. Orolier Pendragon sat at her desk and looked up at Prefect Yuan Meng beside her.
Increase the reward for the soldiers, help palace the people reinforce their houses.
In addition, for the families of the soldiers who sacrificed their lives, the pensions must be paid in full and on time. Visit them in person. If they lack grain, send grain. If they lack clothes, send clothes. Supply whatever they lack. Never let the families of the heroes suffer any grievances. General Sealers Vance spoke up voluntarily. Let me handle this.
With the war in Aegis marches settled, he had been forced to temporarily trade the sword for the pen.
Every day, facing documents and files, he felt restless, yet he wanted to shoulder more burdens for Orolier Pendragon. However, the trivial matters of the civil officials were truly too tedious to keep his spirits up.
Orolier Pendragon saw through his anxiety at a glance and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry.
Once spring arrives, the ice and snow melt, and the roads are clear, I will let you return to the front line to lead troops.
General Kalen Vanguard's eyes lit up. Really?
Orolier Pendragon nodded slightly, a flash of sharpness crossing her eyes.
This freezing weather was, after all, not suitable for waging large-scale wars, but since Trevidier had already been successfully taken, the surrounding small countries entrenched there remained an eyesore.
Even if it were just to save future generations from having to struggle with foreign languages, their generation had to strive a little harder.
General Kalen Vanguard, having received confirmation, could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and immediately clasped his fists.
Then I will head to the training grounds first.
With that, he turned around in a flurry and strode out the door.
But just as he stepped out the door, something cold and soft landed gently on his cheek, melting instantly. General Sealers Vance paused and instinctively reached out his hand. A crystal-clear snowflake landed quietly in his palm.
It's snowing.
Hello, everyone. I am your Orolian Empire review host, Chronoarchivist Echo. Long time no see, tilde.
Messets misbo, Lyra exclaimed in pleasant surprise.
Several months had passed since the sky screen last vanished. The people of Orolion had even begun to speculate whether the sky screen would ever appear again. Clara draped a finely woven wool cloak over Orolier Pendragon, carefully tied the ribbon at the collar, then walked to the window and gently pushed open one of the lattices. The cold wind, carrying fine snowflakes, rushed in, but the eyes of everyone in the room were instantly fixed on the sky, and the light screen was that figure, familiar beyond measure.
It seemed that winter had also arrived in later generations. Chronoarchivist Echo, in the frame, was bundled up, wearing a soft, thick cotton coat.
To the right of her figure, the Barash from the later generations was scrolling rapidly. Seeing this familiar scene, Orolier Pendragon smiled gently.
Long time no see. I've read your comments.
It's not that I haven't been updating. I was shocked to death by the news a while ago. I've been researching information, and even signed up for an archaeological team to visit Beishi in person.
After understanding everything, I came home in a daze and made this video.
A while ago. I know what that is. The collision of science and theology, right? Although it was said to be well-reasoned and evidence-based, I still don't believe it. How can there be immortals in this world? There might not be any now, but there must be in the Orolian Empire.
Otherwise, how do you explain it?
A mirage, whose mirage is a phoenix.
If you told me Orolier was a time traveler who brought a projector over, I might actually believe it. I'm from Beishi. That wasn't made up, it's real.
Beishi. Seeing all the comments on the barrage, Orolier Pendragon guessed that this place must be the current Aegis marches. As for the content of this episode,
she thought she had guessed a Chapter 19 original Mongols. Succubi also. I always thought that the common people calling Orolier the goddess of agriculture came from her contributions to agriculture, until some time ago when Prefect Yuan Meng's tomb was unearthed in Jiang City. At this moment, Prefect Yuan Meng looked up. Was his grave going to be dug up too?
He had clearly chosen a grave site with good feng shui that was well hidden, and he wouldn't even have his name written on the tombstone after he passed. Yet he still couldn't escape this fate. Orolier Pendragon, whose own skeleton was currently on display, gently consoled him. Look on the bright side. Your name will go down in history.
Prefect Yuan Meng, thanks, but I don't feel consoled. Prefect Yuan Meng, whose ancestral home was Beijing Canal in Senju, which is present-day Jiang City, was sent by Emperor Valerius to serve as the prefect of Aegis marches early in his career. Just how capable was this man?
He spent many years in Aegis marches, maintaining the basic survival of the common people in that very impoverished region.
During his tenure, The Vanguard Family Army Legion never had to worry about provisions.
Although food remained scarce, it never reached the point where people starved to death. Under the sky screen, General Kalen Vanguard, who had returned to the room to watch the video with Aurelier Pendragon and Prefect Yuan Meng, nodded in agreement. Prefect Yuan Meng is indeed formidable. Everyone had witnessed all the things Prefect Yuan Meng did after entering Aegis marches. General Sealers Vance didn't think he was particularly smart, but since his father praised Prefect Yuan Meng, and Aurelier Pendragon also praised him, then he would admire him too. On the sky screen, Echo continued with what followed.
Historians of later generations have analyzed that if Prefect Yuan Meng had still been the prefect of this place when chaos erupted in Aegis marches, he might have been able to secure provisions to let the Vanguard Family Army Legion hold out for a while longer, and in that way, General Kalen and General Sealers Vance would not have died. However, as it happened, Prefect Yuan Meng was promoted due to his political achievements and went to serve in the capital.
By the time he returned to this place with Aurelier later on, things had changed, and the people were gone.
Sigh. General Kalen Vanguard's heart skipped a beat as he listened. His gaze toward Prefect Yuan Meng was incredibly intense. In this lifetime, he would do everything in his power to keep Prefect Yuan Meng in Aegis marches. Prefect Yuan Meng was an easygoing person with a smiling face, and his speech made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze.
Magistrate Zhang King of Jeju wrote in a text, Prefect Yuan Meng is truly a gentleman. Aurelier also praised him, a gentle as jade, holding his own light, soft-spoken and subtle, solving all worries.
One can see how high his emotional intelligence was. In fact, Prefect Yuan Meng wasn't that talented.
During the exams, Arthur Pendragon was last, and he was second to last, but his demeanor in the examination hall was overly gentle and kind.
While others were so terrified of the examiner that they wished they could bury their heads in the ground, he alone smiled at him.
Consequently, the examiner remembered him.
He was originally going to fail, but when the examiner was grading, he thought of Prefect Yuan Meng, gave him a few extra points, and feeling that last place didn't suit such a man, moved him up one spot.
Sterling manner. Arthur Pendragon, so he was the one suited for last place. Who would speak up for him?
Also, could they stop mentioning him?
Woo, it's another unhappy day. Government office. Prefect Yuan Meng cupped his hands in apology to Aurelier Pendragon,
looking a bit embarrassed. So that was it.
Please convey my apologies to Master Dragon. Aurelier Pendragon felt a bit sorry for her father as she listened.
However, she had to admit that being able to make people feel good about you was also a tremendous advantage. Even during her time in Aegis marches, every time she spoke with Prefect Yuan Meng, she subconsciously softened her tone. This man was meticulous and had extremely high emotional intelligence. Aurelier Pendragon was curious how did that version of him in the original timeline manage to keep Aegis marches running without potatoes. Could it really be just based on personal charm?
After the exams, Prefect Yuan Meng was sent to a remote post-Aegis marches, a place everyone avoided at the time.
The Rakshasa coalition people were rampant there. The environment was harsh, and it was practically a death sentence, a job with no hope of ever returning to the capital. The prefects before him either pulled strings to leave or died, yet Prefect Yuan Meng became the only one to get promoted and receive a raise based on his political achievements. You might wonder, how did he manage that? He relied on his personal charm. Don't type question marks. If you understand Prefect Yuan Meng, you'll know what kind of person he is.
He is absolutely a succubus.
It feels like he is the protagonist halo over his head. Succubus. Protagonist halo? What are those things?
Prefect Yuan Meng and General Sealers Vance were completely confused. However, they both felt the first term wasn't anything good, because they saw Aurelier Pendragon shiver when she heard those two words.
The reason Aegis marches didn't lack food is also very simple. Prefect Yuan Meng knew how to cry, how to borrow, and how to play the victim.
Please watch the VCR.
Inside a large government office stood two middle-aged men wearing official robes. A line of subtitles slowly appeared, clarifying their identities. One was Magistrate Zhang King of Jeju, and the other was the newly appointed Prefect of Aegis marches, Prefect Yuan Meng. Prefect Yuan Meng looked at Magistrate Zhang King with eyes full of reverence, his tone earnest.
I have long heard of your great reputation, Magistrate, and have yearned for you with all my heart. It was precisely because I heard of your deeds that I have been diligent all along the way and achieved this official rank today.
I never expected that in my lifetime I would actually be able to see your esteemed face.
It is truly a great honor.
As soon as he finished speaking, His throat choked up, the corners of his mouth suddenly drooped, his eyes instantly turned red, and he actually burst into tears on the spot. Magistrate Zhang King hurriedly stepped forward.
"Prefect, why are you weeping?"
Prefect Yun Meng wiped his tears, snot and tears running together, his voice choked with sobs and grievances.
"I originally did not wish to meet you, Magistrate, in such a disheveled state, but in my heart, it is truly bitter."
In the end, under Prefect Yun Meng's complaints, the usually stingy Magistrate Zhang King waved his hand and gave Prefect Yun Meng provisions. Prefect Yun Meng was also very savvy. His eyes were practically sparkling, providing plenty of emotional value.
Orlier Pendragon found it amusing. So that was the method. Ask yourself if someone who had become a high-ranking official looked at you with eager eyes, saying they were your fan, how much they admired you, that they only became an official because of you, and that you were the only one in their heart and eyes. Could you not be moved?
Especially when it was the usually arrogant Magistrate Zhang King. It simply hit his weak spot perfectly. After Prefect Yun Meng returned to Aegis Marches with the grain, he didn't forget to write a letter to Magistrate Zhang King singing his praises and saying, "Magistrate, if it weren't for you, the common people of Aegis Marches would have starved to death. You are truly a great philanthropist with the world in your heart, the great benefactor of Aegis Marches, the great loyal subject of His Majesty, and the person I admire most." When Magistrate Zhang King heard this, he sent some moreover.
At this point in time, Magistrate Zhang King did not yet have such a deep friendship with Prefect Yun Meng. They had only met once. However, listening to Miss Bo, did this man actually revere him so much? He had such great taste.
At this moment, Echo suddenly cleared her throat and said, "As everyone knows, you shouldn't just keep shearing the same sheep."
Magistrate Zhang King, what does that mean? Echo made a gesture. Please watch the VCR.
This time, Prefect Yun Meng's target was Fan Linden, a merchant who was quite prestigious in several border prefectures.
Although Fan Linden was not from a noble family, his business was very large, and he even had some connections with the Rakshasa coalition people. They only heard Prefect Yun Meng say, "I have long heard of your great reputation, Brother Fan, and have yearned for you with all my heart. It was precisely because I heard of your deeds that I came to Aegis Marches to serve as this prefect. I never expected that I would actually be able to see your esteemed face. It is truly a great honor."
Magistrate Zhang King.
Chapter 20, Original Mongolian Origin.
Her.
Magistrate Zhang King, this damned sense of familiarity. Actually, I feel the funniest person in this is Old Pei. OP has good taste. I'm dying of laughter.
In the video that played afterward, it was clearly visible how Prefect Yun Meng, relying on a set of masterful rhetorical skills, coaxed countless people into willingly considering him their confidant.
He was most skilled at prescribing the right medicine for the right illness. He had a different method for every person, precisely Grar's palace everyone's heart.
With just a few words, he could make people lower their guard and open their hearts to him. When Magistrate Zhang King saw himself selling off his family assets to provide food for Prefect Yun Meng, he felt completely numb. This absolutely cannot be me.
How could he possibly be that stupid?
It can be said that Prefect Yun Meng lived a thriving life here, and he didn't idle when he went to Emperor Tiberius the Wise's side later either. He made many friends, and he could even hang out with his political rivals. In short, everyone had a very high opinion of him.
So this is the reason our historians are dedicated to finding Prefect Yun Meng's tomb. Hearing this name all day in history books and biographies of various officials, with such high presence, yet unable to gain a profound understanding, it's so frustrating.
Those guys in the history department even specially established a Find Yun squad for this.
Prefect Yun Meng, so having a strong presence is also a mistake.
But there's no help palace it. He is just this charismatic, however.
Are you sure you want to gain a profound understanding of him, people of the future? Which family defines profound understanding as digging up graves?
Seriously, I give up.
It's just a pity that Prefect Yun Meng hid himself too mysteriously.
The archaeological team pored over countless historical records and traveled to every place in history that Prefect Yun Meng had ever set foot in, yet they could never find his final resting place.
However, it can be considered a happy accident during this time. They unexpectedly discovered the resting places of quite a few other people, such as Wang Wencheng, Sun Yibo, Farzai, and others. Among them, the most famous is none other than Minister of War Chen Zhen. The four people suddenly named in the capital city, Minister of War Chen Zhen, who was originally watching the spectacle with a gossip-watching mentality, was so angry he yanked out a handful of his own beard.
What the hell?
Can you show some manners? What does this have to do with him in the slightest? An unprovoked disaster. Simply an unprovoked disaster. Ah, Prefect Yuan Meng, you brat.
I will never coexist under the same sky as you. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood was so angry his face turned flushed.
He couldn't reach the people of the future. But surely he could deal with the Prefect Yuan Meng right in front of him, right? 17 years of a long, arduous road to find Prefect Yuan Meng, and the world still couldn't find his burial place.
Until this year, when a student from Jingwen Wang accidentally picked up a stone slab engraved with text. After posting it online, it instantly triggered a huge uproar.
Prefect Yuan Meng's tomb, missing for thousands of years, finally saw the light of day.
But at the beginning, the archaeologists refused to believe that this was Prefect Yuan Meng's tomb, simply because this tomb was just too sloppy. Chrono-archivist Echo's expression was complex and indescribable for a moment.
Just this one sentence piqued the curiosity of everyone watching the video.
Sloppy. Just how sloppy could it be? We all know that the ancients always regarded their funeral affairs as more important than their lives.
From emperors and monarchs who built mausoleums and tombs, exhausting national strength, with deep underground palaces and countless burial objects, all for the sake of peace after death and eternal prosperity of their bloodline. Even ordinary gentry and commoners would carefully select tomb sites, use thick coffins for burial, and erect tombstones with inscriptions. Beyond that, they were particularly particular about auspicious feng shui, the number of layers of coffins, burial artifacts, etc., not daring to be sloppy in the slightest, fearing that it would be too shabby and make the deceased restless in the afterlife.
But what about our Prefect Yuan Meng? The most basic burial regulations, he didn't fulfill a single one. It was so simple that he didn't seem like a person of that era at all. The most basic funeral rites and regulations, he had none of them. It was so sloppy that he didn't seem like a person of that era at all. Our archaeological team's director Wang brought his subordinates, fully prepared, and almost dug through that piece of land. In the end, they had to admit that this was indeed Prefect Yuan Meng's tomb.
No, it couldn't even be called a tomb.
He just casually lay in a coffin and was buried, without leaving a single mark. After opening the coffin, the burial objects were pitifully scarce. The stone slab that student picked up was actually his coffin lid.
I'm dying of laughter.
The thing Prefect Yuan Meng probably cared about most was changing the coffin to a stone one. But who would have thought the coffin lid would crack in the end?
Ha ha. I've scrolled past a picture of Director Wang frowning during the interview. He even said that at first he thought he had dug up a modern person's grave. Prefect Yuan Meng. He never imagined that even though he hid himself so casually and sloppily, he could still be dug up by people of the future. After Echo finished speaking, she also displayed a few pictures on the light screen. As Prefect Yuan Meng watched, he felt his vision go dark. Some people are still alive, but their remains have already been publicly exhibited. Now, everyone in the entire Aurelian Empire has seen his exposed state. Where is he supposed to put his face now?
PFFT. General Sealers Vance was on the side, holding it in and holding it in. But in the end, he couldn't keep it together and laughed out loud.
Aurelair Pendragon also curled her lips slightly, but as soon as she thought of her own situation, her lips slowly tightened back up.
Inside Prefect Yuan Meng's coffin, the most eye-catching thing was a book that looked ancient at a glance. The cover had long since rotted away, but the content inside had been preserved to 70-80% using a special method.
If not for this book, the world would have had no way to confirm his identity.
Director Wang accepted an interview at the time, and the whole time he had the expression of the subway old man looking at his phone meme. He said, "Hey, I ran across more than half the globe, and I almost dug 3 feet deep into Beishi. Yet I didn't expect this kid to be hiding right here. Ha 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 ha."
Not that easy, Doge. By studying Prefect Yuan Meng's notes, the future generations have filled in many missing pieces of history. It is more like a personal diary, densely recording his thoughts and feelings along his journey, and the internet slang currently popular across the web. One monkey, one tethering method, actually originates from Prefect Yuan Meng's summary of his own way of making friends.
Holy crap, so it was him.
Ha ha ha. This is too vivid.
He really knows how to tether people. Magistrate Zanking. So all these years, in Prefect Yuan Meng's heart, he was just a monkey, right? Smiling face.
The notes recorded many past events, and among them, the one that shocked us the most was the miracle of Aegis marches.
This incident happened after General Kalen and General Sealers Vance died in battle, and Lady Rona Vance had broken through the Rakshasa coalition tribe.
At that time, the people of Aegis Marches were displaced, and the land was devastated. The imperial court sent Orlair to go and pacify and govern the region.
At that time, although the Rakshasa coalition people were terrified of Lady Rona Vance, they still refused to surrender.
When they heard that the surviving people of Aegis Marches revered Orlair as a savior deity, the leaders of the various Rakshasa coalition tribe factions scoffed. They even declared at the time the gods of the Orlayan Empire will definitely not be better than our Tengri. Everyone remember this arrogant face of his right now, okay?
Chapter 21, which I initially thought was an exaggeration, turned out to be realistic.
Speaking of this,
Echo winked playfully. Let's take a look at what he was like afterwards.
The voice fell. The video began to play. A rugged-looking Rakshasa coalition people leader was kowtowing crazily to the actor playing Orlair Pendragon, saying with every breath it's Hengri is above. This editing technique was quite interesting, constantly contrasting the two faces, leaving the viewers amused.
I'm actually going to laugh. Don't look at how hard this kid is kneeling. He still died in the end. Why?
Kaya thought he was too stupid and killed him off. Good guy, Kaya. Is it the Kaya I'm thinking of? Aegis Marches. Kaya was watching the sky screen with a few fellow tribesmen in the house Orlair Pendragon had allocated to them. They were wearing warm wool sweaters and pants, and charcoal fire was burning in the room. If it weren't for watching the video, they would all be sitting on the kang, hungry. There was food. Thirsty, there was hot water to drink.
This peaceful life now was something they had never thought of before.
Kaya only knew a few Orlayan characters, including his own name. He raised his head, his eyes a bit confused. Did the sky screen mention me?
His fellow tribesmen looked blank. Don't know. It was quite strange, actually.
Clearly, when they came here to scout for information before, they couldn't understand what the fairy in the sky was saying. But today they could understand every word. Regarding this, Kaya expressed Tengri's divine power. Anything that couldn't be explained, just push it onto Orlair Pendragon's head.
Isn't it funny?
This is not an exaggerated performance. Historical records show that when he saw Orlair, it was even more exaggerated. A 40 or 50-year-old man calling a young girl mother. That's not even all. He would even collect every strand of hair Orlair dropped to boil water and drink, let alone Orlair's bathwater and foot-washing water. There are even more perverted things. You guys can go see for yourselves. Orlair Pendragon. Upon hearing this, phew, it's a good thing this godman is already dead now. I'll send Kaya some more things later.
At this moment, the image on the video turned to the next page.
It was classical Chinese with clear handwriting, which wrote, "Today the sky is clear and mild, and the people of Aegis Marches to witness the immortal traces gathered in the cold.
Many suffered in Aegis Marches. The Prime Minister said we must comfort their wandering souls and guide them to heaven."
Are there really immortals in the world? There actually are. Heaven. What realm is this?
Could it be the heavenly palace?
The immortal music is lingering. How pleasant to the ear. Everyone was shocked to it as a phoenix. Prime Master Dragon is truly a goddess descending to the mortal world. The souls of the deceased were gently led away, heading towards the heavenly palace. The people of Aegis Marches saw it, and all shed tears. I also wept. This is what Prefect Yun Meng wrote with his own hand. The general meaning of this passage is that in order to appease the hearts of the people of Aegis Marches, Orlair said she would transcend the souls of the dead. So everyone saw the heavenly palace appear, heard the divine music, and even saw a phoenix circling with their own eyes, and a heavenly ladder extending from the heavenly palace to receive the departed. This is too mysterious. Phoenix. There is actually a phoenix in this world. The others can still be explained. But what kind of phenomenon is a divine bird that can change size? Are you sure the others can be explained by science?
I can't do it anymore. Do you guys remember that the earliest science sprouted from the Orlayan State Academy, and it was the textbook Orlair wrote herself? Good. Orlair taught us to approach science and break feudal superstitions, but then turned around and cultivated immortality herself. Right.
Orlair Pendragon touched her nose. She really didn't at this time. Those shocking deeds in Aegis Marches hadn't spread to every corner of the Orlayan state yet. In those states and prefectures where news was relatively closed off, when Echo announced the conclusion, The air seemed to freeze.
"My dear father,"
a man's voice cracked from shock, "is our little master dragon, who has been omnipotent since childhood, really a goddess descending to earth?
Could that be fake?"
A scholar who had read books next to him pushed his glasses, looking determined. "It's written clearly on the sky screen."
"Even the phoenix of later generations can't be explained by scientific principles. It must be true." I don't care,"
a woman said solemnly. "Anyway, I have always worshipped Little Master Dragon as the goddess of agriculture."
"I definitely didn't worship the wrong one."
"Goddess of agriculture. Please bless us with a bumper harvest this year."
"In these states, if you ask who is the most convinced, it must be the people of Sapphire Coast. There's no way around it."
"Who let the theory that Aureliar Pendragon is the Emperor of Heaven's own daughter spread from their Sapphire Coast tea-house first. As for the status of the storyteller's apprentice in that tea-house, it rose with the tide, and many people pulled him to talk more about Aureliar Pendragon's affairs in heaven.
As for why it wasn't the storyteller himself,
thanks for the invitation. He is in the capital and has already become an official."
At this moment, the most confused person was none other than the storyteller. Next to him, his wife was looking at him with burning eyes. "After the sky screen ends, you must tell me again."
"Storyteller."
He had already told it more than 100 times.
He scratched his head. "Didn't you ask me to spread fake news?"
When Minister Lord Tristan Thorn approached him, he didn't say these were archives from heaven regarding the matter that Aureliar is a goddess descending to earth. Many ancient books actually record it. For example, in Clara records it is written my young lady has been intelligent since childhood, unlike ordinary people.
Her demeanor and spirit are not like those of mortal children, or like Cyrui's fantasy dreams. Even Emperor Valerius of Aurelion once sighed heaven's heart his pity. That is why it bestowed this daughter upon me. And famous historical figures like Sai Jin, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, etc. have all said the gods descended upon Aurelion. And so on, not to mention the descriptions of Aureliar in folklore miscellany.
The common people call her goddess of agriculture, Yaohua heavenly venerable, one after another. Some people might ask why didn't we think it was true before.
Regarding this, I want to say a good guy. I always thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect it to be realism. Speaking of this,
Echo touched her nose.
Actually, everyone knows that emperors and generals throughout history, in order to secure their throne and raise their status, love to make up some divine traces for themselves.
Like Emperor Valerius of Zhou. When he was born, colorful clouds descended from the sky. Emperor went and dreamed of immortals teaching him knowledge when he was a child. And when Prime Minister Wenzong's of Wu State was born, there were stars falling into the village, etc.
These mysterious-sounding stories are everywhere in history books. The first two, anyone with a discerning eye knows they are made up. The one about Wenzong's is actually recorded, but the truth is not romantic at all.
It was purely a meteorite from outer space crashing down, killing many people at the time. At first, everyone thought it was an omen of bad luck.
It wasn't until Wenzong's became powerful and influential that this event was slowly whitewashed into a myth of auspicious omens descending from heaven.
Even our beloved Emperor Valerius of Aurelion, when he first ascended the throne, in order to stabilize the people's hearts and consolidate imperial power, specifically let people spread rumors that he had a golden dragon entwined around him since childhood and was destined by heaven. Seriously, if it weren't for the historians recording all of this down, and looking at Aureliar's situation in Aurelion State, I would have almost thought it was true.
Mixed in with a bunch of braggarts is a realist. Aureliar watch me secretly pretend to be immortal and then amaze all of you.
Just thinking that what the people of Aurelion State wrote were true records, but were misunderstood by later generations as fake makes me want to laugh. Then who wouldn't misunderstand?
An immortal.
That's an immortal. It's so funny.
History experts try to explain what happened back then with science every day, but every time they appear on camera, they lose a lot of hair.
Ha ha ha, Doctor. Meng went bald in his 30s.
Humanity's worldview is quietly reshaping Under the sky screen, the people of Aurelion State raised their faces, all confused, so the rumors about His Majesty were fake.
Imperial Palace. Emperor of Aurelion's face was livid, and he glared fiercely at Alar Valerius, who was recording. Why are you writing everything in there? Now it's good.
Everyone knows he was faking it.
He doesn't want face.
Ilar Valerius felt inexplicable, pouting and muttering, "It's not like I wrote it."
Hum.
Echo cleared her throat and continued. In short, There are now two waves of people discussing Orliar's identity. One wave stands for Orliar being a true god descending to Earth, and the other wave says Orliar is an alien, Orliar Pendragon. Why isn't anyone saying she's a transmigrator at this time? As for me, I prefer the former. After all, our Huaxia civilization has many myths and legends. If Orliar being a true god is confirmed, then does it mean that Nu creating humans, Qiufu chasing the sun, and Pangu opening heaven are also true? So complicated, I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Anyway, before I made this video I was a firm materialist. Of course, if just looking at Prefect Yunmeng's diary is not enough to make people believe, so I followed the archaeological team to Beishit and found some people whose ancestral home is Aegis Marches. However, the people of Aegis Marches died in large numbers during the war at that time, so their descendants are hard to find. But as long as the family line has continued from that era to the present, when asked, they will firmly say yes. VCR playing.
The archaeological team came to the current address of a remote village recorded in history and found an old man sitting under a big tree enjoying the shade, asking old fellow, "Do you really believe that Minister Orliar Pendragon in history is a true god who descended to the mortal world?"
Before the old man could answer, the people who were watching the fun gathered round, one by one, talking all at once.
"It's not about believing or not. It's that she is.
That is Yao Huanyangnang. Our people in Balagu have believed in her for generations." "Is that so?" The person asking the question looked skeptical. "Then since she is a true god, why don't you say it?" A girl looked at him like he was an idiot. "We said it. But did anyone believe it? If we said it out loud, wouldn't we be caught as mental patients?"
"Oh my, you guys don't know for how many years our village has been waiting for someone to ask this question." Archaeological teamed.
"Ha. Those from Nanming village in Beishi say it's a fact." Ha. Very few people know this history now. After all, at that time, in order to make Aegis Marches vibrant, Orliar brought in a lot of population from other places. With the change of dynasties, fewer survived.
You can look at my work.
I have commented many times that Orliar is a god, and they all treated me like a lunatic. Go, they are asking me, don't steal the limelight here. The old man sitting under the tree waved his hand impatiently, straightened his waist slowly, put his hands behind his back, and led the archaeological team members to his home.
As soon as they entered the house, everyone's eyes fell on the main hall. There was a half-length stone statue enshrined there, with a delicate face and a familiar gentle air between the eyebrows.
No need to ask. It was Orliar Pendragon. The old man didn't talk much nonsense, turned around and dived into the inner room.
After a while, he came out holding an old, rusty iron box. He put his reading glasses on his nose bridge and slowly lifted the lid. The box was lined with soft cloth, and inside was a small statue of a god and a few old books with brittle pages. He first bowed respectfully to the god's statue 3 times, before picking up one and handing it to the archaeological team member. "This is our family's genealogy, recorded since the Aurelian state era. You guys take a look first."
The team member carefully opened it and traced it all the way to the very beginning, and a name popped out.
Shu'Buyua.
This name sounded simple. No one had heard of it.
It must have been an ordinary commoner in the Aurelian state back then. After everyone finished reading, the old man took out a thin booklet and handed it over solemnly. "This one was drawn by my ancestor, a family heirloom. She was at the scene when the Prime Minister performed the magic."
She was illiterate, so she drew everything she saw. As soon as these words came out, Dean Liu of the archaeological team's eyes lit up instantly, and he reached out to take it quickly.
The booklet looked like it had been around for a long time.
The pages were light brown with age, but the corners were worn smooth and it had been preserved very well.
It was definitely not a modern imitation, but who would have thought? As soon as the first page of the booklet was turned, everyone couldn't hold back on the spot.
Someone couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered their mouth. "Old man, your ancestor's painting style is too distinctive."
"High aka distinctive.
Low aka too abstract."
I saw that the whole page was outlined with the simplest lines, simple to the extreme.
The ethereal clouds were not rendered with ink, but stacked with crooked, thick lines, twisted and turned, looking like wild grass rolled by a strong wind. The so-called heavenly ladder was drawn like a crooked, withered wooden pole, and the steps were just a few short horizontal lines, looking like they would break at any moment.
The funniest thing was that divine bird, the phoenix.
It used black lines to draw a round body, supported by two thin legs, and the wings were drawn with a few messy arcs. At first glance, this thing was no different from the wild chicken's flat palace in the yard, and even the tail was drawn sloppily, with just a few short lines flicking, and in the very center of this pile of lines, a stick figure stood alone, a bald head, 2 strokes for the body, 2 vertical lines at the bottom for legs, and a few strokes on the body for a robe. This stick figure was raising one hand facing a dense pile of stick figures below, and its posture looked quite composed.
The barrage was about to burst with laughter.
So stick figures have existed for so long? Too ridiculous, didn't he draw it himself? Does he really think we are so easy to fool?
It must be true.
If it were fake, Dean Lee would have discovered it immediately. Chapter 22, Aurelian Bao, the ancestor of stick figures.
It's even funnier knowing it's true. Ha ha ha.
That stick figure in the middle wouldn't be Aurelier, would it?
Ha
ha. It definitely is. The masters are among the common people. By the way, my focus is on the name Ju Erhu. It sounds like a girl's name. Right.
Is she actually the first one in the genealogy?
Outside Aegis Marcha City.
Georgia village. Do you think this Erhu could be our granddaughter?
The white-haired Grandma Shu nudged Grandpa Shu, who looked just as bewildered beside her. Grandpa Shu scratched his head and shouted at the top of his lungs. Erhua, what is it, Grandpa?
A little girl with rosy, frost-bitten cheeks ran over upon hearing him, and as soon as she reached the 2 elders, she was scooped up onto the cane. Grandma Shu said with heartache, "Oh, you little tiger, it's snowing outside. Don't let yourself get frozen." After saying this, she draped a quilt over her. Just then,
the 2 elders' eldest son and his wife walked in holding a piece of paper, their faces filled with extreme excitement. "Dad, Mom, take a look quickly."
Doesn't what our Erhua drew look a lot like the painting in the video?
The 2 elders held it up to look. Good heavens.
It wasn't just similar, it was exactly the same.
So this old fellow in the sky is really a descendant of our Ju family?
Grandpa Ju stroked his beard, his cloudy eyes seemingly brightening once more.
For people, there is nothing more worth rejoicing over than seeing the continuation of one's family line with one's own eyes. Grandma Ju was even more excited. Then does this mean our Erhua has made a name for herself in history?
She has. How could she not? Ju Erhua's mother clapped her hands and laughed. How could she not see before that this daughter, who would climb the roof and tear up the tiles if not beaten every 3 days, had such great talent? Erhua, tell Mom, where did you learn this skill? Ju Erhua scratched her head. At her young age, she didn't yet know what a big deal she had caused. She answered obediently. I learned it from Master Dragon. As soon as she finished speaking, her parents were poked by Grandma Ju. Grandma Ju scolded her with a smile. You little girl, how could Master Dragon's paintings be so ugly or unique? She had originally meant to say ugly, but the one who drew it was her granddaughter, her own flesh and blood. However, why did it feel like something was strange? Oh, right, a separate genealogy entry. Logically speaking, their whole family was still here, so it shouldn't be Erhua's turn to establish her own branch. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Erhua would have great success in the future, or their whole family was dead and gone. The adults in the room suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. That's not right either. Shu Erhua's father frowned. Even if Shu Erhua established her own branch, their names would still be written in the genealogy. Why on earth? The doubts in their hearts were soon answered. In the sky screen video above. After seeing Shu Erhua's drawing, a member of the archaeological team couldn't hold back their laughter and joked. Who was your ancestor's teacher? They must have been quite the talent. Unexpectedly, the next second, the old man suddenly puffed out his chest, his eyes shining terrifyingly bright. My ancestor's teacher was none other than the Chancellor. What? That one sentence stunned everyone. Dean Liu subconsciously retorted, how is that possible? How could the Chancellor's painting skills be so ugly unique? He had originally meant to say ugly, but this was drawn by the person's ancestor, their own flesh and blood ancestor. The group laughed a little, but didn't take it seriously. Celeste Pendragon's great reputation was all brought about by Aurelier Pendragon. How could she herself have stick figure painting skills? Then why is she the only one on your ancestor's page? Where are the others? The old man picked his ear and said calmly, Oh, they all died in the war, and my ancestor couldn't read and was young, so she didn't know what her parents' names were. So she didn't write them down. Archaeological team. Dean Liu, I didn't expect to meet a match as soon as I came out of seclusion. Grandpa Ju, do you know you have such a relaxed vibe? Ahaha. It's confirmed.
that this relaxed vibe was passed down from the ancestors.
By the way, is Shu Erhua's ancestors' teacher really Aureliar?
How is that possible? Aureliar is the recognized god of painting. Okay, recognized.
Who said that?
Who has seen it with their own eyes? It seems like everyone is just guessing, right? His Tilder, come to think of it, and thinking deeply about it, I have a thought. Could it be that Aureliar's painting skills were just too embarrassing to show, which is why no paintings were passed down?
Don't say it. You really shouldn't say it.
People of later generations were in an uproar, and the discussions were endless.
In history books, records of Aureliar Pendragon were mostly about court strategies, medical salvation, and craftsmanship for the benefit of the people, yet not a single word ever mentioned her painting skills. But in folk legends, it was said that Master Dragon had a divine touch with her brush, and one painting could startle the wind and rain.
Beneath the sky screen, at the Aegis March's prefectural office, several pairs of eyes landed curiously on Aureliar Pendragon. A trace of helplessness flashed in Aureliar Pendragon's eyes.
She really hadn't expected it.
A few days ago, she had only seen a child crying, picked up a charcoal pen, and drawn some small cats, dogs, and scenes of daily life on paper.
These were just a few casual strokes to coax a laugh, yet they had such a far-reaching impact.
Whether the Chancellor can actually paint. This discussion quickly dissipated as Echo continued her narration.
We don't know for sure if Shu Erhua's teacher was Aureliar, but what is certain is that after examination and research, historians have confirmed that these heirlooms of Grandpa Zhu come from the Kangming period of Great Aurelian. After Flip palace through history books, Zhu Erhua's name was also found in other records.
She was a merchant who became an orphan at a young age. Later, she studied and learned to read through the free education promoted by Emperor Tiberius the Wise, and eventually followed a merchant fleet out to sea, slowly accumulating wealth and taking 2 husbands. Her ancestral home was precisely in Aegis Marches. In summary, it can be concluded that the records in the diary of Prefect Yuan Meng are indeed true. Otherwise, how could one explain it? A high-ranking court official and a commoner, 2 completely unrelated people, both authenticated the miracle, besides witnessing it with their own eyes. I really can't think of any other reason. It couldn't be that the ancestors anticipated that we, the descendants, would study them, and so deliberately created this to tease us, right?
The most accurate proof that Aureliar possessed immortal magic is her unification of the Rakshasa Coalition tribe and making the Rakshasa Coalition people completely loyal to her. At that time, the Rakshasa Coalition tribe and the people of Great Aurelian had been fighting for 100 years.
With such deep blood feuds, how could they easily turn weapons into silk? Moreover, those who are not of our race must have different hearts.
The history of Great Aurelian before this was not without examples of the Rakshasa Coalition tribe betraying them.
But ever since Aureliar, this ethnic group directly integrated into Great Aurelian, never mentioning their old lands again, and the degree of loyalty of each person can be said to be to the point of being willing to die for Aureliar. You better believe it. This is recorded. The video lit up, and the images began to flow slowly. The camera swept across the border and settled in front of a simple yet sturdy cement house.
Pushing the door open, the interior was simply furnished. In the center, a statue with a compassionate face was enshrined.
Incense ash was scattered, and the candlelight flickered, making the whole room permeated with a deathly, silent piety. A family of 5 stood inside the room. An elderly person with graying hair, a middle-aged couple with solemn expressions, and 2 children of only 7 or 8 years old with deep, exotic features. The 5 people showed no panic, kneeling together on the cold prayer mats, their eyes fixed on the statue, their eyes churning with a near-insane obsession. Tangred is above.
The old man was the first to speak with a trembling voice. His withered hand struck the ground heavily, his forehead pressed against the prayer mat, his voice hoarse and frantic.
Tangred's physical body in the human world has died.
As her most loyal believers, we ought to follow her and never separate.
Before the words had even faded, he raised his hand and drank the poison that had been prepared long ago in one gulp. After only a moment, the old man's body stiffened abruptly, and he fell straight to the ground, no longer having any breath left. Yet the fanaticism of rushing toward his faith still remained on his face. The husband beside him was not moved in the slightest, not even an eyelid fluttered.
He calmly picked up the remaining bowl of poison and gently handed it to his young son's lips, his fingertips lightly stroking the child's head, his tone as flat as if he were saying a daily instruction. Drink it.
Don't be afraid. Once we reach heaven, we will still be a family." The two children were still ignorant, not knowing what life and death were, only having been instilled from a young age with blind obedience and or toward Tengri.
They lifted their tender faces, neither crying nor making a scene, neither shouting nor screaming, obediently opening their mouths to drink the deadly poison in the bowl in one gulp.
Their small bodies soon slumped onto the prayer mats, eyes tightly shut, with no further movement, seeing the children depart peacefully. The couple looked at each other. There was no grief or despair in their eyes. They smiled at each other, gently held each other's hands, and drank the poison without hesitation.
There was no more sound in the cement house.
The statue still kept its eyes lowered, and the firelight concealed its expression.
According to historical records, after the news of Aurelia's passing spread across the world, the Rakshasa coalition people, whether officials or commoners, men or women, young or old, all had the thought of following her in death.
Their actions were also swift. Before the imperial court could even react, a quarter of them had directly committed suicide, and it was the kind that involved the entire family. No one was afraid. No one was worried. In their faith, sacrificing for Tengri was the most normal thing. They believed that what they had in the human world was just a physical body. When the body perished, their souls would still accompany Tengri and live even better lives.
Later, it was only when the imperial court issued an order saying, "Chancellor Pei wishes for you to live out this lifetime," that this kind of fanatical sacrificial burial was stopped.
"I didn't expect those people to be so loyal to the young lady,"
Clara sighed with emotion. At this moment, the hearts of the Aegis March's commoners, who had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. The Rakshasa coalition tribe's reverence for Master Dragon was engraved in their bones. With such unwavering devotion, it was absolutely impossible for them to have any rebellious intentions. With Master Dragon in charge, the Rakshasa coalition tribe at the border would be the most secure barrier, and there would be no more worries of chaos.
But among the group,
only Aurelia's Pendragon felt a storm raging in her heart, her fingertips hidden in her wide sleeves trembling uncontrollably.
To put it bluntly, this just a cult? Her own death had been filled with so many human lives.
She couldn't remain indifferent.
Even if these people were willing to die for her, but these were all individual human lives.
Actually, she had also discovered the Rakshasa coalition people's blind trust in her now.
Take Kaya for example. He treated her words as divine edicts, following them 100%, never questioning right or wrong, never thinking about pros and cons, only knowing how to execute them blindly. Fortunately, it was she who stood at the top of their faith. If it had been someone with ulterior motives, this force, fueled by fanaticism, would surely have caused a monstrous catastrophe. But this was never what Aurelia's Pendragon wanted.
She wanted to give the Rakshasa coalition people a real future.
To let them be treated equally with the Hand people, to study and become literate, to enlighten the people, to little by little correct their distorted thinking, and to let them possess independent judgment, living clearly and freely. Aurelia's Pendragon knew herself too well.
The version of her in the sky screen must have also sensed this fatal hidden danger early on, but the time left for her to correct it was just too short.
The capital,
Prince Shiva's mansion.
The carved window lattice cut the light from the sky screen into tiny fragments of gold.
Prince Shiva reclined on the cane covered with brocade, his gaze locked on the light screen outside the window.
After a long while, accompanied by a very heavy sigh, he spoke. "Fortunately that girl is a good one. Otherwise, let alone subverting the great Aurelian Empire, the entire world would be plunged into misery."
He had experienced that period.
At that time, he was still a young child, and the imperial court was presided over by his imperial grandfather.
At that time, an undercurrent suddenly arose in the Linju area called the Sanchuan sect. Their leader called himself the Immortal Tandao, falsely claiming to be a living immortal appointed by the Heavenly Lord, descended to save the suffering. With just a bowl of talisman water, he had gathered the hearts of the people in that region completely.
At first, the imperial court did not pay attention to such folk forces, and just hastily sent a small wave of troops to suppress them.
But who would have thought that as soon as the government troops entered Linju, it would directly incite a rebellion across the entire province?
Those believers were as crazy as if they were possessed. Fearless of death, the troops found it difficult to contain them, and the chaos showed signs of spreading to other provinces.
If it hadn't been for his imperial grandfather suppressing it quickly, with thunderous means and an iron fist, The foundation of Great Orlion would have likely been shaken long ago. Even so, it was a breathtaking catastrophe. After the leader of the Sangshuan sect died, the entire Lingju nearly collapsed.
Hundreds of thousands of commoners actually disintegrated and committed suicide along with the leader's death.
That scene, just thinking about it, made one's scalp tingle. The remnants who were lucky enough to survive lurked in the shadows like ghosts, plotting day and night to revive the sect, becoming a chronic illness that his imperial grandfather could never cure. Later,
after his imperial grandfather died and his imperial father ascended the throne, he also discovered several waves of the Sangshuan sect's forces. Fighting wits and courage with them was agonizing.
Now, hearing Echo say this, the Rekshar coalition people's faith in Orliar Pendragon was even greater than that of the Sangshuan sect. Fortunately, indeed,
Great Orlion, the smart people were all rejoicing.
Only the Rekshar coalition tribe.
They didn't understand the breathtaking danger at all, but instead proudly raised their heads and nodded in complete agreement. Yes, this is our attitude toward Tengri. Putting it that way, the Rekshar coalition tribe is actually quite cute. Don't you guys think it's a bit scary? Indeed, I can only say fortunately it was Orliar. However, feudal superstition kills people. Orliar certainly wouldn't want them to die for her. Sigh.
I am a descendant of the Rekshar coalition tribe.
We still worship Lady Orliar here to this day.
You can go and learn about our history. After Orliar passed away, when Great Orlion was in turmoil, we were always the ones to rush to the front lines without hesitation, just because Orliar had entered the world as a person of Great Orlion.
Chapter 23 on the loyalty of the Rekshar coalition people to Orlion Bao. After thousands of years of changes, the Rekshar coalition tribe is now completely a part of our Huaxia family. When Orliar integrated the Rekshar coalition people into the Orlion citizens back then, a portion of the Rekshar coalition tribe still remained in Yan Prefecture, and the Rekshar coalition people in this area became one of the most important forces of the Orlion state. How loyal were the Rekshar coalition people to the Orlion state? Put it this way. During the late years of the Orlion state, while the Orlion citizens supported the Zhu family to be emperors, the Rekshar coalition people were still resisting. It made the Zhu family feel very helpless. After all, they all knew who the Rekshar coalition people were loyal to. As for Orliar, who wouldn't respect and admire her?
At that time, the emperor really didn't want to take action against the Rekshar coalition people.
How was it finally resolved?
Orliar Pendragon personally arranged a meeting with the Rekshar coalition tribe leader and forged a handwritten letter, claiming it was left behind by Orliar.
Hey, the leader believed it, and then gave up resistance.
The emperor was also a good one and didn't punish them too severely.
After all, they hadn't stirred up any waves, and they didn't really want to rebel. They just wanted the Zhu family to continue being emperors.
I heard that at the time, the Rekshar coalition leader even asked Orliar Pendragon if she had any thoughts on the matter, saying they could let her be the emperor.
Orliar Pendragon refused, and the matter was dropped. Funny thing is, later on, as dynasties changed, if one wanted to control this force, one had to establish a connection with Orliar.
In the power struggles among warlords, whoever had the closest relationship with Orliar would have the Rekshar coalition people fighting for them, and they were the type that would absolutely never betray them.
Then in modern times, even though science has been popularized, the Rekshar coalition tribe is still rooted in Beishi, the place where they first met Orliar. We interviewed many people, and they all expressed that they still believe in the existence of Tengri, and believe that after death they will go to the place where Orliar is, continuing their own faith. Descendants of the Rekshar coalition people say we are not loyal to the Orlion state. We are loyal to Orliar. Twiddling fingers whistling. On the sky screen, Echo didn't know what she thought of, and suddenly smiled. I remember the stage of the power struggle. Everyone's strength was equal, and no one could bite off a piece of the other, and the Rekshar coalition tribe was a force detached from them, so everyone wanted to control it. But everyone knew the nature of the Rekshar coalition tribe. So the 5 warlords started making up stories, making them sound incredibly flowery. The video started playing. After another war ended, the warlords knew that going on like this was not a solution. One of the warlords took the initiative to call a truce, and after returning, wrote a handwritten letter to the Rekshar coalition tribe leader. It read, "My lineage traces back to being a descendant of the wife of the Marquis of Wencheng. Please, Chief, you must help me." The Marquis of Wencheng was Orliar's younger brother. This younger brother was also a capable person. We will talk about him later.
On the screen, the warlord had someone send a letter out, then returned to his own ancestral hall and secretly modified his genealogy for an entire night. The scene switched again. What he did was quickly passed onto the ears of the other warlords by spies.
Everyone started making up stories while cursing.
When the first letter was delivered to the hands of the Rakshasa Coalition tribe leader, he was just preparing to go and provide support.
But who knew that several small soldiers would walk into the camp, each holding a letter in their hands?
After reading 3 more letters, the Rakshasa Coalition tribe leader was confused on Prefecture Government Office.
Aurelier Pendragon also finished reading the contents of the letters while following the camera.
She was equally silent. Some said their ancestors had held her when she was a child. Some said their ancestors were sworn brothers with her father. And there was an even more outrageous one.
In the video,
a warlord wearing a python robe, who looked to be of a certain age, carefully wrote down the words personally opened by the Rakshasa Coalition King. My ancestors were the sons born after Prime Master Dragon went to Yan Prefecture and felt the energy of heaven and earth. Please, Rakshasa Coalition King, assist me.
Aurelier Pendragon, seeing this Kaya, was so angry he was almost dying. The children of Tengri are only us Rakshasa Coalition people. Where did this thing come from?
The clansmen beside him were also full of anger. In their hearts, only the Rakshasa Coalition people had the deepest connection with Aurelier Pendragon. Even the Aurelian people had to stand aside. This letter was not sent out, because the strategist beside the warlord finished reading the content, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a trembling hand, My lord, are you sure that after the Rakshasa Coalition King sees this, he won't be the first to come and kill you?
The warlord was silent for a moment, and knew he was wrong, but still forcibly maintained his dignity as this king afraid of death.
The strategist pouted and was about to cry, Then do I have to die too, warlord?
The two looked at each other for a moment.
Under the aggrieved gaze of the strategist, the warlord coughed lightly and rewrote a letter. The content this time was the Prime Minister was the sworn brother of his ancestor from a different father and mother.
Aurelier Pendragon's sworn brother from a different father and mother, really? Interesting. The video hadn't ended here. When the strategist walked out of the room, his legs were still weak.
He leaned against the wall, looked up at the clear weather, and said sincerely, I'm really tough. I survived another day.
Yes, tough, laughed myself to death.
Wait, weren't there 5 warlords?
This is only 4.
Where did the other warlord go? He didn't write a letter, but directly invited the Rakshasa Coalition King, confidently allowing the Rakshasa Coalition King to bring his troops, saying that once the Rakshasa Coalition King heard his words, he would be loyal to him and never go back. Yes, he didn't go back.
My lady, I didn't expect that at that time, besides the Pendragon family, there was someone with such a close relationship with you.
Lyra was very curious. Aurelier Pendragon curled her lips. I don't think so. The strange expression on Chronoarchivist Echo's face when she said that meant things were not that simple. Sure enough, after the Rakshasa Coalition King entered the city, he was also curious, so he went directly to the banquet. At the banquet, a relatively thin warlord held a wine cup, with a beauty lying in his arms.
He watched the carefully choreographed songs and dances and asked, Does the Rakshasa Coalition King think this song and dance is beautiful?
They were all choreographed according to the Prime Minister's poems for back then. The Rakshasa Coalition King's originally impatient expression cleared up after hearing the latter words, and he nodded seriously. It is indeed very good. Next, the warlord kept toasting. The Rakshasa Coalition King didn't have time to drink with him and asked, May I ask what relationship you have with the Prime Minister? The warlord was perhaps drunk. His cheeks flushed with a faint thin red, and he laughed loudly. It's actually amazing to say. This king is actually not my mother's biological child, but was picked up by her. Oh, the Rakshasa Coalition King raised an eyebrow.
Only to see the man put his hands behind his back, tilted his neck and said, Actually, I am a child born from Tengri, sensing the energy of heaven and earth. My current state is to practice in the human world. Wait until 100 years later. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became.
He didn't notice the Rakshasa Coalition King's increasingly gloomy face at all.
Wait for me to get through the tribulations of the human world, and I will go to find my biological mother. Before the words could finish, the Rakshasa Coalition King slammed the table and stood up. The wine cup exploded with a bang, and the wine splashed everywhere. A shout of rage shook the beams and pillars of the main hall. The singing and dancing stopped abruptly, and the beauty was so scared she knelt on the ground. The Rakshasa Coalition King's eyes were red, his hair stood on end with rage, and he shouted sternly, "How dare you, you brat!" The whole hall was instantly dead silent.
The drunkenness on the warlord's face faded away by more than half in an instant. He froze on the spot, his face still wearing the smugness he hadn't had time to take back, and only terror remained in his eyes. The Rakshasa Coalition King was trembling with anger, pointing at his nose. His voice as cold as ice. "Is the name of Prime Master Dragon something that a despicable villain like you can profane at will?
And a child of Tengri, do you really think this king is a fool?" After saying that, in front of everyone in the hall, he directly cut off his head. When the head rolled on the ground, Orliar Pendragon also breathed a sigh of relief. "Comfortable. I was just afraid he wouldn't die."
I didn't expect that even after I had been dead for hundreds of years, there were still people spreading rumors about me.
The following scene was, when the news here spread to the world.
The warlord and strategist who had modified the letter earlier hugged each other and cried,
"Warlord Virtuous Official, it is fortunate that I have you. Otherwise this king would have really made a big mistake."
Strategist, sob, 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 my lord, we don't have to die.
"I didn't expect there to be someone even stupider than you."
You only dared to say your ancestor was the Prime Minister's child. This person was actually shameless enough to say he was the Prime Minister's biological son.
Warlord, right. Too shameless. Wait, you said this king is stupid?
Strategist,
These two crouching dragon and fledgling phoenix are really too interesting. This pair of monarch and subject had a relatively better ending, just because their brain circuits were relatively unique. The new emperor was afraid that killing them would be contagious.
The one who finally took over the Aurelian state and obtained the allegiance of the Rakshasa Coalition people was Paisiu,
a member of the Pendragon family. Hearing this sentence from Chrono-Archivist Echo, the same thought flashed in the minds of the Aurelian people. Prime Minister's mansion.
Prime Minister Alistair's hand pouring. He paused. I didn't expect that in the end. It was the Pendragon family that won this world, right at that time.
Besides the Orthodox Shu family, only the descendants of the Pei lineage inheriting the throne would be the most convincing.
This Paisiu was not any of the warlords at that time. He was a new force from the common people. His ancestral home was in Daexiang County, Hallis Prefecture.
It was a family of scholars with considerable family wealth. In the late years of the dynasty, the world was in turmoil. Heroes and heroines from all walks of life were singing on the same stage.
At this time, the 5 major warlords were all fighting for the throne of the Central Plains, while Paisiu became famous throughout the world by providing disaster relief and saving people, and appeared in the eyes of the world. When Paisiu heard that the warlords were all fighting for the power of the Rakshasa Coalition King, he thought, why not join in the fun? Unexpectedly, Hayat really succeeded, and he was able to win in this game of chess by relying on 3 words.
Echo said, pursing her lips and smiling. "Those 3 words are, my surname is Pei." As the words fell, the art style of the sky screen became soft and funny. On the left, a round Q-version little person popped out, with 3 bright words on top of his head at Paisiu. To his right was a row of warlords, all in the appearance of short and stout QQ people.
The Rakshasa Coalition King stood in the center, with 5 blank hearts hanging over his forehead, looking very much like favorability waiting to be lit up.
A warlord on the right spoke. "I am a distant relative of the Prime Minister." Paisiu only said one sentence, "My surname is Pei." The next second, among the 5 white hearts on the Rakshasa Coalition King's head, the first one suddenly turned red.
The warlords took turns coming forward, and every time Paisiu spoke, those blank hearts lit up one after another. When all 5 red hearts were full, the Rakshasa Coalition King's QQ person knelt down with a thud, holding Paisiu's thigh tightly, looking like he swore to follow him to the death.
Paisiu's little person straightened his back, bearing a mouthful of big white teeth, and triumphantly made a big yes sign. General Sealer's Vance left. "Every time I see this art style, it's quite interesting." Prefect Yuan Meng nodded yes. "Yes, village."
Zhu Erhur, who was drawing a stick figure alliance under the eyes of her family, had bright eyes when looking at the Q-version little person on the sky screen. As a child, she had no resistance to this art style at all.
Zhu Erhur puffed up her little face, stared at her drawing paper for a while, and tentatively drew the first stroke. Overhead, the discussion about this video segment continued. Anyway, the Rakshasa Coalition King felt that what everyone said didn't sound true. But who to old dragon Z to have the surname Pei? the same surname as Orlayer.
This Paisy was also quite interesting. He knew that if he established a relationship with the Pendragon family, the obstacles to sitting firmly on the throne would be much smaller, so he spread the news that he was a descendant of the Pei lineage. The Rakshasa coalition king was even happier when he heard this. As for whether he considered whether this was fake anyway, no one questioned it.
Mainly because everyone thought the Pendragon family was still around. How could Paisy with such a big reputation and dare to touch porcelain? Paisy was also worried that his lie would be exposed by the Pendragon family, so when things got big, he wrote a letter to the Pendragon family, saying he didn't know how the rumors spread. Blah blah blah. After he entered the Central Plains, he personally visited the head of the Pendragon family at that time.
He originally wanted to apologize, but who knew that after he came out, it was really officially certified, so the hearts of the people in the world were gathered together.
Our old Pendragon family has really been consistent since our ancestors, and has never had any thoughts about that position. This is also the reason why the Pendragon family could have a very high status in every dynasty.
At that time, as long as you wanted to be the emperor, you had to get the approval of the Pendragon family, otherwise, who would recognize it?
Looking at it this way, did the Pendragon family transcend imperial power in later dynasties? Can the emperor allow that?
Not allowed. Didn't you see that many monarchs were suppressing the Pei lineage? However, you can suppress as much as you want, but when something happens, you still have to honestly invite people back.
Yun Prefecture, Government Office. General Sealers Vance scratched his head, looking confused. Is this Paisy really a descendant of the Pendragon family?
Wasn't it said before that he was a fake?
Not necessarily. Prefect Yuan Ming spoke lightly from the side. But even the head of the Pendragon family personally admitted it, sometimes saying it is, sometimes saying it isn't. General Sealers Vance only felt his head was spinning. He subconsciously looked at Orlayer Pendragon, his eyes full of seeking clarification.
Orlayer Pendragon shook her head gently, her tone calm at that time. The world was already in chaos.
Continuing to fight would only make the people suffer more.
We needed someone who could suppress the four directions to stand up.
General Sealers Vance blinked. So the Pendragon family did it on purpose?
Yes.
Orlayer Pendragon nodded lightly. The Pendragon family needed a monarch who could end the chaotic times, and Paisy needed this identity. Paisy, you should also be clear about this.
Why is that again?
Because if he hadn't received the approval of the Pendragon family, he would have been snuffed out the moment the rumors started. Paisy was not stupid. If he were a stupid person, he wouldn't have been able to sit in that position, even whether his true surname was Pei or fake. Orlayer Pendragon remained skeptical, but that wasn't important.
What was important was whether he was a good monarch, but being able to be recognized by the Pendragon family meant he definitely wasn't bad. General Sealers Vance digested it for a long time before he tasted the flavor, and muttered in a low voice that the hearts of those who play power politics are all dirty.
Orlayer Pendragon didn't commit. Chapter 24. The Spirit of Diligence. Having said so much, I don't know how everyone judges the question of whether Orlayer actually possesses immortal arts. I've pretty much come to believe it. Perhaps she really is a deity, descended to Earth to save us from suffering.
Or perhaps not. Perhaps when technology becomes more advanced in the future, we will be able to know the answer.
The only thing we can be certain of is that Orlayer's status here is exalted. Without her, we certainly wouldn't have developed so quickly.
However, Echo suddenly pulled out a book.
2 large characters were printed on the cover. Science. Family, do you think there is any need for me to study this subject?
Every time I think about how she told us not to believe in metaphysics while she herself turns around and practices sword flight, I want to laugh.
Maybe she's watching us from somewhere right now. Orlayer Pendragon smiled slightly.
She really didn't know how to fly on a sword, but that last sentence was correct. Watching the bearish comments speculating wildly, some even claiming she was a prehistoric creature, or that she was actually an ancient person who had been abducted and modified by aliens, Orlayer Pendragon remained silent.
In any case, this video ended in such an atmosphere.
Colonel Archivist Echo's figure disappeared as the sky screen dimmed.
Having tilted her neck for too long, it felt a bit stiff. Orlayer Pendragon was stretching when she turned her head and met several pairs of inquisitive eyes. General Kalen, Vanguard Master Dragon. What is a prehistoric creature?
Prefect Yuan Ming, and what are aliens?
Are they people who live on the stars?
Do they also have to study and eat like us?
General Sealers Vance and Prefect Yuan Ming asked their questions subconsciously. They didn't consider whether Orlayer Pendragon would know the answer. In their hearts, She was omnipotent.
If she couldn't answer, it must be because the prehistoric creatures and aliens were being unreasonable and failing to appear for her to learn about them.
Regarding this, Orliar Pendragon could only say,
Orliar Pendragon hadn't expected that even after transmigrating, she would still have to popularize science to the ancients.
When the two stepped out of the room, they were still quite eager for more.
The biting north wind whipped up icy grains, stinging their faces, yet the enthusiasm in their eyes was not dampened in the slightest by the chilly spring breeze. General Sealers Vance rubbed his frozen, red ears and said excitedly, "I just don't know which is stronger, a dinosaur or the snow wolf I hunted before. I really want to have a hearty fight with one."
Orliar Pendragon, who could hear this clearly because he hadn't walked far, thought, "Don't just pick and choose what you want to hear."
Prefect Ewenman tucked his hands into his sleeves, his face crinkling with a smile. "When school starts, I'll tell the students.
The new award for outstanding teacher in Aegis Marches is as good as mine. Heh, Orliar Pendragon. It is said that the Emperor of Orlion was born to sit on that dragon throne."
Not many days after the imperial decree was issued to widely establish schools in all regions and allow those who achieved academic success to participate in the imperial examinations, a brand new imperial edict was promulgated throughout the land. That was the outstanding teacher evaluation system.
Each prefecture would select 3 outstanding teachers every year, who would be granted the opportunity to travel to the capital to report on their duties and be personally received and commended by the emperor.
It was truly a generous reward and a crowning glory.
Once the news spread, the entire Orlian Empire was shaken. The teachers in the schools instantly gathered all their strength, working day and night to impart knowledge and resolve doubts, focusing entirely on teaching while secretly competing with one another. The students under the teachers dared not slack off in the slightest, burying themselves in their studies with all their might. For a time, the atmosphere of study in the Orlian Empire was intense, with the sound of reading aloud filling the streets and alleys of the prefectures. The spirit of diligent study was everywhere. Yet, even with the heavy coursework and doubled pressure, not a single person showed signs of weariness or slackness toward their studies. The reason for this is not hard to guess. Now is the beginning of the new policy of universal education.
Children of commoners hope to rely on knowledge to change their family's status and support their households, regretting only that they haven't learned enough or mastered it well enough to meet the threshold of the imperial examinations and live up to their family's expectations. Meanwhile, the children of noble families fear being surpassed and left behind by the times, so they also study diligently day and night.
However, Orliar Pendragon knew that this high-intensity, tense state was by no means a long-term solution. Under continuous mental pressure, the students' bodies and minds would sooner or later be broken, leading to disaster. After careful consideration, she immediately established a new rule: for every 5 days of study, there would be 2 days of rest. Furthermore, a full period of free time must be set aside during each day's coursework, forcing the students to leave the study room, run, play, and relax their bodies and minds, truly achieving a balance between work and rest.
She remembered that as soon as the new rule was issued, many ministers went to find the Emperor of Orlion.
The Emperor of Orlion just chuckled and tossed the problem back to Orliar Pendragon.
Consequently, led by the Grand Academician of the Imperial Academy, several old teachers holding the new regulations with furrowed brows came specifically to find her master dragon. Seeking knowledge should involve forgetting food and sleep.
With this much rest and so little study, won't it hinder the student's future? Orliar Pendragon replied with only a calm sentence: if a string is pulled too tight, it will eventually snap. If a person collapses first, what use is their high level of knowledge? The old men looked at each other.
They said nothing,
yet they had said everything.
However, this incident did serve as a reminder to Orliar Pendragon.
That same day, she added a few more detailed rules. Self-study is not prohibited on rest days, but teachers are not allowed to assign extra classes or excessive homework. During the daily free activity period, students must leave their desks. They can run, jump, play, or make noise, but they are absolutely not allowed to stay cooped up in the room studying to death. The old teachers. She anticipated my anticipation. When the news reached the students' ears, some were initially uneasy.
Students from humble backgrounds gritted their teeth and said we are already starting later than the children of the powerful and noble. Resting one more day means one less day of study.
But after a few days, everyone began to realize the benefits. Before, they were buried in books all day, dizzy and with blurred vision, their efficiency frighteningly low. Now, it was the opposite. They felt refreshed and remembered things better. Slowly, no one complained anymore. Instead, they all looked forward to the rest days and the free activity classes. The teachers also gradually came to understand. In the past, when they forced the students to study, many appeared respectful on the surface but were actually distracted or sleepy. Now that there was a balance between relaxation and strictness, the students were more focused in class and more active in asking questions. The atmosphere in the school was relaxed yet vibrant. Thus, the rule was established. Chapter 25 Hot Pot.
Prefect Yun Meng had originally come to Aegis Marches to take over as the prefect.
But now that Aegis Marches was thriving and there was not much government business, and since he was someone who could not stay idle, he went to the academy and took on a position as a teacher.
After all, who could refuse the honor of being personally praised by the monarch?
And that was the Emperor of the Ages. The Emperor of the Ages, no less.
The footsteps of General Sealers Vance and Prefect Yun Meng grew more distant, and gradually, or Lyre Pendragon could no longer hear them.
The frost and wind of Aegis Marches were always wanton, never caring about the lives of mortals.
This year was no exception.
The snow fell heavier and heavier. It had been falling for 3 consecutive days with no sign of stopping. Walking on it was extremely difficult. The snow was deep enough to cover half of one's lower leg. In this kind of weather, Lyre Pendragon chose not to go out. She had never experienced such a bitter winter, and she knew she needed to take care of her health.
The operation of the prefectural office did not stop.
Every day, runners delivered memorials, informing her which places were covered in snow to the point of being impassable, and so on. Fortunately, due to previous preparations, there were no instances of houses being crushed.
On the 4th day,
the sun finally came out,
but the weather was still cold.
Lyre Pendragon sat in the main seat, with a circle of people around the table.
Prefect Yun Meng, General Kalen Vanguard, General Kalen, Kaya, and some Aegis Marches officials.
These people learned that Lyre Pendragon had a novel way of eating, so they braved the winter just to come and mooch a meal. This hot pot is delicious.
Having a bowl in the middle of winter really warms the body up, General Kalen said, taking a sip of wine.
Good wine. General Sealers Vance also took a sip, his eyes lighting up. Young Master Dragon, this wine. Lyre Pendragon spread her hands. There is no more.
She had brewed this wine back in the capital.
She gave 1 bottle to her father, 1 to her grandfather, and Emperor of Orlion received 2. The last bottle was only shared because she thought of the contributions the Qin family had made to Orlion.
Even when Minister of Rights Lucius Vance and Prime Minister Alistair asked for some, she could not bring herself to give them any.
Lyre Pendragon was not fond of drinking, but Arthur Pendragon loved it. She had brewed these just to let her father have a happy birthday.
Upon hearing this, the excitement on General Kalen Vanguard's face instantly collapsed, but knowing the wine was precious, he did not ask again and just buried his head, picking up another chopstick of tender meat into the pot.
The copper pot bubbled in the hall, red oil churning and white broth boiling. Warmth spread layer by layer, softening the unmelted snow outside the window.
Prefect Yun Meng held his bowl, his nose tipped slightly red from the cold, eating until he was sweating profusely. A few days ago, the snow blocked the roads and the commoners were all huddled at home. Every household is learning this method now. Kaya ate meat with his head down, his voice muffled but sincere warm.
It is 1,000 times better than life before.
Lyre Pendragon tapped her fingertips on the table, watching the lively room full of people, a rare, faint smile touching her eyes. This year, it had come a bit too late after all.
Some things could not be prepared in time. Although hot pot was delicious, it was all meat, and eating too much would make one feel greasy, so she did not take many bites.
Now, glass had also been produced.
When spring comes, she could teach the commoners about glass greenhouses, so that by next year, they could add some greens to the dinner table and supplement their nutrition.
Take advantage of the snow-stop palace to send people to the villages to see how the commoners are doing, and whether they lack firewood or food. Her voice was clear and calm, yet it suppressed the noise of the room.
If they are lacking, replenish it quickly. This winter, I do not want to see a single person in Aegis Marches freeze or starve to death."
General Kalen, tipsy from the wine, patted his chest and agreed to rest assured.
Kaya looked at Aureliar Pendragon with bright eyes. She smiled back. "The same goes for you all.
We are all one family now."
Upon hearing this, Kaya nodded heavily. He was so happy he felt like he could fly. One family.
He had been personally acknowledged by Tengri.
Even if he were told to run 10 laps around Aegis Marches, plow all the commoners' fields, and sweep the snow of the entire city right now, he would be willing. No one noticed Kaya's excitement. Everyone was busy burying their heads in eating. General Sealers Vance secretly tugged at Aureliar Pendragon's sleeve and muttered in a low voice, "Young Master Dragon, is that wine really gone? Just a sip, even just a sip would do." Aureliar Pendragon glanced at him and smiled. "It is gone. Wait until spring, and I will teach you how to brew new stuff that is even more fragrant than this." Kaya's eyes lit up again. "Aureliar Pendragon, of course you will have some too."
The sturdy man who could run 10 kilometers without panting blushed. He.
Half a month later, the snow, which had been falling intermittently, did not fall for 3 consecutive days. The thick clouds overhead slowly dispersed, and a round of warm sun broke through the mist, quietly spilling onto the streets, alleys, and roof tiles of Aegis Marches. The accumulated snow slowly melted in the sunlight, and ice water dripped along the eaves, gathering into thin streams that flowed into the soil. This scene seemed to be telling a story. The long winter had passed halfway, and the new year was coming. This was the first new year that truly symbolized peace since the years of war in Aegis Marches had subsided. The clouds of sorrow that had long accumulated in the hearts of the commoners also melted away with the ice and snow. As soon as the sky cleared, without waiting for the government to urge them, every household spontaneously picked up brooms and shovels, walked out of their homes, and cleared the snow in front of their doors and in the streets.
In the previous days, the weather was freezing and the roads were slippery and difficult to traverse, so Aureliar Pendragon, feeling sorry for everyone, specially ordered a temporary suspension of road construction. But now that the weather had just cleared up a bit, the commoners could no longer hold back, and one after another, they voluntarily picked up the unfinished work. Watching the scene, Aureliar Pendragon felt both helpless and warm in her heart. The commoners all knew how to be grateful. Whoever was good to them, they would return it with full enthusiasm. Look, what a simple truth.
Yet many people still did not understand it.
Prime Minister, a memorial from the imperial court. Prefect Yuan Meng held a letter, smiling, and walked in with a light step. Prime Minister?
Aureliar Pendragon was slightly stunned.
Prefect Yuan Meng smiled and explained to Prime Minister Alistair has already submitted a memorial to resign from the position of Prime Minister.
His Majesty has long intended for you to succeed him. The official decree has not yet reached Aegis Marches, but this secret letter has already stated it clearly. You just need to wait with peace of mind. Aureliar Pendragon nodded gently.
This matter had originally been within her expectations.
Back when she was in the capital, Prime Minister Alistair had hinted several times to test her intentions, but she had declined at the time on the grounds that she was too young. But now, the sky screen had actually claimed she was an immortal.
Even if she had the intention to let Prime Minister Alistair sit in the Prime Minister's seat for a while longer, it would no longer be possible.
Even if she were willing, there would be plenty of people who would not agree. Aureliar Pendragon raised her hand to open the letter.
Prefect Yuan Meng stood to one side with his hands lowered, his gaze fixed on her expression, not blinking for a moment.
After a few breaths, Aureliar Pendragon handed the letter back. Prefect Yuan Meng took it and read it. His brows immediately relaxed, and a look of joy appeared on his face.
Aureliar Pendragon also smiled slightly, her voice calm but carrying authority. Go and summon General Kalen, young General Kin, and all the officials of Aegis Marches to come and discuss matters immediately.
Prefect Yuan Meng was invigorated and said in a clear voice, "Yes." Chapter 26, Unilateral Surrender.
The secret letter from the imperial capital was passed rapidly among the gathered generals.
As their fingertips brushed over the ink, everyone's breathing quickened.
What was written in the letter was a comprehensive operational order against the northern border nations. The part that excited everyone the most was the sentence to command Aureliar Pendragon to postpone her return to the capital and take direct command of the front lines. All soldiers of the 3 armies shall obey her orders alone.
Once these words were spoken, Those present could no longer suppress their bubbling excitement, their eyes shining with startling intensity.
General Sealers Vance immediately pressed his lips together, stepped forward, stood straight as a ramrod, and declared in a booming voice, "When the time comes, let me be the one to strike the first blow." Before his voice had even faded, General Kalen slapped him aside. "Huffing and puffing, you brat, haven't even led troops on your own yet. Do you think a first merit achievement like this is your turn?"
Naturally, I should go first. The father and son stared at each other, and seeing they were about to start arguing on the spot, their antics caused the others to chuckle softly. Beside them, Kaya's gaze fell heavily upon Aurelier Pendragon, and he spoke in a low voice. Tengri. Aurelier Pendragon understood clearly.
Kaya was a force that had recently submitted to Great Aurelion, even though the sky screen had long stated his unwavering loyalty to her. Establishing a foothold in the army ultimately required real, tangible military achievements. He was restless now because he was eager to prove himself and wanted to secure his standing in Great Aurelion.
"I have already considered this matter," Aurelier Pendragon said slowly.
As soon as she spoke, the room fell silent.
Several pairs of eyes turned to look at her in unison, shining like sparks in a cold night. Aurelier Pendragon's lips curled up, a hint of cunning in her smile. "Wait for someone to return, then have a fight. Whoever wins will be the lead general."
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the first battle of the new year was a guaranteed victory, equivalent to being handed a massive military achievement on a silver platter. Great Aurelion was currently teeming with talent and fierce generals. If they didn't act now, they might not even get a whiff of the military glory when the time came.
"Wait for someone, could it be?" A flash of inspiration struck General Kalen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "The Kangju line will also be engaging the Xianu, and the Imperial Court plans to send General Chen," Aurelier Pendragon said indifferently.
"This time, with both northern and southern fronts, it will depend on who among you can take the lead." She loved to stir up trouble.
"Furthermore," Aurelier Pendragon paused, her smile deepening, "for this northern expedition, the higher-ups have already approved a portion of gunpowder for our use."
"Hiss!"
Several people gasped in unison, their breathing even stuttering for a moment.
With gunpowder in hand, this battle was not just a guaranteed win, but a total crushing victory.
The earth-shattering sound and power alone would be enough to terrify the enemy forces into scattering, causing them to fall into disarray without a fight.
Gunpowder.
A flash of intense interest crossed Kaya's eyes.
He had heard his personal guards talk about thermal weapons, but having never seen them with his own eyes, he remained skeptical no matter how flowery their descriptions were.
But now he had changed his mind. Anything that Aurelier Pendragon valued must be formidable, especially since it was something she had created herself.
In short, unconditionally believe in Tengri. Inside the room, everyone was arguing heatedly, one after another. Slap palace the table as they planned the marching routes. Some advocated taking the throat-choking fortress directly, while others insisted on clearing out small border tribes first to establish authority.
Their faces were full of eager battle intent.
Even Prefect Yuan Meng said he wanted to mount a horse and kill a few enemies to bolster his courage.
Do not underestimate Prefect Yuan Meng just because he is a scholar. In this world, the 6 arts of a gentleman have always been the foundation of one's standing, with archery and charioteering ranking among the top. Even scholars learn these things, and if they are officials, they are even more proficient, not to mention anything else. Take Arthur Pendragon, for example.
Despite his daily appearance of being pot-bellied and nonchalant, back when he was on the road to promotion from Palace Prefecture to the capital, he protected his wife and children all the way to safety.
Her father was a muscular hunk when he was young.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trick no coax the favor of the noble lady Zairui. As for now, let's not talk about it, miss. Just then, light footsteps were heard outside the door. Clara walked in quickly, went straight to Aurelier Pendragon's side, and whispered a few words in her ear, her tone carrying a hint of imperceptible solemnity.
Upon hearing this, Aurelier Pendragon's fingertips paused slightly, her slender eyebrows lifted gently, and then she said indifferently, "Let him in." After speaking, she looked at the still passionate crowd and said with amusement, "I'm afraid this battle cannot be fought."
Everyone.
A young scholar walked slowly into the hall. The person was dressed in neat and well-pressed clothes, with a simple, clean orchid pinned to the top of his head.
He had applied a thin layer of powder to his face, lightly waved a plain-boned folding fan in his hand, and deliberately put on an air of romantic elegance. His gait was calm, and he tried to force composure in his eyes, looking somewhat like the graceful demeanor of a great Aurelian scholar, but upon closer inspection, he had only learned the superficial appearance without capturing the spirit, appearing out of place and slightly comical instead.
The man announced his name, his voice trembling slightly. I am the envoy from the Beron nation. Yan Kai. Beron was not far from great Aurelian. One only needed to pass through the territory of Dravidia to step into Beron lands. This place was also a non-conquest nation personally designated by Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian in the past, ranking among the vassal states of Great Aurelian.
The ritual system of Great Aurelian was strict.
For all vassal states under heaven, their rulers could only be called kings and were not allowed to overstep and call themselves emperors. There were even explicit regulations regarding clothing and attire.
Dragon robes embroidered with 5-court golden dragons could only be worn by the imperial family of Great Aurelian. The kings of vassal states could at most wear garments with folklore dragon patterns and could not overstep by even a fraction, due to their geographical proximity. The people of Beron looked quite similar to the people of Great Aurelian, only the former had a slightly darker complexion than the latter.
However, everyone in that land was obsessed with and admired Great Aurelian culture, from daily living and habits to clothing, style, speech, and behavior, all deliberately following the example of Great Aurelian.
Beron. The generals present had eyes that were glowing. They had just been talking about war, and now an enemy had delivered themselves to their doorstep.
Since they couldn't rush to the battlefield right now, they were dying of envy. Although Yan Kai was somewhat comical in his dress and appearance,
he was probably somewhat clever to be an official. He only knew that the people of Great Aurelian were looking at him like wolves and tigers, wishing they could swallow him whole.
He was just a small fry. Why swallow him? They were clearly looking through him at the nation behind him.
Yan Kai wiped his sweat.
Hesitating for even a second would be a sign of disrespect to his own life.
Therefore, this official, who held a high position and was self-important and arrogant in Beron, knelt down on both knees less than 10 seconds after entering the Yun Prefecture Government Office. Master Dragon.
Upon hearing this address, Kaya frowned in displeasure. This is the Prime Minister of my Great Aurelian.
Yes, he now considered himself a person of Great Aurelian.
Actually, his identity could be very flexible, wherever Aurelian Pendragon was. He was there.
Prefect Yunming had already informed everyone about Aurelian Pendragon being appointed as Prime Minister. Kaya couldn't stand to others belittling her official position.
When the people of Great Aurelian said it themselves, it meant closeness.
You an outsider?
What kind of familiarity are you trying to strike up? Yes, Prime Minister, Prime Master Dragon, Yan Kai replied quickly, though in his heart he was cursing Kaya to high heaven.
A foreigner, not even a vassal state, yet he was putting on airs. However, one must bow one's head when under another's roof. For now, he wouldn't hold it against him. Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, Yan Kai's mind raced, yet he didn't forget to take out the item from his bosom. This is the letter of surrender written by my king.
From this day forward, Beron will completely belong to your country's territory. I ask that Prime Master Dragon set a time to go and take over Beron.
The generals,
Yan Kai Kauton, if the Prime Minister is worried, you can take troops with you. Beron will definitely open its gates to welcome you.
That's right. He had come to surrender.
When the news of the fall of Dravidia reached Beron, their entire country was thrown into chaos. Their king was a spineless man, terrified that the next round of Great Aurelian-s blades would be pointed at him. He even fell gravely ill because of it. After he recovered, they began to deliberate. 60% of the Beron court agreed to surrender.
Are you kidding?
That is Great Aurelian. Great Aurelian. They had just returned from watching the military parade.
The remaining 20% were the pro-war faction.
When Grand Tutor Zhang said they should fight all the way to the Great Aurelian capital, let alone the officials, even the king sneered.
The remaining portion wanted to pay tribute to Great Aurelian to make the non-conquest treaty even more secure.
The meaning was that they would still manage their own affairs. Great Aurelian would just hold the title.
Yan Kai wanted to laugh when he heard these two factions' ideas, let alone fighting to the capital. If you could even breach the walls of Yun Prefecture, that would count as a feat. Previously, General Kalin's defense of the border at Yun Prefecture had been a great deterrent to the surrounding areas, not to mention that the brave and warlike Rakshasa coalition tribe had also surrendered.
How could they fight the war with their lives, and just handing them over directly?
No. Before Aurelian Pendragon could reply, General Kalin and the others spoke up in a hurry, almost colliding in unison. causing the air to tremble slightly. "This won't do.
The hard-earned military achievements cannot fly away. Master Dragon, this must be a scheme by Barong. You must not fall for it," Prefect Yun Meng said righteously, staring at Yan Kai as if the other party had committed some heinous crime.
Yan Kai.
Yan Kai's gaze darted back and forth. How could he not understand now? Oh, King, it was ultimately too late. Why else would we be their vassal state? Even surrendering is done with hesitation.
He probably wouldn't be able to walk out of here today. Yan Kai had no choice but to knock his head against the ground. He knew that there was only one person in this tent who truly had the final say, so he stared up, looking eagerly at the slender yet steady as a mountain figure in the main seat. It was this person who secured the vast territory of Great Orlion.
Because of her, the whole world no longer dared to look down on women, nor dared to slight heroines. They in Barong had studied all of Great Orlion's systems. Only this one point they refused to learn no matter what.
Barong still held men in high regard, with the preference for men over women carved into their bones and blood. What was even more ridiculous was that their Barong king, fearing the emergence of a woman like Orlier Pendragon, who shook all the surrounding nations with fear, had specially added several harsh laws, all targeting women, to prevent another Orlier Pendragon from appearing in his country and threatening his position.
Every time the king discussed Master Dragon of Great Orlion, his eyes were full of disdain. But who couldn't see the deep fear within, and the disadvantages of frantically suppressing the status of women were revealing themselves in Barong inch by inch, unable to be hidden at all.
The most intuitive one was that there was no peace in any household.
Men struggled to support their families, exhausted, while women were trapped in deep courtyards, their grievances difficult to quell. Spouses turning against each other, and mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts became the norm. There were few harmonious families in the streets and alleys. What was common were chaotic squabbles and silent repression.
Even the officials in the court, upon returning home after the morning assembly, had to face a mess of domestic affairs. Exhausted every day, the next day, when attending the court, they were all haggard, unable to muster any energy to handle government affairs.
Official documents piled up. Administrative orders were delayed. The vast nation of Barong, from top to bottom, exuded an air of decadence. Moreover, the news of the sky's screen descending in Great Orlion had long since spread throughout the world. Who in other places didn't envy the good life that the women of Great Orlion lived? It wasn't just the women of Great Orlion who were awakening.
There were even women in Barong rising up in revolt.
Yan Kai realized that when he finished saying this, the other officials didn't speak again, which showed their respect for Orlier Pendragon, and Yan Kai became increasingly uneasy under the gaze of those calm eyes.
He gradually lowered his head and wiped away cold sweat. It's okay. He had prepared another kind of contingency before he came.
Everyone saw that Yan Kai, having waited in vain for response from Orlier Pendragon, first straightened his back while kneeling on the ground.
The next instant, he bowed down abruptly and knocked his head heavily against the ground, the sound dull and heavy, his attitude unprecedentedly respectful.
They only heard him say, "If the Prime Minister does not agree, then it doesn't matter if you attack Barong. I am familiar with the deployment of Barong in all areas and am willing to be the Prime Minister's vanguard."
The officials.
Yan Kai lifted his face and grinned sheepishly. Heh.
That's right.
He had thought about it when he was discussing with the officials in Barong. If Barong did not surrender,
then he could unilaterally surrender. Wasn't that also possible? Yan Kai never had much sense of belonging to his own country.
Even if there had been a tiny bit, it had long been worn away by day after day of disappointment.
He still remembered the year he first entered officialdom. Just starting as an official, he had been so high-spirited, his eyes burning with hot blood, secretly vowing in his heart to pour out all his lifelong learning to make Barong truly strong.
But this land, this court, starting from the king at the very top, was already rotten to the core, rotten beyond salvation.
But he didn't expect that outsiders would hear his words and be even more indignant than his own mother.
General Sealers Vance immediately widened his eyes, his tone urgent and resolute. "No, you absolutely cannot surrender. If you surrender, what will happen to your family, my military achievements?"
Yan Kai picked his euro. "General Kin, you need not worry.
My wife and children have long been settled in an inn in Yan Prefecture. If the Prime Minister is willing to take me in, our whole family will cough, will not plan on leaving any more." Prefect Yun Meng, upon hearing this, immediately felt a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The Barong King actually agreed.
It was the first time He had heard of someone going to an enemy country as an envoy while daring to openly bring their family along.
Was this Barong king really not afraid at all that the envoy would defect halfway? Although this envoy had now truly defected, a sheepish smile flashed across Yan Kai's face, and he confessed in a low voice, "I brought them out secretly, thinking about it. The Barong king must already know about this by now."
So he had no way back.
If he couldn't stay in Yan Prefecture, then he absolutely could not go back to Barong. Chapter 27 Aegis March's Grand Stage. At this moment, cold and rigid figure stepped out slowly. It was Kaya. He took a step forward, his gaze like a bladed prime minister, a wretch who betrays his master, country, and trust like this will surely become a grave threat if left alive. In my humble opinion, it would be better to. Kaya raised his hand and drew it across his throat, making a swift, clean gesture of slitting one's throat.
Yan Kai trembled all over, his face turning deathly pale in an instant.
He pointed at Kaya and blurted out, "You aren't you the same?" Kaya snorted coldly upon hearing this. "I am fundamentally different from you. I was born without a country or a home, and I have never belonged to any side. How can you speak of betrayal?" Even if he had killed his former leader, that was just following the will of heaven. All right.
Yan Kai was left speechless, unable to retort.
At this moment, his tears were very genuine.
Prime Minister, he knew that if he wanted to survive today, there was only one person who could save him.
Just then, on the main seat, Aurelier Pendragon slowly rose.
She did not scold him sternly, nor did she pretend to be imposing.
She simply walked with light steps, descending the stairs one by one, and walked straight up to Yan Kai. Before Yan Kai could react, a cool yet rock-steady hand gently supported his arm, lifting him up steadily. "Minister Clara of the Vales N, there is no need to panic." Aurelier Pendragon's voice was not loud, but it was clear, gentle, and reassuring, like a bowl of warm water that instantly extinguished the biting cold in the hall. "You have abandoned darkness for light and entrusted your entire family's lives to me. I see this courage and decisiveness. Barong is rotten and decaying. Burying your talent is their loss." Yan Kai listened to these words in a daze.
He felt that every word from the Prime Minister before him spoke to his heart. Wait, burying his talent? Did he have any talent?
Actually, his official position was bought. Sorry to make everyone laugh. However, Yan Kai's heart was still warmed. She was so formidable. She must have discovered his merits to say such things. Besides, in this situation, her appearance had simply saved his life. Like a god descending from the heavens,
Aurelier Pendragon reached out, helped Yan Kai up, and smiled at him. "I accept Barong's letter of surrender.
As for the King of Barong, I will not make things difficult for you, Prime Minister, this time." Yan Kai cried out of gratitude. What a wonderful person. Not only did she see through his worries, but she also ensured he would have no further concerns. Yan Kai took a deep breath. This time, he was truly convinced. From this day on, Yan Kai swears to follow the Prime Minister until death. Aurelier Pendragon smiled slightly.
After Clara of the Vales and Kai left, Kaya and General Sealer's Vance instantly changed into smiling faces. Our acting wasn't bad, right?
Not bad. Aurelier Pendragon's praise was crisp and concise, given without reservation. Those two words made the pair beam with joy. Do not be fooled by General Kalen Vanguard's usual silly appearance. He only instinctively hides his sharpness when facing those close to him, looking fluffy and easy to bully. But as a general, leading troops in battle relies not just on sheer bravery, but also on brains. General Kalen and Lady Rowan of Vance were not stupid. Naturally, the child born of their genes wouldn't be dumb either.
As for Kaya, he was even further removed from the word idiot. Remember, when this guy first met her, his mind was twisting and turning as he set up schemes. Aurelier Pendragon had not expected these two to cooperate with her so well.
She hadn't even said a word or given a single look as a hint. Aurelier Pendragon had a deep impression of Yan Kai, or rather, she was very familiar with the talents of various countries.
The Emperor of Aurelion had a special database, all of which she had read.
Even for an ordinary official, as long as they appeared before her, she could immediately match their name and portrait. And Yan Kai, he was a genius in geography. There was a passage in the investigation files on Yan Kai stored in Aurelion, and although it wasn't highlighted, Aurelier Pendragon felt that the other parts marked with red lines were far inferior to this one.
That passage stated that 2 years ago, while Yan Kai was traveling to Aurelion with an envoy delegation, he passed by and ignored desolate beach. Those traveling with him were all busy counting items or complaining about the slippery beach, but only he stood on the shore, picked up a seashell, and gently traced the direction of the water flow on the sand. No paper, no pen, no purpose. After the group left, the dark guards of the Emperor of Aurelion made a rubbing of the sand drawing.
After reading it, Aurelion Pendragon realized that what he had drawn was the hidden current trends, the water levels, and even the patterns of the tides of that very beach, all marked clearly.
Aurelion Pendragon remembered her eyes lighting up after seeing it. Later, the Emperor of Aurelion even asked her if this person was very capable and kept him in mind.
Unfortunately, Yan Kai did not enter Aurelion this year.
He didn't come to the military parade either. She never expected him to deliver himself to her doorstep today.
Yan Kai didn't seem to have discovered this talent of his. And as for the King of Berong,
let alone that,
heaven knows how much her heart ached when she saw this person acting as nothing more than a minor official back then.
It was a complete waste of talent. You see, without needing deliberate calculation or consulting ancient texts, just by taking a glance, he could accurately capture the hidden veins of mountains and rivers and distinguish the subtle differences in terrain and hydrology. This kind of innate, almost instinctive sensitivity was far more precious than knowledge gained through hard study. It was the true talent of a geographical genius. Therefore, the first time Aurelion Pendragon saw Yan Kai, she had one thought: she must keep him
and make him work willingly. With such high talent, if she nurtured him more, threw some basic geography books at him, and then sent him to find mineral veins for Aurelion, it would be perfect.
Perhaps because they were in frequent contact, General Sears Vance and Kaya understood her thoughts, which was why that aggressive conversation had just taken place. They meant to play the bad cop, letting her play the good cop.
This back and forth was meant to make Yan Kai clearly understand that if Aurelion Pendragon had not been there today, his life would have already ended right there.
It was to make him realize from the bottom of his heart that only by attaching himself to her, pledging loyalty to her, and treating her as his lifeline could he gain a foothold in this foreign land and preserve himself.
Yan Kai was completely unaware of this.
At this moment, he was wiping palace away tears, rejoicing that he had escaped with his life, and crying in his family's arms, "We must treat the Prime Minister well."
I only have the Prime Minister now.
The lingering cold of late winter had not yet completely faded, but the official roads of Aegis March's city had already gained a touch of warmth.
For several consecutive days, the sound of horses' hooves at the post house never ceased.
Several more envoys from surrounding small countries arrived, holding gold-stamped letters of surrender, and waiting respectfully outside the government office.
Aurelion Pendragon sat upright behind the pear-wood desk in the warm pavilion, her fingertips casually turning through a scroll of surrender, the vermilion seal leaving a solemn mark on the paper. A faint smile hung on her lips, and her brows and eyes revealed a sense of calm elegance. Properly store these letters of surrender, and then pass down the order for each prefecture to properly accommodate the envoys. Do not neglect them.
She handed the last scroll to Lyra beside her, her voice clear and gentle, carrying an unquestionable steadiness. The generals below the steps couldn't help but exchange glances upon hearing this. A young deputy general scratched his head and leaned over to his colleague, whispering, "We've been Hope Palace for military merit for so long, but as it turns out, we don't even need to fight, and these small countries have obediently surrendered." Another veteran general stroked his beard and laughed. "What's wrong with that?"
Not spilling a drop of blood, not injuring a single life. It preserves the lives of our soldiers while winning the hearts of all directions. This is the supreme strategy.
Everyone nodded in succession. The slight disappointment originally born from having no battles to fight was instantly replaced by the satisfaction of subduing the enemy without fighting. Indeed, compared to fighting bloody battles, taking over territory so securely was the outcome they had hoped for most. Aurelion Pendragon had arranged for the envoys to stay at the post house in Aegis March's city, ordering people to send heating stoves and warm clothing every day. She stood on the city tower, looking at the frozen official road in the distance. Her fingertips brushed against the cool city bricks as she said to Kyusui, "Let's submit a memorial to the Emperor first."
It is freezing cold now, and the mountain roads are slippery. Receiving them rashly might easily cause chaos. It won't be too late to set out to inspect and take over the various regions after the spring thaw. Clara nodded in agreement and turned to grind ink and lay out paper.
Aurelion Pendragon picked up the wolf hair brush, the tip landing neat regular script on the rice paper. detailing the situation in Aegis marches and the particulars of the surrender and submission of each country.
Days flowed quietly in this tranquility, and in the blink of an eye, the days approaching the new year arrived. Red lanterns began to hang on the streets of Aegis March's city, and every household was preparing New Year's goods. A figure riding a swift horse broke through the silence of winter and dashed into the gates of Aegis March's city. General Shang has returned. The shout traveled through the streets and alleys. Orlier Pendragon was discussing farming affairs with Aegis March's officials at the government office. Upon hearing the news, she immediately rose and went out to welcome her. She saw a woman in black armor reining in her horse and standing before the government office.
Her armor was still stained with a bit of dust from the journey, but her heroic spirit was not diminished in the slightest.
Her posture was upright, her shoulders and back like a pine tree. After removing her helmet, she revealed a well-defined face. Her brows were like sharp swords, her eyes like cold stars. When she smiled, the corners of her eyes carried a hardy curve. The whole person was like a drawn sword.
This was Lady Rowena Vance, the female general who was depicted in portraits by later generations and whose fame spread far and wide on the sky screen. However, the portrait on the sky screen at that time was of her in her later years with frost-touched temples, but at this moment she was in the prime of her life. Her military attire could not hide her brilliance, making General Kalen stare straight at her.
Lady Rowena Vance dismounted and walked with big strides into the warm pavilion.
Upon seeing Orlier Pendragon, she immediately knelt on one knee, held her right fist over her head, and said in a loud, resonant voice, filled with heartfelt respect, "Master Dragon, your subordinate, Lady Rowena Vance, returns to report for duty."
After she finished speaking, she paused. When she looked up, her brows and eyes were gentle, and her voice softened. "Thank you." Orlier Pendragon quickly reached out to support her arm and helped her up.
Her fingertips touched the cool skin under her arm, and she said gently, "General Shang, please rise. You should thank yourself instead."
If she hadn't had this idea herself, if she hadn't given up on herself, if she hadn't possessed her own skills, then even if Orlier Pendragon had talked until her lips were chapped, it would have been to no avail.
Lady Rowena Vance stubbornly shook her head, her eyes slightly reddening, her voice choked with a hint of emotion. "It is not like that. If it were not for Master Dragon, even if I had the heart, I would have had no strength. It was you who let the women of the world see another way of life. It was you who paved this path for us."
Heaven knows how happy she was when she heard others calling her General Shang as she entered the city today.
She was no longer just Madame Qin. She was General Shang.
She had her own surname and her own name in the mouths of the people. All of this might have had something to do with her own efforts, but it also could not have happened without one person.
Seeing this, General Kalen also walked forward and bowed deeply to Orlier Pendragon, his tone sincere. "Master Dragon, I thank you too." He was burly, with the ruggedness of a martial general in his brows and eyes, but when he looked at Lady Rowena Vance, it revealed a delicate tenderness.
Although he was a man and carried some of the chauvinism of the current times in his bones, he had never thought of restraining his wife's steps.
He had always hoped she could fulfill her wishes, display her ambitions on the battlefield, and live her life without a shred of regret.
"Dad, you are too polite." General Sealers Vance chimed in from the side.
"Master Dragon, do you know?
Our family has 3 generals. If you put that in the mouths of future generations, that is."
He scratched his head, trying hard to find the right word, and his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. "Cool.
It's simply super cool."
As soon as these words were out, the warm pavilion fell silent for a moment, and then a burst of laughter erupted. During the chat, learning that the general for the first battle after the new year would be chosen from the winners of the competition, Lady Rowena Vance immediately perked up. "Master Dragon, I—"
The words reached her lips, but she paused again, her heroic brows slightly furrowed with a hint of hesitation.
Having just pacified Dravidia, although she had achieved great military merit, she was unsure about this first battle after the new year. She was afraid that having just returned from the battlefield, she might miss this opportunity to achieve more military merit. Orlier Pendragon took in her expression, couldn't help but chuckle, and reached out to pat her shoulder. "General Shang, there is no need to hesitate. This competition of mine was designed for people as capable of fighting as you. In the end, it was just waiting for you to return to the team." Lady Rowena Vance heard this, and her eyes lit up instantly. Her tense shoulder lines suddenly relaxed, and then she laughed heartily, cupped her hands, and responded with full confidence. "In that case, Your subordinate will definitely go all out and will certainly not disappoint Master Dragon. Aegis Marches was originally a place of hidden talents.
The number of brave warriors in the army was countless, and even among the ordinary people, there were many experts with martial arts skills hidden away.
And the most eye-catching of them all was none other than the Kin family of 3. General Kalen was steady and experienced, Lady Rowena Vance was dashing and heroic, and General Kalen Vanguard, though young, already had the sharpness of a young general.
The family of 3 standing side by side was the benchmark of Aegis Marches as military power.
Now, with the addition of several Rakshasa coalition people warriors who had revealed their skills after surrendering, Aegis Marches' military foundation was even stronger.
For a time, the streets and alleys of Aegis Marches City were buzzing with discussion about the upcoming competition.
In tea houses and restaurants, patrons slapped the tables and argued to tell me, who in the Kin family do you think will get the title of lead general this time? I don't think so.
Those Rakshasa coalition people warriors cannot be underestimated either, especially the leader Kaya.
He might just become a dark horse.
Chapter 28 Happy New Year. And those old generals in the army, which one of them is easy to mess with? Amidst the discussions, several young generals from Aegis Marches could no longer hold back. They longed to advance further and use this competition to prove themselves.
The group gathered together and jointly submitted an application to Orlyar Pendragon, their tone earnest Master Dragon. We would like to participate in this competition to spar with our colleagues. We hope you will grant us permission.
Seeing the eagerness in their eyes, Orlyar Pendragon nodded immediately. Granted. Sparring is, after all, a path to progress. There is no reason for me to refuse. This approval instantly ignited a craze for competition in Aegis Marches. The news spread from person to person, and the common people also began to get interested.
Although they might not be able to compete for the position of commander, they wanted to participate personally, to experience what it was like to spar with the soldiers, and to see exactly how their own martial arts skills compared to those of the professionals. Miss, the common people also want to sign up for the competition. What do you think?
After reporting the commoner's request, Lyra asked softly. Orlyar Pendragon did not hesitate. Granted. The people of our Aegis Marches have always had a tradition of martial arts. It is only natural that everyone can participate in such a grand event.
She was never a dampener of spirits as an official, and she certainly did not want to extinguish everyone's enthusiasm.
The number of registrants grew larger and larger, from army generals to ordinary townspeople, from young adults to a few unyielding teenagers. This initially small-scale sparring session gradually evolved into a large-scale challenge that swept across Aegis Marches.
After receiving instructions from Orlyar Pendragon, Prefect Yun Meng drafted several rules overnight and submitted them to Master Dragon. The rules have been drafted.
First, friendship comes first, competition second. It is only a spar, so stop at the point of contact and never endanger lives. Second, all participants, regardless of ranking, will receive a participation prize of some rice and flour as a token of appreciation.
Third, there will be special prizes for the top 10, with particularly generous rewards for the top 3.
He paused and added, it is just that relying solely on the government office's budget for the participation prizes and the top 10 rewards might not be enough. Orlyar Pendragon smiled upon hearing this. Why is that difficult? Just wait a while. This matter will be resolved within 2 days.
Prefect Yun Meng was puzzled. Could it be settled without doing anything? He soon learned the reason.
There was no need to wait for 2 days at all. Once the news reached the ears of wealthy merchants, they responded one after another and came knocking that very afternoon. Orlyar Pendragon did not let them pay in vain. She highlighted and praised them in this week's newspaper. Once the newspaper was published, the merchant reputation soared, and everyone was happy. And for the winners of this competition, Orlyar Pendragon had prepared a unique surprise.
For this competition, in addition to the prize money, the first-place winner would receive a poem personally written by her. Once this was announced, the enthusiasm across Aegis Marches instantly reached its peak.
My God!
A poem written by Master Dragon herself.
That is worth more than 1,000 gold pieces.
I must do my utmost to take first place. Even if I can't get first place, just being able to see Master Dragon's original handwriting at the competition venue is worth it.
The heat of the competition soon crossed the borders of Aegis Marches and spread to the surrounding prefectures.
Even though it was freezing cold and the roads were treacherous, The people's enthusiasm did not dissipate in the slightest, now that the world was at peace. The common people had long since cast off the tension and anxiety of the past, and they had the leisure and energy to pursue their own interests.
Martial artists from various prefectures, upon hearing about this competition in Aegis marches, all rolled up their sleeves, packed their bags, and headed toward Aegis marches.
There were also many young masters from noble families who, while not participating themselves, prepared carriages and horses to come specifically to watch the competition and witness this grand event in Aegis marches.
Aureliar Pendragon had always welcomed everyone.
She smiled and said to Prefect Yuan Meng, who had come to ask for instructions, as long as they have the ability and follow the rules, accept them all.
It is a good opportunity to use this competition to select some promising talents from all directions and incorporate them into the army. The Aurelian Empire is in need of fresh blood to replenish its ranks.
Prefect Yuan Meng nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of admiration. He looked at Aureliar Pendragon and couldn't help but ask Master Dragon, "Is there really your personal handwriting for the first-place prize?"
"Naturally." Aureliar Pendragon nodded.
Prefect Yuan Meng rubbed his hands together. Then I will sign up to compete. He had no confidence in himself. But what if?
What if the person competing against him ended up being late, having diarrhea, or oversleeping? Compared to the competition that was the talk of the town, what first broke through the cold winter of Aegis marches was the annual New Year of the Aurelian Empire. This was also the first New Year Aureliar Pendragon had spent since entering the court to govern.
Red lanterns were hung early at her residence, colorful silk ribbons were tied under the corridors, and even the cold wind carried the faint scent of the new year. The warm winter sun shone through the carved window lattices, casting a soft golden glow on the ground. Just as Aureliar Pendragon pushed open the door early in the morning, she was greeted by two smiling faces.
"Miss, Happy New Year."
Clara and Lyra stepped forward together, their voices crisp and synchronized, their eyebrows curved like crescent moons. As soon as they finished speaking, the two simultaneously took out bulging red envelopes from their warm sleeves and held them out to her with both hands.
Just by looking at the substantial weight, one could tell that they were filled with heavy sentiments. Aureliar Pendragon was stunned for a moment.
Because in previous years, it was always she who gave them red envelopes.
It had started from the first year they entered the residence.
"Miss,
why are you dazed? Please take it." Seeing her stunned, Clara couldn't help but remind her softly, her eyes full of joy. Lyra had an impatient nature.
Seeing her not moving, she simply stepped forward and shoved the red envelopes directly into Aureliar Pendragon's hands. With the tips of her ears turning slightly red, she spoke somewhat embarrassedly. "We know that Miss lacks nothing, and we cannot afford expensive things, so we did not prepare random gifts. These are just a small token of our appreciation. We hope it can help share some of your worries."
Aureliar Pendragon gently weighed the red envelopes in her hand. They were heavy and carried the warmth of the two girls' palms.
Her heart felt both warm and helpless. These two girls had clearly taken out almost all the private savings they had accumulated over the years. She shook her head with a smile, reached into her sleeve, and took out the red envelopes she had prepared long ago, handing one to each of them. "I had them prepared for you long ago. Take them." It was the same habit as in previous years, and it was still her doting on the two girls.
Clara and Lyra did not refuse. They happily accepted them, holding them in their hands as if they were treasures, and once again said in unison with a smile, "Thank you, Miss. Happy New Year, Miss." Aureliar Pendragon looked at the two vibrant girls before her, her eyes soft and relaxed, and she replied softly, Happy New Year.
May you both be safe and successful as well, Miss."
Lyra of the Vale's eyes darted round, and she reached out to affectionately hook onto Aureliar Pendragon's arm. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of irrepressible excitement. "Today is the first day of the new year, and the streets are very lively.
Shall we go out for a stroll?" With such a direct invitation, and the little secret in her eyes almost spilling over, how could Aureliar Pendragon not see through it? The corners of her lips curled up. She understood in her heart that this girl must have secretly prepared some kind of surprise, which was why she was so impatient.
Hyusui, who was standing to the side, sighed helplessly. These thoughts were just too easy to guess.
"It's cold outside. You can't go out just like that." Clara turned and walked quickly into the house. "I'll go get a thick cloak for Miss. Don't let her catch a cold."
Before long, the three of them were dressed properly and walked out of the residence together.
As soon as they stepped onto the street, greetings rang out one after another, so enthusiastic that it was overwhelming.
"Master Dragon, Happy New Year, Master Dragon. Wishing you a prosperous new year. Aurelier Pendragon suddenly realized. She finally understood why Lyra was so anxious to pull her out of the residence. On the street, everyone who met her would come forward with a smile to greet her. Many people even held small red envelopes in their hands, enthusiastically trying to stuff them into hers. Some people respectfully called her Master Dragon, while a few bold commoners tentatively called out Aurelier. Seeing that Aurelier Pendragon's expression was gentle and there was no hint of displeasure, everyone let go of their restraints, and the affectionate cries of Aurelier rang out one after another on the street. Aurelier Pendragon smiled and accepted each red envelope. It was the new year, so it wouldn't be right to reject everyone's kind intentions. Most importantly, she knew that the people of Aegis Marches nowadays would no longer find their lives difficult because of these small amounts of money. Sister Aurelier, Happy New Year. Two little children ran over. Aurelier Pendragon's heart softened. She crouched down to look at the two children at eye level, her eyes so gentle they were about to melt. A little boy looked up, holding out a candied hawthorn wrapped in a crystalline sugar coating toward her. His little hands were frozen red, but he smiled exceptionally brightly. Sister Aurelier, eat the candied hawthorn. It's sweet. Happy New Year. The little girl held a few polished, shiny copper coins and carefully placed them in Aurelier Pendragon's palm. Her fingertips gently touched her hand, and her voice was soft and sweet, giving Sister Aurelier a red envelope. Hope Palace Sister Aurelier lives a long life and is happy every day. Aurelier Pendragon held the few small copper coins that carried body heat and took the bright red candied hawthorn. She felt that her hands were heavy, and it was more precious than any gold or jewelry. She reached out and gently rubbed the tops of the two children's heads, her voice gentle. Thank you. I have received it. I also wish you a peaceful new year and hope you grow up quickly. The children frolicked and ran away, their small figures soon merging into the bustling crowd. Aurelier Pendragon stood in place, slightly dazed. After a long while, she smiled softly, carefully put away the few warm copper coins, and placed them into her personal pouch. Then she lifted the candied hawthorn and took a small bite of one. The sugar coating was crispy, the fruit was sweet and sour, and that refreshing sweetness traveled from the tip of her tongue all the way to the bottom of her heart. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the clear sky. The winter sun was bright and slightly dazzling, making the corners of her eyes slightly damp, with a watery shimmer gently flickering. It's not like I'm moved. Hyusui, watching from the side, understood without speaking and quietly curled her lips. Lyra couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Their miss had shouldered too many things and worried too much for Aegis Marches and its people. Today was just to let Miss know this city full of fireworks and adoration was all for her. As long as Miss can be happy, that is better than anything else. When she returned to her residence, Aurelier Pendragon's sleeves and pockets were stuffed full, and she was still holding half a string of unfinished candied hawthorn, the sweet and sour scent lingering. She had just sat down by the couch and hadn't had a chance to catch her breath when a report came from outside the residence. People coming to pay New Year's greetings poured in wave after wave. First, Prefect Yuan Meng brought the subordinate officials to call. Everyone held red envelopes in their hands, and upon entering, they all bowed in unison. Master Dragon, wishing you a very auspicious new year. May Master Dragon be safe and may everything go smoothly for you every year. The group respectfully handed over the red envelopes, and Prefect Yuan Meng smiled. We don't have anything valuable. It's just a small token of appreciation pooled together by everyone. Please don't look down on it. Aurelier Pendragon was stunned. There is no reason for me to take your red envelopes. After saying this, she took out the red envelopes she had prepared long ago from her sleeve. She was their superior, logically. She should be the one giving them out. Who knew that Prefect Yuan Meng would retort with this? What reason is there for an elder to take red envelopes from juniors? A subordinate official echoed from the side. That's right. You aren't even 20 years old this year. We have all started families and careers, and our children are not much younger than you. Usually, you are our Master Dragon, but during the New Year holidays, we don't do that kind of thing. Aurelier Pendragon still accepted their red envelopes. Seeing her miss like this, Clara knew what she was thinking. Miss, don't feel burdened. You are alone in Aegis Marches, and the Master Madam and the old Madam are not by your side. Everyone just wants to be good to you. Ma'am, I know. If she didn't know, she wouldn't have accepted their kind intentions. Everyone was using their own way to love her. They were afraid she would feel lonely. This was the first New Year Aurelier Pendragon had spent away from home.
Did she miss her parents? Of course, she did.
But would she be worried because of it?
No, she had enjoyed so much kindness. Adora Lyra Pendragon looked at the two people beside her who said, "My family is not by my side."
Lyra and Clara had accompanied her for so many years. They were already family.
Not long after, the three members of the Kin family also arrived. General Kalen and Lady Rona Vance stood side by side.
General Sealers Vance held a bulging red envelope in his hand and handed it to her embarrassedly. "Happy New Year."
Giving you a red envelope, so direct, just like his personality. Afterward, General Kalen and Lady Rona Vance also each gave her one.
Lady Rona Vance looked at her, her eyes full of pity. "You've worked hard these days. During the New Year, you must rest well and not always overwork yourself."
General Kalen also said in a deep voice, "That's right.
If there is anything you need the Kin family for, just speak up." Aurelier Pendragon nodded seriously.
When leaving, Lady Rona Vance was still sighing to her husband and son. A Master Dragon's working style sometimes makes people subconsciously ignore her age. She is even a few years younger than J.R. General Kalen, that's right. After the three members of the Kin family left, the wealthy merchants and gentry of Aegis Marches also arrived one after another, everyone with earnest smiles, handing over red envelopes very sincerely.
"Thanks to Master Dragon's blessings, our Aegis Marches is so stable and prosperous."
"This small token is not enough to show our respect."
"Minister, you must accept it. This is our good fortune." Afterwards, even the generals in the army and representatives of ordinary soldiers came together. They were not good with words and only shouted in rough voices, "Master Dragon, Happy New Year."
Aurelier Pendragon sat in the main seat, and the table in front of her was gradually piled up with a small mound of red envelopes.
Some were thick, some were thin, some were even just a few copper coins, a piece of pastry, or a pair of hand-embroidered insoles, but every one of them was wrapped in heartfelt warmth. Chapter 29. The east wind at night releases 1,000 trees of flowers, and blows down stars like rain. Miss, a letter from the capital. As the night gradually deepened, and the candlelight flickered softly, Lyra walked in carrying a stack of envelopes, the scent of ink from the distant capital still lingering on them. Aurelier Pendragon's eyes lit up, and she rose from her desk almost immediately, her tone filled with irrepressible eagerness. "Bring it here quickly." Since she had traveled far to Aegis Marches to oversee the region, she had not seen her family in the capital, relying only on letters to alleviate her longing.
No matter how composed and calm she usually was, seeing a letter from home at this moment made it hard to hide her youthful nature. She took the letter, her fingertips tightening slightly.
Opening her father's letter, Arthur Pendragon's handwriting was vigorous and powerful. There was not a single word asking about court achievements, nor a single sentence inquiring about border warfare. The entire letter was filled with the ordinary exhortations of a father. "I hear the winter in Aegis Marches is bitterly cold. You must add layers to keep warm and make sure not to overwork yourself with official duties. You must eat on time and not stay up late, which harms the spirit. Being away is not like being at home. There is no need to force yourself through everything.
If you have any grievances or difficulties, you can write to us.
Your parents will always be your backing. I wish for my child's safety and health." Then she opened her mother's letter. The handwriting was gentle and delicate, rambling on with nothing but concern.
In the letter, her mother said she had personally gone to the textile workshop to learn how to use the new loom, just to weave a piece of soft, warm fabric for her, and rushed to make a well-fitting new garment. "Mother knows you are working hard out there."
This garment was woven and sewn by Mother's own hands. It may not be as luxurious as the brocade clothes in the capital, but it is warm and comforting. While you are in Aegis Marches, you must take good care of yourself and not mistreat yourself. You are only 17. You don't need to live so arduously. Reading this, Aurelier Pendragon's nose felt slightly sore.
The next letter was from her grandmother. The old lady's handwriting was not very neat, but she had written it carefully, stroke by stroke. In her impression, her grandmother rarely showed her emotions so openly.
At the end of the letter, there was a small cloth bag attached.
Opening it gently, inside were 2 pairs of insoles with fine needlework, the patterns simple and the stitches tight.
Folded to the side was a brand-new garment, the fabric soft and fine, with a warm, smooth touch. It was exactly the new cloth woven by the new textile machine, the style simple and elegant, clearly sewn by her mother's own hands. Aurelier Pendragon held the letter. then gently stroked the insoles and the new garment, her eyes turning red bit by bit. Out here, she was the resourceful Master Dragon, the reliance of the city's people, and the backbone of the soldiers. Everyone respected her, relied on her, and praised her. Only in the eyes of her family was she always that little girl who needed to be told to add layers, needed to be cherished and cared for, and did not need to force herself to be strong.
The candlelight flickered, reflecting off her slightly reddened eyes.
Mrs. Clara and Lyra were very heartbroken to see this. Orlyre Pendragon wiped away her tears and also smiled. Her eyes, moist, appeared even brighter. She said, "I'm fine. Just very happy. I have also prepared gifts for everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, a dull thud suddenly came from outside.
"Is it gunpowder?"
Kiusui's expression changed slightly as she asked, her voice losing its composure.
She and Lyra had been with Orlyre Pendragon for a long time and were extremely familiar with the sounds of military weaponry and gunpowder, but while this sound was intense, it lacked any murderous intent.
The next moment, the sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another, and a brilliant streak of light shot straight into the sky, blooming with a roar at the peak of the dark sky screen. "It doesn't look like gunpowder." Lyra looked up, already mesmerized.
"Wouldn't we know if we went out to look?"
A hint of mischievous amusement flashed in Orlyre Pendragon's eyes as she reached out to pull the two of them along and walked quickly out of the main hall. When the three of them stepped out of the mansion gate, they were instantly rendered speechless by the magnificent scene before them. In the pitch-black night sky, thousands of flowers bloomed one after another, with golden pistils like flowing clouds and silver petals like snow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple were intertwined, like the nine heavens galaxy crushed and sprinkled upon the mortal world. Some exploded like blooming peonies, layered and resplendent. Some stretched out like pear blossoms fluttering, snow falling across the sky. Some burst into sparks like rain, falling rustlingly. The flowing lights sweep palace past the eaves of tall buildings, illuminating the long streets and alleys. The entire Aegis Marches was shrouded in a dreamlike, magnificent radiance. This was a wondrous sight never before seen in the mortal world. The people of the entire city poured onto the streets. Children gasped, adults held their breath, and even the chatter and noise came to an abrupt halt at this moment. Everyone tilted their necks back, staring blankly at the sky screen, their eyes reflecting the flowing light across the sky, stunned into silence for a long time.
They had seen the flowers of spring and the stars of autumn nights, but they had never seen this.
Flowers that could bloom in the night sky, drift in the wind, and burn out with brilliance in the darkness. There was no need to think. It must be the handiwork of Master Dragon. "Miss, what exactly is this?" Lyra gripped Orlyre Pendragon's sleeve tightly, her eyes full of amazement. Orlyre Pendragon gazed at the brilliant colors across the sky and said softly, "These are fireworks."
It was worth all the time she had spent preparing in secret, repeatedly adjusting the saltpeter and ingredients.
At this moment, the people's cheers shook the sky, their faces filled with joy.
All the hard work she had put in found its best destination in these fireworks across the sky.
Orlyre Pendragon stood quietly, looking up. The east wind blooms 1,000 trees of flowers, blowing down stars like rain. The people of Aegis Marches spent an incredibly happy new year.
This year, they no longer worried about food, no longer lived in fear, had warm heated brick beds and sweaters, and most people even had a decent job.
This year, not a single person in Aegis Marches froze to death. Elderly people no longer secretly went to the cliffs to throw themselves off or freeze or starve to death due to a shortage of resources, because Master Dragon would send people to visit every household every day. Whatever they lacked, she would provide.
Even in snowy weather when it was difficult to travel, these provisions never stopped.
They even saw that on a day with heavy snow, the young girl personally led a team, step palace through the thick snow, her face frozen red, yet she still went to visit a poor family to offer comfort.
This person of noble status not only personally fed medicine to the old man lying in the sick, but also took the initiative to hold a broom and sweep the snow. That old man was from Antu village.
His daughter had married far away, his wife had passed away, and none of his sons were filial. In his despair, he had lost the will to live. After Master Dragon heard about this, She imposed a punishment on those sons.
She not only gave the old man money and grain, but also provided free medical treatment and visited every 7 days to see how he was doing.
She even said that if he wanted a child to provide for his old age, he could choose an orphan, and the government would not treat them poorly. When that family's sons heard about it, they rushed over.
Master Dragon did not let the old man go back, fearing the old man would be bullied.
Later, hearing the old man talk about it, he said that on that day he saw with his own eyes that Master Dragon's hands had cracked from the cold for the sake of his old bones, and his desire to live had never been so strong. He was smiling completely when he said this, and there was no depression in his eyes from his family falling apart. The listeners were almost dying of envy. Master Dragon always said they loved her, but the premise of loving her was that she loved them. Love is mutual. Just take the fireworks that would bloom every night these past 2 days.
They had heard that this was a surprise specially prepared by Master Dragon, and only the people of Aegis Marches had it. A few days later, while the warmth of the New Year's fireworks had not yet dissipated, the heated discussions on the streets of Aegis Marches turned entirely to the highly anticipated competition.
The government had long ago set up a wide ring at the drill ground in the south of the city, with flags planted all around, flap palace loudly in the wind. Before dawn, the people were already flocking to the drill ground, supporting the old and leading the young, surrounding it layer upon layer, packed solid.
When the morning light sprinkled over the ring, Prefect Yuanmin appeared on the stage in his official uniform and loudly read the rules, his voice carried far and wide by an amplifying bamboo tube.
Today's competition is for sparring only. No injuries allowed, regardless of whether you are a soldier or a commoner, regardless of your background or origin. Everyone can come up to the stage to spar.
The winner will receive a prize, and the champion will even receive a poem personally inscribed by Master Dragon.
As soon as the words fell, the whole arena erupted in earth-shaking cheers.
Good.
The people clapped and cheered, and many young men rubbed their hands, their eyes burning with intensity.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to show their faces in front of Master Dragon.
The first to take the stage were several young deputy generals from the Aegis Marches army.
One held a spear, the other a saber. Their steps were steady, their moves clean, and their movements in advancing and retreating fully displayed military discipline.
The soldiers below the stage shouted in unison, the cheers rising in wave after wave.
The two went back and forth for dozens of rounds, until finally one inadvertently revealed a flaw and was lightly tapped on the shoulder by the opponent's spear shaft, having to cup his hands and concede defeat.
Immediately after, a martial arts master from among the commoners jumped onto the stage. Although they had no military status, their punches and kicks were solid and fierce, every move filled with the ruthlessness of street combat, completely different from military rules. The two sides had very different fighting styles, which made the people gasp repeatedly, sometimes holding their breath, sometimes cheering.
Not long after, the Rakshasa Coalition tribe warriors took the stage.
They were burly and powerful, skilled in wrestling and grappling, and as soon as they took the stage, they knocked down 2 opponents in a row, causing an uproar in the arena. General Kalen nodded as he watched from below the stage and smiled at Aureliar Pendragon. These few have good skills. If they join the army, they will surely be good soldiers. Aureliar Pendragon also watched with surging emotions. They are good material.
Finally, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, someone shouted loudly, "General Lady Rona Vance is taking the stage."
The crowd instantly erupted, all standing on tiptoe to look. Lady Rona Vance, dressed in tight-fitting attire, strode onto the ring. She first cupped her hands to the 4 sides to wish everyone a Happy New Year, then raised her hand to signal her opponent to come forward.
The challenger was a fierce general in the army, usually brave, but in front of Lady Rona Vance he appeared sluggish.
Her moves were simple and ruthless, not greedy for flair, only seeking vital points. In less than a dozen rounds, she lightly pressed the back of her blade against the opponent's neck, and the winner was decided instantly.
General Lady Rona Vance is mighty.
Too cool. When it was the turn of the youth from the Kin family to take the stage, the crowd below became even more lively. Although General Sealers Vance was still young, he had received the true teachings of his parents. His footwork was agile, his strikes swift, and he defeated several adult men in a row, causing the people to exclaim repeatedly that the Kin family truly has a tiger son of a general's house.
When he fought with excitement, he did not forget to grin in the direction of Aureliar Pendragon below the stage, his youthful spirit flamboyant and dazzling.
Meanwhile, in the crowd, Prefect Yuan Meng was shrinking in the back row, waiting for his turn.
He kept muttering in his heart, "Don't run into Lady Rowena Vance. Don't run into General Kalen. Don't run into General Sealers Vance either, right?
Why is this person also so strong? And that one, don't let me run into any of them. What are you mumbling about?" A hoarse voice suddenly came from beside Prefect Yuan Meng.
He looked up. Whoa.
The man before him had skin as dark as cast iron, was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back. His muscles stretched his thick cotton coat tight, and standing there, he was like an iron tower, his presence imposing. Prefect Yuan Meng's heart skipped a beat, and he silently finished his muttering, "And don't run into you either." The burly man. Before he could figure it out, the official's loud call had already come from the ring next. Prefect Yuan Meng. Opponent, Peng Hai.
Prefect Yuan Meng stood up slowly.
He was still wildly guessing in his heart who he would run into, when he saw the black tower-like man from earlier step forward, cup his hands at him honestly, his white teeth shining dazzlingly at Prefect Yuan Meng. "I've long heard of you."
"I'll go easy on you later. I definitely won't hurt you." Prefect Yuan Meng. In an instant, the world spun, and his eyes went black. Could he say that he had eaten too many croton beans today and had diarrhea? Above the stands, Aurelier Pendragon's eyes lit up when she saw Peng Hai take the stage.
Peng Hai.
Hearing her words, Claire immediately found the person's information.
This Peng Hai is from Zhu County, a child born to the Rekshasar Coalition tribe and the Aurelian people.
But at that time, the situation between the two sides was tense, and he was abandoned not long after he was born. Later, he was adopted by a hunter in the mountains, but that hunter passed away not long after, so he began to support himself from a young age.
He is a person with a bitter life.
Aurelier Pendragon sighed. She always felt that this person could bring her a surprise.
However, Peng Hai's opponent, Prefect Yuan Meng.
Aurelier Pendragon laughed and covered her forehead.
"This guy is really unlucky. He ran into a tough opponent right off the bat. Miss, who do you think will win?"
Aurelier Pendragon did not hesitate. Peng Hai.
Sure enough, the two fought for a few rounds. Prefect Yuan Meng's steps were unsteady, his breathing was chaotic, and he was relying entirely on dodging to hold on. Peng Hai stepped forward and grabbed his arm, using a little force to lift Prefect Yuan Meng by the waist, and with a slight push, he gently threw him out of the ring. Prefect Yuan Meng landed on the soft mat and climbed up in a sorry state. The winner had been decided. Lyra was speechless and exclaimed, "I didn't expect Prefect Yuan Meng to be able to hold on for so long."
Aurelier Pendragon shook her head with a faint smile. "It's not that he held on for long. It's that Peng Hai was going easy on him."
With Peng Hai's strength, he could actually end it in one move.
Lyra was stunned, her face full of surprise awe.
"Is that really the case?" Peng Hai stood on the ring, cupped his hands honestly toward the direction where Prefect Yuan Meng had fallen, without any arrogance after winning, and instead scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. The crowd below immediately erupted in laughter and cheers, many people pointing at the black tower-like burly man, marveling at his astonishing strength.
General Sealers Vance applauded. "Amazing."
Lady Rowena Vance also nodded slightly. "This person is not only strong but also honest in character."
General Kalen agreed deeply, if polished a little. "He will definitely be a fierce general who charges into battle." On the high platform, the smile in Aurelier Pendragon's eyes deepened.
When the official announced the winner, Prefect Yuan Meng ran back, hanging his head in shame.
"Prefect Yuan Meng, good skills. Master Dragon, please don't tease me." Prefect Yuan Meng gave a sheepish smile, then said, "This person can be used."
"That's what I was thinking too." Aurelier Pendragon nodded. "It's just that I don't know who is stronger, him or General Kalen Vanguard. I didn't see his full strength just now."
Prefect Yuan Meng.
"It was he who was not good enough."
Chapter 30 Competition. The final match of this highly anticipated competition took place on schedule 3 days later.
During these 3 days, the most exciting match was the duel between General Sealers Vance and Lady Rowena Vance. The winter arena was chilled by the cold wind.
Standing upon it, their robes fluttered, but their fighting spirit was fiercer than the biting wind.
Their exchanges were solid, a tangled fight where neither gave an inch, refusing to hold back even though they were blood-related.
General Sealers Vance was young and vigorous, each punch carrying the force of breaking wind, his footwork agile, every move aiming for vital points.
Lady Rowena Vance was experienced and steady, each deflection perfectly timed.
Their respect for the competition was hidden in every move. Even as their breathing grew rapid, their techniques remained disciplined.
Unfortunately, Lady Rona Vance had been away from the battlefield for too long, and stamina depletes faster in winter. After several grueling rounds, her breathing grew heavy, and the sweat beads on her temples were chilled by the wind the moment they appeared.
Ultimately, she was defeated due to exhaustion. General Kalen Vanguard, having won, was in high spirits. With a thin layer of sweat on his palms, he clenched his fists, eager for more, loudly shouting that he wanted to fight his father, General Kalen, again to see who was better. But fate is fickle.
In the subsequent matches, General Kalen happened to meet the fierce and peerless Peng Hai.
Peng Hai was built like a tiger, wearing only a thin cotton garment in winter.
His exposed arm muscles were knotted, and each punch he threw carried a fierce wind, making the arena floorboards tremble slightly. His fighting style was rough but unstoppable.
Aside from his long, grueling battle with General Kalen where he barely won, he crushed all other opponents. Flip Palace them off the stage in a few moves. The raw power made the onlookers gasp, calling him a natural-born warrior. As for Kai Orlayer, Pendragon stood on the high viewing platform, wrapped in a fox fur cloak, her fingertips lightly touching the edge of a hand warmer. At this thought, a faint arc appeared on her cool lips.
Aegis Marches was a land of hidden talents, but she never expected that besides the unstoppable Peng Hai, a dark horse would emerge to stun the entire arena.
This person came from a humble background, the daughter of a pig butcher named Deng from small stone village, named Deng Huan. It is said that this girl was different from others since birth. Her weight far exceeded that of ordinary children, and her appetite was astonishing. At just 5 years old, she could eat 3 large bowls of rice in one sitting. The gossip in the village never ceased, with everyone saying she would eventually eat the Deng family into poverty. But Deng Huan's parents never cared.
Whenever they heard snide remarks, they would glare and retort sharply, firmly stating, "Our own daughter, we raise her ourselves. It is not for others to comment." They truly lived up to their words.
In winter, they would rather huddle themselves than let Deng Huan go cold. Keep Alice her well-fed and bundled up tightly. When Orlayer Pendragon saw this girl, she was dressed cleanly, with fair skin, a round face, and a ponytail tied neatly.
Her weapon was an unsharpened pig-slaughtering knife. Like Peng Hai, she relied on raw strength. After sending people to inquire, she learned that at 13, the girl had gone into the mountains to hunt with her uncle and was said to have killed a fierce tiger with her bare hands.
After Deng Huan finished her first match, Orlayer Pendragon fixed her gaze on her, liking her more the more she watched.
And then there was Peng Hai.
Both won with brute force, but she wondered who would be stronger if they fought. The final contestants were General Kalen Vanguard, Deng Huan, and Peng Hai.
It was missing Kaya from her bets, but included an unexpected surprise.
Today's format was special, not a one-on-one duel, but a 3-way melee with all 3 on the stage at once. Winter matches test stamina, and such a melee is a dual test of martial prowess and intellect.
One must endure the cold and conserve energy while adapting, not relying solely on brute force.
"My lady, who do you think will win the championship among these 3? Clara asked, tightening her wool scarf and leaning toward Orlayer Pendragon, eyes blinking with curiosity. Orlayer Pendragon's gaze swept over the 3 people preparing on the arena.
General Sears Vance gripped his sword hilt, his fingertips turning pale. Deng Huan grasped the wooden handle of her pig-slaughtering knife, her eyes bright like burning fire.
Peng Hai rubbed his palms and grinned.
She did not hesitate. General Kalen Vanguard. Why?
Liar of the Veils, standing to the side, looked puzzled, pulling her thick coat tighter. Peng Hai and Deng Huan are so strong, and they won so easily.
They look even more formidable than young General Kin.
General Sears Vance has been practicing martial arts since childhood with a deep family heritage. His experience on the arena is far deeper than the 2 of them, and his techniques are rigorous, allowing him to maintain his rhythm. Orlayer Pendragon explained calmly, "Tap Palace her hand warmer." As for Deng Huan and Peng Hai, their fighting styles are too singular, and their flaws will only become more obvious. However, these 2 are gifted. If they can patch up their weaknesses in the future, General Sears Vance will be far inferior to them. Standing nearby, Prefect Yuan Meng, wrapped in a brocade cotton robe, stroked his beard with a mysterious smile and offered a different opinion. And not necessarily, Master Dragon. In my view, today's winner will surely be one of the 2, Deng Huan or Peng Hai.
Oh?
Why is Prefect Yuan Meng so certain?
Lady Rona Vance stood to the side, speaking gently, not a hint of anger on her face at Prefect Yuan Meng not favoring her son. but rather a smile. Prefect Yuan Meng chuckled mysteriously, raising an eyebrow at Aurelier Pendragon. You will know in a moment. Master Dragon, dare you make a wager with me?
Seeing his confident appearance, Aurelier Pendragon already understood, but she nodded readily. Very well, I accept the bet. With that, she took off the mutton-fat white jade pendant from her waist and placed it on the table, saying lightly, "This is the stake." Prefect Yuan Ming waved his hand and laughed. "I do not bet for gold or silver. If I win, Master Dragon only needs to gift me a poem written in your own hand."
He.
Although he was eliminated on the first day, he had other methods. "Hey, you don't push your luck."
Caillou was originally sulking over his own failure, but upon hearing someone dare to set conditions for the god in his heart, he immediately switched to combat mode.
Just after speaking, he met Aurelier Pendragon's gaze and immediately shrank back. Cough. He pulled out a heavy purse, placed it on the table, and said loudly, "I am with Master Dragon. Young General Qin will definitely win." This Prefect Yuan Ming hesitated. "It is fine."
"Since it is a bet, there must be a stake. If you win, you can take the jade pendant, and the poem can be had as well."
Aurelier Pendragon found it amusing. Caillou was likely going to lose a lot this time.
She would have Clara send over the food recipe she had just come up with yesterday to comfort him later.
This Caillou, how long had he been rooted in Aegis marches? And he was already eating until he was round. He really loved to eat.
"That sounds good."
Prefect Yuan Ming agreed. The match began.
Aurelier Pendragon quickly understood where Prefect Yuan Ming's confidence came from. As soon as the match started, Deng Huan and Peng Hai cooperated tacitly.
The two, one on the left and one on the right, first forced General Sealer's Vance out of the arena.
"Good." Prefect Yuan Ming clapped, the smile on his lips widening. His poem. It was his. Master Dragon's jade pendant. It was his too. An elm.
It was all his.
"I lost,"
Aurelier Pendragon admitted frankly, her tone devoid of any displeasure, but rather filled with a smile. "Not at all. Not at all." Prefect Yuan Ming could not control his laughter.
He had won against Aurelier Pendragon. Oh my god. When he returned, he would tell his father and mother to see if they could open a new page in the genealogy for him. You know how to be humble at this moment.
Caillou snorted.
He was not upset about losing money.
He was upset because he was afraid that Tengri would be upset.
What?
You ask how Tengri could be wrong.
Don't ask.
If you ask, it means she must have been letting others win. Master Dragon is busy with official duties, so she must not know much about others. I have eaten a few meals with Peng Hai.
Don't look at this guy as simple-minded on the outside. He is quite clever on the inside. Speaking of this, Prefect Yuan Ming gritted his teeth.
It seems Prefect Yuan Ming has made a good friend. Aurelier Pendragon smiled.
Prefect Yuan Ming fell silent. A good friend. A creditor was more like it.
Peng Hai had eaten 2 months' worth of his salary in a few meals. 2 months. Just then, General Sealer's Vance walked over with his head hanging, looking dejected.
He bowed properly to Aurelier Pendragon and Prefect Yuan Ming, then shrank to the side and sat down without a word, looking completely wilted.
Seeing this, Aurelier Pendragon could not help but glance at him a few more times. Just then, a deafening muffled sound erupted from the arena. Deng Huan and Peng Hai finally clashed head-on. Both were as strong as oxen.
Once they moved, it was a hard collision, without any fancy moves, just solid, raw impact.
Peng Hai's arms were as thick as pillars.
With a punch, the wind howled as it swept across the arena.
Deng Huan did not dodge or avoid. She suddenly raised her hands to block.
With a loud thud, the vibration made the arena floorboards tremble slightly, and even the audience below felt the ground shake.
Good strength. The commoners cheered loudly, applauding continuously. Peng Hai grinned. "You are the first person to be able to take my punch."
Deng Huan stepped forward, the floorboards seemingly sinking slightly. She grabbed back, accurately locking onto Peng Hai's wrist.
The heat of her palm came through her coarse cloth gloves. "Today I will definitely throw you off the arena."
The two wrestled, muscles taut as iron, each collision emitting a dull boom. Deng Huan's ponytail whipped in the wind, sweat beads slid down her temples.
Peng Hai's forehead veins bulged, and his coarse cloth clothes were stretched taut. The hearts of the people below were in their throats, and they even held their breath, afraid to miss any move.
Prefect Yuan Ming's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he couldn't help but mutter, "These two gods of play, this is not a martial arts competition. They are clearly tearing down the arena." Aurelier Pendragon chuckled, her gaze still fallen on the dejected General Kalen Vanguard, and she said softly, "General Kalen Vanguard, these two have innate divine strength, rare in the world.
Losing to them is not shameful.
As soon as she finished speaking, another deafening muffled sound exploded on the arena.
Peng Hai's arms were tensed with bulging veins, like two iron pillars, locking onto Deng Huan's wrists. Deng Huan did not show weakness either, using her waist and abdomen. Her muscles bulged, and she forcibly withstood this enormous force. The two stood in a deadlock, wrapped in a fierce aura. At this tense moment, when the audience was too nervous to breathe, several loud, thick voices pierced through the cold wind and were clearly transmitted over. Huan, go for it. Mom loves you. Dad loves you too. Cheer for my daughter. Sister, you are the best.
We all support you. It was Deng Huan's family.
They were squeezed into the front row of the stands, waving their arms and shouting loudly.
After these three voices fell, Deng Huan on the arena seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Her legs kicked the arena floorboards hard. Her neck turned bright red, and the veins on her temples jumped up.
The next second, she exerted force suddenly, grabbing Peng Hai's wrists and lifting the sturdy man up.
Peng Hai was caught off guard and was stunned when he was lifted into midair. By the time he reacted, he had been violently thrown onto the arena floorboards by Deng Huan.
I lost. Peng Hai supported his body and sat up, shaking his head. Still not reacting, the referee announced the victory loudly. Deng Huan finally let out a sigh of relief.
She jumped off the arena and plunged straight into her family's arms.
Unfortunately, she was too big, and instead, she enveloped her family. Seeing this scene, Aurelier Pendragon's gaze softened a bit. The commoners below cheered one after another. This little girl is too amazing.
She actually managed to defeat young General Qin and Big Black.
I know her. She is the daughter of the Deng family from Small Stone Village. I've seen that she was extraordinary since she was a child. This strength is truly innate. This girl has a great future. She will definitely be a female general who can stand alone in the future. Am I the only one who envies her for getting a poem from Master Dragon? The praise rang out one after another, wave upon wave. Deng Huan's cheeks burned, her hands and feet fumbling with the corners of her clothes. She lowered her head shyly and said in a low voice, I just have a bit more strength.
This shy and bashful appearance was like a different person from the one who was pulling mountains just now in the arena, making the surrounding commoners feel even more affection for her. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed and quick-witted merchant had already sensed the value. He immediately pushed through the crowd, rubbing his hands and approaching Deng Huan's family with a face full of smiles. This brother, can the poem promised by Master Dragon just now be sold to me?
The price is negotiable.
As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Huan's father immediately widened his eyes, his thick eyebrows furrowed, and he drove the man away with a rough voice, Get out of here.
That is something our family is going to keep as an heirloom. It is not for sale at any price.
Just kidding. That was a piece written by Master Dragon, who was respected by everyone in Aegis Marches, and it was a testament to his daughter winning the championship.
Never mind ordinary money. Even if someone offered 1,000 gold, the Deng family wouldn't even blink. Old man Deng was calculating firmly in his heart that even if it were 10,000 taels of silver, no one should think of moving his family's heirloom. Suddenly, a steady and clear voice drifted through the noisy crowd, ringing out slowly, 100,000 taels.
After a pause, the tone was flat, yet it struck with force. Gold. Old man Deng, Mother Deng, and Deng Huan's younger brother, who was Jum Palace around, as well as Deng Huan the family of Four Frozen Place, turning their heads in utter confusion. The words in their mouths stopped Palace abruptly. The Deng family, 100,000 taels gold.
How about it?
The speaker was an energetic old man wrapped in a brocade cotton robe embroidered with dark patterns. His steps steady, and his whole being exuded a few words rich, powerful, and not short of money.
That might not be impossible. Chapter 31 Deng Huan.
Just kidding. Who would actually turn their back on money?
That's 100,000 taels of gold.
A number so high it could blind you if piled up.
It could buy thousands upon thousands of dan of rice and flour, filling an entire granary, enough to last a lifetime. It could even buy a spacious, grand mansion in the most prosperous part of the capital. If my daughter wants to eat meat in the future, she could have a table full of it every single meal, trotters, ribs, braised meat, whatever she wants. No need to worry about gossip if she eats too much. Just thinking about a life like that makes me bubble with joy.
Originally, old man Deng had been firm in his resolve, thinking about keep Palace Aurelier Pendragon's poems well preserved to bring glory to his descendants.
But now sorry. descendants of the Deng family. When there's something good, naturally, the living ancestor should enjoy it first, right? How could face be more precious and a solid, comfortable life? Old man Deng was calculating furiously in his mind, and just as he was about to open his mouth to accept that astronomical sum, the crowd suddenly fell silent.
Everyone consciously stepped back to the sides, forcefully carving out a wide path. Orlier Pendragon had come down from the high viewing platform at some point and was walking slowly toward them. Wherever she passed, the surrounding commoners held their breath, not daring to even let out a sigh, fearing they might disturb this master dragon who looked like an immortal descended to earth.
Everyone was frantically scrolling through their thoughts. A master dragon is just too good-looking. Master dragon smells so good. Master dragon is so gentle. Just in this quiet and reverent atmosphere, a sharp, excited scream that cracked with intensity suddenly exploded. Ah, Master Dragon's hair just touched my face. I'm not washing my face for a month. Ah, Orlier Pendragon's footsteps faltered. As soon as these words fell, they immediately drew countless envious gazes from those around.
This person was so lucky.
Why did a strand of Master Dragon's hair happen to brush against her? If it were them, let alone a month, they would be willing to go a lifetime without washing their face. And Master Dragon.
Official Deng Huan watched as Orlier Pendragon walked step by step toward her. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it would burst, and her cheeks were red enough to fry an egg. Her eyes darted around shyly. Yet she couldn't control the greed in her heart and couldn't help but secretly steal a glance.
Master Dragon's hair is so black and beautiful. Master Dragon's eyes are so bright and beautiful. Master Dragon's lips are so red and beautiful. Master Dragon's eyelashes are so long and beautiful. Master Dragon's neck is also so beautiful. Everything about her is beautiful. Official Deng Huan looked down at her own thick arms and broad palms. She was so big she could be 4 of Master Dragon put together. Thinking of this, Official Deng Huan's eyes dimmed. She bit her lip and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, but anyone with eyes could see her disappointment. Official Deng Huan didn't know what was wrong with her. Clearly, receiving an honor was a happy thing, but someone like her Master Dragon surely wouldn't like her, right? After all, from childhood until now, apart from her parents and younger brother, no one liked her.
Even her grandfather and grandmother had disowned her because she ate too much.
A cold sensation came from her hand.
Official Deng Huan was stunned.
Looking down, she saw a pair of excessively beautiful hands gently holding her own. Those hands were slender and delicate, with distinct knuckles. The skin as lustrous as fine mutton fat jade.
She had never seen real mutton fat jade, but she was certain that the best jade in the world could not compare to Master Dragon's hands.
This is Master Dragon's hand. Official Deng Huan's pupils constricted, and her entire body stiffened, her mind going blank.
So cold.
Is Master Dragon very cold?
As soon as this thought emerged, without any hesitation, she subconsciously wrapped those slightly cool hands tightly in her own rough, warm palms and clumsily rubbed them gently, wanting to warm her up.
Once the action was done, Official Deng Huan suddenly realized what she had done, and her cheeks flushed bright red.
It was out of embarrassment. Her hands were covered in thick calluses from years of hunting in Chop Palace wood, and they were covered in a thin layer of sweat, rough and clammy, yet she had so abruptly grasped Master Dragon's hands that she defiled Master Dragon. At this moment, Official Deng Huan felt that the gazes of the people around her were unkind.
Terrified, she hurriedly pulled her hands back, hiding them tightly behind her back, her shoulders hunching slightly.
That feeling of awkwardness she had felt since childhood, the desire to hide herself completely, swelled up and submerged her once again.
She lowered her head, her voice small and trembling, filled with deep guilt and unease, and whispered an apology. Master Dragon, I'm sorry. Master Dragon must hate someone as reckless as her, right?
She must be going to punish her, right?
But as long as she didn't hate her, she was willing to accept any punishment.
Official Deng Huan was immersed in her own world, not noticing the worried yet confident gazes of her parents, nor the pained and shocked eyes of Master Dragon, whom she admired most. As she looked at her,
time seemed to pass for a long time, a very, very long time, so long that Official Deng Huan thought the world was left with only her.
Yet she heard a clear, pleasant voice beside her ear, like a hot spring melting the snow in winter. Why are you apologizing? Official Deng Huan buried her head even lower, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I don't know. She really didn't know.
It seemed that ever since she could remember, it had always been like this. when playing with children from the same village. As long as the other party bumped into something, or cried, the adults never asked for the reason.
Without distinguishing right from wrong, the first thing they would do was scold her, blaming everything on her.
When she was young, she had asked her grandfather why. Her grandfather just frowned, threw down a cold sentence with a face full of disgust. You don't look like a good person. For so many years, apologizing had long become an instinct carved into her bones. Sigh, Orlier Pendragon sighed softly.
She had come in person to bestow honors and awards upon official Deng Huan, but she never expected that the girl who was so high-spirited and dazzling on the arena stage, unable to take one's eyes off her, would suddenly wilt in just a moment, falling into a depression that no one else noticed. She quickly recalled the information she had investigated in secret. She thought of the malice official Deng Huan had received from childhood to adulthood. Her build was indeed large,
but if she were a different gender, people would only say that man looked strong, capable, and promising.
Official Deng Huan was like a weed growing in the crevices of a rock, fighting with all her might to grow, yet always being suppressed by the wind and rain. Orlier Pendragon had taken the initiative to hold her hand just now because she was afraid she would fall into a state of self-denial and couldn't get out, but she never expected that the girl's first reaction would be to clumsily try to warm her hands.
What a kind and pure young girl! She should live freely, openly, and uninhibitedly,
instead of being like this now.
Orlier Pendragon softened her voice, her gaze gentle, and spoke softly. You haven't done anything wrong.
On the contrary, it was I who rashly held your hand first.
It was I who was presumptuous to you. The one who should apologize is me.
I'm sorry.
No, the one who should apologize is clearly me.
Upon hearing this, official Deng Huan hurriedly raised her head, her whole person as awkward as a frightened little beast.
Master Dragon, please don't say that.
In her heart, Master Dragon was a star in the sky, an existence revered by everyone, a figure whom even approaching felt like an honor.
And she was just the daughter of a village butcher.
It was Master Dragon who was willing to lower herself to reach out and hold her hand.
How could that be presumptuous?
This was clearly a supreme honor bestowed upon her by Master Dragon, a grace others could not beg for.
Your hands are delicate and beautiful, meant for holding a brush. How can they touch these rough, unbearable hands of mine?
Official Deng Huan's tone was full of self-abasement.
These hands of mine are very dirty. They are simply unworthy of you.
The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, her eyes turning red.
It wasn't sadness, it was panic. She was afraid Master Dragon would really think she was offensive.
Watching the girl with tears welling up in her eyes, Orlier Pendragon couldn't help but chuckle, the tenderness in her eyes deepening.
She spoke softly. Huan Yuan, may I call you that?
Listen to me.
Hands have no distinction of high or low, noble or humble. There is only temperature and strength.
I hold your hand because I admire you.
This is my intention. How can there be any talk of presumption?
As she spoke, Orlier Pendragon gently patted the back of official Deng Huan's hand, her movements soft yet firm.
Besides, I don't think they are dirty at all.
I was so cold on the stage that I was almost frozen stiff.
Your hands are very warm.
Official Deng Huan stared blankly at Orlier Pendragon's face, which was inches away, watching her earnest and gentle gaze, her mind blank.
Master Dragon said her hands weren't dirty, and were very warm, said this was her intention. Not an offense.
She raised her eyes, looking into her eyes. Master Dragon was smiling at her and saying, So Huan Yuan, may I ask you to warm them for me again?
Official Deng Huan was blushing to death.
Steam was almost coming out of the top of her head. At this moment, the inferiority and grievances accumulated over more than a decade were like ice and snow melted by the warm sun, flooding her entire heart.
She sniffled, blinked hard to clear the tears from her eyes, and nodded heavily okay.
After saying that, she covered Orlier Pendragon's hands, palaced them up earnestly, and moved her body without leaving a trace.
Her build was large, completely shielding the cold wind.
Looking down at Master Dragon's face, official Deng Huan suddenly didn't hate herself anymore.
Clara and Lyra watched the scene from the side.
Their hearts felt warm. Clara smiled with her eyes curved, thinking to herself that that's not true at all. Just now on the viewing platform, the young lady had a hand warmer and a heater. She wasn't frozen at all.
But this official Deng Huan is truly a lovable person. No wonder the young lady likes her. Orlier Pendragon's hands were firmly wrapped in official Deng Huan's palms, and warmth spread bit by bit from her fingertips.
She looked at the girl's slightly tense shoulders and back, and that cautious yet incredibly earnest appearance, and the smile in her eyes deepened a little more. Official Dang Hyun dared not look up, only staring fixedly at Orlayer Pendragon's embroidered hem, her heart beating so fast it felt like it would shatter her chest.
She could clearly feel the delicate, cool skin under her palms, and could smell the faint, elegant fragrance on the other person. That fragrance was not like the smell of cosmetics, but rather like fresh bamboo in the mountains, clean and comforting. She was afraid that if she used too much strength, she would hurt the other person. Yet she was afraid that if her grip was too loose, the cold wind would sneak in. She could only tighten her palms bit by bit, using all her own warmth to warm those precious hands. The surrounding commoners were already dumbfounded. No one dared to make a sound.
Who could have imagined that the cold and aloof Master Dragon, who seemed to not eat the food of mortals, would treat a village girl so gently?
And they didn't expect that this sturdy, seemingly clumsy official Dang Hyun would have such a delicate and pure heart.
People from the same village as official Dang Hyun who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Old man Deng stood to the side, his eyes slightly hot, and he raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eye.
He had lived for more than half his life, watching his daughter be shunned and pointed at since she was small, his heart aching and helpless. Now, seeing his daughter being treated so kindly by Master Dragon, how could a parent not be gratified? After a moment, Orlayer Pendragon gently patted the back of official Deng Hyun's hand. When she withdrew her hand from her palms, official Deng Hyun blinked.
Too short. The time this warmth stayed was truly too short.
She was still feeling down, but she no longer had the panic and unease from before, because she would no longer worry about whether she would be shunned. It was only because when Master Dragon looked at her, her eyes were full of tolerance. Orlayer Pendragon turned to the side and took a gleaming golden medal from the guard beside her.
On the medal was engraved the majestic totem of the Orlayan Empire, with extremely exquisite patterns. She looked at official Deng Hyun, her tone gentle. It was said earlier that the winner of this competition would not only receive gold and silver rewards, but could also serve as the commander for the next foreign war.
As her voice fell, Orlayer Pendragon's eyes suddenly became solemn. Official Deng Hyun, are you willing to take on this heavy responsibility? Official Deng Hyun's heart tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to deny herself. But meeting Orlayer Pendragon's eyes full of encouragement, a courage inexplicably arose in the bottom of her heart. Initially, when she signed up for the competition, she hadn't thought that much. Who could have expected that she would win all the way to the end and take the top spot?
But even so, she had never dared to dream of serving as a commander. That was a sense of unworthiness carved into her bones. She was used to self-denial.
Moreover, being a commander was not just about having courage. It required brains. She hadn't read many books since childhood and didn't understand military strategy. Even the arena competition had no method to speak of. She knew very well that if it weren't for joining forces with Penghai to throw General Sealer's Vance out of the ring first, she would have had no chance of winning. Thinking of this, official Deng Hyun couldn't help but feel a bit shy.
Young General Kin, I'm truly sorry. She originally wanted to open her mouth to refuse, but looking at Orlayer Pendragon's expectant and firm eyes, the words that reached her lips were swallowed back. In a trance, she remembered those heroic female generals listed on the sky screen.
They were all women, yet they could dominate the battlefield.
Yes, others could do it. Why couldn't she?
She looked at her father, then at her mother and younger brother. Finally, she looked at Orlayer Pendragon. Everyone seemed to believe in her. With this thought, official Deng Hyun no longer hesitated. She took the medal from Orlayer Pendragon's hands with both hands, her voice choked with emotion, yet incredibly firm. Master Dragon, I can do it. Chapter 32 Training Troops. She would never let little Master Dragon down. However, please donate all of these gold and silver rewards to Aegis Marches. Official Deng Hyun continued. Although her family wasn't wealthy, they weren't poor either. Having a harmonious family was already a great happiness. As a native of Aegis Marches, she knew the situation of her hometown well and didn't want Orlayer Pendragon to spend money on her behalf. Upon hearing this, Orlayer Pendragon was slightly taken aback, but then her eyes softened as she nodded. Then, on behalf of the people of Aegis Marches, I thank you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd instantly erupted.
How could we let little Master Dragon thank us?
We should be the ones thanking Miss Deng.
That's right, that's right.
Miss Deng has a kind heart. She really is a good person.
What do you mean, miss? You should call her General Dang.
General Deng, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Little Master Dragon is benevolent, and General Deng is also a kind soul. Old man Deng stood in the crowd, his face already streaming with tears. The crowd's exclamations gradually subsided.
Orlier Pendragon's gaze swept over the martial artists who had participated in the competition, finally landing on Peng Hai, who stood in a corner with a burly figure and an honest face.
The man looked a bit disappointed. His expression was full of envy as he looked at official Deng Huan.
Orlier Pendragon smiled knowingly and looked at him as well. Being a runner-up was an incredible achievement. It shouldn't be overlooked.
Peng Hai was never good with words.
When her gaze swept over him, he quickly straightened his back, his palms sweating from nervousness.
Orlier Pendragon walked toward him, her voice clearly carrying across the arena. Peng Hai, you were steady and brave during the competition, and your nature is pure. For the next military campaign, you will serve as a deputy general, training alongside her and assisting in drilling the troops. Peng Hai was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned bright red.
He was so excited he almost jumped up.
No.
Subordinate acknowledges the order.
Thank you, little Master Dragon.
He had dreamed of having a proper job.
This was simply a windfall from the heavens, seeing him like this. Orlier Pendragon gave a helpless smile.
This is what you deserve. Immediately after, Orlier Pendragon looked at General Kalen Vanguard, who was standing to the side, his face still slightly flushed but unable to hide his air of pride.
Although this youth from a military family had narrowly lost in the ring, his strength was undeniable.
General Kalen Vanguard, you are well versed in military tactics and have a solid foundation, Orlier Pendragon said in a calm but earnest tone. You may join the upcoming campaign to assist in training, study formations and strategy, and help address any gaps in troop deployment. General Sealers Vance was taken aback at first. Then he set aside his youthful demeanor and bowed solemnly.
Subordinate acknowledges the order. I will certainly not fail your expectations, Minister. As for the other martial artists who performed well in the competition, Orlier Pendragon asked for their thoughts before making arrangements for each of them. Those with agile skills were assigned to the Scout Battalion. Those with meticulous minds were put in charge of logistics training. Those with superior strength were assigned to the Vanguard Battalion. Everyone was put to good use, and not a single person was neglected or slighted. After making the arrangements, Orlier Pendragon looked at this new generation with joy on her face. Assemble at the military training ground at the hour of the rabbit in 3 days. I will personally arrange military tactics, instruction, and practical training for you. Everyone cupped their fists, yes. Hearing this deafening sound, the people of Aegis Marches felt an increasing sense of security, something they had never experienced before. After Orlier Pendragon led the officials away, the crowd still felt unsatisfied, watching her retreating figure with reluctance. Official Deng Huan clutched the medal in her hand tightly. Seeing her parents walking over, she quickly smiled and went to greet them.
Father, mother, look, she was just about to show off her honor, but to her surprise, her parents tightly gripped her hands, while her younger brother, who hadn't managed to grab them, paced around anxiously to the side.
Official Deng Huan, what are you doing? To her surprise, her mother rubbed her hands, muttering, let mother touch it quickly. This is the hand that little Master Dragon touched. Oh my, I feel like I've been touched by celestial energy now.
Official Deng Huan. Her brother was so anxious he was about to cry. To the side, the crowd looked at her as if they were going to devour her. Even Peng Hai was eyeing her covetously. Official Deng Huan, Miss Deng, a wealthy merchant who had previously offered 100,000 taels of gold to buy Orlier Pendragon's handwritten poems, spoke up.
Old man Deng was righteous and stern at this moment. Sorry, I take back what I said before.
It's not for sale. Even for 1,000,000 taels, I won't sell it this time.
His daughter could donate her reward without hesitation.
As a father, he had to show the proper attitude.
Moreover, little Master Dragon was now someone extraordinary in their hearts.
He must keep it well and treat it as a family heirloom.
Who would have thought the wealthy merchant would smile awkwardly but still persist? I meant to ask, could you let me touch your hand? Woo, that was the hand that little Master Dragon touched.
He also wanted to feel it. Upon hearing this, old Lady Deng glared at him. A touch what? You're a grown man. Don't you know that men and women should keep their distance?
Wealthy merchant, I'll pay 1,000 taels.
Old Lady Deng choked on her words. Gold.
The Deng family. That's not impossible. Haim quickly arrived 3 days later.
The military camp. It was bustling with activity.
Hearing that little Master Dragon would come to train them personally today, the veteran soldiers also requested to participate. No one questioned whether someone who had never been on the battlefield would know military tactics. In their hearts, little Master Dragon was omnipotent.
Kaya got up especially early and dressed himself up quite flamboyantly.
Since coming to Aegis marches, he had shaved off his baked beard, though the scar on his face still made him look fierce.
He was busy training his troops.
You must perform well later, understand? Keep your back straight, open your eyes wide, and shout louder.
Yes, louder. Didn't you eat? Yes.
Kaya nodded and looked at his subordinates.
After surrendering, the original Rakshasa coalition people warriors were still led by him, because he was skilled with cavalry. Some Aegis Marches cavalrymen were assigned to him as well, and this unit had a new name, Kingshan Cavalry.
Not long after, a commotion came from the entrance. It was Aurelier Pendragon.
Today, she was wearing casual clothes, her ponytail tied high, making her look heroic and spirited.
By the time Aurelier Pendragon arrived, everyone who was supposed to be there had already gathered. Looking at the soldiers lined up clearly on the training ground, she was very gratified. Aegis Marches had female soldiers.
They were basically all assigned under Lady Roner Vance.
These young women had cut their long hair, and each of them exuded vibrant vitality.
Official Deng Huan stood in the front row, her gaze firm.
Aurelier Pendragon smiled knowingly. Let's begin. She did not follow the old military customs. She didn't start by practicing formations or reading military manuals. Instead, she introduced a completely novel, modern method of training troops and deployed it methodically.
First came discipline. She established strict military regulations, demanding absolute obedience where orders were carried out without fail.
Marching, standing, and formations were all required to be uniform, fostering obedience and a sense of teamwork among the soldiers, discarding the previous habits of slackness and procrastination.
Next was physical conditioning. She set up projects like weighted long-distance running, obstacle crossing, and endurance squats.
She discarded flashy moves, focusing purely on physical strength and endurance, polishing everyone's physical fitness so that everyone could carry weapons and withstand long-distance marches. Afterward came practical combat.
She taught only the simplest and most effective enemy-subduing moves: slashing, blocking, grappling, and wrestling. Every move was aimed at real combat. Group sparring and multi-person coordination were carried out in turns to improve their ability to adapt on the spot. Only then did she move on to tactical teaching. Using simple and easy-to-understand language, Aurelier Pendragon explained practical knowledge such as formation cover, flanking, enemy reconnaissance, and logistics supply. Combining this with terrain maps, she broke down complex military tactics so clearly that even illiterate soldiers could understand them immediately. She also established a daily assessment system and morning training, afternoon drills, and evening reviews.
Rewards and punishments were clear. Those who performed exceptionally were rewarded in public, while those who were lazy were given extra training according to regulations.
It was fair and just, and no one was unconvinced.
The entire training ground was filled with thunderous slogans, uniform footsteps, and flying dust. Everyone gave their all, not daring to slack off in the slightest, completely won over by this efficient, strict, and practical training method. Seeing the new atmosphere in the military camp, Aurelier Pendragon was extremely gratified. This set of military tactics was adapted by her, combining modern techniques. The army in the capital had long been using it, but Aegis Marches was too far away. Even though the plans had been written down, they hadn't been learned well, so she set up a new set for them. Among these people, official Deng Huan was the most hardworking. Her judgment was indeed correct. During physical training, official Deng Huan carried the heaviest sandbags and ran at the very front of the team. Even when she was panting and her legs were weak, she never slowed down, gritting her teeth and persevering until the very last moment. When crossing obstacles, although she was burly, she was agile and vigorous, crossing wooden fences, jump palace over deep pits, and climbing low walls. Her movements were crisp and clean, never dragging or messy. During formation drills, her spine was straight as a pine tree.
Sweat slid down her cheeks and soaked her clothes, but she didn't move a muscle. every movement strictly following instructions without the slightest error.
In practical sparring, she no longer relied solely on brute force to charge blindly. She carefully remembered the techniques Aurelier Pendragon taught, finding the opponent's weak points to exert force, being both steady and brave.
Even General Sealers Van secretly admired her after sparring with her.
When others rested and drank water, she refused to be idle, holding the military manual Aurelier Pendragon gave her and carefully pondering every word.
For characters she didn't recognize, she humbly asked Lady Roner Vance.
For tactics she didn't understand, she silently memorized them, waiting for when Aurelier Pendragon was free to ask for guidance. There was another piece of good news.
Lady Roner Vance had taken official Deng Hyun as her disciple.
This pairing of the two actually surprised Aurelier Pendragon a bit.
Later, she heard from Lady Roner Vance that she saw the demeanor of a great general in official Deng Hyun.
Aurelier Pendragon felt the same way. Official Deng Hyun learned everything quickly. Besides hard work, she also had talent. This feeling of personally carving an unpolished gem was truly intoxicating.
And Peng Hai was especially honest. He learned whatever he was told to.
And once he set his mind on something, he would keep working hard until he mastered it. Besides that, Aurelier Pendragon saw many other promising seeds.
They had shown their potential in the competition, and although they couldn't compare to the top 2 or 3 after systematic training, they were simply unpolished gems.
The new stars of the Aurelian Empire were rising.
Upon returning to her residence, Aurelier Pendragon wrote a letter to the Emperor of Aurelion, sharing her joy.
Miss Lyra secretly wiped away tears where no one could see. These past few days, Miss had been training alongside the soldiers. She looked so frail, yet she had actually endured it. Only she and Clara knew how frighteningly bruised Miss's body was at night. But while their hearts ached, they were also very happy, because Miss's complexion had been significantly ruddier these past few days, and her health was better. This was a good change. How could they not want Miss to live a long life?
Aurelier Pendragon gently put down her brush, waited for the ink to dry, folded the letter, and sealed it in an envelope. Her fingertips still carried a hint of lingering fatigue.
"Are you secretly aching for me again?" She chuckled and raised her hand to rub Lyra of the Vale's head.
"These are just skin injuries,
compared to the soldiers on the border fighting in blood every day. What is this little bit of hardship?" Clara brought over warm medicinal soup. Seeing the bruises faintly visible on her Miss's body, her eyes also turned red. But she only whispered a plea. Miss is working so hard now. If the master, mistress, and the Emperor were to find out, they would surely be heartbroken.
Aurelier Pendragon sat down, letting them wipe her arms, her gaze looking out at the night scenery outside the window. "If I don't try it myself, how can I know their difficulties and understand the hardship of training troops?" she said softly.
Watching them stand firm and steady, and knowing they can protect the Aurelian Empire in the future, this little injury of mine is worth it.
Lyra finally couldn't help but choke up. "We just hope for Miss to be safe and healthy."
Aurelier Pendragon was silent for a moment, then reached up to touch her chest. In the past, she always felt that fate was like a thread, where a single pull could affect the whole body. But now, looking at the Aurelian Empire thriving and the youths full of spirit, she felt instead that living was not just for longevity, but for what makes it worthwhile. "I will," she replied softly, her tone firm. "For you, for the Emperor, and for this magnificent land, I will live well." She had never longed for a long life as much as she did now. The warmth of the medicinal wine gradually penetrated her skin, relieving the soreness. From the day's training, "Send someone to deliver the letter to the capital tomorrow," Aurelier Pendragon instructed softly. "In a few more days, there will be a competition at the training ground. I want to see just how big of a surprise these children can give me."
Lyra quickly agreed. Clara couldn't help but smile. Miss was clearly just a child herself. The candle burned out, and the night grew deeper.
Outside the window, the moonlight spilled down, gently wrapped palace around the entire courtyard. Today's moon seemed to be quietly waiting for the days to come. Flowers bloomed on every branch. The country was prosperous, and the people were at peace. For 3 consecutive days, the atmosphere of training in the military camp did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, it grew stronger day by day. Aurelier Pendragon went there every day and could always see a brand new atmosphere. This troop had already begun to take on the posture of a tiger or wolf given time. they would surely be invincible.
The physical strengthening methods she had taught in the military camps some days ago had somehow spread to the common people of Aegis marches, and the citizens were actually practicing them spontaneously at home. As more and more people practiced, neighbors and friends gradually began to meet up to train together, which was incredibly lively.
Upon learning this, Aurelier Pendragon simply went with the flow and ordered people to open up a spacious square in the city, specifically for the people to practice in the morning. One night, she specifically passed by that place.
After seeing the situation, she was silent for a moment. Why?
Because most people weren't doing it correctly. It looked like the square dancing of the future, in the midst of such peace. The sky screen suddenly descended. Chapter 33, Later Generations, Teasing a Child. Hello everyone, I'm your Aurelian Empire History Review content creator, Miss Bo. Above Aegis marches, the long-absent sky screen appeared once again.
The first thing to ring out was Chrono-Archivist Echo's sweet greeting.
She was dressed very formally today. Her hair was combed meticulously. While she usually gave people the impression of being clever and vivacious, today there was an added touch of maturity. Aurelier Pendragon raised her eyes to look at the sky screen, her long, slender eyelashes trembling slightly, her lips pursed subconsciously, and a faint trace of disappointment quietly flashed across the depths of her eyes.
That emotion was as light as the wind, as shallow as the mist, and so faint it was almost impossible to catch, disappearing in an instant without leaving a trace.
Miss, what is wrong? Clara looked at her mistress with concern. Clearly, when the sky screen lit up, her mistress had been very happy, so why was she feeling dejected now? She did not understand, but she did not want to see her mistress unhappy. Aurelier Pendragon shook her head gently, her voice calm. I am fine. Her gaze fixed once again on the light screen, and she sighed inwardly. Meetings will always have partings. This was an inevitable fact.
All she could do was cherish every encounter.
The comments were surging wildly.
Every word was familiar to Aurelier Pendragon. Hello, content creator. Long time no see. You've really been getting lazier lately.
Haha, I don't think it's laziness. It's because you don't know what to talk about anymore.
Everything that should be said has already been said.
Unknowingly, I've been watching for so long.
Hee, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it.
Beneath the sky screen, all those in the Imperial court and among the common people who were insightful and intelligent gazed at these words, all faintly perceiving the mystery within, holding their breath in concentration.
The Emperor of Aurelion's eyes were serious as never before. He said to the officials beside him, quick, write it all down.
Ilara Valerius, who was usually lazy about handling affairs, actually took up a brush and ink, spread out paper, and began to diligently record every word and sentence. A while ago, I visited the tomb of Emperor Valerius of Aurelion.
In the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of Aurelion, who had just been issuing stern orders, suddenly froze. After coming to his senses, he was both angry and amused, cursing under his breath this girl.
He muttered to himself. She went to the tomb. So why didn't she start a live stream? He wanted to see it with his own eyes too. In Aegis marches, Lara heard this and kept glancing at Aurelier Pendragon. Since her mistress was to be buried in the Imperial tomb in the future, did this mean that today she would see one's own corpse while still alive? This was too eerie. Aurelier Pendragon was also stunned, then laughed. This is quite interesting.
Such an experience was quite rare.
It's not that I don't want to live stream, but there are cultural relics inside, and they don't allow live streaming.
I only got permission to record some content because I made a name for myself, and they recognized me. Speaking of this, Echo lifted her small face, full of pride.
This appearance made the ancestors of the Aurelian Empire laugh. They kept saying the Chrono-Archivist is truly amazing. Ha ha ha, amazing.
Did you go last week? I think I saw you.
I didn't dare to recognize you.
What? You went last week, but only posted this week.
My triple combo is gone. Before I went to the Valerius Mausoleum, I always saw marketing accounts online saying how difficult it was to excavate and how many mechanisms there were.
But after I went in and talked to the experts in this field, I realized it was completely not like that. Do you know what the expert told me?
As her voice fell, the screen split in two. On the left stood Echo in formal attire, while on the right appeared a capable woman, with short hair.
Time had left faint traces on her cheeks, but it could not hide the gentle and refined scholarly air about her, nor the profound, ingrained scholarly demeanor.
A line of text slowly appeared at the bottom of the screen. Aurelian Empire Cultural Relic Restoration Expert, Huey Mingshu. Huey Mingshu smiled gently at the camera and spoke slowly, recounting the astonishing discoveries from years of archaeological work of what is circulating online, saying that the tomb of Emperor Valerius of Aurelian has many mechanisms and is extremely difficult to excavate, is not incorrect. Imperial mausoleums are naturally extraordinary.
The underground palace structure is complex, with hidden anti-theft designs.
Coupled with the passage of time and geological erosion, the excavation of any imperial tomb can be described as walking on thin ice. She paused and continued, not to mention the distant past. Just take the Mu Mausoleum, which predates the Aurelian Empire. Deep within the underground palace, mercury vapor was thick, hidden crossbows were everywhere, and the soil structure was fragile and prone to collapse. The slightest carelessness would trigger cave-ins, poisoning, or even lethal mechanisms.
When the archaeological team explored the monolith of Remembrance back then, the danger of the environment and the difficulty were far beyond ordinary imagination.
They even paid the price with their lives, and progress has been extremely slow even to this day. But the monolith of Remembrance is different.
10 years ago, given the technical conditions at the time, the experts were prepared for a long battle lasting decades or even a lifetime. But after we entered, we discovered that while this tomb appeared fraught with danger, it actually left room for maneuver everywhere.
Although those mechanisms were present, they were not lethal. Although the layout was ingenious, it left clear, solvable paths throughout the entire excavation. Not a single person in the team was injured. Yeah, why is that? Holy crap, that gives me goosebumps. Is there a possibility that it's because Emperor Valerius knew that future generations would come to rob their tomb? So, on purpose.
That's terrifying to think about. Holy crap.
In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelian snorted proudly, feeling secretly pleased.
Even before the sky screen appeared, he had never thought of imitating the emperors of previous dynasties by building his own. The monolith of Remembrance be impregnable and airtight.
This dynasty was built on tracing the past and inheriting civilization from the relics and documents left by predecessors. If there were no transmission of documents, and no evidence of the existence of ancestors, then civilization would suffer a disconnect.
He remembered, when Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian, was conquering the world, there was a time when he lacked gold and silver. So, what did the Zhou family do? That's right.
They dug up imperial tombs. The burial goods inside were numerous, and gold, silver, and jade artifacts were countless, solving their urgent needs at once. Although Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian, felt a bit guilty afterward and buried them back after becoming emperor, this incident served as a reminder to him.
That is, if others want to dig up your tomb, you can't stop them after all. You're already dead, so why go through the trouble? It's better to use the money for building the monolith of Remembrance to benefit the people and do more good deeds. In summary, from the very beginning, he had only intended to set up some small mechanisms, bury himself, and bury the ministers he valued, while also burying some books that were unfavorable to him.
And after the sky screen appeared, this thought became even stronger.
However, future generations actually took his and his beloved ministers' corpses out for exhibition, he was definitely going to triple the mechanisms he had originally planned. Forget it.
Let's make it double.
He felt that the people of later generations were all kind of silly and cute.
In this life, apart from his, the Empress Dowagers, and little Pei's tombs which needed key protection, the others could be whatever. Anyway, no one wanted to see their corpses.
In Aegis marches, Aurelian Pendragon had no idea that the Emperor of Aurelian was already arranging their funeral affairs. She was thinking,
should she bury some good things to scare the later generations? How about stuffing in a few more sets of Aurelian Empire exam papers?
In the video, Huey Mingshu gently pushed up her glasses, filled with emotion. That's right. When we were excavating the Valerius Mausoleum, we clearly felt that all the difficulties inside were within the scope of being solvable, and we didn't even need to rely on too much high-end technology.
It looked dangerous and complex, but in reality it held back everywhere, just like.
She looked at the camera, saying her conclusion word by word. It was just like teasing a child.
Chapter 34. Aurelian Bao do all the homework for me. As soon as the words teasing a child appeared, the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, almost covering the entire sky screen.
Holy crap, I knew it.
I had thought before that. Logically speaking, with Aureliah around, the tombs of the Aurelian state should have been impossibly difficult.
With Aurelia's brain, if she really wanted to set up defenses, we wouldn't be able to touch them even in another 100 years. Yet they were successfully excavated 10 years ago.
I've seen this archaeological data and remember it very clearly.
The archaeological team only took half a year to reach the main burial chamber, and half of that time was spent organizing the people buried as funerary objects. There were just too many people buried there.
Ha 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 ha, too many people stuffed in. I'm dying of laughter. There really are a lot. Emperor Othniel the Blind was too lazy to build a mausoleum, so she just found a spot inside and lay down. And that was that.
Not only that, but she also let her favorite ministers find their own spots with good feng shui.
Several later emperors followed suit. If it weren't for Emperor Tiberius the Wise's imperial scale, it wouldn't have been enough for these few generations to be buried in. Aureliah Pendragon, that is quite a lot of stuffing. The smile on the Emperor of Aurelian's face stiffened. A single paragraph rendered him speechless.
Ah, what on earth did his unworthy descendants do to his final resting place? So they did it on purpose! Exclamation, I instantly got goosebumps.
On screen, Kiwi Minx's figure slowly faded, leaving behind only a complex and indescribable smile seemingly filled with emotion, shock, and awe hiding 1,000 words.
Echo faced the camera, her voice still brimming with lingering excitement as she gave the final summary.
I was on the scene at the time and my scalp went numb. I asked several experts one after another, and the conclusion was exactly the same.
They all felt that Emperor Valerius had designed it this way on purpose. They knew early on that their mausoleums would be excavated in the future, and they didn't want their future descendants to be hurt, so they set up those traps that looked dangerous but were actually harmless.
And what's even more terrifying, these designs could only be safely cracked with the technology of our era. If they were back in the feudal period, ordinary grave robbers who rashly broke in would still undoubtedly die.
Holy crap, that's even scarier when you put it that way. So,
does that mean their tombs were left for our generation to dig from the very beginning? Ah, my hair is standing on end. This isn't building a tomb, it's practically a dialogue with us across 1,000 years. In Aegis March's city, the streets and alleys were silent. The common people, who had previously been discussing the matter loudly, all looked up at the sky, their expressions a mix of shock and wonder.
Is it strange?
A woman selling hairpins asked with a smile. Master Dragon is a divine maiden, so this is quite normal.
Those around her nodded repeatedly upon hearing her words.
Mistress Wang is right. It's not strange at all. It's just that these people of later generations are making a fuss over nothing. They haven't seen the world.
They were often shocked by the magnificent architecture and incredible objects of the world. But now the tables had turned.
On this side, Aureliah Pendragon looked at the conclusion drawn on the sky screen, stunned for a moment, before a knowing smile spread in her eyes. It seems that her own handiwork must be involved in this. If she herself had such spots now, how could a version of herself in the original timeline not have considered this?
She just didn't know if she had thought of the same thing in other places.
Let me show everyone this.
As Echo finished speaking, the screen split in two again, and the camera slowly pushed toward the stone door of an independent burial chamber deep within the mausoleum.
The stone door had endured 1,000 years, and its patterns were slightly modeled, yet rows of neat characters were clearly carved on the lintel and frame.
The erosion of time only added a sense of weight to it, without completely blurring the traces.
They were actually a series of numbers and equations interwoven with Aurelian state characters.
This is Aurelia's burial chamber.
Chrono-archivist Echo's tone carried a hint of amazement.
Unexpected, right? If you want to enter this burial chamber, you have to solve a math problem first.
Help! Leaving a math problem as a key for future generations across 1,000 years, only Aureliah would do something like that. Grave robbers would be rendered speechless upon seeing it, and experts would flip through their textbooks on the spot.
It's absolutely brilliant. So you have to take an exam just to enter a burial chamber.
This isn't a burial chamber door. It's clearly an academic threshold.
Echo reached out and gestured toward the stone door, her tone becoming increasingly excited. What's even more brilliant is that the answer to this problem is the password to open the stone door,
corresponding to the text scales on the door. As long as you calculate the result and align it with the position, the stone door can be easily opened. Just imagine, 1,000 years ago, Aurelier had already calculated that only future generations who understood this mathematics would be able to step into her burial chamber. Aurelian state. The scholars looked at the dense problems and felt a headache coming on.
The students who had received the new-style education had already started flip palace through their textbooks. Although they had already learned many symbols, there were still many on the stone slab that they had never seen before.
Just looking at them, they could feel the boundlessness of the sea of learning. Hua Prefecture, deep in the mountains.
The forests were lush, surrounded by clouds and mist, with a secluded courtyard hidden within, as tranquil as if it were outside the world. In the corner of the courtyard stood a simple thatched cottage. The mud ground outside had been smoothed over repeatedly and was covered with dense mathematical deductions, written in a vigorous hand, clearly having been studied here for a long time.
An old man with white hair and beard was squatting on the ground, his fingertips stained with mud, meticulously tracing the numbers and symbols appearing on the sky screen. His eyes grew brighter and brighter, gradually filled with extreme obsession.
These symbols, what kind of marvelous method are they? He muttered to himself, his voice trembling.
I thought the Aurelian state's new-style numbers, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and the multiplication table were already world-shocking, but I didn't expect there to be such knowledge as this. Before he could finish speaking, a soft sound came from inside the thatched cottage. The door slowly opened, and a woman walked out slowly holding a basin of water. Seeing his crazed appearance, she couldn't help but laugh and tease him. Previously, the prefecture and even the capital repeatedly sent people to invite you to serve as an official, but you turned them all away. Instead, you insisted on Key Palace, that new-style mathematics book, and refused to return it. Now it has actually moved you.
Chapter 34. Why should one care about what happens after death?
Hearing this, the old man straightened up, slowly raising his hand to brush the dust and grass clippings from his robes.
His eyes, previously indifferent to the world, were now as sharp as blades, no longer holding a shred of the idle detachment of a hermit. He lifted his head to gaze at the brilliant sky screen on the horizon and laughed heartily.
His voice pierced through the forest breeze, resonant and clear with the great Tao before me. How can I remain content in these mountains? It seems today is the day I leave this seclusion.
He paused, then lightly tapped the clouds hanging from the sky screen with his fingertip, his tone urgent. That girl I remember, she is in Aegis Marches.
Let's go. We depart immediately to Aegis Marches, the capital.
The Imperial Academy. Several white-haired scholars, who had spent decades deep in the study of mathematics, were gathered by the window.
Their gazes were fixed, as if they were firmly entranced.
The counting rods they held tightly slipped from their hands, clattering onto the blue brick floor, but not one of them bent down to pick them up. Their hearts and eyes were filled only with the profound knowledge on the sky screen.
Scholar Dorian, a leader who had always been obsessed with mathematics, felt his eyes surge with ecstasy and shock.
His withered fingers kept tracing those strange symbols in the air, his lips trembling as he repeated the combinations of symbols he had never seen before. His heart stirred and unable to calm.
Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. This method of calculation is 100 times simpler than counting rods, and this logic of deduction is completely unheard of.
Disregarding his refined demeanor, he rushed to the desk, spread out rice paper with trembling hands, and dipped his brush in ink to copy it. Ink splattered onto his plain robes,
blooming into dark stains.
He didn't even notice, continuing to bury his head in writing, muttering, I have studied mathematics my whole life, yet I never knew such knowledge existed in this world.
If I could understand even a fraction of it, I would die without regrets. The other scholars nearby followed suit, each rushing to their desks to write. Soon, the tables were piled high with papers covered in strange symbols.
Some frowned in deep thought, their fingertips palaced the desk as they deduced.
Some had eyes shining with sudden enlightenment, sighing softly. Others held their brushes in contemplation, their brows relaxing and tightening by turns. The originally quiet and elegant Academy of Mathematics was now filled with the rustling of paper and brushes, and the sound of low gasps rising and falling. Everyone had been captivated by the peerless knowledge on the sky screen, forgetting to eat or drink, completely losing track of time. One scholar stared at the sky screen for a long time, then suddenly thought of something.
He turned to his companion and couldn't help but laugh strangely. Master Dragon actually held back a trick or two.
The things that followed, they had never seen even half a bit of in any mathematics book. Doing math problems is one thing, The people on the archaeological team are all educated, yet they spent an entire week researching this problem.
Why?
Please look at the big screen. The scene changed, clearly displaying that enormous stone slab. Numbers and characters were densely packed, lined up from beginning to end, squeezed together so tightly that just looking at it made one's vision go dark and head spin.
That's right.
On this slab as big as a door, there was, astonishingly, only one problem. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. I feel bad for the experts.
No wonder the teacher I follow, Teacher Song, had his hairline recede by half a head after coming out.
Oh my God. Aurelier definitely did this on purpose.
Thinking about how Aurelier had only one breath left but insisted on leaving this problem before passing away makes me want to laugh.
I'm sorry, Aurelier, but I really can't help it. Aegis marches. Aurelier Pendragon was sitting by the window, holding a scroll in her hands. Hearing this, she lifted her eyes slightly to gaze at the sky screen, the corners of her mouth twitching. She sighed in her heart, helpless and amused. Aurelier Pendragon.
If you want to laugh, then laugh. She also wanted to laugh quite a bit.
She gently set down the scroll, her fingertips tracing the windowsill.
She watched the images on the sky screen quietly, a gentle and peaceful aura surrounding her. The Imperial Palace.
Emperor of Aurelion stared at the calculation on the sky screen, his eyes brightening.
He quickly turned to urge the civil official beside him, quick, record it all down.
Record every single word.
The imperial examinations were coming up soon, and he had an immature idea.
Although he was a mature and steady emperor, finding a bit of amusement in these calm and peaceful days couldn't be wrong, could it? This involves too much mathematics. It's not that it can't be solved, it's just complex.
It's very easy to get dazzled, and if you're not careful, you have to start over,
and you have to submit 2 types of algorithms.
Let me show you a picture. As soon as the picture appeared on the sky screen, everyone, whether people from future generations or the citizens of Great Aurelion, couldn't help but laugh. A group of experts, young and old, were staring with wide eyes at the calculation on the stone slab, a mix of bewilderment and deep confusion on their faces, looking completely at a loss.
If question marks could talk, they would surely be cursing out loud. The comments section was instantly flooded with horror, filled with cheerful teasing.
Clara and Lyra of the Vales, who were serving nearby, also covered their mouths to giggle, their eyes curved in amusement, looking at their young mistress with doting affection. Aurelier Pendragon left paren letter 1422 letter 1422 right paren.
She tilted her head, feeling absolutely no guilt for troubling future generations. Echo wanted to laugh, but the corners of her mouth twitched, and she spoke helplessly to the camera. I really want to ask Aurelier, are you a devil?
Could you solve this thunderous problem? Lyra immediately lifted her chin, her face full of pride. That's for sure. My young mistress is exceptionally talented. She could solve a problem like this just by glancing at it. She unconditionally believed in her young mistress. In her heart, Aurelier Pendragon was capable of anything. The Pendragon family far away in the capital also nodded with smiles. Definitely. The people of Aurelion, scattered across various places in the country, also nodded in agreement, their voices firm. Absolutely. As for Aurelier Pendragon,
she gazed at the sky screen, looking leisurely.
Aurelier Pendragon, Tibetan letter F80, Tibetan letter F72.
However, I remember that when this problem first appeared, everyone said it was actually set by Emperor Valerius of Aurelion and had nothing to do with Aurelier.
Emperor Valerius is the real devil. Emperor of Aurelion watched the comments on the sky screen, looking bewildered. A series of question marks slowly palace up over his head. Emperor of Aurelion. He was wronged. This problem had absolutely nothing to do with him. He didn't have the ability to create such a difficult problem.
But it was quickly denied. Why?
Because Emperor Valerius doesn't have the brain for it. Emperor of Aurelion.
That would have been better than just wronging him.
Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, standing to the side, slowly lowered his head and chuckled secretly.
As expected of Miss Bow.
As expected of people from future generations. If anyone other than Master Dragon had said that, His Majesty would have twisted their head off. No matter what.
We are accustomed to using all sorts of wonderful words to describe Aurelier, so when we discover she has a mischievous side, we instinctively try to romanticize it at first.
But I actually think this kind of Aurelier is very vivid, less distant. She dedicated her whole life to Great Aurelion, exhausting herself, and rarely had childish moments, but the few times she did, She used them on us.
She really makes me cry to death. So, Emperor Valerius of Orlion, you deserve to take the blame. Anyway, you will be taking quite a few more blame pots later on.
Emperor of Orlion.
He now deeply understood how Arthur Pendragon felt on a daily basis.
It was truly suffering that couldn't be spoken of. He was torn between laughter and tears.
Also, what did they mean he would take quite a few more blame pots? Elaborate. When the archaeological team finished the problem and opened the mechanism, finally entering the main tomb chamber, they were immediately stunned by the magnificence inside.
The funerary objects, gold, silver, and jade artifacts were countless.
There was even a mountain piled up of gold, and silks and satins were innumerable, an eye-dazzling display of extreme luxury. Hearing this,
Orliar Pendragon froze slightly, her hand holding the teacup pausing in midair.
Then, a faint warmth rose in her eyes, and a gentle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. This was certainly not her wish.
Although people nowadays believed in the existence of the underworld and were always afraid of having no money to use after they died, she would rather put precious resources into reality livelihood, agriculture, and academics to benefit the citizens of Great Orlion.
Looking at the pictures, the chrono-archivist released those piles of treasures stacked into small mountains, glittering with gold and jewels. Orliar Pendragon couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache.
She frowned slightly, filled with regret.
How much practical work could this have accomplished? How many schools could have been built? How much water conservancy repaired? How many commoners relieved?
Young mistress, what are you thinking about? Clara noticed her young mistress had inexplicably started daydreaming, and her eyes revealed a trace of regret.
Plus a bit of heartache, she immediately asked, confused.
Orliar Pendragon instinctively blurted out, I'm thinking, if only I could dig up my own grave.
Kusui,
Lyra of the Veils. The two exchanged a look, both shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at their young mistress.
Orliar Pendragon realized she had spoken out of turn, and quickly coughed a few times to cover her inner guilt, her cheeks flushing slightly. Let's keep watching.
She stared straight at the sky screen, her gaze focused, trying to ignore the two surprised gazes.
She picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea to calm her mind.
Clara pursed her lips and shook her head helplessly, feeling very fortunate. It was a good thing that was in another world, and these treasures were 1,000 years in the future.
Otherwise, given her young mistress's character not tolerating a single bit of waste, she would 100% have actually gone to dig up the tomb.
Orliar Pendragon felt heartache over those riches, but only for a moment.
She knew in her heart
these were all tokens of affection from the people who loved her.
After it was mentioned on the sky screen that she would die young, she had immediately arranged her funeral affairs with the Emperor of Orlion, but she couldn't stop those around her who insisted on exhausting everything to ensure she lived safely and prosperously in another world. Orliar Pendragon had already guessed the origin of these things 9 times out of 10.
The land of Orlion. When the commoners saw this scene, they didn't find it surprising. People of future generations are just making a fuss. When my old mother passed away, I specifically bought her gold hairpins to take with her. Someone like Master Dragon must be filled to the brim. That's only right.
Exactly. As a side note,
ancient people are very particular. They were particular in life, and they take what happens after death very seriously.
Unlike us nowadays, how after death we just burn ourselves in a fire and bury the ashes, or if we don't want to bury them, we just keep them at home.
The scene changed, and it was no longer ancient texts and treasures, but a funeral scene completely strange to future generations. In the footage, the body of the deceased was gently sent into an iron furnace. In just a moment, raging flames burned everything into a handful of fine white ashes. The whole of Great Orlion, the entire land of Orlion, exploded.
PFFT.
A commoner who was drinking tea spat it out, choking and coughing repeatedly, his eyes widening larger than copper bells.
Are they crazy?
That his corpse burning.
In Great Orlion, crushing bones and burning corpses was always a capital punishment reserved for the most heinous criminals. Ordinary people found even the mention of it taboo.
Seeing that people of the future treated this as a normal rule, the commoners' faces went pale, filled with both horror and disbelief. Burial brings peace. Burial brings peace. An old man slapped his thigh and stomped his feet, his face full of heartache. A perfectly good person passes away, and instead of burying them in the ground, they burn them with a fire.
Where will the soul rest?
The woman beside him quickly covered her child's eyes, muttering about sin, feeling that the second half of the sky screen was even scarier than that math problem from before.
In the Imperial Palace,
the Emperor of Orlion had just been moved to tears by those boxes of ancient texts, but seeing the scene, his mouth twitched violently as expected of people from future generations.
Just thinking about being burned to ashes after his death made him feel uncomfortable all over, and he instinctively wrapped his dragon robe tighter.
Eunuch Cedric echoed softly from the side, "Your Majesty. From what the servant sees, it is quite creepy."
But the most shocking part was yet to come.
In the footage, someone held those white ashes, walked slowly to the seaside, and raised their hand to scatter them. The sea breeze swept over, and the fine ashes drifted and scattered, melting into the vast ocean, leaving not even a speck behind.
The citizens of Orlion were collectively silent for 3 breaths, then erupted into gasps rising and falling one after another.
Scat scattered into the sea, not even leaving a grave mound,
not even setting up a tombstone.
Then where are descendants supposed to go to kowtow and burn incense during festivals? Where are they supposed to place offerings? Someone looked devastated, not even a memory left. This is too miserable. Others patted their chests in fear. It's a good thing I'm a citizen of Great Orlion. If anyone dared to do that to me, I wouldn't let them go even as a ghost. In the Academy of Mathematics,
the old scholars who were previously frantically copying the calculations all collectively set down their brushes and fell silent.
Scholar Dorian stroked his beard. His face deepened thought this way of funeral rites is, frankly, a bit too unconventional. Aegis marches. Orliar Pendragon gazed at the sky screen, the corners of her mouth twitching imperceptibly.
She was accustomed to future concepts and thought it was eco-friendly and clean, but seeing those around her looking as if they had been struck by lightning, she silently kept her mouth shut.
Clara looked shaken. Young mistress, people of the future are too bold. If anyone dared to do this after you pass away, I would be the first to fight them to the death. Lyra nodded heavily, her face full of determination to defend. There must be a grand burial. A tombstone must be erected, and we must pay respects every year. No one is allowed to treat the young mistress's funeral affairs lightly.
Orliar Pendragon, she wasn't even dead yet. Could she say that?
In her previous life, she was bedridden, and the funeral arrangements she made for herself were to have her ashes turned into an art piece.
Cough, cough, cough.
Cremation is eco-friendly and saves trouble. It takes up little space and is hygienic. There are sea burials, tree burials, and flower burials. It's returning to nature, compared to the hassle of a grand burial. I prefer coming cleanly and leaving cleanly. The citizens of the land of Orlion were collectively silent. Chapter 36. The Tomb of the Moon Phase. Speaking of which, Orliar's tomb holds so much wealth. If it were given to me, I wouldn't be able to spend it all in dozens of lifetimes. Damn, why have I already figured out how to spend it when it's clearly not mine? Echo scratched her head. I remember some haters criticizing Orliar for being extravagant and decadent because of this. Some foreign scholars even claimed that the history of Great Orlion was fake, and that Orliar wasn't as good as the books said, arguing that these worldly possessions are proof.
Are you kidding me, man?
Even if Orliar really were that kind of person, could that erase her achievements? Everything she did for Great Orlion is visible to all. Just hearing about it makes me angry. Idiots. It's one thing for foreigners to say that, but I really don't understand the mindset of those in our own country who hate on Orliar.
Don't ask.
If you do, it's just pure traitors.
Do you guys remember that news story?
A girl discovered that her boyfriend had mocked Orliar on social media, so she reported him.
It turned out, upon investigation, that the guy was from the thieving country. I saw that.
Ha, he deserved it. So what if Orliar loved to spend money?
It wasn't their money she was spending, so it's not their place to criticize.
Echo calmed her thoughts, her voice becoming steady as she continued. According to research, these items were all gifts from others, not something Orliar requested herself.
Tagging Emperor Valerius of Orlion here. Ha ha.
The Emperor of Orlion was suddenly cued. He rubbed his nose, feeling genuinely guilty this time. He could only be thankful that Orliar Pendragon was far away in Aegis marches and not by his side. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't know how to face his daughter's gaze. Fearing he would receive a stern lecture, he still remembered the day when the people of the capital were in a panic due to the predictions on the sky screen.
Everyone on the streets was discussing Orliar Pendragon's lifespan, deeply concerned about her health. But what about her?
Although she had promised everyone in public that she would take good care of herself and live a stable life,
privately, She had come to see him alone, her expression calm, yet she couldn't hide the exhaustion in her eyes. The panic she revealed in her eyes at that time was subtle and hard to detect, but he had still caught it.
Even eunuch Seneschal Cedric, who was serving nearby, could see that something was wrong with her and felt full of heartache. He sighed softly in his heart at that moment. She, no matter how mature, steady, and unflappable she appeared on the surface, she was still a young person in reality.
Not to mention that having learned of her early death in advance, how could she not have a ripple of emotion or a trace of sadness?
Yet, even in such a state of panic and unsettled emotion, what she thought of in her heart was still not herself. It was the empire of great Aurelion, the people of the world, and the inheritance of civilization 1,000 years later. Fragments of memory gradually emerged before his eyes, each scene clear and moving.
That day,
Aureliar Pendragon sat before him.
Her gaze was calm and ripple-free as she said to him, word by word, in a firm tone, after I pass away, there is no need to prepare any rare treasures as burial objects.
Simply bury many books and classics, and seal them properly. If the history of the world should unfortunately suffer a break, with wars raging and the cultural lineage severed, even after 1,000 years, future generations will be able to follow these books to rediscover the lost threads of civilization, allowing the wisdom of great Aurelion to live on endlessly.
The Emperor of Aurelion was full of confusion at that time.
Why was she so prepared for danger in times of peace? Thinking so far ahead, she not only planned for the stability of this dynasty and the peace of this lifetime, but she had even considered the inheritance of civilization 1,000 years later. Such breadth of mind and foresight were rare in the world.
But even more, it was an overwhelming sense of heartache.
A person was clearly alive and well, still in the prime of her youth, yet she had already explained her own funeral arrangements clearly.
Every word and sentence was for the sake of others and future generations, never considering herself.
Thinking of this, the Emperor of Aurelion sighed deeply, his eyes slightly reddening.
What a good child, therefore. What was wrong with him giving his own child some money?
Anyway, the child wouldn't know. On the sky screen, Chrono-Archivist Echo's voice was still narrating slowly, gentle and moving. Aegis marches. Aureliar Pendragon sat in a room, listening to the descendants explain herself in a certain segment of history, listening to those praises and thoughts, a wave of warmth rising in her heart. As mentioned before, after Aureliar passed away, Emperor Valerius of Aurelion's health completely collapsed. On his deathbed, he tossed and turned in restlessness every day, his heart filled with thoughts of whether Aureliar was doing well in the other world, whether she was lacking food or clothing, and whether her life was impoverished. The more he thought this way, the more painful and sour he felt in his heart.
So, he added valuable items to her mausoleum, wanting to take the best things in the world to her.
When he thought of Aureliar while eating, he would order people to add gold, silver, and treasures.
When he thought of Aureliar before sleeping, he would order more valuable artifacts to be sent.
Even when he was holding court to handle government affairs, if his thoughts drifted to Aureliar, he would order rewards without any reason.
Historical records state that during that period, Emperor Valerius of Aurelion issued a total of 81 imperial decrees for rewards while in the court, all to add burial objects for Aureliar.
A video began to play. The color tone was warm, filled with the vicissitudes of time.
In the footage, the actor playing the Emperor of Aurelion had hair as white as snow, yet his figure remained upright, not hunched in the slightest.
Only his face was pale with the lingering aura of illness surrounding his brows, fully displaying the state of his twilight years, his eyes filled with loneliness. He sat quietly on the dragon throne, his eyes dim and hollow, revealing endless longing and desolation, his whole being filled with sorrow.
Below the main hall,
a civil official held a memorial, bowing and reporting, his voice respectfully reporting to Your Majesty. This year the students of the Imperial Academy have studied painstakingly and created a new achievement.
We ask Your Majesty to grant a reward. The Emperor of Aurelion, who had been drowsy and composed, instantly lit up when he heard the words grant a reward. He perked up and asked eagerly, Reward? Reward what?
Who is the reward for?
The civil official was stunned and replied respectfully again, Your Majesty. It is to reward the students of the Imperial Academy.
The Emperor of Aurelion suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly, his tone melancholy. Oh, right. The knowledge currently taught at the Imperial Academy is inextricably linked to my Prime Minister. This is all the Prime Minister's merit. It is the knowledge she left behind that benefits future generations. It should be rewarded.
Passed the decree reward the Prime Minister with 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, and prepare a table of all the food she loved to eat when she was alive, and take it to her.
The civil official, his face was full of helplessness, yet he dared not refute.
Imperial Academy students, hello. Is there anyone who can manage us?
We are the ones who should be rewarded. It's really no exaggeration. If not for the court officials blocking him with their laves, Emperor Valerius might have moved the entire national treasury to be buried with Aurelier Doge. Throughout history, I'm afraid this is the only dynasty where the emperor's burial objects are not as good as a minister's. Oh right, there's also Emperor Othniel the Blind. Among the three of them, all three are very cute. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Othniel the Blind. Aurelier Pendragon's eyes held a smile.
She had received a letter from the capital some time ago, learning that Kshuiner had been born safely and that the crown princess and her daughter were safe, filling her heart with joy. It was just that she was currently in Aegis Marches, tied up with official business, and couldn't rush back to the capital immediately to see the child for the first time, which she felt was a great pity. However, the crown princess often wrote to her, detailing the little one's daily changes stroke by stroke.
It contained everything about when the little one smiled, when she learned to crawl, when she learned to turn over every little detail meticulously described. Therefore, even though they were separated by 1,000 miles, Aurelier Pendragon knew every move of her future apprentice like the back of her hand, and her heart was full of care.
In the imperial palace, the Emperor of Aurelion gazed at himself reflected on the sky screen, his expression quite disdainful, and he couldn't help but complain this is too stingy.
Merely 100 taels of gold and some ordinary silk. Who would that amount of reward be enough for?
How could it be worthy of his precious daughter?
These TV dramas filmed by later generations are really careless and perfunctory, the Emperor of Aurelion said, frowning and critiquing sharply. If it were him, he would at least reward her with 1,000 taels of gold and bestow several spacious and elegant mansions so she could live comfortably. That girl had always loved beauty and adored exquisite dresses. He would also order the top embroiderers in the palace to rush to make a large pile of delicate and beautiful dresses, using the best fabrics, and embroidered with exquisite patterns, and send them all to her so that she would have new clothes to wear every day even in the afterlife. Eunuch Cedric stood to the side, seeing through the Emperor's thoughts at a glance, and hurriedly bowed, smiling in agreement. Your Majesty is absolutely right, but times are different now. That Emperor on the sky screen doesn't have a national treasury as full and as wealthy as Your Majesty's, so naturally, it cannot compare.
This proper flattery made the Emperor of Aurelion feel comfortable, and his lips couldn't help but curl upward.
This personal head eunuch had always been the best at observing his expressions, and his words and actions always hit the mark in his heart. The facts were indeed so. Thanks to Aurelier Pendragon, the national treasury of Great Aurelion was now abundant, with gold and silver piled up like mountains and granaries full. It was no longer the strapped state of the past.
The industrial workshops established by the imperial court in various places were countless.
Industries such as refined salt, white sugar, paper-making, and coal were all highly profitable ventures, continuously channeling wealth into the national treasury, making the national strength of Great Aurelion increasingly prosperous.
Every time he opened the account book submitted by the Minister of Revenue, it was an astronomical sum of income, which filled one with joy.
In the past, whenever the court proposed sending troops or establishing industries, the Minister of Revenue would cry poverty and complain of difficulties, looking worried. Now there was no such scene. The treasury was full, and everything went smoothly.
Even his private treasury was piled with rare treasures, gold, silver, and valuables, and the Empress and the harem no longer needed to live frugally. As an emperor, he had completely escaped the dilemma of worrying about money in the past and lived comfortably and freely.
Such days were truly a time of peace and prosperity for the country. I wonder if that girl is doing well in Aegis Marches, the Emperor of Aurelion said, sighing softly, his eyes full of concern. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, I really want to abdicate this throne now. The great Aurelion of today was peaceful within its borders, tranquil throughout the world, and strong in national power, with the most advanced weapons in the world in his hands. No country dared to invade easily. The world was peaceful and without worry, and the people lived and worked in contentment.
He was trapped in the imperial palace every day, Listening to court officials report on trivial matters and tell inconsequential anecdotes, he only felt that sitting on this throne was dull and had no fun at all.
Eunuch Cedric heard this and smiled, not to mention that your majesty has this intention. Even I am full of longing, wanting to go and see everywhere, to see the magnificent mountains and rivers of great Aurelian, and to see the magnificent scenery of Aegis marches under the governance of Her Highness the Princess. The Emperor's temperament was becoming more and more gentle and generous, with less of the sharpness and harshness of the past serving before him. His own life was becoming more and more stable. All this good fortune was due to the credit of Her Highness the Princess. It was she who had changed the entire great Aurelian with her own strength. The Emperor of Aurelian heard this, and the gloom around him was swept away.
His eyes lit up, and he patted the imperial desk. Full of interest. I have a good idea. He stood up abruptly. The hem of his bright yellow dragon robe swept palace across the carved corners of the imperial desk. The melancholy and weariness from just before had completely dissipated. His heart filled with anticipation. Go summon the crown prince. In the Emperor of Aurelian's voice, the anticipation and excitement could not be suppressed. Although he is a bit stupid and not clever enough, he is suitable and can shoulder this responsibility. Sigh, if only Kshuiner were grown up today. How good that would be. That way he wouldn't have to worry about the succession of the throne. Eunuch Cedric twitched the corner of his mouth.
To make an infant of a few months grow into an adult overnight. Your Majesty, listen to yourself. Is that something a human would say?
But looking at the longing in the Emperor of Aurelian's eyes, he didn't say anything and happily replied yes. He was the head eunuch before the Emperor. If the Emperor left the palace, he would surely have to take him along on this trip, right? After going through all kinds of hardships, the archaeological team finally solved that problem. When they opened Aurelia's tomb chamber, what was most shocking was actually not the piles of jewelry.
For some reason, chronoarchivist Echo's expression suddenly became excited, her eyes reddened, and her voice choked slightly. As she spoke, she actually shed tears, her heart filled with awe and being moved.
At the same time,
the video also began to play, the image clear and full of solemnity. This was a documentary clip of the archaeological team.
Most people obsessed with the history of Great Aurelian had seen the content inside, but every time they saw this climax, they still couldn't help but feel their hearts surging and their eyes welling up with tears.
In the tomb chamber, the lights slowly moved towards the side of Aurelian Pendragon's coffin. Several boxes with regular shapes and intact locks were placed quietly. Having gone through 1,000 years of time and erosion by wind and sand, the material remained tough, without the slightest cracking or damage. As good as new.
The archaeological team members carefully took out professional tools and gently pried at the ancient bronze locks.
Their movements were gentle. There was no rough destruction. Every action was exceptionally cautious, for fear of disturbing this treasure that had spanned 1,000 years.
With a soft click, the first bronze lock opened in response. Following that, the locks on the other boxes were also opened one after another, the sound crisp and heart-stirring.
The moment the lids were slowly lifted, everyone present held their breath. Even the camera remained steadily fixed, projecting the image clearly onto the sky screen. Inside the boxes, there were no gold or silver jewelry, no rare treasures, packed full and neatly arranged. There were only rolls of well-bound books, stacked layer upon layer, countless in number. Chapter 37, Emperor Othniel the Blind. Is it a tiger?
The texture of the paper was special, moisture-proof and insect-resistant.
Despite the passage of millennium, it remained supple and flat.
The handwriting as clear as ever, the ink bright and fresh, without a hint of mold or damage, as if it had just been written.
The camera slowly swept over each crate, where the volumes were categorized, arranged meticulously, neatly, and clearly at a glance.
There were yellowed thread-bound books and neat hardcover volumes.
Most of the covers were stamped with a clear totem of Great Aurelian, labeled with tidy Great Aurelian characters. They were vast in variety, encompassing everything.
Good heavens, it's all books.
I thought it would be rare treasures, but it's all classics. Aurelian really loves learning too much, doesn't she? Look at the cover classifications. There's mathematics, agriculture, medicine, military strategy, craftsmanship, geography, and more. It's practically a small library, encompassing thousands of worldly disciplines.
Who gets this?
Instead of gold and silver for burial, she only took the books she studied her whole life. This level of vision is maxed out. It's so admirable. Every single book is preserved so well. The paper-making and binding technology of the ancients is amazing. These are all priceless treasures.
I can't do it. I'm leaving first. I have a condition where I get a headache whenever I see books, even though this video is very important. Exactly.
What excites us is never the rare burial goods, nor the intricate mechanical layouts. Echo paused, raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Her tone grew increasingly fervent, carrying respect and emotion that spanned a millennium, every word ringing out with power.
It is cultural heritage. The few words fell lightly, yet they weighed 1,000 jun, striking the heart of every viewer, making their hearts tremble and eyes brim with tears. A millennium ago, someone recorded everything they learned in their life, the wisdom of governance, the techniques of livelihood, and the principles of heaven and earth properly sealed and preserved.
They would rather forsake gold and jade treasures than fail to leave this knowledge for future generations.
Aurelia's tomb does not protect her own eternal rest, but the continuity of cultural veins. She transcended time to hand the wisdom of an era, intact, into our hands. These books are the roots of great Aurelian, the veins of civilization, and the hope of passing the torch. The flames of war did not burn it. The passage of time did not grind it down. It lay quietly beside the coffin, waiting for a millennium, finally waiting for someone who understands it. This is the most precious treasure. This is true mortality. Beneath the sky screen, all of great Aurelian fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing, looking up at the crates of classics on the sky screen, their emotions surging and eyes welling with tears. Immediately, an indescribable sense of awe and pride swept across the land, sinking deep into everyone's hearts. They were people of Aurelian. They lived in the same era as the great Master Dragon. The place they were in was a place that people of the future would break their heads trying to visit. Aegis marches.
Seeing the room full of books and the well-preserved classics, tears also flashed in Aurelian Pendragon's eyes.
She heaved a sigh of relief, her suspended heart finally settling. These books, bearing the wisdom of great Aurelian, were truly well preserved, surviving a millennium without being lost.
The imperial palace. Emperor of Aurelian's eyes grew warm as he gazed at the classics on the sky screen, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He had actually understood long ago.
True prosperity is never about vast territories or a full treasury.
It is not about powerful armies or intimidating the four quarters.
It is about the immortality of culture and the ceaselessness of heritage.
Those few crates of books would make great Aurelian remembered better than a vast empire, and were more valuable than all the gold and silver.
The Barish became completely quiet. There was no joking or teasing, only lines of respectful text slowly scrolling by, solemn and devout, unbroken. This is the true meaning of civilization, passing the torch, ceaseless and unending. This is our root. Aurelian lives on for eternity. The cultural vein lives on for eternity, so the best burial gift is heritage.
In the printing house,
Prince Shiva caressed a newly printed book in his hands, his fingertips lightly brushing the paper, filled with ore.
The content within was the private collection of a certain family. He had pleaded for a long time and paid a high price before they agreed to open it for people to read and circulate widely. He had not actually understood why Aurelian Pendragon wanted to do this before.
One must know that people in this era value private collections very highly.
Wouldn't persuading them to bring it out create enemies? But in the process of doing this, watching book after book being printed, and seeing more and more people studying, he gradually understood.
Time flows, years change. Only culture is ceaseless. Only heritage remains evergreen forever. These scrolls have crossed a millennium of time, walking out from the storms of great Aurelian. They are not just carriers of knowledge, but a love letter written to the future by a woman. Chronoarchivist Echo's voice was gentle yet firm, resounding through the heavens via the sky screen. Her name is Aurelian Pendragon. Echo softly spoke the name, as if calling out to a long-lost old friend. In that era when carriages and horses were slow, she foresaw the world a millennium later. She left behind these crates of wisdom sparks. She knew that fires would extinguish, gold would gather dust, but the written word would never die. Beneath the sky screen, among the mountains and rivers of the Aurelian land, countless commoners were bowing their heads and shedding tears. In the government offices of Aegis marches, a group of officials held the scrolls, tears streaming down their faces.
They had followed Aurelian Pendragon all the way, witnessing with their own eyes as she brought knowledge into every corner of Great Orlion.
Master Dragon, a young clerk, choked up, lifting his brush to write 8 large characters on the desk. Civilization never dies. Great Orlion never dies. And in various places throughout the Orlion land, some people with private collections also fell into silence.
Is what we are doing right?
Someone sighed, their brows clouded with worry. If something were to really happen, would their family's knowledge be cut off?
It certainly would.
Inside the Mathematics Academy,
Dr. Yang and his old friends gathered around the desk, looking at the specially made paper and exquisite binding, their faces full of awe and admiration.
Inside the Imperial Academy,
an old scholar nodded and said, Master Dragon not only possesses the talent to govern the world, but also such far-reaching ambition.
This vision looking across ancient and modern times is unmatched. Another old man laughed heartily. That is why she can be famous for eternity.
We are not her equal.
Above the sky screen, Chronoarchivist Echo's voice sounded again. We, a millennium later, opening these books, see not only the history of Great Orlion, but the sincerity and foresight of a pioneer. She used her whole life to practice what it means to establish the heart for heaven and earth, establish life for the people, continue the lost teachings of past sages, and create peace for all generations.
She did it. She transcended time, allowing us to stand on her shoulders, see further, and walk more steadily. The bearish area was solemn.
She did it. Great Orlion did it.
Orlier used her life to tell us what true immortality is.
These books are wealth left for all of humanity, passing the torch, ceaseless and unending. This is our answer. Orlier lives on for eternity. Great Orlion lives on for eternity. Culture lives on for eternity.
Under the night sky of the Orlion land, countless lights lit up. Those were the candle lights in the homes of the commoners, the lights in the academies, and the lights in the printing house that never went out through the night. These lights converged into a brilliant galaxy, reflecting upon the land, and also reflecting upon the future. Aegis marches, a gentle breeze blew, stirring Orlier Pendragon's hair. She smiled. It was worth it. At this moment, she knew she had no regrets in this life.
Lyra and Clara stood beside her, also smiling. Miss, look, the people of the future understand you, Lyra said softly. Orlier Pendragon nodded. She looked up at the sky and spoke a sentence. Thank you. This seemed to be the first time she had said thank you to the sky screen. Before, she had always watched all of this from the perspective of a modern person.
But the content on it was all for her own good.
Everyone hoped she would live well, hoped she would be happy.
Of course, she wasn't just thanking them for that.
She also wanted to thank them because it was precisely because of their existence that she remembered who she was, so she wouldn't lose herself in the torrent of history. The video continued to play. Echo also continued to speak.
Just as they finished cleaning the main tomb chamber and were preparing to seal the tomb, the archaeological team unexpectedly discovered an auxiliary chamber that had been temporarily excavated on the left side of the main tomb chamber.
The camera panned down.
The tomb was small in scale, but excavated exceptionally neatly, only a few steps away from the main tomb chamber, as if it had never been truly isolated from the world.
This tomb does not belong to anyone. It has no epitaph, no luxurious mechanisms, not even a decent coffin.
In the footage, the archaeological team members carefully cleared the sealing earth. When the first brick was moved, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
Although the tomb was small, it was filled to the brim with nothing but odds and ends found in the homes of commoners.
There were no gold, silver, or jade ornaments, no silk or satin.
There were only stacks of books wrapped in coarse cloth and a few smooth-worn copper coins.
There were even a few jars of unopened food with folk characteristics.
Ta-da!
The one lying here is the Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Orlion we mentioned earlier, who just found a place in Orlier's tomb to stuff herself into.
Echo softly spoke the name, and the cameras zoomed in on a simple wooden coffin in the center of the tomb. Aegis marches. Orlier Pendragon's hand paused abruptly. A few drops of warm tea spilled onto the hem of her plain-colored dress, but she was completely unaware. Her eyes grew slightly warm, her nose tingled, and 1,000 words ultimately turned into a very light sigh. Only one wooden coffin.
How could it be so hasty? The Imperial Palace.
The Emperor of Orlion S. Adams apple bobbed.
He once again had a profound realization about the master-disciple relationship that people of the future all praised. This child, the Emperor of Orlion S. voice trembled slightly, and he raised his hand to wipe the moisture from the corners of his eyes. She wants to stay by her master's side at all times.
Eunuch Cedric stood to the side with his head bowed, his face also full of emotion. Emperor Othniel the Blind was raised by Aurelier, so her thinking is very advanced. It can be said that her feelings for Aurelier are deeper than for her parents. When she ascended the throne, she already had the person she loved and admired most, sitting alone on the throne. She was very lonely, so she said, after 100 years. She definitely didn't want to be this lonely anymore.
The Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince, Shivad Crown Princess had no complaints at all about their child loving someone else more.
They just looked at the child in the cradle not far away, their faces full of heartache.
The Crown Princess was even more tearful. Mike Schuyner.
Is that position is boundless loneliness?
Was everything she did right. At this moment, she didn't want any power anymore.
She only wanted her child to be happy.
But she couldn't.
Because she is the Crown Princess, the future mother of the nation. Schuyner is the Crown Prince, the next successor of great Aurelian.
What they bear is responsibility.
Inside the factory, stuffed in by the commoners, Prince Shiva caressed the book in his hand, suddenly understanding something.
In the footage, Chrono-Archivist Echo's voice sounded again, answering everyone's doubts. That's right, everything in this tomb, except for Emperor Othniel the Blind, was not a royal tribute, nor was it a reward from the government. The camera zoomed in on the jars of pickles, where the rough marks of folk craftsmen were still faintly visible on the jars.
According to the research on the unearthed artifacts, these books were voluntarily funded, printed, and sent by the commoners from all over Great Aurelian back then. Those dry rations and pickles were handmade by the commoners.
As for those copper coins, they were the New Year's money saved by the children.
They said they wanted to buy Aurelier candy to eat. The commoners knew that Emperor Valerius would open the tomb from time to time to bestow rewards upon Aurelier, so they spontaneously requested to also bring a portion of their own heart.
Emperor Valerius did not refuse any of them, because he was also very gratified.
After Emperor Othniel the Blind ascended the throne, this practice did not stop. Even when the Zhou family was in power, this tradition was still preserved.
Woo, I'm broken.
Where is this tomb? This is a crate full of love that the commoners stuffed for Aurelier. Emperor Othniel the Blind is too thoughtful, choosing such a close location just to accompany her master and protect her.
The best burial gift is the heart of the commoners who remembered her for a lifetime.
Emperor Othniel the Blind is worthy of being taught by Aurelier. Even her funeral arrangements are so tear-jerking. The people of the Aurelian land, whether officials or commoners, were bowing their heads and shedding tears at this moment. They thought of everything Aurelier Pendragon had done for the commoners this year.
She was so good.
It was only right that they would do this in the future. His too tear-jerking Caillou wiped away his tears.
As a dignified 9-foot-tall man, the number of times he had cried since coming to Great Aurelian was more than the first half of his life combined. Woo.
In the video, deep in the tomb, the archaeological team members carefully took out the stack of coarse cloth-wrapped books and brushed away the dust.
The Great Aurelian totem and tidy characters on the covers were still clearly visible.
These books were the commoners' deepest respect for Aurelier Pendragon, and also Emperor Othniel the Blind's most enduring confession to her master.
Emperor Othniel the Blind's life taking her master as a mirror, taking the people as the foundation. She guarded by her master's side, guarding not just a tomb, but the original intention of the commoners.
This is a two-way journey beneath the sky screen.
On the land of Aurelian, countless commoners spontaneously bowed deeply toward the direction of that small auxiliary chamber. If I knew it was this moving, I would have saved it to watch during the new year. My dad and I cried like fools.
I feel like the videos the creator makes are becoming higher and higher quality.
I'll spoil it a bit. Next is opening Emperor Tiberius the Wise's big tomb.
Emperor Othniel the Blind fans, don't be anxious.
It's not that we aren't giving Emperor Othniel the Blind camera time. It's just that there really isn't much to say about her tomb.
Emperor Othniel the Blind fans say they understand. If she could see this, she would definitely hope everyone loves her master more. Woo, they are all good babies.
Chapter 38 on the extent to which the Aurelian people understood Lord Pei.
Inside the Eastern Palace's bedchamber, the heating stove burned warmly, and a faint scent of milk drifted in the air.
The Crown Princess's gaze fell tenderly upon the cradle beside her, her fingertips gently brushing the baby's soft, downy hair. Her eyes filled with a tenderness and wonder of new motherhood.
The baby in the swaddling clothes was wrapped in a brocade quilt embroidered with tiger patterns. She had wide, dark, round eyes that stared unblinkingly at the sky screen hanging outside the window.
Her little mouth was slightly pursed, and from time to time she would blow a string of crystal-clear bubbles, looking incredibly adorable. The Crown Prince walked to the side of the cradle on tiptoe, fearing he might disturb the child.
Following the baby's gaze, he saw the woman in the footage, standing tall with gentle features. It was the actress playing Aurelier Pendragon. The baby in the cradle, however, had her gaze glued to the actress, not blinking once.
In her clear eyes there was a focus completely at odds with her age, as if she could peer through the image from 1,000 years later, traverse the long passage of time, and see the figure hidden behind the light and shadow.
It was as if that figure was a destined bond, carved into her very bones and blood. This child.
The Crown Princess couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out and gently rocked the cradle, her movements incredibly tender, her eyes filled with understanding and warmth.
She whispered softly to the baby in the swaddling clothes. "That will be your master in the future, the most capable person in this world. Shuina must be a good girl, listen well, and study hard so you can become like her one day, do you understand?"
She spoke in a soft whisper, merely voicing her wishes to an uncomprehending infant, not expecting a response.
The baby in the cradle seemed to understand. Her round eyes shifted slightly, her little head tilted a bit, and she continued to stare at the figure on the sky screen, her little mouth moving. The next second, a soft, indistinct sound drifted out from her tiny mouth.
Two not quite standard but exceptionally clear tones rang out in the quiet bedchamber master.
As the sound faded, the baby kicked her short little legs and blew another bubble, her large eyes still gazing brightly at the sky screen, filled with joy. The Crown Prince's originally gentle, smiling expression froze. He leaned forward abruptly, drawing close to the cradle, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Beside him, the Crown Princess was even more shaken.
Her hand resting on the cradle trembled slightly, and she looked at the child in the swaddling clothes with eyes full of shock, her red lips slightly parted, unable to speak for a long moment.
The two exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme astonishment and pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. And listening to the words just now, it was clearly an agreement to study under Aurelier Pendragon.
The Crown Prince carefully extended a finger and gently touched the baby's soft little cheek, his voice carrying an imperceptible tremor. "Shuina, will you say that again?" The baby blinked her large eyes, looked at her father's excited expression, giggled, grabbed the Crown Prince's finger with her little hand, and mumbled indistinctly again, "Master."
At this point, the Crown Prince shivered. Crown Princess had no more doubts. Their full shock transformed entirely into deep doting and joy. The Crown Princess's eyes grew slightly warm.
She gently picked up the child, patted her back tenderly, and smiled softly toward the direction of the sky screen outside the window. All right, it's master.
Shuina has already recognized this master." She looked down at the babbling infant in her arms, her eyes filled with expectation. It seemed that this child and Master Dragon were destined to be master and apprentice. At such a young age, she was already attracted to the figure on the sky screen and had early unrecognized her master. In the future, she would surely learn great skills and become a benevolent and capable monarch with the world in her heart. The Crown Prince stood to the side, watching the heartwarming scene of his wife and child, his heart filled with happiness. With Master Dragon's careful guidance, Shuina's future would be bright, and the baby in the swaddling clothes continued to stare at the sky screen, as if she had long recognized that beneath the light and shadow was the person she would revere for her entire life. After clearing the side chamber next to the main tomb, the archaeological team finally arrived at the core of this ancient tomb complex. The main tomb. Chrono-archivist Echo's voice faded, and the scene on the sky screen switched.
The camera pulled back, revealing the full view of a magnificent tomb chamber carved into the mountain rock. The stone door was towering, the murals were exquisite, and everything displayed the regulations and majesty that only an emperor could enjoy, forming a sharp contrast with the small side chamber from just a moment ago.
Buried here is the true sovereign, none other than our great Emperor Valerius of Aurelion.
This servant pays respects to Emperor Tiberius the Wise.
May Emperor Valerius be blessed with 10,000 fortunes and peace. Paying respects to the great one. Kowtow. Those behind, keep up the formation. This is an emperor for the ages.
Coming. Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelion saw the row of kowtowing emojis on the barrage. and the smile on his lips could not be stopped. Look, he was so respected by later generations. Look, he was the most formidable emperor of Aurelion, surpassing his imperial father. Even Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelion, could not compare to him. In the video, as the stone door slowly opened, the scene inside the tomb chamber made all the archaeological team members present gasp. Above the dome, the painted stars were still bright, and on the surrounding stone walls, his achievements in governing diligently and creating a prosperous age were recorded. The coffin was placed in the very center, crafted entirely from golden nanwood and wrapped in gold leaf.
The funerary objects were dazzling jadeware, bronzeware, lacquerware, and weapons. Every single piece was a rare treasure, strictly following the scale and etiquette of an imperial mausoleum. This is what a true emperor looks like, as expected of Emperor Tiberius the Wise. I can feel the majesty even through the screen.
Chrono-archivist Echo's voice carried a hint of emotion, and the camera zoomed in on the mountain of offerings piled up beside the coffin.
But in the corner of the main tomb, the archaeological team discovered some things that did not conform to the regulations. The scene changed, and a close-up appeared of a few small bundles wrapped in coarse cloth, placed neatly to one side of the imperial funerary objects, looking particularly inconspicuous. These are also the sentiments of the common people. In Aurelion, there is not a single commoner who does not love Aurelion and Emperor Tiberius the Wise. If Aurelion has something, how could Emperor Valerius not have it too?
Honestly, let me tell you something funny. In the later period of Aurelion, the common people were often worried because they liked Aurelion too much, which made Emperor Valerius dissatisfied.
It's not that Emperor Valerius was dissatisfied. It was just jealousy. Do you understand?
Imperial Palace.
The Emperor of Aurelion heard this and snorted coldly. I would not.
Jealousy?
How could he possibly be jealous of his own daughter? He was happy to see the people treating his daughter well. Wasn't he? This must be made up by later generations.
He was a broad-minded emperor.
On the sky screen,
a video was released.
This was a scene of Aurelion Pendragon sitting in a carriage. About to leave the scene, the emperor, dressed in his dragon robes, was giving earnest instructions, and the actress playing Aurelion Pendragon nodded and agreed to each one. Surrounding them, besides the civil and military officials, was a circle of common people. There was something magical about this scene. That was, when an emperor traveled, there were many soldiers escorting him, but the soldiers looked relaxed and at ease.
This was all thanks to the orderly behavior of the common people. After finishing speaking with the Emperor of Aurelion, Aurelion Pendragon was about to board the carriage.
Who would have expected? At this moment, an old woman carrying a basket and holding her child walked over. A soldier saw this scene, merely glanced at it, but did not stop them. The old woman first bowed, but before her waist could bend down, she was supported up by Aurelion Pendragon's hand. The old woman's cheeks turned bright red, and she stuttered as she revealed the things in her basket. There were eggs, there were flatbreads, and there were pastries. This is something I made myself. Please keep it to eat on the road, Master Dragon. My family loves to eat it, and I'm preparing to open a small stall with this craft. Aurelion Pendragon saw this and smiled slightly. Without any hesitation, she picked up a piece of pastry and put it in her mouth, then curved her eyes delicious.
After saying this, she had the maid beside her accept it.
The old woman saw this and smiled like a flower, then led her grandson away. Afterwards, a few more commoners came over, also bringing gifts. There were clothes, there were shoe insoles. Aurelion Pendragon's carriage was soon filled, and even in her hands, she was carrying big and small bags. The emperor, standing to the side, suddenly gave an enigmatic smile. No wonder you refused to accept my things. It turns out you had long anticipated that people would give you gifts. This tone sounded sour no matter how one listened to it. Aurelion Pendragon touched her nose upon hearing this.
Before she could say anything, the next commoner giving her something hurriedly shoved her own basket into the emperor's hands, saying busily, Your Majesty, please do not be angry with Master Dragon.
These are all voluntary. She did not commit any corruption or bribery.
This one is specifically for you. As she spoke,
she quickly dug 2 eggs out of the basket.
She paused and took out a piece of meat.
She wanted to keep digging, but who would have expected the emperor to pull the basket back and say gloomily enough, If you take any more, I won't have anything left.
The camera gave the basket a close-up. It could be seen that the space, which was originally full, now only had 2 eggs left.
It was just rather pitiful.
The person smiled awkwardly, put the things just taken out onto Aurelier Pendragon's carriage, and left the Emperor on the sky screen, the Emperor of Aurelion beneath the sky screen. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric's shoulders shook. He quickly lowered his head and held it in tightly, his ears turning red from the effort.
The palace attendants and eunuchs standing on both sides kept their eyes fixed on their noses and hearts, but the corners of their mouths were curling up wildly, and even their waists were trembling slightly from the tension. The Emperor of Aurelion stood frozen in place, his imperial countenance turning green and then white.
He pointed at the sky screen, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. This, what kind of nonsense is this that later generations filmed? When have I ever been this embarrassed? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The more he thought about it, the more embarrassed he felt.
Think about it. He was an emperor of his generation, with a full national treasury and the hearts of the four seas turning toward him. What rare treasures had he not seen? When had he ever fallen to the point of fighting with his own daughter for eggs and meat pies given by the common people, only to have 2 eggs left in the basket, and even looking like he was afraid of being emptied out?
It was simply damaging to the imperial dignity.
Fabrication, pure fabrication.
The Emperor of Aurelion slammed the imperial desk heavily, making the teacup jump. When have I ever been jealous like this? When have I ever been so petty?
But while he cursed fiercely, his gaze couldn't help but glance toward the sky screen.
In the scene, the actor Emperor, carrying the basket with only 2 eggs left, stood beside the fully loaded carriage, looking as grieved and pitiful as could be.
The Emperor of Aurelion's mouth twitched violently as he watched.
It really did seem to have a bit of a sour, jealous meaning.
No, that wasn't him. It wasn't him.
Very loudly, Aegis marches.
Aurelier Pendragon watched the scene on the sky screen, stunned at first, then couldn't help but curve her eyes and laugh out loud, her shoulders trembling slightly. Clara and Lyra had already bent over with laughter, covering their mouths, whispering His Majesty is just too cute.
Aurelier Pendragon tapped her fingertips on the windowsill, her eyes filled with gentle laughter.
She could imagine what the Emperor of Aurelion looked like right now. Imperial Academy.
A group of old scholars stroked their beards and laughed heartily.
Even the usually serious Scholar Kong laughed until his brows relaxed. His Majesty's jealousy is truly grounded. The common people have the princess in their hearts, and even more so the Emperor, but His Majesty just insists on comparing himself with the princess.
The streets and alleys were filled with laughter.
The common people pointed at the basket with only 2 eggs left on the sky screen, laughing until they leaned back and forth. So His Majesty also gets jealous.
And fighting with Master Dragon for things. That's just too cute.
Next time we send things, we must give a portion to His Majesty first, and definitely not let His Majesty be left with only 2 eggs. The barrage was already laughing like crazy.
Ha, 2 eggs. Emperor Valerius is just too miserable. The jealous spot Emperor is confirmed.
Fighting with his daughter for the people's offerings.
Commoners give it all to the princess.
His Majesty can just make do with 2 eggs.
Emperor of Aurelion, enough. If you take any more, I really won't have any left. I'm dying of laughter. Ha. Our baby Emperor Othnil the Blind wouldn't be jealous.
She would only feel sorry for the commoners taking things from home while complaining that they didn't give enough to Master Doge. I found a bug.
How do these people giving clothes to Aurelion know her size? Don't be sentimental just for the sake of being sentimental. Hey, to the person above. You're clearly a new fan. The Aurelion people's understanding of the Emperor and the Minister is historically recorded. Oh, the people of Aurelion saw this barrage and laughed happily. That's true. The clothes made for Master Dragon are more than the clothes I have for a whole year. Aegis marches. A woman, who was sewing shoe insoles, looked up and rubbed her eyes. Master Dragon came to the village 2 days ago and almost fell while walking.
Now that the weather is warming up, she can't keep wearing that winter set.
On the sky screen,
Echo also said with a smile.
Although this plot is an adaptation based on our understanding of Aurelion, it's not far off.
The scenes of commoners giving gifts recorded in the history of Aurelion could fill a book on their own. In short, it's just that Emperor Valerius of Aurelion was too jealous, so the common people were afraid of making him sad.
Every time they sent something, they would bring a portion for him. It's not that they didn't send things before. They just thought Aurelion was young, and since Emperor Valerius was the monarch, they didn't quite dare.
In the end, Every citizen of Aurelion treats Aurelier as their own child.
After everyone discovered later that Emperor Valerius would get jealous because of this, they often sent him things too, like when the common people in the capital made new food or thought some trinket was pretty. Chapter 39. The Children of Dar Aurelion. They will all send a portion to the imperial palace.
Miss Bow's voice carried a hint of a smile. Countless fragmented images flashed across the sky screen in an instant.
An old farmer in the fields clutched freshly harvested melons and fruits as he rushed to the capital. A weaver from an embroidery workshop held a hand-stitched pouch while waiting before the palace gates. A kitchen matron carried hot food straight from the pot as she stood by the roadside. Each and every one of these acts was filled with the sincere enthusiasm of the common people.
However, they don't take these for free. Heading a certain foreign government here, you always say things like, if monarchs and generals take the people's belongings, how are the people supposed to live?
First, the people of Great Aurelion are not as impoverished as in your ancient times, thanks to the various measures implemented by Aurelier and Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Every household in Great Aurelion has surplus grain and savings. They live prosperous and stable lives. Giving away small items is merely an expression of their sentiments and does not harm their foundation at all. Beneath the sky screen, the people of Great Aurelion straightened their backs upon hearing this, their faces filled with pride. In the current Great Aurelion, there are no refugees suffering from hunger and cold, and no families going without enough to eat. They are different from others.
Yes, different.
Second Aurelier, Emperor Tiberius the Wise, and other beloved officials always return a generous gift whenever they accept something from the people. Furthermore, the people of Great Aurelion are not greedy. They do not give gifts specifically to get something in return. It is purely out of heartfelt love and respect.
The camera cut to the imperial study in the palace.
The actor playing the Emperor of Aurelion was holding a trinket sent by the people, instructing eunuch Cedric to prepare a return gift. His expression was gentle, completely devoid of any imperial airs. The third point, and the most important one.
At this point, a sly and domineering smirk blossomed on chrono-archivist Echo's lips.
Her tone rose sharply, filled with absolute confidence and the satisfaction of retorting. If it weren't for the fact that our Aurelier, Emperor Tiberius the Wise, and Emperor Othniel the Blind passed away too early, given their great talents and strategies, and the formidable national strength of Great Aurelion, whether you would even exist today is uncertain. Do you really have room to stand here and whine, yap palace incessantly? Once these words were spoken, there was an instant of silence above and below the sky screen, followed by an explosion of thunderous cheers. The commoners and scholars cheered in unison, applause thundering as everyone's face was filled with pride and exhilaration.
Well said.
Great Aurelion is prosperous. It is not for outsiders to gossip about. Master Dragon and His Majesty are wise. If they could reign for a long, long time, Great Aurelion would surely dominate the world. HMPH.
Next time there's a military campaign, I'm signing up to join the army.
Which place is disrespecting our future descendants? I'll definitely slap their faces until they're pulp. On the sky screen, the scene switched again. On the main street of the capital, the people stood in long, orderly lines, waiting outside the palace gates. Some carried steaming hot buns and pastries fresh out of the oven. Some held clothes and shoes they had sewn themselves. Others clutched fresh vegetables and fruits grown in their own gardens. Every face wore a sincere smile, devoid of any sycophancy, filled only with heartfelt contentment. The attendants received the gifts methodically, while the guards nearby held the prepared return gift silk, refined salt, high-quality rice, and flour, handing them to the people one by one.
Both sides exchanged polite greetings, the atmosphere harmonious and joyful. An old man with white hair held the fine salt gifted by the palace, laughing until his mouth couldn't close. His Majesty and Master Dragon keep us in their hearts, and we think of them as well.
Such mutual understanding between ruler and subject is our good fortune. A young woman holding a gifted embroidery thread said happily, I just gave some small things I made at home. They aren't worth much, just a token of my feelings. For the palace to return such a heavy gift, they are truly too kind. The camera panned across the street, capturing a scene of peace and joy.
The people lived in contentment. The monarch was gentle and close to the people, and the officials were dedicated and responsible, a true scene of prosperity and peace. That's a slap in the face.
This is what true unity between ruler, officials, and people looks like.
I'm crying with envy.
Who wouldn't love such a monarch and such a dynasty? Certain countries stop being so sour.
If you can't do it yourselves, don't slander others.
Emperor of Aurelion, I was just a bit jealous. Not mistreating the people. Don't smear great Aurelion. Echo is so brave.
That retort was so satisfying, giving you a thumbs up. Woo-woo, if I could travel back to ancient times, I would definitely tell Aurelion and His Majesty to conquer the world map.
The people in some places are just too disgusting.
Exactly. They smear us online every day, and the people in some places are clearly so weak, yet they still engage in discrimination. Because they aren't as strong as us, they spontaneously unite to ostracize others and even try to rewrite history, claiming great Aurelion as theirs.
I'm truly speechless.
In the capital, an old general who had already retired was so enraged by these words that his beard and hair stood on end. He slammed the table and stood up, his hunched back instantly straightening, his voice booming like a bell. What?
How can there be such disgusting people?
He grabbed the old armor hanging on the wall, ignoring the attempts of others to stop him, and began to put it on.
As he did so, his face flushed with urgency. I am going to the palace right now to request an audience.
I will don my armor and go to the front lines. I will deal with those who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth on behalf of Master Dragon and His Majesty. Great Aurelion is prosperous. How can we tolerate them gossip palace behind our backs?
His children quickly looked at him. Father,
please calm down. This is the future.
His grandchildren also persuaded him. Exactly.
And you can't travel through time. The old general scoffed. I may not be able to travel through time, but I can beat their ancestors to death.
The old general's family, in the palace, the Emperor of Aurelion gripped the imperial seal tightly, his knuckles turning white.
His thumb caressed the dragon pattern on the seal's knob, his expression shifting between light and shadow. A monstrous rage and ambition surged in the depths of his eyes. His voice was cold enough to freeze the air, yet it carried a trace of unquestionable certainty. HMPH, rest assured, future descendants.
He looked up at the sky screen, his gaze piercing through 1,000 years, as if he had already seen the faces of those petty villains.
The current progress is already much faster than the trajectory recorded by the sky screen. This time, great Aurelion will have no more regrets. He slowly stood up, his bright yellow dragon robe shimmering in the halo of light.
His aura instantly became sharp and majestic.
I will ensure that even 1,000 years from now, everyone in this world speaks the same language, uses the same script, and recognizes the same history.
Eunuch Cedric was also stirred by these words. If great Aurelion needed it, why couldn't he go to the battlefield, even if he was a eunuch?
In Aegis marches, warm breezes blew, and the fragrance of flowers in the courtyard became even more intense. A flash of understanding and melancholy crossed Aurelion Pendragon's eyes, only to be replaced by determination.
She had guessed it long ago.
Ever since the sky screen first revealed her fate of dying young, she had faintly sensed the turbulence of the future world from those few scattered words. But history would not repeat itself. Those things in her memory, the secret plots, the joint invasions, the massacres would never happen again. Aurelion Pendragon looked up at the sky screen hanging in the sky, her eyes clear and bright. I will avoid every lesson of history, she whispered to herself.
Her voice was not loud, but it carried the weight of 1,000 jinn.
Those dark pasts, those humiliating years, will not play out in this world. This time, she, the Emperor of Aurelion, and Ningxuan, along with all the people of Great Aurelion, would surely guard the vast territory of Great Aurelion and never let any petty villains have the chance to touch it even an inch. Clara and Lyra exchanged a glance. We will stay with Miss forever. Just as the masses were indignant and everyone's chest was burning with ambition, the light on the sky screen suddenly dimmed slightly. The comments that had been scrolling fiercely just moments ago gradually thinned out.
Chrono Archivist Echo's face softened, no longer possessing the sharp edge of her recent retort, leaving only a soft sigh.
All right. That's all for today's content. If you want to learn more, you can visit the museum.
Especially don't miss the bones of Aurelion and Emperor Tiberius the Wise.
Aurelion Pendragon, Emperor of Aurelion.
On the sky screen, Echo waved at the camera, her smile gentle and reluctant. It's been really happy reviewing this period of Aurelion, Emperor Tiberius the Wise. and everyone in Great Orlion.
We will always remember their stories, and we will always carry on their spirit. Future videos will be updated randomly.
Maybe a year, 2 years, or longer, I don't know.
Anyway, if I find new material, I will definitely continue to make them. As I learned more about the history of Great Orlion, my love for the people of this era deepened, but everything that needs to be said has been said, and it is time to say goodbye to everyone. Before I knew it, I had been watching these videos for over a year.
To be honest, I'm not a history buff.
I just stumbled upon the uploader's videos, and I couldn't stop watching.
Through these videos, I learned about this history, and then I couldn't stop. Me too.
There are so many shining existences in history.
No, actually, there's still so much to talk about.
Even talking about some trivial matters would be fine.
I really can't bear to let it go.
My electronic side dish is gone. The uploader is not good, not productive at all. Can you be fired? If not, I'll do it. Beneath the sky screen, the people of Great Orlion were all full of reluctance. Even though some of them had already anticipated this day, the sky screen would not exist forever. Echo had her own life, birth, aging, sickness, and death, and they also had their own lives to live.
It's just very reluctant.
They loved watching the reactions of people from later generations, like the high-rise buildings of the future, yet they didn't complain about the present. They liked hearing chronoarchivist Echo's reactions when talking about famous anecdotes, and they were used to having dialogues across time with people of the future. Even if people of the future didn't know, however, everyone knew parting was inevitable.
All right, let's end it here,
Echo said, sitting straight in her chair. With a smile and solemnity, she said the same words as before to conclude. I am your Great Orlion history uploader, Chronoarchivist Echo. Thank you all for your love.
Don't forget me.
Bye-bye.
Chronoarchivist Echo's voice faded, and the light on the sky screen receded slowly like a tide.
That light screen spanning heaven and earth dimmed and shrank bit by bit, finally turning into a mass of soft light that dissipated completely, and beneath the sky screen, the emotions that had been burning fiercely were, at this moment, slowed by the sudden onset of reluctance and melancholy. The commoners stared blankly overhead. The sky screen disappeared.
It shouldn't have disappeared, right? Didn't the chronoarchivist say she would update again?
But it will be a long wait.
It doesn't matter. It's just waiting, right? I have plenty of time.
In Aegis marches, Clara clutched her handkerchief. Her voice choked with sobs, and Miss Will this sky screen really not light up again? Orliar Pendragon shook her head gently, then raised her hand and smiled faintly toward the direction of the sky screen. It didn't leave, it just hid itself.
It left the spark for us, left hope for us.
The road ahead doesn't need the guidance of the sky screen anymore. She turned her head to look at the two tearful maids beside her, reached out to wipe away their tears. Her voice gentle yet firm. We ourselves are the future of Great Orlion. Clara and Lara bowed together, their voices loud and clear. Yes.
We swear to follow Miss to the death.
Orliar Pendragon stood up, walked to the center of the courtyard, and looked toward the direction of the capital in the distance. Looking at that vast land of 10,000 li, the wind blew across her sleeves, lifting her hair.
She also shed tears.
At the Imperial Academy, Scholar Kong and a group of old Confucian scholars and students all stood up and bowed deeply toward the direction of the sky screen. Scholar Kong stroked his beard, his voice booming goodbye, Miss Bo.
The students spoke in unison goodbye, Miss Bo.
In academies across the provinces, lights flickered on. Young students opened their books and solemnly wrote a line on the title page. Though the sky screen has fallen, the spark remains unextinguished. In the palace, the air remains silent for a full 3 breaths. The Emperor of Orlion's hand gripped Palace. The imperial seal loosened slightly, his thumb still resting on that warm dragon pattern. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, wanting to question, wanting to ask it to stay. But in the end, it only turned into an extremely light sigh.
Must even saying goodbye be so dependent on fate? He knew clearly in his heart that the coming and going of the sky screen was never under anyone's control. Eunuch Cedric stood with his head bowed to the side, his eyes also slightly red. No one could bear to let it go. At this moment, the Emperor of Orlion suddenly raised his hand and bowed solemnly toward the dim sky screen.
And all the attendants in the great hall also bowed a goodbye. Miss Bo, the road ahead would have to be walked by themselves. They themselves were the future of Great Orlion. They believed, this time, with the foreshadowing of the sky screen, with the compassionate Master Dragon, with the people of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, with the succeeding wise Emperor Aurelius the Holy of Aurelian, and with so many officials who did practical work. Great Aurelian, this land they loved. It would surely become better than ever before, because everyone would work hard, everyone would put in their efforts, everyone had love in their hearts. The children of Great Aurelian held books in their hands, with the world in their hearts, using pens as swords. Agriculture is the foundation, the military is a shield, and culture is the soul.
With their own hands, they would create an era more glorious, more free, and more unshakable than recorded in history.
1,000 years later, when future generations walk into the museum, looking at every inch of footprints left by the children of Great Aurelian, they will know once there was an era named Great Aurelian. Once there was a group of people named the Aurelian people. With their lives, they wrote 2 words to mortality. Chapter 40. The importance of literary context. The sky screen had disappeared, but the gears of Great Aurelian still had turned. Aegis marches. Miss, many people have arrived outside. It's quite a spectacle. You should hurry and take a look. Lyra rushed in, breathless, her stray hairs damp with sweat, her face full of anxiety. Lyra Pendragon took a clean silk handkerchief and carefully wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead.
Don't panic, I'll go take a look. As she spoke, she smoothed her clothes and walked toward the courtyard gate with a calm gait.
Outside, a group of figures in luxurious attire stood solemnly. Lyra Pendragon recognized the leaders at a glance. They were all representatives of prominent families from several cities around Aegis marches. While not as powerful as the great clans, they were families with a long-standing heritage. Her gaze swept over the fully loaded carriages behind them, seeing them stacked neatly with scrolls.
Lyra Pendragon understood immediately, a knowing smile curling at the corners of her lips.
Greetings, Master Dragon. Everyone bowed in unison, their voices synchronized. Everyone, please, no need for such formalities.
Come inside.
Lyra Pendragon welcomed them with the highest etiquette and led them into the hall.
When these elders, who were usually high and mighty, sat beside the most powerful person in Great Aurelian sharing a cup of tea, they felt as if they were in a dream.
Their fingertips trembled, and their grip on the teacups tightened unconsciously.
Fengzhilian, leading the Feng family, was the first to stand and bowed deeply to Lyra Pendragon in the main seat. Master Dragon, you must already understand the purpose of our visit. After much deliberation, our families have decided to donate all our collections of books to the Bayou Pavilion,
although later generations like to call it the Great Aurelian Library.
But as people of Great Aurelian, we still prefer the name Bayou Pavilion.
Lyra Pendragon stood up and reached out to help him up. Thank you all for your great righteousness. I will submit a petition to commend you, publish your deeds in the newspaper, and write your names on the stele of merit, so that the people of Great Aurelian and future generations will know of your contributions.
This upon hearing this, Fengzhilian and the others' cheeks instantly flushed red, their lips trembling, and they were momentarily speechless. To tell the truth, when they made this decision, they hadn't expected any rewards, but now that Lyra Pendragon had laid it out, they realized what they had missed before.
A name passed down to future generations.
Fortunately,
it wasn't too late.
Fortunately, Master Dragon didn't hold their previous refusal against them.
They were all very excited, even though they had seen their fair share of storms. Nothing compared to this moment.
They felt that their previous assumption that Master Dragon wouldn't welcome them was truly judging a noble person by the standards of a petty one.
Master Dragon is a true noble person. Thank you, Minister. Everyone stood up again, bowing deeply with complete etiquette and sincerity. Seeing their expressions, Lyra Pendragon smiled slightly and had tea served. The fragrance of tea curled in the air, crisp and moving. She knew clearly that when she discussed building the Bayou Pavilion with the Emperor of Aurelian, it was to gather the books of the world and store the wisdom of the world.
At that time, the imperial court had sent people to visit prominent families everywhere to request their collections. Compared to the common editions printed in the markets, these secret collections passed down through generations of families with the true essence of cultural heritage, the crystallization of the wisdom of their ancestors.
Coming from a past life, she knew the pain of cultural breaks and the loss of ancient texts, and deeply understood the importance of cultural roots. She did not want such tragedies to repeat in this world, but she also understood that every scroll was the lifeblood of a family, a legacy carved into their family rules and precepts.
Therefore, She had never forced anyone, nor did she expect everyone to donate generously.
At that time, it was already an unexpected joy that some people responded to the policy. As for those families who were unwilling to donate their secret collections, the imperial court never forced them either.
She wanted a great Lion where the hearts of the people followed, not a superficial peace attained through coercion.
If she were to seize them by force, it would only shake the foundation of the nation and cause new turmoil in the great Lion that had finally stabilized. If one were to really speak of it, she could have used her own name to demand it. The people not only wouldn't overthink it, but would instead stand on her side and accuse others of being selfish.
But the kind of people she wanted.
Not those who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Not those who cannot understand the truth, but people who each have their own thoughts and their own judgments. On this land of Great Lion, all who hold Great Lion household registration are Great Lion citizens, and all enjoy equal rights and dignity. This is the rule, and it is also the bottom line she upholds. Therefore, facing the Feng family and others, she didn't overthink it.
Feng Jillian picked up the teacup and took a small sip.
The fragrance of the tea exploded on his tongue, crisp and sweet. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise Master Dragon. This tea tastes excellent.
Liar Pendragon smiled. If you all like it, I will have some prepared for you to take later.
This is newly stir-fried spring tea that hasn't hit the market yet. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Thank you, Minister. The Guel family representative, Guel Zyron, was overjoyed, beaming with smiles.
This trip, not only did he gain the honor of having his name recorded in history, but he was also gifted such precious new tea. It was truly a trip worth making.
However, such generous treatment made them feel a bit flattered.
Thinking this,
Guel Zyron quickly took a few more sips.
Sigh.
Suddenly, Feng Jillian let out a heavy sigh, his expression filled with a bit more complexity and emotion.
Liar Pendragon put down her teacup and raised her eyes to look at him.
According to the plot of a TV drama, usually in this situation it's time to listen to a story. She would be a qualified listener.
Feng Jillian pinched the space between his brows, lost in distant memories, and spoke slowly. When the imperial court sent people to ask for books earlier, we all refused.
It was only because these books were the foundation passed down by our ancestors. The techniques and secret formulas within were the basis of our family's livelihood. If they were made public and allowed for anyone to peruse, how would our family stand in the future? Liar Pendragon listened quietly, nodding slightly, with no reproach in her eyes. This kind of thinking was human nature, and both she and the Emperor of Lion could understand it. In fact, they had even worried about this before. The torrent of the era rolls forward. Some old methods would eventually be replaced by new things. This is the law of nature, which no one can defy.
Feng Jillian continued with a bitter smile. How could we not know that clinging to old methods would eventually lead to being eliminated by the era? But that was the foundation passed down by our ancestors. It was the root of our family. He paused, a flash of realization in his eyes, until the day when we witnessed the myriad phenomena on the sky screen with our own eyes, and saw.
Speaking of this,
Feng Jillian stopped. He glanced at Liar Pendragon, feeling a bit embarrassed to continue. Saying it in front of a living person, it was truly a bit presumptuous.
You saw my tomb, saw my funeral affairs. Is that it?
Liar Pendragon didn't mind at all. The whole Great Lion knew she had died young, and she had long since come to terms with it.
Lyra and Clara stood to one side,
also secretly laughing. The Miss herself wanted to dig up her own grave, so why would she mind?
Yes. Feng Jillian was stunned by such direct words, then realized and nodded quickly. This was their first time interacting with Liar Pendragon. Master Dragon really is just as the legends say, broad-minded and gentle.
No wonder those friends who had met Master Dragon were all willing to dedicate themselves to her.
She is worth it. Who is it that is frantically making up word counts at the end of the month, writing 20,000 words in half a day?
It turns out it was me.
Truly, you never know where your potential lies until you squeeze yourself. Chapter 40, Pointing the Way.
We saw you, the monolith of remembrance, with our own eyes on the sky screen, and we saw you exhaust your heart's blood to bring countless classics and scrolls into the tomb, all just so that future generations would know that such a brilliant civilization once existed in this world. It was at that very moment that we realized, if one day the Lion Empire were to cease to exist, if— He paused, his brows furrowed with a touch of heaviness, his remaining worries evident on his face. Another person beside him took up the conversation, their tone full of anxiety.
If we encounter the flames of war again in the future, if our descendants meet with misfortune, then where will these books, passed down through generations, go in the end? They will either be scattered without a trace or destroyed in an instant.
If that were truly the case, our desperate guarding of these scrolls and all our persistence would be completely meaningless. Therefore, we have made a decision that goes against our ancestors.
Hearing this, Aureliar Pendragon choked slightly.
This popular meme originating from the modern era, she never expected to hear it in such a solemn setting.
It left her feeling a bit dazed, because sometimes she even forgot that her own soul came from the modern era. Feng Zhilian's expression became increasingly solemn. It is just that this old man dares to ask, Aureliar Pendragon, why did you choose to take these books into your tomb?
They were certainly not the only ones with this doubt. Just think of all the people under heaven who had seen the images on the sky screen. Who wasn't curious?
Aureliar Pendragon's action seemed as if she had long anticipated that a catastrophe would descend in the future. The reason has already been told to the world by the sky screen on my behalf. Aureliar Pendragon smiled faintly, her gaze gentle, however. There is indeed another reason. Please, Aureliar Pendragon, enlighten us.
Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. I once had a dream.
Aureliar Pendragon's gaze was distant, as if looking into the far-off past. In the dream, the world had experienced many man-eating chaotic times. Countless civilizations were annihilated and perished in the flames of war. Many descendants in that world exhausted their entire lives, traveling across thousands of mountains and rivers, bitterly searching for traces of their ancestors' civilization. Yet they often found nothing. This was the world she came from.
So that's how it is.
Feng Zhilian and the others nodded one after another, seemingly understanding, but harboring other thoughts in their hearts.
A dream? They didn't believe it.
Don't forget, Aureliar Pendragon had always had the reputation of being an immortal descended to Earth. She must have visited the future, seen all of this, and known the severity of the matter, which is why she did this. Thinking about it this way, their decision to donate the book seemed even more significant.
Fortunately, they had come to their senses in time.
Thinking of this, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
The hour is getting late, and it is not convenient for us to disturb you further, so we shall take our leave.
Having obtained the answer they wanted, they would not shamelessly overstay their welcome. As they were leaving, Feng Zhilian looked at Aureliar Pendragon and suddenly, struck by a moment of inspiration, said, Aureliar Pendragon, you must live a long life in this lifetime. You must never return to the heavens too early. We cannot do without you. The 4 words every Aurelian Empire citizen most wanted to say upon seeing Aureliar Pendragon were live a long life.
Today, it was his turn to say it.
Aureliar Pendragon was slightly taken aback, then responded gently, I know.
Furthermore,
hearing her speak, everyone immediately listened intently.
Her expression was calm, her tone unhurried, yet she uttered a bombshell piece of news that shocked everyone present. Since your families are currently facing economic difficulties, why not study maritime cargo transport? It might resolve your current predicament.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened instantly. Aureliar Pendragon, do you mean? Feng Zhilian's body trembled slightly. Aureliar Pendragon lifted her eyes calmly. The Imperial Court is about to set sail to sea. Everyone was shocked again, unable to recover for a long time. It wasn't until they left the Sterling Manor and set off on their journey home that Feng Zhilian and the others were still somewhat dazed, their footsteps carrying a sense of lightness.
But in an instant, surging excitement and joy swept over everyone.
That was a personal tip from Aureliar Pendragon. Everyone knew that whatever Aureliar Pendragon wanted to do, it had never failed, and this matter would surely bring tremendous profits. What did it mean that she had specifically revealed this news to them now?
It meant that Aureliar Pendragon valued them and, out of consideration, had specifically pointed them toward a broad and prosperous path. Their future was bright.
If they had known this earlier,
what were they hesitating for before? Sigh.
Aureliar Pendragon treats us so generously. We must repay her well. Hughes Iroin gripped the new tea in his hand tightly. It was a rare treasure gifted by Aureliar Pendragon. Yes, we must repay her. The representatives of the families hurriedly chimed in, nodding repeatedly.
One of them pondered for a moment, and suggested I propose that in the future, if we gain profits from maritime transport, we should donate a portion.
Aureliar Pendragon has the sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage under her name. We can donate there, or donate directly to the imperial court.
His Majesty certainly won't complain about having too much money. I agree too.
Feng Zhilian nodded with a smile, then changed the subject, his brows slightly furrowed, however. This matter is still just an idea right now. To set sail, the primary requirement is to have a sturdy and durable ship.
As soon as these words were spoken, the people who had been full of enthusiasm just moments ago felt as if they had been doused with a basin of cold water, and the heat in their hearts faded a little.
Shipbuilding this is no small matter, although their families had some heritage. Times had been mediocre in recent years, and coupled with their adherence to old businesses, their family wealth was not exactly abundant. To build a seagoing ship capable of withstanding the tossing of the waves, the timber alone would need to be hardwood over 100 years old.
They would also need to hire top-tier shipwrights and procure various items like sails, iron nails, and cables.
Calculated, it would be an astronomical figure. No single family could bear it alone. Yu Zairan frowned. It's not like we haven't seen the small boats of coastal fishermen, but those can only fish in nearshore waters. They simply cannot withstand the waves of the deep sea, let alone carry large quantities of cargo across the ocean. Another person also nodded, looking troubled indeed. Shipbuilding is hugely expensive and time-consuming.
If our families act individually, I fear we will struggle to sustain it. But if we join forces...
Speaking of this, everyone's gaze turned in unison to Feng Zhilian. He was the leader of these families this time, his insight and courage far exceeding others. At this moment he was stroking his beard, carefully calculating. A moment later, Feng Zhilian's gaze swept over the crowd. Since Aureliar Pendragon has pointed us toward this path, she would absolutely not harm us. Furthermore, a single thread cannot make a line, and a single tree cannot make a forest. Our families are already fellow countrymen and long-time family friends. Why not cast aside our differences and join forces?
I agree too.
Miss, family head Feng and the others have returned. They wish to see you again. Chapter 51 Palace Anecdotes.
No sooner had they stepped through the doorway than they bowed and knelt in unison, without saying a word.
Upon seeing this, Aureliar Pendragon's delicate brows furrowed slightly.
Having transmigrated to this place for so long, the rule she was still least accustomed to was this tendency to kneel and kowtow at the drop of a hat.
Back in the modern era, accepting such a bow for no reason would surely shave years off one's life. Seeing this, Clara and Lyra hurriedly stepped forward to help them up one by one. Once Gulzarakai had steadied himself, he cleared his throat and stated the purpose of their visit. It turned out that their families had already met and reached a consensus. They were determined to join forces and establish an overseas trading chamber. They had come specifically to sincerely implore Aureliar Pendragon to serve as the chamber's president. Young Master Dragon, we have pondered this countless times.
No matter who among us takes the position of chamber president, it would be difficult to truly convince everyone.
If money and interests become involved later on, it would be even easier for conflicts and rifts to arise.
Feng Zhilian said with an earnest tone.
After much thought, you are the only one in the entire world who is most appropriate and suitable.
That's right, young Master Dragon.
Only with you presiding can this trading chamber last for the long run.
The others chimed in one after another.
Aureliar Pendragon understood instantly, seeing through their little schemes clearly.
On one hand, these people wanted her to be a nominal president who acted like a hands-off manager, allowing them to enjoy dividends year after year without her having to worry about managing anything.
On the other hand, they wanted to use her reputation to deter others. As long as some petty villain saw her banner, they would definitely not dare too easily provoke them. It was just an empty title, yet it could bring in a continuous stream of wealth.
No matter how one calculated it, this deal was truly very profitable. After thinking about it for a moment, she nodded slightly and readily agreed. Since you all trust me so much, I will accept this position of president.
However, the trivial matters of the trading chamber are complex, and I do not have the time to manage them. In the future, you can directly coordinate and handle all the chamber's affairs with Kyusui.
Aureliar Pendragon turned her head to look at Clara beside her and gave her a look.
Although Clara was experiencing a storm of emotions internally, she understood that this was not the time to ask questions. She could only suppress the waves in her heart, maintain a sense of dignity and restraint, and nodded slightly to Feng Zhilian and the others. If you gentlemen have any matters in the future, feel free to discuss them with me. Greetings, Miss Sui, Feng Jillian, and the others were shrewd people. Each was extremely tactful and dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Once all matters were settled, everyone bid their farewells with joy and departed.
Once they had walked far away and were completely out of sight, Clara could finally no longer suppress her anxiety. Clutching the corner of her dress with such a heavy burden, can I really handle it? Previously, she had at most helped her mishandle some miscellaneous tasks, but now she had to manage an entire trading chamber. The factions within were deeply intertwined, and the conflicts of interest were infinitely complex.
She truly felt unsure, fearing that if there were the slightest mistake, she would mess things up and fail to live up to her Miss's trust, even though she knew in her heart that even if she really messed things up, her Miss would never reproach or blame her. From the bottom of her heart, she did not want to disappoint her Miss.
Hearing this, Aurelier Pendragon beckoned her gently. "Come here." Clara immediately stepped forward quickly and walked to her Miss's side. Aurelier Pendragon raised her hand and gently rubbed her soft hair, her tone incredibly gentle. "If I didn't have full confidence, I naturally wouldn't have let you do it.
I have always seen your capabilities."
"I believe in you, Kyusui. You can definitely do it."
"But Miss, this is after all an entire trading chamber, involving so much."
I'm afraid Clara still had her brows tightly locked.
"There is nothing to be afraid of. I am here for everything. Just let go and do it."
Aurelier Pendragon interrupted her with a smile, her eyes full of certainty. The current situation was completely different from the original trajectory displayed by the sky screen.
She would definitely live a safe and long life. But these two maids who had been with her since childhood, did she really want them to spend their whole lives doing menial work serving others?
She couldn't bear it. Actually, when Clara was very young, she had already seen the potential in this girl, which was why she had gradually handed more and more matters over to her to handle.
As time went on, Kyusui's abilities became increasingly outstanding, especially when it came to mathematics. Even if she were to take the imperial examinations and compete with those scholars who were well-read in poetry and books, she might not necessarily lose.
She had previously asked Clara if she was willing to take the imperial examinations to enter the court, but was refused by Kyusui.
"Miss, I just want to stay by your side and share your burdens.
Please don't send me away, okay?" At the time, Kyusui's answer was still clearly remembered in her heart. Aurelier Pendragon respected Kyusui's choice, but she had already planned another path for her in her heart.
She saw it clearly when Clara handled these matters. Her eyes were shining.
She had found her own value in these tasks.
Therefore, this position of managing the trading chamber belonged to no one but Kyusui. As for Lyra of the Veils,
Aurelier Pendragon extended her other hand and also gently touched Lyra of the Veils' little head, the corners of her lips curling into a gentle arc.
This girl had a pure and simple mind, with nothing else in her head. Her heart and eyes were filled with nothing more than eating, sleeping, and guarding her Miss well.
She was a completely simple and transparent person. Our Lyra of the Veils, you don't need to worry about anything.
Just be happy and carefree. I can afford to support you for a lifetime," Aurelier Pendragon said softly. Upon hearing this, Lyra immediately looked up, her eyes sparkling. Being able to stay with Miss is what makes Lyra happiest. To be honest, every time she saw Clara able to help her Miss handle so many important things, she was genuinely envious. But whenever she thought about being able to stay by her Miss's side all the time, she felt incomparably happy and satisfied. She knew her Miss's thoughts, but she never felt that being a servant was something embarrassing. She was willing to serve her Miss wholeheartedly. In her heart, being able to guard her Miss was a particularly sacred thing. The spring sunshine was bright, the warm breeze was gentle, and the courtyard was full of vitality. An imperial decree, sent urgently from the capital, also entered Aegis March's city at this time, having traveled at top speed. "Greetings, Her Highness the Princess Zhengguo." Aurelier Pendragon recognized the eunuch who had come to deliver the decree at a glance. She was very familiar with this person. He was the most capable disciple of the great eunuch in the palace, Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, and his name was Liu Xuan.
Previously, the Emperor of Aurelion had issued a new policy decree, explicitly ordering that from then on, men entering the palace to serve would no longer be subjected to castration. Upon reaching a certain age, they could leave the palace and return home just like palace maids. This measure completely rewrote the fate of the palace attendants.
Liu Xuan had come to announce Aurelier Pendragon's appointment as Prime Minister Princess. No, Prime Minister, Please receive the decree. Orliar Pendragon slowly reached out and took the decree wrapped in bright yellow silk.
In an instant, the attendants, servants, and local officials accompanying her all knelt on the ground, a vast sea of people showing the utmost respect and solemnity.
Orliar Pendragon subconsciously reached out to stop Clara from kneeling. Clara looked at her miss, her eyes full of joy. The servant knows that Miss has always disliked others bowing to you, but today's a great happy occasion for Miss. This bow is something that should be done. It is everyone's respect for you.
Regarding Orliar Pendragon's appointment as Prime Minister, neither the officials in Aegis Marches nor the surrounding attendants and commoners felt surprised, nor were they the least bit shocked. It was as if in everyone's heart this was all a matter of course.
Since the appearance of the sky screen, quite a long time had passed.
By relying on one deed after another that benefited the people, Orliar Pendragon had long since taken deep root in the hearts of the people of Great Orlion, accumulating prestige and public support that no one could match.
If someone like her did not become Prime Minister, then who else could shoulder this heavy responsibility? Take Kair, for example.
When he first stepped into the territory of Aegis Marches and heard that Prime Minister Alistair had still not resigned from his position, he was immediately furious, wishing he could immediately ride his horse to the capital and question him face to face.
Minister Jiang should have resigned long ago. Young Master Dragon's talent far surpasses everyone else's. Why not let young Master Dragon take office?
Hyatt gripped his horse whip at the time, roaring in a low voice at his attendants with an angry face. It was not until he later heard that Prime Minister Alistair had already voluntarily submitted his resignation that the anger on his face gradually dissipated and he returned to calm.
Congratulations, Prime Minister. Congratulations, Prime Minister. Liu Xun stood to the side, looking at Orliar Pendragon, who stood gracefully with an extraordinary demeanor, his eyes full of emotion.
In just a short year, the youth of the past had already grown into such a calm, composed, and independent figure.
This transformation was truly amazing. In Liu Xuan's heart, he was full of gratitude toward Orliar Pendragon.
He was originally a lowly peasant.
That year, it happened to be a famine with no harvest, and his family had long since run out of food. Seeing his parents unable to go on, with no other way out, he had hardened his heart and entered the palace, willing to be castrated, just to exchange for some silver so that his parents could have a bite to eat and survive.
He was the only son in the family.
After his parents learned of his decision, they were devastated and held his hands, crying, "My child, even if we starve to death, we must not take this path." But at that time, life was difficult, and there was really no other way to survive. He just wanted his parents to live, with no other requests, so he eventually gritted his teeth and entered the palace. It was just that fate played tricks on people. Even though he entered the palace and exchanged for silver, his parents still couldn't survive that famine and left him early.
Liu Xun often sighed to himself in his heart. If Orliar Pendragon could have appeared earlier, if there had been such benevolent governance earlier, would his family not have ended up like that?
Would they have been able to avoid that tragedy?
It was just a pity that the world was impermanent, leaving only regrets. But then, he thought, it didn't matter. No matter what, Orliar Pendragon had finally appeared, and she came with benevolent governance and hope.
In the future, with her presiding over the great Orlion Empire, such tragedies of broken families and helplessness like his own would certainly never happen again. Liu Xun ordered people to send the treasures and wealth bestowed by the emperor into the mansion one by one. After they were properly placed, he had no intention of leaving.
Instead, he leaned forward and said to Orliar Pendragon with a mysterious smile, "His Majesty is very concerned about Her Highness the Princess, fearing that you are not living comfortably in Aegis Marches. Therefore, he specifically sent this servant to visit and take care of you."
In addition, His Majesty specifically instructed this servant to say that he has prepared a huge surprise for Her Highness the Princess.
Oh?
Orliar Pendragon became interested upon hearing this and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What kind of surprise? To be so mysterious?"
But Liu Xun just smiled without saying a word, spreading his hands, refusing to reveal even a hint, deliberately keep Alistair in suspense.
Upon seeing this, Orliar Pendragon was speechless for a moment and helplessly covered her forehead. This kind of action of saying half of something and deliberately keep Palace people in suspense was truly annoying.
"All right, I won't tease Her Highness the Princess any more."
Seeing Orliar Pendragon's helpless expression, Liu Xuan waved his hand gently, and 2 attendants walked in slowly, carrying an exquisite wooden box together. Everyone worked together to open the wooden box, and saw a pile of exquisite and cute little objects neatly placed inside. They were all children's toys with detailed workmanship and pleasing appearances, including small rattles, cloth tigers, wooden carved dolls, and so on, each one looking exquisite.
Aurelier Pendragon only glanced at them lightly and knew the origin of these objects. Now, in the Imperial Palace, there was only one child who had just been born.
As for whose these toys were, the answer was self-evident. By the way, there's also this. Please accept it, Your Highness,
Liu Xuan said, holding a plain-colored letter with both hands and respectfully handing it to Aurelier Pendragon. This is a letter that the Crown Princess specifically entrusted this servant to bring to Her Highness the Princess.
Her Highness has been thinking of you for a long time. Thank you for your trouble.
Aurelier Pendragon silently reached out to take the letter and carefully tucked it into her sleeve, intending to read it carefully after returning to her room and calming down.
In addition to these rewards and letters, Liu Xuan also brought some gossip about the Emperor of Aurelion.
You know, the Emperor of Aurelion was an emperor through the ages.
Although he did not love beauty, he had taken many beauties into the palace to balance the forces in the court before.
Since the appearance of the sky screen, he had only been interested in achieving political success and leaving a name in history, and rarely stepped into the harem.
A while ago, he was rarely free and suddenly wanted to stroll through the harem to see the concubines, but who knew that he would be snubbed one after another. All the concubines did not want to see him.
He first went to the palace of Consort Der, whom he had favored before, but was stopped at the door by the palace maids and was firmly given the cold shoulder.
Your Majesty, please forgive us. Our mistress caught a cold 2 days ago and is weak. She is afraid of infecting Your Majesty and dares not receive you.
Please move on, Your Majesty. The palace maid guarding the door replied properly, her tone flawless. The Emperor of Aurelion was stunned on the spot, his face full of question marks. A cold.
Then who was the person jump palace round in the Imperial garden yesterday, picking flowers and grass, laughing happier than anyone else?
Did they think he was blind? The Emperor of Aurelion felt a bit speechless in his heart, but he didn't expose it. He turned and went to the palace of Consort Jian. This Consort Jian was the daughter of a low-level official and had previously wanted to climb up, constantly trying every way to win favor every day. Hope Palace, that the Emperor would stay a little longer.
As a result, when he arrived there, Consort Jian was curled up on a soft couch, obsessed with reading storybooks, not even bothering to lift her eyelids, and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him at all. Chapter 52. The Northern Wrong Ruler and his ministers feed me peanuts.
The Emperor of Aurelion tried his best to be patient and talk to her, but she looked listless, giving perfunctory responses, her eyes never leaving the book in her hands.
The Emperor of Aurelion had always been proud and would not ask for trouble, so he immediately sank his face, got a bit angry, and turned to leave.
Unwilling to give up, he went to find the Empress for the 3rd time. The Empress was much better than the others. Seeing him arrive, she immediately gave him a big smile and even got up to serve tea personally, with perfect etiquette. Just when the Emperor of Aurelion thought he had found comfort there and felt a glimmer of warmth in his heart, and casually suggested he wanted to stay the night, the Empress's expression changed instantly.
Your Majesty, please forgive me. Concubine still needs to teach the Imperial Prince to read and write tonight, so I truly have no time to serve you. I hope Your Majesty will forgive me. The Empress put away her smile, her tone polite yet distant.
The Emperor of Aurelion was stunned again, his face full of question marks.
Their children were already over 10 years old and could live independently.
What was there to teach late at night?
Who was she trying to fool? The Emperor of Aurelion was furious and felt stifled all over.
He went straight to the Imperial study that night and spent the night alone.
Later, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't swallow this anger, so early the next morning, he sent people to quietly inquire about what his concubines were doing and why they were all avoiding him.
When the people he sent returned and reported, the Emperor of Aurelion fell completely silent.
The answer he got was last night. The Empress invited Consort Yun, Consort Der, and Beauty Liu to play mahjong in the harem all night long, having so much fun that they didn't care about anything else. Though, this mahjong was actually a game invented by his good daughter, Aurelier Pendragon, when she was bored.
It was said that even the Empress Dowager wanted to join a game, but there was no room left, so she had to give up reluctantly.
The Emperor of Aurelion stood in the Imperial study, listened to the report, and remained silent for a long time, the corners of his mouth twitching wildly.
So he was the only redundant person in the entire harem, and the concubines didn't need him at all. Aurelier Pendragon sat in the main seat, listening with relish, a smile on her lips, while Clara and Lyra also had shining eyes, huddled together whispering,
"My God, so the concubines in the harem are all playing mahjong. That's too interesting. The emperor is too pitiful to be collectively ignored by the concubines. After all, it was royal gossip, and the emperor's embarrassing story. Who wouldn't want to hear it?" Liu Xun looked at them and couldn't help but smile.
He cleared his throat and continued later. The emperor thought alone in the imperial study for a long time and asked my master with a melancholy face.
He mimicked the Emperor of Orleans' tone and sighed pretentiously. "Seneschal Cedric, do you think I am too restrictive of them? Most of them are in the prime of their youth, and having their own hobbies is a good thing. You have to know that. Except for the concubines who entered the palace long ago, some of the younger ones were young enough for the Emperor of Orleans to be their father."
In the past, he didn't think there was anything wrong with this.
Since ancient times, emperors had acted this way, and it had always been like this throughout the dynasties.
But ever since the sky screen appeared and he saw the justice and reason of the world clearly, the Emperor of Orleans felt more and more stifled. He always felt that he had treated the people in the harem too unfairly, and when he questioned himself, he didn't think he could be considered a benevolent monarch, and even vaguely felt that he was not kind. The women around him who entered the palace were mostly noble daughters carefully selected and raised by noble families since childhood.
They had no choice since they were young and were not allowed to have their own thoughts, hobbies, or destinations.
The only use in their lives was to be sent into the harem to compete for favor and consolidate their status, relying on the emperor's meager favor to help their families rise step by step.
In the vast harem with countless beauties, the vast majority of women never saw the emperor in their entire lives. They could only be trapped within the four red walls, living a muddled life in this cold, man-eating, and perilous deep palace, trapped in the deep palace day after day, with no one caring or loving them, and a bleak future ahead. It must have been extremely agonizing. Fortunately, the court was now clear and the government was stable and orderly.
The Emperor of Orleans no longer needed to rely on harem marriages and concubine checks and balances to stabilize the court. Liu Xun talked about the inside story of the palace in detail, his tone respectful and serious. His Majesty often sighs in his daily life, wanting to relax the rules and treat all women in the world well, but only after careful consideration did he suddenly realize that he had forgotten the concubines in the harem, who were also his subjects.
Clara was moved and asked softly, "Then does His Majesty have any arrangements?"
Liu Xun replied, "His Majesty specifically ordered me to ask each concubine about their wishes.
If they are unwilling to stay in the palace and want to live a stable life outside, His Majesty will generously agree to all of them, and will personally make proper arrangements for their identities, grant them good farmland and houses, and protect them for the rest of their lives." And His Majesty issued an edict personally that from now on, anyone who dares to gossip or criticize the concubines who left the palace will be punished by having their tongues pulled out, and there will be no leniency at all.
Hearing this, Lyra couldn't help but exclaim, "His Majesty is truly considerate of women now."
The wishes of the concubines in the harem were different. Some saw through the coldness of the deep palace and decisively chose to leave the palace to find a stable place to spend the rest of their lives.
There were also some who considered the honor and disgrace of their families, had nowhere to go, or were already used to the stability in the palace, so they chose to stay and continue living there.
But among all the concubines in the palace, one person's choice shocked the entire harem and was unexpected.
This person was Lady Jiang.
She was unwilling to be trapped in the red walls and deep palace for a lifetime, to be a nameless, freedomless bird in a cage, exhausting her youth within the high walls.
But she was also unwilling to go out of the palace to live in seclusion in the countryside, burying her talent, and remaining unknown from then on. After several deep thoughts, she took the initiative to meet the Emperor of Orleans, solemnly submitted a memorial, and requested to become a female official, wanting to cast aside her status as a concubine, stand on her own with her own talent, and live out her own life without relying on the Emperor's favor. Speaking of Lady Jiang, Liu Xun's eyes were full of admiration, and his tone became more serious. No one expected that Lady Jiang was always low-key and behaved herself, did not fight for favor, did not take sides, was ordinary in the harem, was not eye-catching, and had very low presence.
Clara sighed softly. She is truly a remarkable woman hidden in the deep palace. Liu Shuan nodded repeatedly. I really couldn't imagine that she actually possessed such extraordinary courage and breadth of mind.
He searched his vocabulary but couldn't find suitable words to describe it, only believing in his heart that this Lady Jiang had a bearing and vision far beyond ordinary people. Lady Jiang's original name was Jiang Ningxuang, a name Aurelier Pendragon had never heard before.
The whole thing developed very smoothly and according to people's wishes.
After deep thought, the Emperor of Aurelion highly approved of her intention and agreed immediately. He also personally examined her classics, knowledge, and ideas on governance. After the inspection, he found that she had a solid foundation and a clear mind, so he made an exception and allowed her to enter the Imperial Academy to study with focus. Once her studies were completed, she could participate in the imperial examinations like scholars all over the world and win a career path with her true ability. This shocking move by Jiang Ningxuan directly opened up a brand new path for all the trapped concubines in the palace. Since this matter spread, many concubines who were clear-headed, unwilling to be mediocre, and unwilling to be trapped in the back house followed Jiang Ningxuang's example and took the initiative to submit memorials to the Emperor of Aurelion to request permission.
The Emperor of Aurelion agreed readily to all of them without any obstruction, being exceptionally enlightened and generous.
Great Aurelion was already full of talents, and as a monarch, he had always cherished talent and was eager for worthy people. As long as they possessed true talent and learning and had good character, he was willing to include them in the court regardless of gender.
Thinking of this, Aurelier Pendragon gave a soft sigh. Although the situation in Great Aurelion was getting more stable and better, it was still extremely short of various talents in every aspect. What she sought was never limited to civil and military officials in the court, but skilled craftsmen and wise people from all walks of life and among the people.
At present, the Aurelion state was in a critical stage of comprehensive rise and rapid prosperity.
Many new policies, equipment, commerce, agriculture, urban construction, and other emerging things were too advanced and novel.
To implement them one by one, it was extremely necessary to have various geniuses who were proficient in skills, had clear minds, and possessed foresight. She urgently needed such talents, and the vast land of Great Aurelion could not do without countless talented people. Aurelier Pendragon slowly closed the book in her hand, leaned back, lazily reclining on the rocking chair, and casually covered her face with the book, her thoughts still deeply focused on the recruitment of talent. The talents from all sides that had been publicized by the sky screen had already been found by the Emperor of Aurelion and were now all settled in the capital, focusing on studying various kinds of knowledge.
But even so, compared to the needs of the rapid development of Great Aurelion, this kind of talent reserve was still far from enough. Suddenly, Aurelier Pendragon sat up straight from the rocking chair, her originally slightly heavy eyes becoming clear instantly.
Since she could find talents proficient in geography in the territory of Barong, looking at the whole world, among the 4 party states and near and far tribes, how could there be a lack of talented people with unique skills?
Yes, why be stuck in the territory of Aurelion? The general trend of the world was destined to be unified, and the people of the world would eventually have a day when they would share the same culture and customs and live in peace.
At the beginning of April, the official road from Aegis marches directly to Dravidier had already been repaired to be flat and wide, unobstructed all the way, and there was no more suffering from ruggedness. Official Deng Huan, who had shown her sharp edge in the military camp, reorganized her soldiers with high morale and high spirits, and led her troops to march to the next territory.
And Aurelier Pendragon personally took a group of trusted officials from Aegis marches, equipped with a sharp and orderly guard army, and set off for Barong. At the same time, a military report of a great victory that thrilled the whole country was also sent by fast horse from the capital 1,000 miles away.
The Chinu cavalry, who had repeatedly gone south to burn, kill, and loot and repeatedly violated the border, were severely defeated by the Great Aurelion army and returned in a crushing defeat. For this brutal and bloodthirsty barbarian tribe that regarded the people of Aurelion as food, the Emperor of Aurelion had long been filled with monstrous anger and directly issued an edict to completely eradicate them, must root out the border scourge, and the war forever, and protect the peace of the people in all directions.
After nearly a month of long travel, by the end of April, Aureliar Pendragon arrived at the capital of Barong.
Lion Hui, the monarch of Barong, had long led the civil and military officials of the whole court to wait respectfully outside the city, his posture extremely humble, holding the imperial jade seal with both hands, and took the initiative to step forward to offer it. Aureliar Pendragon calmly took the jade seal, read the imperial edict of the court in public, and conferred Lion Hui as a prince, who had only a noble title but no real military or political power. After the event, she sent people to properly escort this former master of Barong back to the capital, and all the rules and management would be handled in an orderly manner by the various government offices of the imperial court.
And her most urgent task at the moment was to appease the hearts of the people as soon as possible, gather the sense of belonging of the people of Barong, and let this land completely and stably submit.
She had originally made full preparations and thought that the process of winning people's hearts would be extremely difficult.
After all, it was a newly returned territory, and the people would inevitably have estrangement, resistance, and exclusion.
But the scene in front of her was completely different from what she had expected, and the contrast was ridiculously large.
The enthusiastic support of the people of Barong was completely beyond her expectations.
When the army slowly entered the city, the people of the whole city had already helped the old and led the young, and followed the Barong monarch and subjects to wait outside the city for surrender.
Not a single person was panicked, not a single person resisted, and everyone's face was full of expectation.
Just at the moment when everyone watched her officially take over the territory of Barong, what sounded faster and more earth-shattering than the sycophancy deliberately piled up by Lion Hui was the fanatical cheers of the people of the whole city from the bottom of their hearts. "You finally came. We finally looked forward to Master Dragon." An old man with white hair in the crowd was excited, holding the hand of the villager next to him tightly. His eyes red and said loudly, "We looked forward to it day and night, and finally waited for you."
A young and strong man beside him immediately shook his head seriously to correct. "What Master Dragon of Aurelion? From now on, she is our own Master Dragon of Barong." The woman beside her agreed with a face full of joy. "That's right. From now on, we are all dignified subjects of great Aurelion, living our lives following Master Dragon." Another person sighed. "We should have surrendered and unified long ago. We suffered from war in previous years and lived in fear day and night. Now that we have surrendered to great Aurelion, we can finally have a stable life." Every simple and sincere word pierced into the ears of Lion Hui, the monarch of Barong, without missing a single word. Even the children on the street would jump palace and clap palace to welcome her. Lion Hui was frozen in place, his heart filled with mixed feelings, with a face of hopelessness.
His heart felt cold. It turned out that the people he had painstakingly managed and ruled for many years didn't have him in their hearts at all. Fortunately, he knew the current affairs and surrendered early, and did not resist stubbornly.
What made him feel even more wrong to the point of crying was that Aureliar Pendragon actually glared at him coldly. He muttered to himself in grievance, "I just looked at the people a few more times. Why is there a double standard? He is also a subject of great Aurelion now." Aureliar Pendragon was also speechless.
As the group walked slowly into the city, the people along the way were so excited that they crowded to the front, full of enthusiasm, and kept stuffing food, dried fruits, cloth, and handmade decorations into her arms and hands.
An enthusiastic auntie held the snacks and stepped forward to Master Dragon. "Try it quickly. Our unique food in Barong. You can't eat it in Great Aurelion."
"You must try it."
The people held small wooden carvings and handed them over with a smile that's not worth a penny, just to wish for good luck. "May you be safe every year." Not only was Aureliar Pendragon surrounded by layers of enthusiasm, but the accompanying great Aurelion officials and soldiers were all filled with things by the people, their arms and clothes full, and they couldn't refuse.
Looking at the Barong monarch and officials who were squeezed to the very edge, ignored by everyone, and didn't even get a glance, a group of people looked at each other, embarrassed enough to dig out a 3-bedroom and 1-living-room apartment.
Chapter 53 Infrastructure Development in Barong.
It was truly embarrassing to even talk about it. They had ruled this land for years but had never once won the hearts of the people.
In all their lives, they had never seen a scene where the commoners lined the streets to welcome and treat someone with such genuine affection.
Lion Hui watched as the commoners below cheered endlessly for Aureliar Pendragon. Even his former trusted ministers were taking the initiative to step forward, bowing respectfully and engaging her in friendly conversation.
A bone-chilling coldness swept through his heart.
A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he felt a lingering fear if he had refused to surrender and insisted on resisting back then. The great Aurelian wouldn't even have needed to send troops. The commoners would have been the first to tie him up and hand him over.
How fortunate! How truly fortunate!
Surrendering obediently had truly saved his life. During the first 2 days after entering the capital of Reborn, Aureliar Pendragon did not rush to promulgate new policies, nor did she loudly proclaim the laws and decrees of great Aurelian.
Instead, she closed her doors to visitors and buried herself in the mountains of official records and files of Reborn. In a short time, she had thoroughly investigated the resumes, political achievements, private conduct, and even the family scandals of the existing civil and military officials, royal relatives, and local gentry of this place.
She stayed up by candlelight until dawn, reviewing them one by one. She clearly discerned who were the incompetent officials holding positions without working, who were the corrupt sycophants colluding with the powerful to oppress the people, and who were the capable ministers harboring talent but being squeezed out and suppressed. She mapped out the background of every single person with absolute clarity. The accompanying officials, seeing her go days without sleep, couldn't help but urge her to rest.
Aureliar Pendragon merely rubbed her brow and spoke indifferently. Reborn has just been pacified. The administration is unclear, and the people are uneasy.
If I endure for one more moment, the people here will suffer one less moment of hardship.
At daybreak the next day, a series of sternly worded appointment and dismissal orders were swiftly issued from the temporary palace, spreading throughout the officialdom of Reborn. Officials with talent, integrity, and a heart for the people were promoted beyond the normal ranks and directly entrusted with important tasks, stationed in various regions to handle administrative affairs. Incompetent, muddled, and mediocre officials were dismissed from their posts on the spot, evicted from their residences, and barred from future employment. Corrupt officials who harmed the people and colluded with powerful local forces were thrown directly into prison, their evidence sealed while awaiting judgment. This swift and decisive reorganization brought an immediate, complete overhaul to the previously muddled and corruption-ridden officialdom of Reborn. The remaining officials were all terrified into silence. Acting with extreme caution, they dared not be the slightest bit perfunctory or slack. The corrupt practices of officials shielding one another and oppressing the common people vanished overnight. Some former Reborn officials were unconvinced and privately sought out Aureliar Pendragon, questioning her with such drastic adjustments. Wasn't she afraid of causing unrest among the old ministers and disturbing the hearts of the people?
Aureliar Pendragon tapped her fingertips lightly on the desk, her eyes sharp and firm.
Her tone was calm, yet every word carried immense weight. If you are an official and do not act for the people, you might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes.
The officialdom of Reborn has no room for idlers, and even less room for evildoers.
My reorganization of the administration today is for the sake of the myriad people of Reborn, not for the selfish interests of you officials.
If there is truly any unrest, I alone shall bear the responsibility. These two short, resonant sentences left the officials present speechless and thoroughly convinced.
With no further objections, they bowed and accepted their orders, wholeheartedly carrying out the new policies. On the third morning after arriving in Reborn, just as the sky was beginning to brighten and the thin mist had yet to disperse, a heart-wrenching, sorrowful cry erupted outside the vermilion gates of the temporary palace.
It instantly shattered the morning tranquillity and startled Aureliar Pendragon, who was in the midst of organizing administrative orders. As she stepped out of the hall and onto the veranda, she saw an elderly person with white hair and a hunched back, wearing hemp clothes and straw sandals, barefoot, clutching a swaddle tightly to their chest.
Inside the swaddle was a newborn, still wrinkled.
Upon seeing Aureliar Pendragon, the old woman fell to her knees with a heavy thud on the cold bluestone floor, her forehead bleeding from the impact. Her voice was hoarse and desperate as she cried, "Little Master Dragon,
I beg you to uphold justice for this common woman.
My entire family of 17 was slaughtered by villains. Only I and this newborn grandson remain.
I beg you to seek justice for us."
This kneeling of the old woman pulled the thread on a shocking, monstrous case that had been covered up for many years. It turned out that several powerful royal relatives of Reborn had colluded with several major local gentry clans to wantonly seize farmland and exploit the wealth of the people for many years. Whenever any commoner dared to resist, they were wantonly beaten or killed, and to seize family property. They would not hesitate to slaughter entire households. Over the years, countless victims had suffered, but because these people wielded immense power and could cover the sky with one hand, successive officials dared not investigate or intervene. Countless grievances were buried, and the common people could only swallow their anger and live in agony. Aurelire Pendragon listened to the old woman's blood-red accusations and looked at the hungry, sallow-faced infant in the swaddle. Her brows and eyes suddenly turned cold, and an intimidating chill radiated from her entire being.
She immediately bent down, personally helped the old woman up, and spoke in a steady, powerful voice, giving the old woman full confidence. Rest assured, Elder, I will definitely handle this matter.
I will hold every single person involved accountable and provide justice for you and for all the victimized commoners. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately issued orders for her personal guards to seal the residences of the involved royal relatives and gentry clans, and dispatched trusted officials to thoroughly investigate the case.
She personally oversaw the supervision, reviewing old case files, visiting the victimized commoners, and collecting testimonies and physical evidence.
In just 2 short days, all those involved were apprehended, with conclusive evidence of their crimes that could not be denied. Aurelire Pendragon immediately announced the verdict publicly. The heinous royal relatives and gentry leaders, whose hands were stained with blood, were all to be executed in public. Their accomplices, party members, and lackeys who oppressed the people were all exiled to the frontier, never to return. The seized farmland and property were all returned to the commoners.
On the day of the sentencing, the royal relatives who had once covered the sky with one hand and ran rampant in Barong for decades were executed by Waste Chop Palace in the bustling market, their blood staining the long street red.
The commoners surged in from all directions, surrounding the execution ground.
At first, it was deathly silent, everyone looking nervous. Only when the criminals were executed did someone dare to sob in a low voice.
Soon after, more and more victims of persecution began to wail loudly. It was the release of grievances that had been suppressed for years finally being avenged. It was the ecstatic joy of seeing the light of day again.
Well killed. Finally, we commoners have let out a breath of frustration.
These villains should have faced retribution long ago. Little Master Dragon is a true righteous official. She was the savior of our people.
Cries and cheers intertwined, resounding throughout the entire capital, as the commoners knelt and bowed in the direction of Aurelire Pendragon one after another.
Since that day, commoners came to the gate of the temporary palace every day to lodge grievances. Case after case, all where injustices suffered under the oppression of the powerful for years, with nowhere to appeal. Aurelire Pendragon set aside all other important matters and personally reviewed each one, regardless of the size of the case. She never showed favoritism and never delayed, giving the commoners a clear answer for every single case. To allow more commoners to lodge grievances smoothly without having to travel long distances or kneel to file complaints, she specifically ordered the establishment of over a dozen partition drums on the city walls, in major streets and alleys within the city, and in the suburban towns, dispatching her trusted personal guards to keep watch day and night. She strictly ordered her subordinates that whenever someone beat the drum to voice a grievance, no matter the time, wind, or rain, they must bring the person before her immediately, without the slightest obstruction, delay, or mistreatment. She stood personally before the petition drum and loudly announced to the thousands of commoners gathering around her from now on, "If you have a grievance, beat the drum. If you have a hardship, speak it out. You need not fear pressure from the powerful, nor fear officials shielding one another. As long as I am here, in the land of Barong, no one will ever be able to oppress you again, and no one will ever be able to cover the sky with one hand again." This one sentence made countless commoners' eyes turn red, and they once again knelt and bowed, calling out righteous official over and over. This trust weighed heavily on Aurelire Pendragon's heart, but it also made her more determined to reform Barong and bring welfare to all the people. In the blink of an eye, it was the 9th day since arriving in Barong, Aurelire Pendragon finally finished reviewing all the memorials and administrative files that Lion Hugh had left piled up on the desk. The moment she closed the last memorial, she truly saw clearly that this nation, which appeared to have complete territory and surface stability, was already rotten inside. Like a ruined silk cloth, corruption was rampant in the officialdom, with officials at all levels exploiting the people layer by layer. The livelihood of the people was in dire straits. They had no food to eat and no clothes to cover their bodies. Farmland was abandoned, water conservancy was in disrepair, and agriculture and commerce were stagnant. Even the national treasury was empty to the extreme. The silver reserves were pitifully small, and the grain reserves were not even enough to support the entire city's population for a month.
It was even more impoverished and destitute than Great Orleans had been before the new policies were implemented and when everything was waiting to be rebuilt.
Upon learning this, Lion Huai stood to the side, uneasy and restless, lowering his head, not daring to look at Aurelier Pendragon, filled with guilt and helplessness. It is my incompetence and lack of proper governance that has caused Barong to become like this, causing the people to suffer. Aurelier Pendragon did not reproach him, merely calmly ordering her subordinates to complete the inventory of the national treasury and the statistics of the people's livelihood, already having a comprehensive plan in her mind. On the 10th day after careful planning, Aurelier Pendragon immediately issued a decree to implement the new policy of relief through work throughout Barong.
To get rich, first build roads.
These 6 golden words were brought by her, unchanged, to this land of suffering, becoming the first step in Barong's reform.
She ordered the recruitment of commoners from the entire city and surrounding towns to participate in projects such as repairing official roads, building city walls, dredging rivers, and repairing farmland water conservancy. She clearly announced that any commoner who participated in the work, regardless of gender or age, as long as they were capable, would receive a full ration of food and money every day, with board and lodging provided, and wages settled daily, never delayed, and not a single bit less.
The commoners of Barong had always been simple and honest. To be more precise, they had been exploited by the Barong royal family, the powerful, and the gentry for decades, working hard with their faces to the soil and backs to the sky all year round, yet harvesting nothing. They hadn't even eaten a few full meals, and they always had to worry about their land being forcibly seized and being oppressed for no reason.
They had never seen, nor had they ever heard of, an official who was so considerate of the common people and thought for them.
For a time, everyone was full of fear and unease. This is just like the commoners of Great Orleans back then. Aurelier Pendragon closed her eyes. No matter where it is always the common people who suffer.
The commoners stood before the officials recruiting for the work, each clutching their sleeves, timidly not daring to step forward.
Their eyes were full of uncertainty, fearing that this was a dream fallen from the sky, and that upon opening their eyes everything would turn into foam, and they would return to those days of hunger, cold, and endless oppression. Official, is what you say true?
We are just ordinary commoners. If we put in the effort to work, can we really receive food and eat our fill every meal?
An old farmer with dark skin and a sallow, thin face, clutching a worn-out hoe in his hand, asked cautiously, his voice trembling uncontrollably.
The official in charge of recruitment was a capable minister personally selected by Aurelier Pendragon.
Seeing this, he smiled and replied patiently, "Rest assured, Elder, little Master Dragon always keeps her word. The decrees issued will never be false. Just sign up and work with peace of mind.
Not only will you be able to eat your fill of white rice every meal, but you will also receive rice, flour, and money to support your family."
The old farmer smiled upon hearing this. "Oh, yes, 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 I almost forgot that it is little Master Dragon who is in power now. Little Master Dragon naturally would not harm us." The news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and completely spread throughout the capital and surrounding towns. Upon hearing the news, the commoners flocked in, scrambling to line up and sign up, fearing that if they were one step late, they would miss this hard-won opportunity for a livelihood. The line for registration stretched from the beginning of the street to the end, endless at a glance. Everyone was extremely enthusiastic. After receiving their tasks, they worked with all their might. Not a single person slacked off. Not a single person complained. They all worked desperately, wanting to grasp this hard-won hope.
By the 15th day, in just a few short days, the road-building commoners who were originally sallow, thin, ragged, and frail had undergone a huge change in appearance.
Their faces had gained flesh, their physiques had become much sturdier, their complexions were ruddy, and their eyes had become bright. The change before and after was visible to the naked eye, which was astonishing.
Seeing the commoners gradually gaining vitality, Aurelier Pendragon did not stop her steps. She changed into simple, plain-colored casual clothes, set aside her majestic aura, and took several trusted officials and a team of elite personal guards to visit various villages in the suburbs, conducting field visits, measuring land, checking the ownership of farmland household by household, and investigating the fertile land of the commoners that had been encroached upon by the gentry and powerful for many years. Every time she arrived at a village, she personally walked into the homes of the commoners, checked their food, clothing, housing, and transportation, asked about their difficulties, and carefully recorded the land situation of each household. In just 3 short days, all the gentry and powerful clans who had encroached on the commoners' land, bullied their neighbors, and ran rampant in the villages were apprehended and investigated. The land that had been forcibly occupied for decades was all returned to the commoners, not a single bit left.
When the commoners received their own land deeds, holding the thin sheets of paper, they were moved to tears.
At first, there were a few who still harbored luck, considering themselves to have rendered meritorious service, and openly jumped out to cause trouble. These few were the very pro-surrender gentry who had strongly urged Lion Huai to surrender when Aurelier Pendragon led her army into the city. They considered themselves to have made significant contributions in persuading Lion Huai to surrender and allowing Baron to peacefully submit to great Aurelion.
They felt that Aurelier Pendragon should be grateful for their efforts and treat them with extra favor.
Now that Aurelier Pendragon was investigating land and punishing the powerful, it touched their interests, so they blocked the streets of the capital in public, shouting curses at passers-by and slandering her wantonly.
Aurelier Pendragon,
you are burning bridges after crossing a river, kicking us while we are down. We helped you take Baron peacefully, sparing at the suffering of war. Yet you suppress us like this and seize our property.
Are you not afraid of chilling the hearts of people everywhere? Privately, they also spread rumors everywhere, attempting to incite the people and disrupt the situation, thinking that Aurelier Pendragon would remember their contributions, show leniency, and withdraw her policies. Upon learning of this, Aurelier Pendragon was not angry, nor did she send anyone to restrain them. Instead, she just chuckled and let them make a scene.
Chapter 54. Then he became a true god. She had originally intended to use these clowns to lure out the remnants, rebels, and those with ulterior motives hiding in the shadows, to wipe out the hidden dangers in Baron once and for all. But she never expected that before she could even set the trap, at noon that very day, these few aristocrats who had been inciting the people were spontaneously rounded up by angry citizens, tied up, and dragged to the gates of the temporary palace.
The leaders were several strong men, followed by dozens of citizens. They were all filled with righteous indignation. Pushing the tightly bound men to the ground, they loudly said to Aurelier Pendragon, "Little Master Dragon, it is these people who are spreading rumors to deceive the masses, ruining your reputation, and trying to disrupt our good life. We have captured them for you, and they are yours to deal with." The citizens spoke one after another, detailing the evil deeds of these men, their eyes full of anger and determination. They had finally ushered in a stable life, with fields to farm, food to eat, and work to do. They would absolutely not allow anyone to destroy all of this. Aurelier Pendragon looked at the loyal citizens before her, her heart filled with warmth.
She immediately commended these citizens who had eliminated harm for the people in public. Not only did she reward them with a large amount of gold and silver, but she also specially ordered a batch of red armbands embroidered with the golden characters "enthusiastic citizen" to be made, and personally handed them out to every citizen.
Compared to the tangible gold and silver, the citizens treasured this small red armband as if it were a rare treasure. They carefully wore them on their arms, heads held high, faces full of pride and glory. Walking on the street, they drew envious looks from others. After this matter spread completely, the enthusiasm of the entire Baron populace for capturing villains, monitoring rumors, and maintaining stability was instantly raised to its peak. Everyone spontaneously became a supervisor, guarding their hard-won new life.
Whenever there was a suspicious person or improper speech, they would report it to the authorities immediately, without any leniency.
For a time, the social atmosphere in Baron became instantly clear and bright. No one picked up lost items on the road, and doors were left unlocked at night.
Past evils like theft, robbery, and bullying of neighbors completely vanished, and even small frictions between neighbors were reduced by more than half. Clara looked at the scene of the people united in heart and mind, walked to Aurelier Pendragon's side with a smile, and whispered, "My lady, they have lived bitter lives and been oppressed for a lifetime.
You gave them hope to live and a stable, secure good life, so naturally They will be more desperate than anyone else to hold on to all of this. Orliar Pendragon looked at the citizens coming and going on the street, everyone wearing a smile, their eyes clear.
She nodded gently, understanding in her heart.
Whoever wins the hearts of the people wins the world. The value of this saying was still rising.
Time flew by.
In the blink of an eye, it had been exactly 1 month since Orliar Pendragon arrived in Barong.
The once dilapidated and withered capital of Barong had undergone earth-shaking changes.
Under her full promotion, the first school specifically for the children of the common people rose from the ground in the suburbs.
With green bricks and dark tiles, the windows were bright and the desks clean. Inside the school, brand new desks, chairs, and neat books were provided, open to all children of the common people free of charge, regardless of family background, regardless of gender. As long as they were willing to study, they could enroll and attend classes.
Orliar Pendragon specially invited knowledgeable teachers from Aegis marches and surrounding prefectures, personally set the school rules, and encouraged the people to send their children to school to learn to read and change their destinies. The people initially couldn't believe that schooling didn't cost a single penny, and they brought their children to watch.
When they saw the brand new environment and the gentle teachers in the school, they finally felt relieved. Every day, countless children with simple schoolbags would hop and skip into the school, and the sound of reading aloud spread throughout the suburbs, full of vitality.
At the same time, the first sugar refinery in Barong also opened for recruitment in the suburbs of the capital bustling with activity.
Orliar Pendragon, seeing Barong's advantage in sugarcane cultivation, specially planned and built the sugar refinery. The factory was located in an open area, fully equipped with machinery and comprehensive protective measures. The offered pay far exceeded the expectations of the people. Not only were meals and accommodation provided, but they also distributed seasonal clothing, rice, flour, grain, and oil, with extra rewards during festivals.
As soon as the news spread, the people lined up to sign up, stretching from the factory gate to the end of the street.
Men, women, young, and old all eagerly came, wanting to enter the factory to work and have a stable income. Now, walking around the capital and taking a look, the whole street was full of renewed citizens. They were no longer the sallow and thin people of the past. Everyone was dressed neatly, with rosy complexions and bright eyes. They even walked with confidence. Moreover, neighbors lived in harmony, and the shouting of vendors on the market was constant, extremely lively. I've never been this comfortable in my life. I have fields to farm, work to do, and my child can study for free. It's all thanks to little Master Dragon.
Following little Master Dragon, our future days will definitely get better and better.
We will never have to suffer again. Little Master Dragon is our living bodhisattva.
We will be grateful for your kindness for the rest of our lives.
I really envy the people of Great Orlion. They have been living such a good life for a long time. In mid-May, just as the reformed cause in Barong was in full swing and steadily advancing, exciting news of a great victory came from the front line thousands of miles away. Official Deng Huan led the elite army of Great Orlion, advancing triumphantly all the way.
Wherever they went, they conquered and were invincible, never having tasted defeat. Surrounding small countries surrendered one after another, and the trend of unification was unstoppable. The armies of the surrounding small countries had long heard of the reputation of the Great Orlion as ferocious troops. Coupled with Orliar Pendragon's previous reputation, they were already terrified, their morale scattered, and they had no will to fight. When the two armies confronted each other, the Great Orlion camp had just pushed out cannons.
When the first cannon fired, the earth-shaking sound made the ground tremble. The enemy army instantly collapsed, and the soldiers were so scared that they threw away their armor and fled in panic.
Before the Great Orlion soldiers had officially attacked, the enemy troops raised white flags one after another and surrendered the city, not daring to offer the slightest resistance.
That's right, cannons.
During the year Orliar Pendragon left the capital, every department of Great Orlion had been operating. That year, the Ministry of Works recruited countless talented craftsmen.
The first batch of students from the Imperial Academy who studied New Learning and Engineering also successfully graduated and were all assigned to various fields such as the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of War, and the Ministry of Agriculture, fully assisting in national reform and military equipment upgrades. Under the day and night research of the Minister of Works and the anxious urging of the Minister of War,
great Aura Lion finally successfully developed the first cannon, with astonishing power, intimidating all directions. At first, the Emperor of Aura Lion looked at this new weapon and felt that there was no need for it to attack the small surrounding countries. It was truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a waste of talent, and completely unnecessary. But the Minister of Works was extremely satisfied with the cannon he had developed himself, treating it as a rare treasure. He pestered the Emperor of Aura Lion every day, using soft and hard tactics, insisting on taking it out for a spin. The Emperor of Aura Lion could not withstand his endless entanglement and finally nodded helplessly, specially issuing an edict to equip official Deng Hun's army at the front line with 2 cannons to go on the expedition.
Who would have thought that as soon as these 2 cannons reached the battlefield, they directly had the miraculous effect of intimidating all directions, making the enemy surrender without costing a single soldier. And here in Berong, Aura Pendragon's reform measures were still being pushed forward in full swing. After the first school, the second and third schools were successively expanded. More and more children of the common people picked up books to read and write. The sugar refinery was successfully put into production, and the honey produced was of superior quality, sold far and wide, bringing real income to the people.
The official roads were built wider and further, making travel between urban and rural areas increasingly convenient, and agricultural and commercial exchanges became increasingly frequent. Farmland water conservancy was repaired one by one. Grain production steadily increased, and the people no longer had to suffer from hunger.
The people worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Young adults repaired roads, worked, and farmed. Children studied with peace of mind. The elderly enjoyed their later years at home without having to worry anymore. The once destitute Berong had completely changed its world. Wang Xiaohua was a female worker at a textile factory in Berong.
Long before Aura Pendragon took over Berong, she had relied on a pair of skillful hands to practice superb textile skills.
Her spun threads were uniform in thickness. The fabric patterns were neat, and she could tie thread ends quickly and securely. She was a well-known skillful girl far and near.
Now that Aura Pendragon had built the Berong textile factory, the highly skilled Wang Xiaohua naturally became one of the first female workers recruited by the factory.
She finally didn't have to stay at home guarding the small spinning wheel and working sporadically. She could enter the factory to work steadily and get a stable wage, which could be considered a turnaround.
Just as dawn broke and the rooster crowed outside the window, Wang Xiaohua got up on tiptoe. She first walked to the main room.
In the center of the main room, there was a small statue. The statue was clean, and there were dried fruits and snacks saved by the family placed in front of it.
Wang Xiaohua respectfully stepped forward, pressed her palms together, and bowed to the statue 3 times, whispering in her mouth, "Little Master Dragon, please bless me.
May today's work go smoothly, and please bless the whole family to be safe."
On the stove, her mother had already cooked millet porridge and steamed 2 white flour buns.
Father and daughter sat at the small table eating.
Her father asked while shoveling porridge, "Did you worship Little Master Dragon today?" Wang Xiaohua took a bite of the bun and replied, "Worshipped. Dad, don't worry. I wouldn't forget Little Master Dragon even if I forgot anyone else." Her mother urged from the side, "Go slowly on the road. Get along well with the sisters in the factory, and don't tire yourself out."
After finishing breakfast in a hurry, Wang Xiaohua changed into the new light blue work clothes issued by the factory and rushed to the textile factory.
In the past, walking on remote roads early in the morning, she was always afraid of encountering bandits and felt very panicked.
But ever since Little Master Dragon governed the Berong territory, there were guards on the road from time to time, and those walking on the same road were all fellow villagers going to the factory to work. It was lively, and there was no worry about safety at all.
On the way, she met Aunt Lai from the same village, who was also going to the textile factory to work.
The 2 walked along, chatting about firewood, rice, oil, and salt at home. They couldn't help but talk about the goodness of Little Master Dragon, saying that being an Aura Lion person in this life is a blessing for us commoners. Walking into the workshop, rows of textile machines were arranged neatly. They were all styles she had never seen before. She heard they were brought from the Great Aura Lion. The people of Great Aura Lion were really happy. They actually enjoyed this so early.
Wang Xiaohua walked to her workstation, smiled and greeted her colleagues, and then familiarly organized the cotton thread and adjusted the spinning wheel.
As her fingertips flew, the cotton thread obediently followed the spinning wheel.
The spun thread was thin and even.
Sister Zhang, who was next to her, watched and praised Zyrohua. Your skills are truly amazing. You spin the threads so fast and well. No wonder the manager always praises you. Wang Zyrohua smiled shyly, sister. You flatter me. It's all practiced.
Since we were chosen, we must show our real skills and not let down this trust.
During the break, several female workers gathered together to catch their breath, chatting one after another.
Sister Zhang said her child at home was sensible, and Lei Mei said the vegetable prices at the market were cheap recently, and they no longer had to worry about food and clothing.
Everyone sighed that since little Master Dragon took over Barong, they had a way to live. When the sun rose to the top of the head and the lunch bell rang, everyone immediately put down their work and walked to the canteen together. As soon as they entered the canteen, the smell of food went straight into their noses.
Wang Xiaohua held her lunchbox and lined up, her eyes lighting up when she saw the dishes at the window.
Large pieces of braised pork stewed with potatoes. The fat was soft and rotten without being greasy, and the lean meat was flavorful without being dry.
There was also delicious stewed native chicken, and the vermicelli was full of meat juice,
accompanied by stir-fried cabbage and cold shredded radish. Steamed buns and rice were provided as much as they wanted. These were all good things that might not have been eaten even during festivals in the past. She got a full box of rice, sat with her sisters, and ate the braised pork in big mouthfuls, squinting her eyes with delight.
Sister Zhang said while eating in the past, how could we dare to imagine that we could eat meat every meal when working in a factory?
Little Master Dragon really poured her heart and soul into us commoners. The food in this canteen is better than what we ate at home during the New Year. Liu Mei also nodded repeatedly. Isn't that so?
In the past, I had to calculate for half a year just to eat a meal of meat.
Now I can satisfy my cravings every day, and I have more strength to work.
Wang Xiaohua chewed the fragrant meat in her mouth, and suddenly her eyes turned red. She thought
she would never forget the kindness of little Master Dragon in her life. After resting for an hour, everyone returned to their workstations to work. The afternoon passed steadily and quickly.
When the evening bell rang, the day's work was successfully concluded. Wang Xiaohua said goodbye to her colleagues and walked home slowly.
The sunset dyed the path a warm yellow.
Smoke curled up from every household along the road, and neighbors greeted each other, pushing open the door. Her parents were already waiting in the courtyard.
Wang Xiaohua entered the door and chatted with her parents about the things in the factory during the day, about the interesting things about her colleagues, about how delicious the braised pork in the canteen was, and about how smooth the work was. After the family finished dinner and cleaned up, the whole family came to the statue in the main room together. Wang Xiaohua led her parents, stood respectfully, and bowed to the statue 3 times together. After bowing, Wang Xiaohua felt at ease to go back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, the room was quiet.
She no longer had to lock the doors and windows tightly as soon as it got dark like before, worried all night about bandits breaking in.
She felt very secure in her heart, relying on a good skill working in a stable factory, having colleagues who got along well, being able to eat good meals every meal, being able to sleep soundly at night, and having the whole family safe. It was really good. This was Wang Xiaohua's day. Wang Xiaohua felt that she was very happy now.
But there were far more people who felt the same way as her, and it was not just their family who habitually worshipped Orelai or Pendragon. In places invisible to the naked eye, countless powers of merit were all gathering in the same direction. At the same time, a certain system flickered.
There are no gods in this world, but when you are revered by people, that makes one a true god. Chapter 55. The Emperor and Empress's Outing.
June 3rd. The weather was gradually turning hot.
In Barong's territory, infrastructure construction was still in full swing. The sounds of ramming earth, hammering wood, and the shouts of the common people building the infrastructure mingled together. Amidst the swirling dust, there was a sense of vitality. Orelai or Pendragon stood on a temporarily constructed high platform, watching the busy but orderly construction teams below.
She tapped her fingertips lightly against the railing, a contented smile playing on her lips. Nowadays, she was not short of money at all. As for the source of this confidence, it was all given by the greedy officials and powerful clans of Baron. When her subordinates had first presented the list of confiscated properties to her, staring at the numbers of gold and silver jewelry, farmland, and shops, her eyes had gleamed with excitement.
No wonder Baron's national strength had been declining. The root cause was all here. The common people at the bottom were exploited to the point of starvation. While these parasites were obscenely wealthy, gold and silver were piled like mountains, while grain rotted in the granaries.
The gap between rich and poor was wide enough to create a chasm.
Just as the infrastructure here was getting on track, support from afar arrived one after another.
Prefect Yunmeng had specifically written a letter full of concern between the lines, repeatedly asking if she lacked grain or money, saying it could be dispatched at any time. Zhejiang's actions were even more direct. He didn't even write a single polite phrase, instead dispatching his grandson, Alden Mercer, to rush to Berong with several large carts filled with money, grain, and supplies. Alden Mercer was also an honest man. He drove the carriage fast, unloaded the goods at the city gate, and turned to leave, fearing that Aurelier Pendragon would refuse, not even staying for a cup of tea. Watching his back disappear around the corner in a flash, Aurelier Pendragon was momentarily speechless, left only with helplessness.
Alden Mercer was truly overthinking it.
She would never complain about having too much money. Really, there was no reason to push away money and grain delivered to her doorstep. She only worried that she didn't have enough money to spend.
June 8th.
The Imperial Court's various regulations regarding Berong were finally officially issued.
What was even more surprising was that the officials sent to take over this place was the very Lady Ji that Liu Xuan had mentioned before.
No,
she should be called minister now.
She had shed her palace attire, put on official robes, and become a proper official of the Imperial Court. Along with the official, there was a face that Aurelier Pendragon was all too familiar with.
At the city gate, an exquisitely decorated carriage slowly came to a halt. The curtain was carefully lifted, and a fluffy head poked out first, with soft, jet-black hair clinging to her cheeks. Ilara Valerius opened her curved eyes, carrying a hint of innate pride in her bones.
But at this moment, those beautiful eyes were filled with crystal-clear tears. The tears swirled in her eyes like shattered starlight, looking exceptionally pitiful. Ilara Valerius took a deep breath, brewing a stomach full of longing and heartache, and called out with a sobbing tone, "Sister Aurelian, long time no see, Yue."
Before the words had even landed, Ilara Valerius looked up and crashed into Aurelier Pendragon's smiling eyes.
The words on the tip of her tongue instantly stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say a single word.
How should she put it? Before coming to Berong, she had imagined the hardships of the borderlands countless times in the capital.
Yellow sand filling the sky, bone-chilling cold winds. Sister Aurelian working alone in this borderland must be skin and bones, her face full of weariness and vicissitudes. Because of this, she had hidden in her room and cried several times, wishing she could fly to Berong immediately to accompany Sister Aurelian. But the Sister Aurelian before her, apart from a faint trace of dark circles under her eyes due to days of hard work, had a rosy complexion, an upright posture, and was full of energy.
She was in the best possible state, even more capable and spirited than when she was in the capital, with not a trace of the miserable appearance she had imagined. Ilara Valerius was stunned on the spot and turned her head sharply to look at Liu Xuan, who was standing beside her, the second most favored person in front of the Emperor.
Liu Xuan's nose also felt sour, and he raised his hand to secretly wipe away the tears in the corners of his eyes. "Your ladyship, look, it's the common people here who have raised the princess so well." Aurelier Pendragon heard this, curled her lips slightly, and responded with one word:
Actually, when Liu Xuan first came to Berong, he had the exact same thoughts as Ilara Valerius.
Otherwise, the Emperor of Aurelion wouldn't have specifically sent him here. If his master hadn't been unable to leave, he probably would have rushed over to visit in person long ago.
But in the days since Step Palace into Berong, Liu Xuan had seen everything here with his own eyes.
The people were enthusiastic, simple, and kind.
His princess, every time she went out on the street, was treated as the most distinguished guest by the people. The auntie selling snacks by the roadside would stuff freshly baked pastries into her hands. The uncle farming would enthusiastically pull her to his home for a meal, and every household would take out the best things they had to treat her.
For the people of Berong, the best food was nothing more than fish and meat.
With Aurelier Pendragon being fed like this every day, how could her health be bad?
Not gaining weight would be considered polite. Aurelier Pendragon knew Ilara Valerius' personality too well. This young girl was impulsive and always had 3-minute enthusiasm for things, except for a particular longevity when it came to lust.
She had long known that Ilara Valerius wouldn't last long in the position of historian in the capital, but she never expected that this girl would be able to abandon the glory and wealth of the capital and run all the way here.
Since she was already here, she naturally couldn't let her be idle.
Ilara Valerius was full of expectations for heartwarming scene of sisterly affection and intimacy with Sister Aurelian, but ended up watching as the smile Aureliar Pendragon directed at her gradually became somewhat strange.
The next second, she was arranged by Aureliar Pendragon to go to the mining area. Ilara Valerius was completely dumbfounded.
She had arrived in Beron in the morning, and by the afternoon she had been handed a heavy stone pickaxe, standing in the mining area looking bewildered. The stone pickaxe in her hand was so heavy she almost couldn't hold it. Her brows furrowed into a knot. "Hello?
What is this?"
The supervisor on the side watched the scene, helplessly supporting his forehead, and explained with a wry smile, "Your ladyship, Small Master Dragon didn't ask you to come here to mine. She asked you to do the data statistics for the mining area."
Saying this, the supervisor turned and brought over a stack of thick account books densely packed with numbers. "Look, these are the things you should be responsible for." Ilara Valerius leaned over to look, and their eyes full of numbers made her dizzy. She was simply hopeless. Heaven knows how much she suffered when taking math classes at the Imperial Academy. She always felt that life might deceive her, and the people around her might deceive her. But math definitely wouldn't, because if you don't know it, you don't know it.
Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was late July. The hall of the Baron office was peaceful and quiet. Aureliar Pendragon held the memorial sent by the front line, read it carefully, and after finishing, a faint smile spread between her brows, and the aura around her became light and airy.
Official Dang Huan had won another battle, and it was a hearty and satisfying great victory.
This result had actually been within her expectations, but every time she heard the good news of expanding territory and the army's victory, she still couldn't suppress the joy and excitement surging in her heart.
For the past few months, reports of victory from the front line had been frequent. The great Aurelian army was like a hot knife through butter, forging ahead.
Several small countries on the border were already weak in national strength and empty in military power. Hearing that the great Aurelian army was about to arrive at the border, they were so scared out of their wits that they didn't even fight, directly taking the initiative to send people to surrender.
Aureliar Pendragon methodically selected capable officials from various places to go to the newly annexed territories to garrison them in batches. Although she was based in Beron, she relied on dense intelligence transmission to have a clear understanding of the movements in all directions, not missing even a shred of information.
"It's settled."
She opened her vermilion lips, her tone calm, and raised her hand to pick up the seal, placing her name firmly at the end of the document.
The vermilion ink was clear and orderly, showing her capability. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer the country, but difficult to defend it.
Not all the people in the newly annexed territories were as docile and submissive as the people of Berong. Among them, there were two small countries. Although the monarchs had already bowed their heads and surrendered to Great Aurelian, the grassroots level was in chaos, with constant disturbances. The streets and alleys were rife with riots.
Upon careful investigation, it was found to involve a powerful local church organization.
This was by no means an ordinary small-scale riot.
Handled improperly, it would inevitably lead to a major disaster, with the riots almost affecting the people in half of the cities of these two countries.
Actually, Aureliar Pendragon could have directly ordered troops to capture and kill the church leader, suppressing them with iron-fisted means, but she knew clearly that pulling one hair would affect the whole body. The church leader was indeed abominable, but most of the followers were ordinary people who had been deluded. They were just looking for a way to survive.
If they were all executed, it would be too cruel and by no means a long-term solution.
Since force wouldn't work, she had to resolve the contradictions from the root and soothe the hearts of the people. In this year, no matter which deity or church the people believed in the final analysis, what they sought was just 3 meals a day in the hope of living safely. These two small countries were far away on the border, thousands of miles away from the hinterland of Great Aurelian, and news of the peaceful life in the Central Plains was hard to reach here.
The people were closed off year-round and had no idea how happy and prosperous the people in Great Aurelian lived. Even if sporadic news occasionally came over, they just took it as lies and wouldn't believe it at all.
Lyra of the Vales, who was serving on the side, listened to the ins and outs of the matter, clenched her fists in anger, and was full of righteous indignation. These small country monarchs are too much. No wonder they surrendered so readily at the beginning. It turns out they just threw this hot potato directly to us." Here Sui, who was beside her, chuckled, her tone full of trust in her young mistress. "It doesn't matter. When it comes to soothing the hearts of the people and governing chaos, our young mistress is the most skilled."
Orlier Pendragon nodded slightly and immediately spread out the rice paper, picking up her brush to draft targeted governance policies.
Meanwhile, on the official road outside Barong City, two seemingly unremarkable, ordinary carriages were slowly driving towards the city. The young man holding the whip and driving the horses in front was a tall and straight youth.
Even in plain cloth clothes, he couldn't hide his handsome figure. He was already an adult, his brows carrying a hint of youthful casualness, and the whip in his hand flicked lightly, his movements sharp and casual.
Inside the carriage sat a man and a woman.
The man had a steady demeanor, and the woman was gentle and elegant.
Even though they were wearing simple casual clothes, the noble aura around them could not be hidden, and one look showed they were definitely not from an ordinary family.
This was the Emperor of Orlion and the Empress who had traveled in disguise, and the one driving the carriage outside was their youngest son, the 9th Prince, Lady Julian Vance. The Empress in the carriage occasionally lifted the curtain lightly, curiously looking at the scenery outside the window, seeing the lush grass and trees along the way. The newly built official road was straight and flat, and bamboo trash cans were placed every so often along the roadside. Even the ridges between the fields were clean, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. Our princesses governed this place too well. This scene is actually no worse than the capital. The Emperor of Orlion, hearing this, also looked out the window. In the fields, the common people were bent over working, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Children were chasing and playing at the entrance of the village, and the vendors hawking by the roadside was gentle. It was a scene of peace and harmony. His tone was full of unconcealable relief and pride. That child has always been steady in doing things, and never disappoints people. Look at the people's livelihood along the way. This is the best proof. The 9th Prince outside the carriage pricked up his ears, secretly listening to his parents' conversation, and while controlling the carriage to move forward slowly, he couldn't help but raise his voice and laugh towards the carriage. "Father, Mother, when you see small Master Dragon, she will probably never dream that you would chase her all the way to Barong.
She will definitely be shocked and speechless." The Emperor of Orlion heard this, frowned, glared at him immediately, and scolded in a deep voice. "I've said it many times. She is your sister now." The 9th Prince rubbed his ears resentfully and changed his words. "Oh, then my sister will be shocked when she sees you." For some reason, the Emperor of Orlion was inexplicably angry and got up, ready to kick his sister.
"Is that a title you are worthy of calling her? The 9th Prince? He was a dignified prince. Why wasn't he worthy of calling her that?"
Father was just too biased. Woo-woo-woo. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, who was sitting in the carriage behind, smiled and lifted a corner of the curtain, pointing to the village by the roadside. "Your Majesty, your Ladyship, look at the village ahead. There is actually a public toilet at the entrance." The Emperor and Empress's group traveled all the way north, and everything they saw along the way was a surprise.
When passing through Hue Prefecture, they happened to catch the local market opening.
The stalls on the roadside were neatly arranged, with fruits, vegetables, cloth, grain, and oil dazzling the eyes.
The people traded fairly, without forced buying or selling, and even the beggars on the street were reduced by more than half.
The Empress looked at the fresh and plump fruits on the stalls and couldn't help but ask the 9th Prince to stop the carriage. Getting off to look carefully. Such fresh fruits would have to be specially selected even in the palace, but here they are everywhere in the folk, showing that the people's lives are truly prosperous. The vendors in the market saw that they were dressed neatly and spoke elegantly, so they were also exceptionally enthusiastic, handing over freshly steamed multigrain cakes and saying with a smile, "Customers, try it. Life is better now. There is enough food, and we can make this every day."
The Emperor of Orlion heard this. The smile on his face deepened, and he brought a few pieces of food, handing them to the Empress and the 9th Prince outside the carriage, his appreciation for Orlier Pendragon growing a few points more in his heart. When they arrived at Laju, it happened that the local government was organizing the people to build water conservancy projects.
The young and strong men worked together to dig canals and divert water, while the old, weak women and children were sending water and food on the side. The scene was in full swing, without any sign of coercion. It was all the people participating spontaneously.
The 9th Prince reined in the carriage, looked at the scene, and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, when the government levied corvée labor, the people were full of complaints.
Now they are so active, it is really rare. Chapter 56. The Prototype of Steam.
Eunuch Cedric explained carefully from the side. The 9th prince may not know that Her Highness the Princess had long ago given clear instructions.
Whenever the labor of the people is requisitioned, they are to be given full payment in grain and money on time. Not a single bit of the people's strength is to be used for free.
Since the people receive tangible benefits, they are naturally willing to help.
Along the way, they passed through a remote small county.
Previously, the magistrate here had engaged in massive corruption, skimming off funds and mistreating the people, leaving the local populace in deep misery.
The Emperor of Orlion was furious upon seeing this.
He truly had not expected that in this day and age, there would still be such parasites in the officialdom of Great Orlion. He immediately revealed his identity and had the corrupt official dismissed and investigated on the spot. Watching the lively scene of the entire townspeople kneeling to express their gratitude, the Empress felt a sting in her nose and could not help but redden her eyes.
She sighed softly. In the past, living deep within the high walls of the imperial palace, I was completely unaware of the suffering among the people. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I finally understand that the things the princess has done are truly saving the masses from fire and water.
The Emperor of Orlion gazed at the grateful people before him and sighed softly, his tone heavy with gravity. In the past, I only knew how to guard the empire left by my ancestors and live by the rules of the court.
Only now do I fully understand that a true era of peace and prosperity means ensuring that the people of the world have food to eat, clothes to wear, and stable, secure lives to live. These matters that align with the will of the people are all things she has done for me one by one. During the journey, interesting events followed one after another.
The 9th prince was naturally skilled in archery and horsemanship.
When passing through dense forests, he would deliberately ride his horse into the mountains to hunt. The game he caught was handed over to the innkeepers along the way to be meticulously prepared, allowing the Emperor and Empress, who were accustomed to the refined meals of the palace, to fully savor the unique freshness of wild game from the common folk.
In fact, according to the original route, they should have arrived in Baron earlier than Alara Valerius. However, the Emperor and Empress had left the palace to relax, so they were in no rush along the way, taking the opportunity to observe the conditions of the people.
When they were tired, they would casually find a clean and tidy inn to rest. When hungry, they would explore the area for unique local delicacies.
Whenever they saw scenes of the people living and working in peace, they would stop to observe.
If they encountered injustices among the people, they would also intervene to handle them.
Stop palace and going all the way, the journey was exceptionally leisurely and comfortable, without a hint of the exhaustion and hardship of a long trek. Along this journey, news of victories from the front lines was also sent to the Emperor of Orlion from time to time. Every time he heard that the army had won a battle, the Emperor of Orlion was in a great mood, able to eat several more bowls of rice during meals, and consequently, his expression toward the accompanying 9th prince became much gentler and more pleasant. On the day the group stopped to rest in Hue Prefecture, the weather was exceptionally pleasant.
A gentle breeze blew, carrying the faint fragrance of roadside flowers and plants, refreshing the heart. In the courtyard of the inn where they stayed, several peach trees were planted, and tender pink petals drifted down with the wind, covering the ground in a soft shade of pink. The Empress picked up a delicately shaped peach blossom cake from the table, parted her cherry lips, and took a small bite.
Her eyes instantly curved into crescents, clear and gentle. I never expected that these folk pastries would be even sweeter and more flavorful than those made in the palace's imperial kitchen.
They are soft, glutinous, and dense. The texture is truly excellent.
The Emperor of Orlion smiled and took a piece as well, placing it in his mouth.
After savoring it carefully, he responded warmly. Food from the streets and alleys has a bit more of the warmth of human life and lacks the constraints of the many cumbersome rules in the palace, so it naturally has a unique flavor.
The 9th prince sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, tearing into the fragrant, freshly roasted rabbit meat from the inn.
Upon hearing this, he quickly nodded in agreement. Mother is right. Food outside the palace is more to my taste than the dishes from the imperial kitchen. It's unconstrained and truly too comfortable.
As soon as he finished speaking, he received a glare from the Emperor of Orlion. He immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head to focus on eating the meat, a sight that caused the attending eunuch Cedric to cover his mouth and chuckle secretly. The Empress nodded gently, fully agreeing, but the bright and joyful expression she had just won dimmed bit by bit, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. The Emperor of Aurelion observed her subtle change in mood. "What is it? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" The Empress sighed softly. "Such leisure and comfort today. Being able to leave the palace to relax and see the magnificent landscape is truly rare." When we were about to depart, Empress Dowager Wink heard that we were going on a journey, and her eyes were full of longing.
"However, she is advanced in age, and her body cannot withstand such long-distance travel by carriage. It is truly a pity she could not come along."
Empress Dowager Wang was old, and even though she had the fine regimen for recuperation specially sent by Aureliar Pendragon, which had improved her health significantly, a long journey north and the fatigue of travel with things her elderly body simply could not bear. Who would have thought that after hearing this, the Emperor of Aurelion would laugh heartily and reach out to gently pat the back of her hand? "What is there to worry about?
In a few days, Mother will be able to come out on a journey with us.
Our daughter has solemnly promised me that in the future she will allow all the people of Great Aurelion to ride a stable and fast train."
"A train?"
The Empress was slightly taken aback and asked with curiosity in her eyes, "What is a train? I have never heard of it."
To the side, the 9th Prince also pricked up his ears. Eunuch Seneschal Cedric, who served closely, had long since learned many inside details from Aureliar Pendragon, so he immediately stepped forward with an excited face to reply, answering, "Your Highness, the Princess says that this train moves at an extremely fast speed.
If one departs from the capital during the day, one can reach province of Ethelgard before nightfall. A journey of 1,000 miles can be completed in a single day. Moreover, the carriages are spacious and bright, able to seat many people and carry large quantities of goods. In the future, trade between various places and the travel of the people will be more convenient than ever." Upon hearing this, the Empress could not help but gasp softly. "Is there really such divine speed? That is simply incredible."
The 9th Prince also stopped what he was doing and asked in astonishment, "Is this train truly so magical? Even faster than our great Aurelion's fastest steed by several times?"
Eunuch Cedric nodded repeatedly, his tone becoming increasingly jubilant. "It is more than just fast." The Princess also said that the train travels on smooth tracks. The ride is stable and smooth, and there is absolutely no bum palace along the way. Even the elderly and children can ride without any hindrance. In the future, when the people travel, they will never again have to suffer the fatigue of carriage travel. The Emperor of Aurelion's eyes were full of longing upon hearing this. He was already impatient to see with his own eyes the train that Aureliar Pendragon had described. He wanted even more to see what kind of prosperous era the Great Aurelion of today would become in the future. Meanwhile, in the capital of Great Aurelion, at the Ministry of Works, the air was filled with a unique mixture of the faint warmth of charcoal fire and the scent of fine rust.
In the spacious workshop, a group of Ministry of Works officials and senior craftsmen were huddled around a copper and iron machine, half a person's height, busy to the point of not touching the ground, yet each of them had eyes burning with excitement. Since Aureliar Pendragon left the capital last year, she had left the Ministry of Works with a thick stack of detailed blueprints and dense written annotations, the volume titled Memorial on the Trial Production of Steam Machinery.
At first, the Minister of Works held this plan, looking at the strange component diagrams and the never-before-heard talk of steam propulsion, and felt completely confused, unable to make heads or tails of it.
But before Aureliar Pendragon left, she had repeatedly urged that this machine concerned the foundation of the future infrastructure implementation of Great Aurelion, and it must be developed with full effort, regardless of the cost of materials. The Minister of Works did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and immediately transferred the top-skilled craftsmen of the Ministry of Works to work behind closed doors on the trial production.
A year passed in a flash.
Everyone chewed over the obscure and difficult plan, repeatedly polishing every small component, failing no less than 100 times, and now they had finally reached the most critical step of the trial.
Master Craftsman Lai, is the boiler edge sealed tightly? Last time, it was because of air leakage at the joints that there was no propulsion at all.
This time we must absolutely not have any mishaps. The Minister of Works gripped the blueprints left by Aureliar Pendragon tightly, his fingertips slightly tense.
Young Jiang Tong clenched his fists, standing in the corner of the workshop, his small face full of curiosity, also watching everything before him with equal nervousness.
Although he was young, he had heard the officials of the Ministry of Works say that this was a monumental matter that could change Great or Lion, and it could not be taken lightly in the slightest. Previously, when the craftsmen were repeatedly pondering the ceiling problem but had no clue, it was Jiang Tong who, while casually playing with clay to mold little figures, saw that the clay became airtight after getting wet.
He had hopped over to the master craftsman's side, looked up, and suggested, "Sir, look, this mud doesn't leak air when it's stuck together. Can it be used on the boiler seams?"
It was his unintentional suggestion that gave Master Craftsman Lai great inspiration, which finally led to the development of a substitute sealant for the boiler. The named Master Craftsman Lai was the most senior craftsman in the Ministry of Works, with iron forging and casting skills that no one could match.
He hunched over, stroking the joints of the copper boiler again and again, his rough fingers carefully checking every weld.
He said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, Minister, thanks to this child Jiang Tong's idea, although we didn't find the ceiling sealant marked by Master Dragon, we created a useful substitute, guaranteeing that not a single bit of steam will leak out."
The Minister of Works, usually calm and composed, could not hide his nervousness at this moment. He paced back and forth in the workshop, his eyes fixed on the machine in the center, and ordered in a deep voice according to Master Dragon's plan. "Add firewood and build the fire. Boil the clean water in the boiler. Remember, the heat must be steady. Do not be too hasty."
The craftsman below heard this and immediately added high-quality charcoal into the firebox under the boiler.
A clerk nearby pulled the bellows, and the raging flames instantly shot up, licking the bottom of the boiler. The scorching temperature soon enveloped the entire workshop. Sweat kept forming on everyone's foreheads, but no one was willing to look away. Everyone held their breath, staring at the white steam slowly rising from the boiler.
Time passed bit by bit.
The clean water in the boiler gradually boiled, and dense steam began to accumulate continuously in the sealed furnace chamber. At first, it was just a faint sound, which gradually turned into a sizzling noise. Pure steam flowed along the preset copper pipes, continuously rushing towards the piston component below.
"It's moving! It's moving!" I don't know who shouted first, but the whole workshop instantly erupted in joy.
The piston, which had originally been motionless, was actually pushed forward slowly under the strong thrust of the steam, connecting to the wooden wheel beside it, which began to turn steadily bit by bit. Although the rotation speed was not fast, it was solid and steady, entirely driven by the power of steam, without the help of any human or animal labor. The wooden wheel creaked as it turned, the crisp sound echoing back and forth in the spacious workshop, even more moving than the most beautiful music in the world.
The Minister of Works widened his eyes, watching the machine running smoothly before him, his lips trembling uncontrollably. After a long while, he said in a trembling, excited voice, "It's done. It's really done." Master Craftsman Lai knelt in front of the machine with a thud, his calloused hands gently stroking the slowly turning wheel, tears of excitement streaming down his face. "I've lived for more than half a lifetime and have never seen such divine power.
This invisible steam can actually be transformed into thrust-to-drive machinery. It's too magical, truly too magical."
Jiang Tong also cheered its turning.
"We succeeded." The childish voice made the joyful atmosphere in the whole workshop even thicker. The Vice Minister of Works was even more excited, dancing and waving his hands. He grabbed the paper and pen from the table, his hands shaking as he wrote the memorial of the successful trial, muttering constantly, Quickly report this to His Majesty."
"No."
"Report it to the Crown Prince first. Additionally, send someone immediately by fast horse to Berong, and be sure to inform Master Dragon at the first opportunity that the prototype of the steam machine is complete." The group of craftsmen and workers also cheered one after another, surrounding the steam prototype, which, although simple in appearance, had extraordinary significance, and they couldn't be happier.
Although this machine was still rough and its thrust was limited, and it was still far from the steam locomotive envisioned by Liar Pendragon, it had truly verified the feasibility of steam power and completely shattered the inherent perceptions of the world.
The Minister of Works calmed his emotions after a long time, looking at the steam prototype with awe.
He immediately gave orders to guard the workshop strictly, arranging for craftsmen to work day and night without rest, to continue to refine and improve it according to the original plan, to reinforce components, and to improve steam airtightness, striving to build a more perfect steam machine as soon as possible, and that report of the successful steam trial was also sealed and sent by fast horse, Gallo-Palace all the way towards Baron. At the gates of Baron,
thoughts converged. A gentle smile gradually spread across the Empress's lips. The beautiful future described by the Emperor of Aurelian and eunuch Cedric was fascinating just to think about. In her eyes, the great Aurelian of today was already beautiful enough. She really could not imagine what it would become in the future.
Putting aside the noble status of Empress, if she were just an ordinary person, she would also be willing to give everything for such a hopeful homeland.
The carriage slowly moved forward, gradually entering the territory of Baron.
The scene of the city that came into view left everyone in the carriage speechless with shock.
The roads in Baron were flat and wide, paved with fine gravel and cement, clean and solid, so that even when carriages drove by, they would not raise dust. This is actually Baron. The 9th Prince lifted the carriage curtain, and seeing the towering and heavy city walls, his eyes instantly widened, his face full of disbelief. The continuous city walls were all cast from cement, the walls thick and flat, looking exceptionally sturdy and reliable. On the large city gate, a long red banner was hung, with the 5 characters "Welcome to Baron" written in elegant calligraphy. Perhaps the people here felt that the grey cement city walls were too monotonous and cold. The walls were also painted with beautiful landscape and flower and bird paintings. The colorful colors faded the cold hardness of the walls, making them look exceptionally brilliant and vivid.
The people coming in and out of the city gate were endless, everyone with a ruddy complexion and a light pace.
Next to the gate, there was also a monument of merit carved with inscriptions, recording the good deeds of repairing the city and help Palace the people. Such scenes could be seen everywhere in Great Aurelian, so it was not considered strange. Chapter 57. The Wonders of Northern Fusion.
They all said Baron was remote and desolate, but seeing it with my own eyes, I find it prosperous, and oddly it's hardly any different from the capital. The Empress looked at the scene outside the window and couldn't help but sigh softly. The capital of Great Aurelian was the most prosperous place under heaven.
After Emperor of Aurelian heard Master Dragon's suggestion, he had gathered the opinions of many scholars. Every day, famous scholars and Confucian masters held debates at various tea-houses. Over time, this had become a unique and beautiful landscape in the capital. Furthermore, the capital's cuisine, culture, and every other aspect were the best in the world. After all, it was under the feet of the Son of Heaven, and the best things from all over were sent here first.
The group had thought that what they saw and heard while passing through Aegis marches was stunning enough, but they hadn't expected the scenery in Baron to be even better. There was a long queue at the city gate, yet it was orderly, without the slightest chaos or crowding.
Eunuch Cedric saw this and was about to get off the carriage behind to take out his token to skip the line, but Emperor of Aurelian waved his hand to stop him. No need.
With that, he was the first to step off the carriage, holding the Empress's hand, and led the 9th Prince to wait obediently at the end of the line.
If not for the luxurious materials of their clothing and their extraordinary temperament, they would have looked exactly like ordinary commoners on the road. It was the Empress's first time having such a novel experience. Her ears were filled with the chatter and laughter of the common people. Back in the palace, she would have found it noisy and bothersome, but at this moment, she felt as if she were truly alive. Yes, truly alive.
From the moment she stepped out of the imperial palace, she felt that she had been completely reborn. As Emperor of Aurelian waited in line, doubts gradually arose in his heart.
According to the normal flow of people, it would be impossible to have such a long queue, which meant that something big must be happening inside the city.
At the front of the line, several white-haired old men carrying small stools were sitting together chatting.
Emperor of Aurelian stood a bit far away and couldn't hear clearly, so he led the Empress and walked over, asking in a gentle tone, "Old gentleman, may I ask if there is some good event in the city? Why are there so many people coming and going today? And why is the line so long?" Those old men raised their eyes in unison to look at him, sizing him up from head to toe.
Emperor of Aurelian's heart skipped a beat.
For some reason, he felt that those seemingly dim old eyes were filled with scrutiny, and there was even a hint of irrepressible excitement.
Emperor of Aurelian was full of confusion and subconsciously had a question mark in his heart.
The air was quiet for a few seconds.
One of the old men with a goatee stroked his beard slowly and shook his head lightly.
"Doesn't look like it."
Emperor of Aurelian was stunned and quickly asked, "What does the old gentleman mean it doesn't look like?"
The old man glanced at him and calmly spat out 2 words. The spy,
Emperor of Orleans, was suddenly torn between laughter and tears, and said helplessly, "So, does the old gentleman want to capture me for a reward?"
As soon as these words were spoken, in the next second, the faces of the old men who had just been calm changed instantly.
They lowered their brows in unison, straightened their hunched backs, and said righteously, "Mani, are you insulting us?"
Emperor of Orleans was stunned again.
He was confused as to how he had insulted them. Before he could voice his confusion, the goatee old man who spoke first let out a heavy snort, his murky eyes surging with sincerity to share the worries of Master Dragon. "We would not hesitate even if we were crushed to pieces. How could we use such vulgar things as money to measure the sincere hearts of our Baron people toward Master Dragon?" Emperor of Orleans was stunned, even though he had long known that Orleans Pendragon had an extraordinary ability to win people's hearts. He hadn't expected her to be able to win the hearts of the people in remote Barong so quickly.
It hadn't been long.
The Empress held his arm tightly, her admiration for Orleans Pendragon increasing even more.
The goatee old man saw that Emperor of Orleans' demeanor was humble and polite, without any of the sneakiness or panic of a spy, so his tense expression relaxed a little.
Stroking his beard, he sighed, "Seeing that you are a noble guest from afar, you naturally don't understand the hearts of us Baron people. In the past few years, our land was barren, the people were poor, we couldn't get enough to eat or wear, and our lives were miserable.
It was Master Dragon who came here, built water conservancy, built houses, and found livelihoods for everyone, which allowed us to live a stable life with enough food and clothing.
Now whoever wants to harm Barong or harm Master Dragon, we old bones will be the first to disagree." "Exactly," the white-haired old man next to him quickly chimed in, his murky eyes instantly brightening.
"There are so many people in the city today because our Baron is hosting the first football tournament.
It was initiated and organized by Master Dragon herself.
People from surrounding villages and towns have all rushed over to watch the fun, which is why the line is so long."
"Football tournament?"
Emperor of Orleans looked confused.
He was familiar with ancient Kuju, which was mostly an elegant game for palace nobles. "Old gentleman, is this football tournament different from the Kuju played in the palace in the past?"
"Very different."
The old man laughed, his face full of wrinkles.
He pointed in the direction of the hustle and bustle in the city and said excitedly, "Master Dragon calls this football, saying it's a competition specifically for us ordinary people. 2 teams compete on the field, and kicking the ball into the opponent's goal counts as a score. The rules are simple and easy to understand, and it's especially lively to play. Whether it's young men or half-grown children, everyone can go on the field and compete."
"Football?"
The Empress also repeated it softly. "Is this novel way of playing football also thought up by Master Dragon?"
"Exactly."
Another burly old man responded loudly. "Master Dragon said that people should not only have enough food and clothing but also have fun and keep their bodies strong.
That's why she specially devised this football competition and even built a special, spacious stadium in the city.
Today is the first time it's being held, and the whole city is looking forward to it. Teams from Aegis Marches and Dravidia have also sent participants and have been in the city waiting for a long time."
Everyone looked in the direction the old man was pointing.
They saw bright red silk ribbons and colorful banners hanging on both sides of the streets in the city, and they could faintly hear the crisp sound of gongs and drums and the cheers and laughter of the people. A strong atmosphere of liveliness rushed toward them, with no signs of the coldness and desolation of a remote small city.
The 9th Prince's eyes lit up as he listened. He tugged at Emperor of Orleans' sleeve and said impatiently, "Father, I want to go on the field and compete too." Having figured out the cause and effect of the long line, Emperor of Orleans laughed loudly. His tone relaxed. "It seems we came at just the right time and quite a good spectacle." Eunuch Cedric followed behind, his eyes also filled with smiles.
Before long, the line slowly moved to the city gate. The guards checked the passes with a gentle and polite attitude, and when they saw that they were commoners here to watch the football tournament, they smiled and enthusiastically pointed the way. Step palace into Barong City. What they saw and heard left everyone shocked. "This do all the people of Barong live in cement houses?" The 9th Prince stared, his voice full of disbelief.
What shocked him even more was that the window lattices of those cement houses were embedded with pieces of clear and bright glass.
When the sunlight shone on them, the clear light went straight into the rooms, making them extremely bright. You must know that even in the prosperous capital, Glass windows were rare items that only wealthy families could afford, which was extremely extravagant.
But in this remote Baron, every household had installed glass windows.
Aurelier Pendragon, what on earth has she done to this land? A passing merchant with a heavy pack stood at the city gate for a long time, muttering to himself in a daze. Where is this? When I came here to trade last year, it was all old tile houses, and I could even find dilapidated thatched huts. The streets were full of potholes and very dilapidated.
Did I go to the wrong place? The merchant paced back and forth, and even grabbed the local resident passing by to confirm repeatedly.
After learning that this was indeed Baron, he was completely speechless, looking at the neat and bright houses all over the city. It took him a long while to pinch himself hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Emperor of Aurelion and his party listened to the discussions of the people around them, and looking at the brand-new Baron city before their eyes, the shock in their hearts was already surging like the sea.
Although the 9th Prince was full of thoughts about the stadium, seeing the fresh sights he had never seen before, he suppressed his impatience and followed the Emperor and Empress slowly forward. The Empress was held by Emperor of Aurelion with one hand, while her other hand gently brushed away the hair blown messy by the wind from her temples.
Her eyes swept curiously across both sides of the street, full of novelty. The streets of Baron were very orderly. The straight cement road was paved to the end. The road's surface was clean, and carriages and pedestrians had their own paths, without any chaos. The storefronts on both sides of the street were simple and elegant. The handwriting on the wooden signs was elegant and powerful. The food shops emitted bursts of fragrance.
The grocery stores displayed all kinds of items.
There were also small shops specializing in handmade textiles and children's toys, dazzling and overwhelming to the eyes.
Your Majesty, look. What kind of pastry is being sold in that shop?
The fragrance is so sweet.
The Empress tugged at Emperor of Aurelion's sleeve, pointing at a steaming pastry shop at the corner of the street. Emperor of Aurelion followed her gaze and immediately smiled and agreed. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look and taste this Baron folk snack.
The group walked to the pastry shop. The shopkeeper was a simple and honest middle-aged woman. Seeing their luxurious clothes and extraordinary temperament, she was not panicked but smiled and greeted them enthusiastically. Are you guests from afar? Would you like to try our Baron's unique millet cake?
It's all made from freshly harvested millet.
It's soft, waxy, and not greasy. Both adults and children love to eat it.
Excuse me, shopkeeper, I'll take a few of each,
the Empress said softly. The 9th Prince crowded to the counter, looking at the golden and soft millet cakes, and couldn't help asking shopkeeper, this pastry looks novel. Is the recipe very complicated?
Not complicated. It's a new method taught to us by Master Dragon.
The planted millet is a high yield, and the pastries made are also delicious.
Now, every household in our Baron can make it.
The shopkeeper packed the pastries nimbly while smiling and mentioning Aurelier Pendragon.
Emperor of Aurelion took the pastries, handed one to the Empress, and stuffed another one to the 9th Prince. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, he felt even more moved.
The Empress took a bite of the millet cake, and the moment the taste melted on the tip of her tongue, she was pleasantly surprised. Delicious. The 9th Prince finished one in 3 or 2 bites, smacked his lips and said, really delicious. I'm looking forward to seeing my sister more and more. The 3 of them ate while walking. As they strolled slowly along the main street, they could see neat stone benches for resting from time to time. There were also small flower beds made of cement, planted with local Baron wildflowers. Although they were not precious, they were blooming lively. Passing by a spacious square, many people were resting here. Children were chasing and playing. Old people were sitting on stone benches sunbathing and chatting, and young women were sitting on the side mending clothes.
An old grandmother holding her little grandson saw that the Emperor and Empress's party had an outstanding temperament and took the initiative to greet them. Are the guests here to watch the football match?
This is the first time our Baron has hosted such a big event. It's so lively. The Empress smiled and nodded, responding softly. Exactly. Old lady, is life comfortable? Comfortable. Too comfortable.
The old grandmother smiled until all the wrinkles on her face stretched out. She patted the grandson in her arms. Now we don't have to worry about food or clothing.
I've never been so comfortable in my life.
I've caught up with a good time. The old people on the side also echoed one after another, praising Master Dragon and the Emperor in every word.
I used to worry that she wouldn't be able to hold on in the borderlands. Now it seems I was overthinking. Emperor of Orlion said softly to the Empress. The Empress's eyes were slightly hot, and she nodded to have such a daughter as the fortune of great Orlion, and also the fortune of you and me. Emperor of Orlion also agreed yes.
Unknowingly, the sun gradually moved to the top of their heads, and the surrounding people began to walk toward the stadium one after another.
The 9th prince said impatiently, Father, Mother, the people are all going to the stadium.
The match must be about to start. Let's go quickly, too.
The Empress looked at the sky. Okay, let's go and see what kind of lively scene this football match exclusive to the common people is.
Emperor of Orlion took the Empress's hand and followed the flow of people slowly toward the stadium. Emperor of Orlion sighed as he walked in the past. In the deep palace, I always felt that the people of the world were unreachable.
Now, walking in the streets of Reborn, I know that true unity between the ruler and the people is like this. Yes, without the rigid formalities, without the barriers between high and low, the people live and work in peace and contentment. This is the prosperous age the princess wanted, right?
The Empress responded. The group followed the crowd and soon arrived outside the stadium.
At this time, the stadium was already surrounded tightly, and the stands were full. Colorful flags fluttered, and gongs and drums were loud.
The official hosting the event stood in the center of the stadium and announced loudly that the match was about to begin.
The cheers of the people resounded through the sky. Baron Government Office.
No.
It should be called Wrong Province now.
Along with the imperial decree of the Son of Heaven conferring the title, a complete and detailed regional governance plan had also arrived. The successor officials personally selected by Emperor of Orlion had already arrived, and the governance matters of the newly expanded territory had also been settled with comprehensive strategies. The officials who could be entrusted by Emperor of Orlion to take charge of this newly returned territory must be the best in terms of talent and character, so there was no need to worry too much. With everything settled, Orlier Pendragon could finally set her mind at ease. She felt it was time to return to the capital.
She had been away from the capital for nearly 2 years, and she missed her family in the capital every moment.
Chapter 58. Never give up on yourself.
Even though she had been away for 2 years and had received countless letters from home in the capital, each letter filled with words of her family's safety and well-being, a lingering thread of unease remained in her heart because she had not seen them with her own eyes.
Today happened to be the opening day of the first Kuju tournament in Rong Prefecture.
This lively event was something Orlier Pendragon had specifically organized for the local people.
She had watched with her own eyes as the people of this land emerged from the abyss of starvation and displacement, only to turn around and labor day and night, giving their all to rebuild their city, pave roads, and secure their homes.
Previously, she had specifically asked Clara to visit the countryside to observe the people's situation and randomly asked 10 citizens. All 10 said their lives were now stable and prosperous, full of contentment and gratitude. But Orlier Pendragon saw clearly that while everyone spoke of happiness, there was always a tension between their brows that they couldn't seem to relax. Even the observant Lyra could see the deep fatigue hidden within them at a glance. They were truly too tired, yet deep in their hearts, they harbored a profound fear.
They were afraid they hadn't done enough. They were afraid that the person protecting them would leave.
They were afraid that the stability and prosperity before them were just a fragile, beautiful dream, so they could only work with all their might day and night, not daring to slack off even a little. But this was never the situation Orlier Pendragon wanted. True peace and prosperity are not just about material stability in food and clothing, but also about inner relaxation and spiritual fulfillment where body and mind are at ease.
The so-called everyone like a dragon means endowing every ordinary person with the right to pursue their passions, chase their joys, and fulfill themselves. It was precisely because of this that she was determined to organize this Kuju tournament.
She wanted to let the people, who were rushing about and toiling all day, use this grand event to shed their fatigue, relax their bodies and minds, and have a good time.
However, for this highly anticipated tournament, Orlier Pendragon did not go to watch. She remained in the prefectural office with the newly appointed official Jiang Ningxuang, quietly handing over the military, political, and civil affairs of the region. On the spacious and solemn desk in the office, there were piles of case files as high as a small mountain, all dense with local criminal cases and civil matters that had accumulated over the past 2 years. Previously, Orlayer Pendragon had been fully committed to the infrastructure construction of the entire territory and had no time to sort out and decide on them one by one.
And as soon as Jiang Ningxuang arrived, she dove into the complex official business without a word.
This was also the first time Orlayer Pendragon had seriously met Jiang Ningxuang in person.
The woman had delicate and gentle features, with a small baby-faced appearance that looked exceptionally young. In fact, she was indeed not old. When she entered the palace, she was only 14.
After enduring and struggling within the high walls of the deep palace for over a decade, she was now only 28.
The prime of her life, which should have been bright and unrestrained, had been worn away by the cold, deep palace.
In the end, it was all caused by the evil feudal etiquette. Fortunately, Jiang Ningxuang had finally broken free from the cage and regained her freedom. Through more than 10 years of suffering in the deep palace, she had never given up on honing herself.
Orlayer Pendragon deeply admired such a resilient character.
At this moment, Jiang Ningxuang sat upright at the desk, holding a wolf-hair brush, leaning down to carefully mark the key points of the cases in the files, her handwriting strong, clean, and neat.
Every margin of the files was filled with detailed inspection notes, reasoning for the verdicts, and considerations of human sentiment, all clearly organized without any omissions.
Orlayer Pendragon stood quietly to the side, observing her, her eyes full of relief and approval. Jiang Ningxuang's talent was exceptionally outstanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been specially approved by the Emperor of Orlion to enter the court as an official without taking the imperial examination after studying new knowledge at the Imperial Academy for only a few months. Her sharp talent, especially in criminal investigation, made Orlayer Pendragon particularly amazed. She had arrived in Rong Prefecture for only a few days, and those old, difficult, and unresolved cases that had been pending for years were already being cleared up and justly settled by Jiang Ningxuang one by one. It hadn't been long since Rong Prefecture was incorporated into the territory of the Great Orlion, and the previous local officials were mediocre and muddled, leaving the administration in chaos.
Various criminal cases were complex, dragged on repeatedly, and grievances were difficult to resolve, leading to deep resentment among the people.
After taking over the prefectural affairs, the first case Jiang Ningxuang thoroughly investigated and solved was the series of 3 major thefts of plow oxen in the suburbs. The previous officials who handled this case had all superficially inspected the scene, found no clues, and classified it as the work of marauding bandits, ultimately letting it drop.
The farmers, who relied on the plow oxen to farm and support their families, suffered heavy losses but had nowhere to report their grievances and nowhere to voice their suffering.
Jiang Ningxuang, however, refused to be perfunctory. She personally visited the countryside, waited in the affected villages, carefully inspected the traces in the cowsheds, and questioned every neighbor, not letting a single clue slip by.
In just 3 days, relying on her meticulous mind and precise investigative skills, she successfully ferreted out the local gang of thugs who were stealing from their own watch.
After finishing the plow ox case, she didn't stop for a moment and took over a long-sealed murder case involving a shop in the city. The owner of a grain shop in the city had been brutally murdered at home, and the scene had been meticulously faked to look like a burglary gone wrong. Previous officials had hastily concluded it was a robbery, but after pursuing it for a long time without any leads, the case dragged on and became an unsolved mystery.
The grain shop's business was in total disarray, and the local order was unstable.
Jiang Ningxuang personally went to the crime scene to re-examine it repeatedly and keenly noticed that the fatal wound on the deceased was completely contradictory to the signs of a struggle from a burglary, proving it was definitely not the work of marauding bandits.
She immediately overturned a previous conclusion and dug deep into the grain shop's accounts and interpersonal relationships, peeling back the layers to investigate. Finally, the truth was revealed. The grain shop owner's nephew coveted the family property, colluded with outsiders to commit murder, and then faked the scene to frame others and escape guilt. With both human and material evidence secured, Jiang Ningxuang held a public trial, quickly and justly closing the case, which not only brought justice to the deceased and comforted their spirit but also cleared up the business disputes, stabilizing the local grain market and the people's livelihood, earning the respect and trust of the entire city. What surprised Orlayer Pendragon even more was that in addition to reviewing cases and clearing prisons day and night, Jiang Ningxuang still found time to study the laws of Great Orlion.
She even identified several legal loopholes from them that were relevant to local governance and urgently needed to be patched. Organizing and analyzing them one by one, and writing down detailed and feasible revision plans, Aurelier Pendragon carefully flipped through the case files and legal notes, sighing in admiration in her heart. Calm, meticulous, resolute, caring for the people, steady and measured in conduct, and methodical in both solving cases and governing.
Such a pillar of talent was exactly the person the Ministry of Justice needed most. The current Minister of Justice was getting old, his energy was declining, and it was indeed time for a handover. Cough. She was overthinking it. That was a bit presumptuous. Excuse me. Aurelier Pendragon gently closed the file, lifted her eyes to look at Jiang Ningxuan, and said with a solemn tone, "The legal revision items compiled by Minister Jiang will definitely be presented to His Majesty by me upon my return to the capital to improve and perfect the criminal laws of the Great Aurelian, so that clearer laws may protect the people of every prefecture. Wrong prefecture has just been incorporated into the country's territory. I will have to trouble Minister Jiang to take care of the subsequent stability and governance." Jiang Ningxuan immediately stood up and bowed, her expression steady and firm. "Young Master Dragon, please rest assured, this official will definitely do her utmost to guard the people of Wrong Prefecture, not failing His Majesty's trust, and not failing the expectations of the people."
As soon as they finished speaking, faint cheers and applause from the tournament field drifted in through the window, the lively atmosphere permeating the office, with the people everywhere being happy and joyous. "Would you like to go out and take a look?" Aurelier Pendragon smiled upon hearing the sound, taking the initiative to invite her. "You have been working too hard these past few days. You must take care of your body." Saying this, she feigned a serious face. "This is an order." Everyone knew it. She rarely used her status to pressure others.
But Jiang Ningxuan had been reviewing cases day and night without sleep. She was a total workaholic, and her dark circles were almost dragging on the floor.
Aurelier Pendragon was truly worried.
Jiang Ningxuan understood her good intentions and respectfully replied, "As you command, young Master Dragon."
The two looked at each other and smiled.
Originally, Aurelier Pendragon had been silently worrying about the well-being of the Emperor and Empress in the capital, never imagining that the family she was thinking of had already quietly arrived in Wrong Prefecture. It wasn't until a subordinate rushed over to report it that she stood there stunned, completely caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the tournament field. Aurelier Pendragon had originally thought that it was already surprising enough for the Son of Heaven to set aside court affairs and travel specifically to this remote border.
But she never expected that this emperor, nearly 50 years old, would actually join the game himself, running and kicking the ball on the green field with a group of teenagers and young men. But looking closely, it seemed that the young people around were yielding to the emperor everywhere.
This was also to be expected.
After all, his age was there. Cough, cough, cough.
Shifting her gaze, she looked at the Empress on the side.
The Empress, who was always dignified, elegant, and self-restrained, had a faint flush on her cheeks and was cheering enthusiastically for a handsome, refined young man on the field.
As for the Emperor of Aurelian playing soccer on the field,
Aurelier Pendragon scanned him.
The Empress had completely forgotten who the Emperor of Aurelian was. The 9th Prince, who had come alone, didn't even know where he had run off to play.
Aurelier Pendragon walked over slowly. The Empress did not notice for a moment until she called out softly, "Mother." The call brought the Empress back to her senses. She turned abruptly and collided with a pair of bright, beautiful eyes.
Recalling her own undignified and infatuated appearance just now, the Empress was instantly filled with embarrassment and shyness.
In her life, she had always been dignified and proper. She had never lost her composure like this before.
It was really too out of character.
Aurelier Pendragon gently blinked her eyes. "It's fine. Everyone appreciates beauty. It's only natural."
Hearing her words, the Empress's embarrassment dissipated for the most part, and then she noticed Jiang Ningxuan beside Aurelier Pendragon.
After a slight pause, she said softly, "Congratulations."
Jiang Ningxuan replied with a faint smile, "It is all thanks to Her Majesty's care."
"What little secret are you two hiding?" Aurelier Pendragon asked, full of curiosity and confusion.
But both remained silent, neither willing to explain in detail.
Aurelier Pendragon was curious to the extreme, but she would not get to the bottom of it or force them. Seeing that the Empress was still slightly reserved, Aurelier Pendragon suggested the women's group will be competing shortly. If Mother is interested, Why not go and sign up to participate? The Empress was slightly stunned and hesitated. This palace, is it really okay? Or forget it. As the mother of the nation, my status is highly inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it?
Isn't the current emperor also running and playing on the field?
Hesitation means she wants to.
Aureliar Pendragon didn't say anything more and directly took her to register for the competition.
Just as the two walked to the registration area, warm cheers erupted around the field. Aureliar Pendragon turned to look. It turned out that the Emperor of Aurelion had scored a goal, and the players on the field stepped forward one after another to applaud and celebrate.
The Emperor of Aurelion enjoyed this joy calmly, his spirits high, his appearance and energy as if he had returned to his 18-year-old youth.
Seeing this scene, Aureliar Pendragon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Empress beside her, the moment she wrote her name on the roster, felt her long-tensed heart suddenly relax.
She also looked at the field, but her gaze was not on the Emperor of Aurelion at all. The hidden worries in her eyes were known only to herself. After the Empress walked away, Aureliar Pendragon looked at the registration official, raised her eyebrows slightly, and smiled. You are deliberately letting him win and yielding like this. Aren't you afraid of being punished?
She had seen the team's daily training before. Although everyone's original skills were very green, they were not that ridiculously bad.
The official smiled honestly. It couldn't hide from young Master Dragon's discerning eyes, but His Majesty and the Empress love the people like their own children, so they certainly won't hold such a small matter against the people.
How did you recognize their identities so early? Aureliar Pendragon asked, feeling puzzled.
This was wrong prefecture.
Even though the sky screen had once shown the Emperor's portrait, this territory had never been covered by the sky screen.
The registration official quickly replied, although we are local people, many of us went to Great Aurelion to make a living.
As soon as the Emperor and Empress arrived, someone recognized them first. The news spread from 10 to 100. And then it became what you see now. You are the smartest ones. Aureliar Pendragon instructed lightly. Let the girls compete with all their might and give their best later.
The competition should respect the spirit of competition. And besides, Her Majesty also longs for a fair and open contest in her heart.
All the people in the city could recognize the noble appearance of the Emperor and Empress with the supreme, transparent minds of the two. How could they not have noticed?
It was just that both were willing to put down their honor and status to immerse themselves in the ordinary freedom of commoners, tacitly understanding each other without exposing it. However, the people had guessed wrong in the end. Everyone had only been training for a few days, but the Emperor of Aurelion had been practicing martial arts and exercising since childhood, with excellent horse riding and archery skills, and his physical endurance far exceeded that of ordinary people.
Even if he was older, competing with a team of young men with all his might, the Emperor of Aurelion might not necessarily fall behind. Speaking of the Empress, although the Empress's maternal family was a refined and famous family, when she lived in the Deep Palace, she loved reading the legendary stories of heroic female generals. It was a pity that she was bound by the etiquette of the era. Otherwise, she could have been as free and unrestrained as an eagle.
Being able to firmly control a harem for many years, her character and willpower far exceeded those of ordinary people.
Aureliar Pendragon was absolutely certain in her heart. As long as she really wanted to do it, she would definitely be able to do it.
She did not believe in the Empress. She believed in Empress Su Shui. It was Empress Su Shui who had shed the outer garment of honor.
That Empress Su Shui who was resilient, unyielding, gentle, and strong in her bones.
The tournament field.
The liveliness continued. The Emperor of Aurelion kicked the ball with more and more enjoyment.
Although his footwork could not be considered skillful or exquisite, he won with steady steps and abundant physical strength. You couldn't tell at all that he was of such an advanced age.
And the young players on the field, each of them harbored their own little thoughts, cooperating seamlessly. Not really. Chapter 59. Aurelion Bow. What have I forgotten? A young player finally managed to intercept the ball, feinting with his feet.
Although he could have passed to a teammate beside him, he deliberately twisted his ankle and kicked the ball straight to the feet of the Emperor of Aurelion.
He then pretended to be exhausted, stumbled twice, and scratched his head with a silly grin. Brother Huang, watch out. The ball, seeing this, the Emperor of Aurelion did not decline. He raised his foot and kicked the ball toward the goal.
The young man guarding the goal was even more understanding. He glanced elsewhere and stepped slightly aside, watching the ball roll into the goal without even attempting to raise his hand to stop it, while loudly cheering brother Huang scored again.
So impressive. Aureliar Pendragon. Great skills. The power and angle of that shot were perfectly controlled. Could this man be a football genius? Damn, I was thinking the same thing. The commoners in the surrounding stands joined in the commotion. The applause and cheers rose wave after wave. Empress Su Shu inexplicably felt a bit embarrassed. Although, well, she wasn't the one kicking the ball. The person kicking it was related to her. His Majesty is really something at his age. He still enjoys being rigged. Aureliar Pendragon's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she watched the scene of blatant match-fixing.
She really couldn't bear to watch. She had previously thought the commoners were simple-minded and kind, but now she realized that when this group tried to curry favor with the Emperor, they had absolutely no bottom line. The act of throwing the game was so clumsy that it was obvious at a glance, yet the Emperor of Aurelion enjoyed it thoroughly, looking high-spirited as if he had truly scored several goals based on his own skill.
The young men on the field continued to cooperate in turns. Some deliberately slowed their running speed. Some pretended to slip and lose the ball.
Some could clearly have blocked the Emperor of Aurelion's attack but forcibly checked their steps, letting him dribble forward.
Another round of attacks began. The Emperor of Aurelion charged forward with the ball, and the two youths opposite him exchanged glances. Tacitly stepped Pallas aside to clear a straight path to the goal.
Aureliar Pendragon, why don't you just put the ball in his hands?
Oh, there's no need to put it in his hands.
Just feed the points directly into his mouth.
The Emperor of Aurelion raised his foot to shoot. The football landed steadily in the goal, and the entire venue erupted in earth-shattering cheers once again. Damn, that's amazing. This guy looks unfamiliar.
Where is he from? He's so good at football.
Aureliar Pendragon.
Listening to the praise filling the stadium, the Emperor of Aurelion laughed even more heartily, raising his hand to wave at the stands, looking radiant. Aureliar Pendragon rubbed her forehead and turned her head to look at Jiang Ningchuang, who was also watching the match beside her. Looking helpless, I originally wanted to let them relax, but I didn't expect the Emperor to intervene.
Jiang Ningchuang suppressed a smile, nodded gently, and replied in a low voice, the commoners have good intentions. They just want to make His Majesty happy, which is quite rare. Aureliar Pendragon sighed. I suppose they've fulfilled my wish in another way. Fortunately, the commoners were all quite happy.
Coaxing the Emperor of Aurelion was like coaxing a child. That was true. This was the honorable ruler of Great Aurelion. Who wouldn't want to see that?
As soon as she finished speaking, another scene that made people laugh and cry appeared on the field. A young player finally managed to steal the ball, but just as he was about to turn, he met the gaze of the Emperor of Aurelion.
He immediately panicked, kicked the ball directly back to the Emperor, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, it's your turn to kick.
The next second, he realized what he had said and quickly covered his mouth.
The Emperor couldn't have heard him, right?
He was traveling incognito, so he definitely didn't want his identity exposed, right? So, as subjects of Great Aurelion, what else could they do?
Just pretend not to know, right?
Besides, it was rare for the Emperor to visit.
They had to make him happy. That was why this scene of crazy match-fixing had happened, but he had just accidentally let it slip. The Emperor of Aurelion was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily, patted the young man's shoulder, and without stop Pallas his feet, easily scored another goal.
The young man whose shoulder was patted scratched his head.
What did the Emperor mean by that? Did he hear it or not?
Should they continue to pretend? Off the field, Aureliar Pendragon couldn't hear the sound, but her mouth twitched even more violently as she watched, and her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Real for a moment, Aureliar Pendragon couldn't think of an adjective to express her inner thoughts.
Empress Su Shui saw the scene and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, looking at the high-spirited Emperor of Aurelion on the field with tenderness in her eyes.
She naturally saw through the commoners' intentions, but only felt warmth in her heart. This kind of simple flattery was far more moving than the sycophancy in the imperial court. The 9th prince appeared from nowhere, sidled up to Aureliar Pendragon, watched the scene on the field, and whispered, Sister, father is playing this game too smoothly, isn't he?
These people seem to be deliberately letting him win.
Aureliar Pendragon glanced at him. You just realized that?
The 9th prince chuckled. He really had just realized it.
He hoped everyone would forgive his ignorance. Consequently, thanks to the players' efforts, the Emperor of Aurelion scored countless goals. My daughter is here, arriving off the field. The Emperor of Aurelion was not surprised to see Aureliar Pendragon. If she hadn't known of his arrival, That would have been a huge shock.
You're here too.
Seeing Jiang Ningxuan here as well. The Emperor of Orleans felt a bit awkward. He always felt that he had ruined the prime years of many young women. Jiang Ningxuan didn't think much of it and bowed calmly and freely. Greetings, Your Majesty.
Although she was previously an imperial concubine, she now had a new identity. Now, she just wanted to be Jiang Ningxuan. But she wouldn't feel embarrassed about the past either.
It was precisely because of those experiences that she had become who she was today.
The Emperor of Orleans nodded vaguely and told her to rise.
Upon learning that Empress Su Shui would also be playing later, he was greatly shocked. This
Shui.
At this moment, Orleans Pendragon noticed that his eyes revealed many emotions: shock, confusion, realization, and finally shame.
The ambitious and talented emperor lowered his head as Shui. I'm sorry.
I considered everyone, but I forgot about you. This was his wife of many years. How could he forget her? Perhaps subconsciously, he had treated her as his possession.
How could that be? The Emperor of Orleans reflected on himself once again.
He had to do better. The next moment, a pair of soft, warm hands held his.
Looking up, his wife was smiling at him. It's okay.
I never thought that one day I would be able to do these things. But the times are different now, and we must adapt to the times. Outdated rules and regulations had bound countless women.
They had also bound her. But now women were on the path to liberation. She was going to be liberated too.
Hearing this, the Emperor of Orleans was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly. You are right. Soon it was the women's turn to take the field.
Empress Su Shui had changed into a neat and elegant short martial outfit. Her smooth, long hair tied meticulously behind her head.
Without the phoenix crown or ceremonial robes, having shed the shackles of being an empress, her features were clear and gentle, and her whole being exuded a clean temperament. Before the match, Orleans Pendragon had specifically instructed every participant. Today, the field was only about fair competition.
There was no distinction between high and low status. Regardless of nobility or humble birth, everyone had to do their best and compete seriously.
Absolutely no one was allowed to throw the game or show deference based on status. Even more so, they must not deliberately indulge or concede. They were to bring out their true strength, to compete seriously, respecting their opponents and everyone who stepped onto the field. All the women understood tacitly and promised solemnly one after another. They put away their oar, adjusted their mindset, and treated this match as the most ordinary and fair folk competition. As the crisp starting whistle blew, both sides immediately threw themselves into fierce competition.
Although it was Empress Su Shui's first time experiencing football, her steps were unfamiliar and her techniques immature, completely incomparable to the folk women who had run and worked for years. But she never slacked off for a single moment, running to receive, side-blocking, bending to pass, striving to chase the ball. Every movement was extremely serious.
The sunlight fell gently, landing on her slightly flushed cheeks.
Fine beads of sweat on her forehead slowly slid down her face, and the fine hair at her temples was gently dampened by sweat, but her eyes were clear and firm, showing no signs of retreating. The gentleness and sharpness suppressed in the deep palace for decades were all released at this moment. She was no longer the dignified, forbearing, and restrained empress of the central palace. She was just Empress Su Shui, running wantonly and living as she pleased. The players on the field strictly followed Orleans Pendragon's instructions, not holding back at all throughout the game. The offense and defense were extremely fierce. Passing and stealing were crisp and neat. The running speed was extremely fast, and the team coordination was very tacit. The young girls had abundant physical strength, flexible feet, and excellent control of the rhythm.
Empress Su Shui tried her best to catch up and circle, running until her breathing was unstable and her limbs were sore, yet she gritted her teeth and persisted until the last moment, without a hint of delicacy.
It was a pity that the gap in experience was too great, and her physical strength was far behind the young girls, so the team lost with regret.
But when she left the field, there was no disappointment or sadness on her face. Instead, she felt relaxed, her brows relaxed. The entire crowd of commoners spontaneously broke into applause.
Everyone understood that she had tried her best.
Though she lost, it was an honorable defeat, open and enjoyable. Everyone admired this gentle yet resilient empress from the bottom of their hearts.
Beside the field, the Emperor of Orleans stood quietly from beginning to end, his gaze never leaving Empress Su Shui for a moment. Watching his wife running wantonly in the sun, with light in her eyes and shining all over. He was silent for a long time, falling deeply into endless contemplation.
They had been married for so long. As an emperor, he guarded the rivers and mountains, governed the world, pacified the commoners, treated court officials well, and showed compassion for the land, being thoughtful to everyone.
But all along, he had subconsciously defined Empress Su Shui as the empress who served as the mother of the world, the master who stabilized the harem, and his wife of equal status.
He had long been accustomed to her being dignified, appropriate, gentle, forbearing, and understanding of the big picture.
He was used to her being thoughtful and restrained in everything, but he had never really seen her as herself. He always thought that the stability of the deep palace was the best treatment for her, binding her with etiquette and rules, framing her with the identity of an empress. But he had never thought that this cold palace had imprisoned her for half her life. He had never asked what she liked, never cared about her inner aspirations, and never given her the freedom to live wantonly and pursue her passions.
It turned out that for so many years, he had always owed her too much.
It turned out she could be this dazzling heart full of guilt, and bitterness slowly welled up, making this emperor, who traversed the world unable to calm his emotions for a long time. The whole event concluded successfully, and the field was still bustling. The ninth prince, who had watched the whole process from the side, was already full of interest, and his stomach growled at just the right time. "A father, mother, sister, we've been busy all day.
I've already inquired that there is a newly opened hot pot shop in the city. The soup base is fresh and rich, and the dishes are complete."
His little thoughts couldn't be hidden at all, because he was the youngest child. Empress Su Shui doted on him especially. Then let's go.
The Emperor of Orlion also agreed. All right. Needless to say, Jiang Ningxuan agreed. As for Orlier Pendragon, she always felt she had forgotten something. What had she forgotten?
Forget it. She wouldn't think about it.
The furnace fire in the shop was warm. The red soup base was bubbling and rolling. The fresh and fragrant steam was rising, and the meat and vegetable dishes were piled up on the table. The family sat around together, without court rules, without hierarchy, without the etiquette of monarch and subject, chatting and laughing, relaxed and comfortable.
A family, eh?
Orlier Pendragon's chopsticks paused while picking up food.
What's wrong? Empress Su Shui was puzzled.
Orlier Pendragon frowned. I remembered who I forgot. Deep in the mountains, at the mine, dust rose lightly.
Ilara Valerius rested her cheek on one hand, listlessly lowering her head to record the daily mining accounts and the number of stones, her expression lazy.
Staying here day after day reconciling accounts. Over time, her arithmetic ability visibly improved.
It was scary to say, but now she could mentally calculate 2-digit multiplication and division.
Wait, could it be that Sister Orlion, from the very beginning, used the excuse of guarding the mining affairs to deliberately dump her here to study arithmetic hard? Thinking about it carefully, it was terrifying.
The subject that used to give her the biggest headache and annoyance was invading her brain in an incredible way.
If she stayed here any longer, she felt she would become like the engineering types in later generations who bury their heads in calculations, and sooner or later, she would be worried to the point of losing her hair and going bald.
Thinking of this, Ilara Valerius subconsciously raised her hand and gently touched the hair on her head.
It was soft and thick, not bald. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Actually, when she first arrived, she was full of enthusiasm and wanted to go down into the mine to dig for all herself. But when she actually started, she realized it was far harder than she had imagined. The iron tools were heavy and vibrated. The moment she held the tool, the web of her thumb went numb from the vibration.
After working for only an hour now, a cup of tea's time, her palms were almost calloused.
The soreness was unbearable, making her realize completely that she simply couldn't do heavy labor. If her mother, who was far away in the capital, found out about this, she would definitely feel sorry for her. No, she definitely wouldn't feel sorry for her. Her mother would only tell her to listen to Sister Orlion more. Speaking of Sister Orlion, Ilara Valerius blinked.
She had been stationed at the remote mine for a long time.
Since being assigned here, she had never seen Sister Orlion once. Could Sister Orlion have forgotten about her? Impossible, impossible. Sister Orlion is the most transparent and intelligent person in the world. How could she forget her?
Should have probably not right.
Chapter 60, Ilara Valerius. No way. Really?
No way, no way.
Could it really be that someone forgot their dear, good sister at the mining site. Could it be that this person is my dear sister Aurelian? Hot pot restaurant. A wronged, pitiful voice echoed through the private room.
Ilara Valerius gripped the edge of the table with both hands, her round face puffed up like a hamster that had been slighted. She looked up at Aureliar Pendragon opposite her with indignation, her clear eyes misting over with a thin layer of water.
For the first time, she stared directly at her with eyes full of reproach. Even across the square table filled with dishes, one could hear the sound of her heart breaking. Aureliar Pendragon's fingertips paused slightly. A look of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she could only pull at the corners of her lips sheepishly, her gaze instinctively drifting to the side. The reason for this story had to begin a moment ago, earlier, when the ninth prince smiled and suggested that the family get together for a lively reunion dinner. Aureliar Pendragon felt a subtle strangeness in her heart.
She felt as if she had forgotten something crucial, but she couldn't pinpoint it for a moment.
It wasn't until she looked at the harmonious scene in front of the table that she suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh no, she had completely forgotten Ilara Valerius.
Upon realizing, Aureliar Pendragon immediately got up and hurriedly instructed her subordinates to ride hard to the mining site to pick her up.
And so, the current situation arose.
Ilara Valerius tilted her head slightly, her round eyes wide open, her gaze fixed directly on Aureliar Pendragon.
Aureliar Pendragon carefully examined the young girl in front of her.
Having not seen her for some time, her originally fair little face had been tanned slightly dark by the northern sun, and her cheeks had thinned, losing some of their usual roundness.
Yet, that delicate little appearance remained exactly the same as before. Sister Aurelian Ilara Valerius pursed her pink, tender lips, her voice getting quieter, her eyes slightly red.
She had originally held a tiny bit of expectation in her heart, hope Pallas that she had just been overthinking, but she never expected that ominous premonition in her heart had actually come true. And what made her even more heartbroken was, not only had her beloved sister Aurelian forgotten her, but even her own uncle and respected aunt, the Emperor of Aurelian and Empress Su Shui, had completely cast her to the back of their minds.
Everyone had forgotten her. Ha-ha, was she, Ilara Valerius, a transparent person? Or was it that she had been too well-behaved recently, making everyone forget how much trouble she used to cause? She didn't care about others' attitudes at all, but she cared most about what Aureliar Pendragon thought. The Emperor of Aurelian sat to the side, keenly aware of Ilara Valerius's resentful little glances darting toward him from time to time.
The accusation was direct and obvious.
He immediately put down the ivory chopsticks in his hand, straightened his face, and feigned a serious criticism of Aureliar Pendragon. Exactly. Aurelian, how could you forget your sister? That is truly inexcusable.
As soon as these words were spoken, before anyone at the table could react, they saw Ilara Valerius widen her eyes and immediately retort, "Uncle, you are a mature adult. How can you casually shift all the blame onto Sister Aurelian?"
Sister Aurelian has to worry about many matters on a daily basis. She is extremely busy and hardworking, even to the point of losing weight. It is understandable that she couldn't think of me for a moment.
But what about you?
You have been sightseeing, eating, and drinking along the way, completely relaxed. How could you also forget me? And then shift the blame onto Sister Aurelian, the Emperor of Aurelian.
Listen.
Everyone listen. Is this really his own niece? This bias is so extreme it's reached the edge of the world, almost beyond the borders of the great Aurelian.
He kindly tried to help her seek justice.
And she, instead, turned around and blamed him. Fine, fine, fine. Truly impressive. She only has her sister Aurelian in her heart and eyes. Where is there any place for him? Her own uncle. Had Aureliar Pendragon lost weight? The Emperor of Aurelian looked at Aureliar Pendragon, full of doubt, examining her from head to toe several times. No matter how he looked at it, he felt his eyesight was fine. Aureliar Pendragon's complexion was ruddy, and her figure was as usual. It seems someone else is blind.
Empress Su Shui, watching the strange atmosphere between the three, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle.
Seeing the Emperor of Aurelian's heartbroken and speechless expression, she teased in her heart, "Your Majesty, is this your first day knowing that Aurelian has an irreplaceable position in Tanyon's heart?" Speaking of the relationship, there was once an interesting anecdote in the capital.
For a time, rumors were rife in the capital.
Many people discussed in private that the relationship between Aureliar Pendragon and Ilara Valerius was unusual, and that the two of them were not very innocent.
And the origin of this rumor was entirely due to Lara Valerius. Ever since this little girl attached herself to Aurelier Pendragon, she would run to the Sterling Manor at every turn.
Over time, the Sterling Manor almost became her second home. Every time she entered the Sterling Manor, she would cling to Aurelier Pendragon, acting spoiled and throwing tantrums, and comfortably eating and drinking at the Sterling Manor. This caused Arthur Pendragon, that old gentleman, to grumble to his colleagues every time he went to court, feeling completely uncomfortable. Furthermore, whenever Lara Valerius met someone she knew, she would drag them into an endless conversation, telling everyone how much she liked Aurelier Pendragon and how important Aurelier Pendragon was to her. She praised Aurelier Pendragon's virtues to the skies, even mentioning her former obsession with male favorites. What is a male favorite?
She didn't know. After her words of devotion to Sister Aurelian spread, the people in the capital inexplicably began to ship their relationship, coupled with the fact that neither Aurelier Pendragon nor Lara Valerius came out to clarify. The rumors intensified and became the most popular gossip in the capital.
Even the Emperor and Empress in the Deep Palace had inadvertently consumed a lot of gossip about them.
In fact, it wasn't that Aurelier Pendragon didn't want to clarify, but she was so busy with affairs every day that she didn't even know such rumors existed in the capital. By the time she belatedly heard about it, the heat of the rumors had long passed, so there was no need to go through the trouble of explaining, and Seraphina Pendragon, who had always been assist Khan, was initially unconvinced after hearing about these things and had a big argument with Lara Valerius. Both young girls were straightforward, and after the argument, it didn't even last the night.
The next day, they cleared up their misunderstanding and went arm in arm to pick out new clothes at the clothing store opened by Aurelier Pendragon.
The scene cuts back to the steaming hot private room. The 9th Prince kept his head down, focused on digging into the food in his bowl, appearing as if he were deaf to the outside world, but his ears were pricked up high, listening very carefully, and his dark eyes would occasionally peek up to glance at the people bickering at the table.
Who understands? Being able to see his father being rendered speechless by his niece, with bitter words he couldn't speak, was just too exciting for a son. As for Jiang Ningchuang, she maintained a posture of looking at her nose and heart the whole time, sitting quietly in her seat, not interrupting or interfering.
This little farce finally ended with Aurelier Pendragon picking up a large chopstick of her favorite vegetables and placing them into the porcelain bowl in front of Lara Valerius. Lara Valerius was as easy to coax as ever. The little face she had deliberately stiffened just a moment ago instantly couldn't hold it together.
The grievance in her eyes was swept away, and the corners of her lips curled up uncontrollably, widening more and more. Looking like she was happy to the point of losing composure, she lowered her head, quickly stuffed the beef roll from her bowl into her mouth, and then immediately raised her head, staring intently at Aurelier Pendragon. In those sparkling eyes it was clearly written in big letters, "I want more." Aurelier Pendragon looked at her gluttonous appearance, and was momentarily speechless.
What else could she do? Of course, she had to spoil her.
Who could refuse a beautiful little girl who only had eyes for you?
Anyway, she couldn't refuse.
Lara Valerius chewed the food in her mouth, her brows curved, and she happily praised this hot pot as the most delicious hot pot I have ever eaten in my life. There is nothing more delicious in the world than this. The 9th Prince sitting opposite rolled his eyes blatantly, secretly grumbling in his heart, too lazy to expose her little thoughts. Is the hot pot itself delicious? Clearly. The person who picked the food for her is the point.
The Emperor of Aurelian sat to the side, watching the lawless troublemaker of the past now being easily manipulated and obedient to Aurelier Pendragon, and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder.
Aurelier Pendragon looked at Lara Valerius' simple and happy little appearance, and the guilt in her heart grew stronger. She reached out and gently rubbed her soft hair, her tone full of sincerity. "Tianyan, I'm sorry."
This matter was her fault. After settling her at the mining site, she had completely forgotten about her, which was extremely negligent. She would not make any excuses to shirk responsibility.
She was wrong, and she should seriously apologize to the young girl.
Having known Aurelier Pendragon for so long, Lara Valerius had long ago figured out her personality, knowing that she always kept her word and corrected her mistakes.
She immediately raised her little chin, nodded her head with a haughty look, and pretended to be magnanimous to HMPH. then I will reluctantly forgive Sister Orlion this one time."
"Is it really reluctantly?"
Orlier Pendragon's eyes filled with a faint smile. She tilted her head slightly and blinked gently, rarely showing such a vulnerable and playful look. Ilara Valerius only felt that this inadvertent wink from Orlier Pendragon instantly and precisely struck her heart. Her brain went blank for a moment, and her tongue seemed to be tied, stammering and unable to say a complete sentence. Yes, that is. Return her language system. This must not be her problem.
It must be that some villain secretly tapped her mute point, making her unable to speak. Detestable villain daring to plot against her in secret. After the group joked around for a while, they put aside their teasing and slowly started talking about serious matters. The Emperor of Orlion heard about Orlier Pendragon's plan to return to the capital, pondered for a moment, and nodded slowly. "It is time to go back. There are many matters in the capital that need to be managed. It just so happens that after we finish visiting the scenery of Ron Prefecture, we will return to the capital together. I don't know if the Crown Prince has truly shouldered the heavy burden of managing state affairs while left in the court."
Speaking of the Crown Prince, a touch of worry inadvertently appeared in his deep eyes.
Originally, he had acted on a whim and carelessly handed over all state affairs to Crown Prince Julian.
But setting aside his status as an emperor, he was a father after all, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, this son of his was recognized by future generations as having a simple and slightly stupid personality.
He had worked diligently all his life, a man who was half a step away from being an emperor through the ages.
Who could have imagined that the biggest stain in his life would actually be his offspring, the Emperor of Orlion, who understands. Sometimes he really wants to poison them all with a bowl of poison,
but he couldn't do that, because these were his own flesh and blood.
Orlier Pendragon saw his worry and spoke softly to comfort him. "The Crown Prince has made great progress in the court now.
Although his ability to handle government affairs is not yet mature and seasoned, he is fully capable of stabilizing the overall situation in the court and guarding the current stable situation.
Perhaps when we return to the capital, he can give you a big surprise."
The Crown Prince's greatest strengths were his kindness and his willingness to learn with an open mind. Whenever there were government affairs he didn't understand, he would lower his status and take the initiative to ask important officials in the court.
If there were things he couldn't handle, he would come down and study earnestly, improving himself bit by bit.
But to everyone's surprise, Ilara Valerius suddenly spoke up, expressing seriously that she did not want to return to the capital. "I don't want to go back now. I want to stay by Minister Jiang's side and learn some skills in solving cases."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Empress Su Shi's chopsticks paused in midair, looking at Ilara Valerius with astonishment. Did the sun rise from the west today? This child, Chan Yun, would actually take the initiative to ask to learn real skills. The Emperor of Orlion also raised his eyebrows, examining his niece with suspicion. "I think you must have been possessed by some strange thing, right?" Ilara Valerius. Only Orlier Pendragon looked at her with calm eyes, seeing through her little thoughts at a glance. "Is it really just to learn the skills of solving cases?" Ilara Valerius's thoughts were exposed, and she immediately gave a hee-hee smile,
revealing two small fangs. She pressed her two index fingers together timidly, her eyes darting around guiltily, not daring to meet Orlier Pendragon's gaze, and stammered out the truth.
Actually, it's just that the men in the north are completely different from the scholarly young masters in the capital. They are all forthright and heroic. I find them to have a unique charm." The Emperor of Orlion, Empress Su Shui,
Jiang Ningchuan Hangulsiet, can I say it?
She actually wanted to find a few to Orlier Pendragon. It seems she is going to have another brother-in-law. No, one might not be enough. I don't know what size Ilara Valerius's big bed is. Can it fit so many people when sleep palace at night? The ninth prince, look at this one, choo-choo-choo, look at that one, choo-choo-choo-choo, good-looking, choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo. Chapter 61, Chaos Arises in Yumeng.
The twilight over Yumeng Nation was wrapped in a heavy layer of gray. Official Deng Huan stood on the carved gate tower of the city lord's mansion. A thin layer of dust had settled on the shoulders of her black armor, and her fingertips were tracing the jade pendant at her waist. This was a gift Orlier Pendragon had given her before she departed.
She had said it was to bless her with safety. She had urged her that no matter what happened, she must return alive.
At the thought of this,
a warmth bloomed on official Deng Huan's face.
She would not let Master Dragon down.
The sound of hoofbeats shattering the bluestone slabs came from behind.
The lieutenant flipped off his horse, holding a bundle of newly organized household registers in his arms.
His voice carried the relaxation of someone who had just set down a heavy burden. General Deng, matters here in Yuming Nation have finally been settled.
Following Master Dragon's instructions, we did not touch the ordinary believers. We only eradicated the founders and core members of the Three Lotus sect, 123 people in total. As for the others, we distributed grain seeds and let them return to the alleys to tidy up their homes. General Deng looked in the direction he pointed.
The streets and alleys of Yuming Nation were not broad, and the roads had become slippery from days of damp heat. Occasionally, commoners walked through the alleys with hunched shoulders, their coarse hemp clothing covered in several patches. Their steps hurried.
However, there was no expected hostility in their eyes. Instead, there was a hint of relief at having survived a disaster. After all, half a month ago, the ruler of Yuming Nation had led all the civil and military officials to kneel at the East Gate, holding the national seal and a letter of surrender, we palace copiously and saying they had long hoped for great Aurelion to come and save them. Aurelion Pendragon had mentioned in a letter that Yuming Nation was the last small, insignificant country to be taken during this campaign.
The ruler was incompetent and the government was controlled by the Three Lotus sect. As long as they proceeded steadily, the handover would surely go smoothly.
Understood, General Deng replied indifferently. Tap Palace her fingertips on her token.
Go and check the grain distribution for each camp, and have the military doctors give the surrendered soldiers and commoners a basic physical examination. We have just taken over, so we cannot afford any trouble.
The lieutenant replied with a yes, mounted his horse again, and rode along the base of the city wall to inspect the camps.
The wind whipped the tattered flags on the city wall, making them snap loudly.
The white tiger flag of Yuming Nation had its flagpole cut and hung crookedly on the wall, like a piece of ruined cloth.
General Deng looked at the rolling green mountains in the distance, and her heart relaxed slightly.
In less than 10 days, when the handover delegation from the north arrived, she would be able to set off back to Reborn to see Aurelion Pendragon and hand the Yuming Nation dossiers into her hands. But this peace lasted less than 2 hours.
At 5:00 p.m., piercing cries suddenly came from the Zhu family alley in the east, so sharp they seemed to pierce the twilight.
Official Dang Yuan had just returned to the main hall of the city lord's mansion and picked up the cold tea on the table for a sip when she heard the soldiers' urgent shouts outside a general.
This is bad. Someone in the Zhu family alley has fallen ill. Official Deng Yuan's heart tightened, and she stood up abruptly. The teacup waddled on the table, spilling a few drops onto the bluestone floor, leaving a small, dark stain. What is the panic? She scolded in a low voice, walking quickly out of the main hall. What are the symptoms? Reporting to the general, in one household in the Zhu family alley, the whole family of 5 has fallen ill.
The one who ran over was her personal soldier, Xiao Shane, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. First, the youngest son said he had a headache and chills, and in less than half an hour, he had a high fever that wouldn't subside and was convulsing all over.
Then the husband and wife and the old couple all collapsed.
When the neighbors went to check, the child had already vomited black-red matter and was still gasping for air.
People in Butcher's family next door and the Mute Boy's family on the West Street have also collapsed one after another, all with the same symptoms. General Deng's heart sank. She had seen famine in Reborn and had also seen natural disasters, but she was not familiar with the local conditions in Yuming Nation.
Aurelion Pendragon had specifically urged her before she left that Yuming Nation was prone to epidemics and to prepare plenty of heat-clearing and dampness-expelling medicinal herbs, but she never expected that the epidemic would come so quickly and so fiercely.
Prepare the horses. Official Dang Yuan grabbed the armor hanging on the wall and threw it on. Call the military doctors, bring 2 stretchers and a few jars of wormwood water for disinfection, and follow me to the South City.
Order all camps to immediately seal off the streets.
Do not allow commoners to gather at will. Move the sick to the temporarily erected sheds. Those who are healthy must lock their doors and stay in their own courtyards.
Yes,
Xiao Zheng replied and ran off.
Official Dang Yuan flipped onto her horse, whipped it, and rode off, her horse's hoofs thundering on the bluestone road. The wind whistled past her ears, but palace up her hem.
The tattered flags on the city wall flashed before her eyes. In her mind, Aurelion Pendragon's words echoed repeatedly. The commoners of Yuming Nation are simple. They have just been deeply bewitched by the Three Lotus sect. The ruler is incompetent, which is why the situation is chaotic. When you take over, first stabilize the hearts of the people. Lighten the corvée, and do not be in a hurry to seek success.
When the horse's hoofs stepped over the entrance of the Shu family alley, a strong, fishy stench rushed toward her, mixed with the humid air, making her stomach churn. General Deng reined in her horse, flipped off, and walked quickly into the alley.
The alley was crowded with commoners huddled to the side, covering their mouths and noses, their eyes full of fear, pointing at the scene in the alley. But no one dared to get close. Move aside, make way, General Deng shouted in a low voice.
The soldiers immediately stepped forward to push through the crowd and followed her into the courtyard. The sight in the courtyard made General Deng's pupil shrink suddenly.
The door to the main room was open.
It was dim inside, with only a dim yellow oil lamp lit, its wick covered in charred soot.
On a heated brick bed lay 5 people, all wearing the coarse cloth short jackets common among the commoners of Yumeng Nation, now soaked through with sweat and clinging to their bodies.
The youngest child, about 3 or 4 years old, was curled up in the corner.
His little face was burned bright red. His lips were chapped and purple. His little body was convulsing uncontrollably, and he was making weak whimpering sounds, with black-red vomit hanging from the corners of his mouth, staining his clothes everywhere. The woman was lying on the child, crying until she almost fainted.
Her husband lay on the other side, eyes closed, breathing weakly, his chest rising and falling as faintly as a candle flame in the wind, as if it would stop in the next second.
The 2 old people were cold all over, their teeth chattering, muttering repeatedly water water.
The voice was as thin as a thread, almost inaudible.
In the corner of the courtyard, there were a few broken bowls. The water in the bowls had spilled all over the ground, already gone sour, emitting a faint, sour, rotting smell. In the corner of the wall, there was a pile of uncleaned firewood, mixed with rotten vegetable leaves and household garbage. The air was filled with the stench of vomit, feces, and rotting matter, making one want to retch. General, the military doctors have arrived. The personal soldier's voice came from behind. The 3 military doctors who followed in were carrying medicine chests, their faces as heavy as iron. General Deng stepped aside to make room, watching the military doctors squat by the bed, lift the patient's eyelids to check their pulses, use silver needles to prick acupuncture points, and examine the patient's tongue coatings, occasionally exchanging a few words in low voices. Time passed minute by minute, and the flame of the oil lamp flickered, making everyone's expressions appear in light and shadow, adding a sense of despair. The head military doctor was surnamed Hua, an old hand in the medical camp. At this moment, he frowned, withdrew his hand from the patient, stood up, and his voice carried an unbearable heaviness. General Deng, this illness, I fear it is a virulent epidemic.
What do you mean? Official Deng Hyun clenched her fingertips tightly, her knuckles turning white. Look.
Dr. Hua pointed to the patient's throats. Their throats are red, swollen, and ulcerated. They are vomiting and diarrhea. Their excrement contains blood. They have high fevers and convulsions. This is a unique epidemic to Yumeng Nation, and it is extremely contagious. And this disease comes too fast. It progresses from a headache to a coma in less than an hour.
Ordinary heat-clearing medicinal herbs cannot suppress it. The medicinal herbs we brought are aimed at common epidemics.
They are far from enough to deal with this kind of virulent epidemic.
We need specialized epidemic prevention herbs.
Otherwise, in less than 10 days, the entire Yumeng Nation will become a dead city. Official Deng Hyun's heart sank to the bottom.
She glanced at the dying commoners, then at the terrified neighbors in the courtyard, and suddenly understood.
Yumeng Nation was already weak, and the commoners were often hungry and cold, so their physical constitution was very weak. We cannot leave. Official Deng Hyun spoke suddenly, her voice firm and decisive.
The personal soldier was stunned for a moment, looking at her in confusion. General,
the medicinal herbs we brought are not enough, and we are short-handed.
The handover delegation hasn't arrived yet.
If we stay here, I am afraid. If Master Dragon knew I abandoned the commoners, he would definitely be disappointed in us. Official Deng Hyun interrupted him, her gaze sweep palace over the commoners, her eyes firm. Yumeng Nation has just surrendered, and the hearts of the people are already unstable. Now that there is an epidemic, if we leave, who will save the people of this city?
Are we just going to watch them fall one by one? She turned to look at Dr. Hua. You immediately take people back to the city lord's mansion and move all the medicinal herbs from the medical camp here, even if it's just a little bit. Use it on the commoners first, then have people set up isolation sheds in the backyard of the city lord's mansion. use wooden boards to separate independent rooms, and move the sick in batches to be cared for by special personnel.
But General, this epidemic is dangerous. Your safety, the personal soldier, was still worried. The commoners of Yunming Nation can only rely on me now.
Official Deng Huan patted his shoulder. Hast the order down. Soldiers of all camps must strictly hold their posts and must not leave their duties without authorization. Yes.
The personal soldier said no more and turned to arrange various matters.
Official Deng Huan stayed in the Zhu family courtyard, watching the military doctors busy, and head soldiers go to nearby commoners' homes to collect clean water and coarse grain to distribute to the Zhu family. The woman held her child, kowtowing to Official Deng Huan while crying, her forehead hitting the bluestone floor with the dull sound of "General, please save my child."
Official Deng Huan squatted down, helped her up, and her voice softened a little, carrying a force of comfort. Rest assured, the military doctors will do their best. We will stay and fight through this illness with you.
As long as you cooperate with the treatment, the child will definitely get better.
Saying this, she sighed. It is only a pity that this place is too far from the territory of Great Aurelion, and resources are scarce. Otherwise, this epidemic could definitely be treated at the first opportunity. The woman looked at the dust on her armor and the firmness in her eyes, and suddenly cried again. That night, Yunmeng Nation did not sleep. In the open space behind the city lord's mansion, soldiers worked overnight to set up more than 20 simple sheds, built with bamboo poles and hemp cloth with dry rice straw spread underneath, barely able to shelter from the wind and rain. In each shed, there were a few wooden boards, on which the patients who were sent in one after another lay. The military doctors shuttled between the sheds, oiling and feeding medicine, so busy they didn't have a moment to rest.
Official Deng Huan did not go back to her room to rest.
She stood outside the sheds, watching patients being carried in one by one, watching commoners struggling in pain. Her heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge boulder, heavy. When dawn was about to break, news came from the East Street in the South Market. More than 20 households had fallen ill, and many commoners were packing their bags, wanting to flee the city, saying that staying in the city was just waiting for death, so they might as well go out and try their luck.
Official Deng Huan immediately sent a team of soldiers to the South Market to stop the commoners who wanted to leave the city, and had people post notices at the city gate, written in plain language that the commoners of Yunmeng Nation could understand. Yunmeng Nation has an epidemic. Leaving the city will spread the epidemic to surrounding commoners, harming others and oneself.
The Great Aurelion army has stayed to save the commoners. Medicinal herds and doctors are all here.
As long as you isolate yourself with peace of mind, you will definitely overcome the difficulties. But less than 2 hours after the notice was posted, rumors spread like wild grass in Yunmeng Nation.
The morning sunlight shone through the thin fog onto the city wall and on the faces of the commoners, but it did not bring half a bit of warmth. In the alleys, in the markets, at the doors of houses, there was whispering everywhere. Those voices were kept very low, but like needles, they pierced into Official Deng Huan's ears. It's all the fault of the people of Great Aurelion.
An old woman selling vegetables sat at the entrance of the alley complaining to her old companion while picking rotten vegetable leaves. If they hadn't insisted on coming, how could our good Yunmeng Nation have an epidemic?
The rulers surrendered voluntarily, and we thought we could live a stable life, but instead, it brought disaster and disease. Yes, it must be that heaven is angry. A man carrying a hoe next to her took up the conversation, his face full of fear. The ruler surrendered voluntarily. It looks like submission, but it actually angered heaven.
Heaven wants to punish Yunmeng Nation, to punish us commoners.
The Great Aurelion army is a disaster star. Heaven does not approve of them occupying Yunmeng Nation, so it uses the plague to warn us. I heard from the remnants of the Three Lotus sect that the Great Aurelion officials are demon officials, and the army is a demon army. This epidemic is the work of demon arts, and it's meant to kill all the commoners of Yunmeng Nation.
Then what should we do?
Are we just waiting to die of illness? Drive the Great Aurelion army out. If we drive those Aurelion troops away, heaven will take back the plague. We cannot sit and wait for death.
These words surged like a tide, getting louder and more intense.
Some people began to kowtow to heaven to pray for blessings, while cursing the invading Great Aurelion army. Some people waved and knocked over the medicinal soup that Official Deng Huan had sent, saying it was demon medicine, and that drinking it would only make them die faster. Others secretly gathered in the alleys, discussing going to the city lord's mansion to demand an explanation. Official Deng Huan stood at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, listening to these discussions, her face becoming more and more gloomy.
She knew that the commoners had been driven crazy by fear.
They couldn't find the cause of the epidemic, so they blamed everything on the invasion of Great Aurelion and on heaven's punishment. Coupled with the secret incitement of the remnants of the Three Lotus sect, the rumors spread so quickly. "General, we cannot let them continue to say these things." The lieutenant walked to her side and whispered, "If this continues, the commoners will treat us as enemies. By then, let alone treating the illness, we won't even be able to appease them, and it might even trigger a riot." Official Deng Huan was silent for a moment, and Aurelier Pendragon's deeds flashed through her mind. Chapter 62. A personal visit to Yumeng. How did little Master Dragon handle the plague in Great Aurelion back then?
Let her think. Got it.
Official Deng Huan's eyes lit up, and she immediately said to her personal guards, "Have people prepare immediately, compile little Master Dragon's deeds, turn them into stories, and have storytellers recite them at every street corner in the city for the commoners to hear."
The personal guard replied, "Understood."
"I will go handle it right away." Soon, storytellers appeared at every street corner in Yumeng. They said that little Master Dragon was a bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. They said that little Master Dragon had performed divine miracles in Yun Prefecture.
They said that the people of Great Aurelion were living very well now, and that they had come to save everyone.
They said that they should believe in Great Aurelion. Once these words were spoken, they were indeed effective. After the commoners listened, the fear on their faces diminished a little, replaced by a bit of anticipation.
Many people began to actively cooperate with the quarantine, staying at home obediently and no longer going out at will.
Some even took the initiative to take out the medicinal herbs from their homes and distribute them to the military doctors. Official Deng Huan's anxious heart settled slightly. She thought that things would slowly stabilize.
As long as they provided treatment and stabilized public sentiment, they could hold out until the arrival of the officials responsible for the handover and wait for Aurelier Pendragon's instructions. Everything would pass safely.
But the peace only lasted for a short 2 days. The remnants of the Three Lotus sect had never truly died out.
When the Lord of Yumeng Nation heard that the Iron Cavalry of Great Aurelion was moving south, he was already terrified. Before the troops even reached the city walls, he had brought the civil and military officials, holding the national seal and the letter of surrender, and took the initiative to open the city gates to surrender. There had been no resistance from a single soldier throughout the process.
Precisely because of this, the aristocratic clans, the urban structure, and even the foundation of the Three Lotus sect within Yumeng remained intact.
The Three Lotus sect had been entrenched in Yumeng for decades, having long used tales of ghosts and gods to bewitch the hearts of the people. The low-level followers were spread throughout the streets and villages, mostly illiterate and oppressed commoners who had been deeply brainwashed by the sect's twisted logic. Official Deng Huan had originally followed the instructions to kill sparingly and appease the people, so she had not carried out a massive purge of the low-level followers.
No one expected that this sudden, virulent plague would become the perfect opportunity for these remnant forces to rise from the ashes. Yunming's national strength was already weak. There were few doctors in the city, and their medical skills were backward. In normal times, when commoners had minor illnesses, they could only pray to gods and Buddhas and listen to the sect's dictates. Now that the virulent plague was raging, the city was full of people dying of illness. Relatives passed away one after another, and there was no one to collect the bodies. Despair completely swallowed the entire city. The hot, humid wind carried the scent of decay, permeating every street, corner, alley, and doorway. Patients who had died could be seen everywhere.
Some were children who had just stopped breathing, their small bodies curled up, still clutching half a piece of dry, hard grain cake in their hands. Some were elderly people on the verge of death, lying on the cold ground, hanging on by a single breath, looking at the sky with hollow eyes, without even the strength to cry out.
Every household kept their doors and windows tightly closed, but this could not block the invasion of the epidemic. It was common for an entire family to die of the illness without anyone in the house knowing, and it was only discovered by neighbors after the bodies had rotted and started to stink. The tragic scene was too unbearable to look at.
The surviving commoners either sat helplessly by their critically ill family members, weep helpless all day, or dragged their sick bodies around in search of medical help.
But the doctors in the city had long since closed their doors and could only kneel on the streets, kowtowing to the heavens to pray for blessings. Cries, wails, and prayers to the gods intertwined, turning Yu Ming into a living hell. The remnants of the Three Lotus sect, hiding among the people, took advantage of the despair and panic filling the city and appeared one after another. They wore simple cloth clothes, wandered through the streets and alleys, inciting trouble in every household, and blamed all the disasters on great Aurelion and Aureliar Pendragon. At first, it was just whispers, but slowly, they stood on high platforms in the streets and alleys, loudly bewitching the gathered commoners, fellow villagers.
Our Yu Ming surrendered voluntarily, without shedding a drop of blood, her palace for a peaceful life.
But who would have thought that it would bring about a catastrophe?
That little master dragon from great Aurelion is not a savior but a satyr at all. It's all a deceptive illusion.
The divine miracle in Yan Prefecture was nothing but the demonic magic she practiced, used to deceive the heavens and fool the commoners.
This enchantress brought the aura of evil spirits into Yu Ming, tainting the fortune of our nation.
The heavenly Tao is furious, which is why this monstrous plague was sent down to punish us for accepting an evil entity. This is not a natural disaster, but a man-made one brought by the enchantress. Only by driving away the army of great Aurelion, eradicating the enchantress's aura, and offering sacrifices to the heavens to beg for the gods' forgiveness can his plague subside and can we survive.
Vicious rumors, fueled by despair, swept through the city like a gale.
The commoners were already ignorant and superstitious, and with no way out, they had long lost the ability to distinguish right from wrong.
The sliver of anticipation they had felt a few days ago after hearing about Aureliar Pendragon's kind deeds crumbled instantly in the face of the reality of losing loved ones and suffering from illness. The tide of public opinion turned completely. The entire city's commoners were convinced Aureliar Pendragon was an evil enchantress. The great Aurelion army were the minions of evil spirits, and this plague was a divine punishment brought about by surrendering to great Aurelion. A woman who had lost her child sat on the side of the road holding her cold infant, shouting with disheveled hair, "It's all the enchantress's fault.
If we hadn't surrendered to great Aurelion, my child wouldn't have died."
"You Aurelion soldiers, get out of Yu Ming."
An old man who had lost his entire family knelt beside a pile of corpses, kowtowing and crying, "The heavens are angry and the people are resentful.
The enchantress is causing chaos.
I beg the heavens to take back the punishment. We will never dare to surrender to great Aurelion again." A young man with red eyes picked up a hoe from his home and, instigated by the sect members, followed along to shout slogans, "Expel the Aurelion soldiers, end the plague."
They were completely insane and no longer accepted the medicinal soup distributed by the Aurelion army.
Whenever they saw military doctors or soldiers coming to their doors, they would close their doors to drive them away, and even splash dirty water or throw stones. Some people directly knocked over the medicine bucket sent by the Aurelion army, crushed the dried herbs, and hurled abuse and fists at the station's soldiers. The Three Lotus sect took the opportunity to incite the commoners, gathering in groups to block the quarantine camps, smash the military doctors' medicine chests, and beat the soldiers caring for the patients.
The once docile commoners had now all turned into mobs hostile to the Aurelion army, and the order of the city had completely collapsed.
Official Deng Hyun stood on the high tower of the city lord's mansion, looking at the chaos in the city, her heart burning with anxiety.
On one side, the plague was spreading rapidly, the number of deaths increasing exponentially every day, with corpses piling up outside the city, no one daring to collect them, and the stench of decay growing heavier. On the other side, the commoners were deluded by the evil sect, opposing the Aurelion army at every turn, making it impossible to advance epidemic prevention and treatment work. Her subordinates were all frustrated and angry, step palace forward one after another to request orders general.
"These commoners do not know what is good for them. We risk infection to save them, yet we are treated like this.
It would be better to send troops to suppress them, kill a few to warn the rest, and see who dares to cause trouble."
Official Deng Hyun's expression was cold and stern.
Her fingertips gripped the token at her waist so tightly that her knuckles turned white, but she still gritted her teeth and shook her head.
Yu Ming was a territory that had surrendered without a fight. The commoners were innocent. They were just bewitched by the evil sect and driven insane by the disaster.
If she ordered a slaughter, it would only confirm the rumors that Aureliar Pendragon was an enchantress, completely chilling the hearts of the commoners in the territory. It would be impossible for Great Lion to rule Yumeng peacefully in the future.
Do not harm the commoners.
Her voice was as cold as tempered ice, yet carried unquestionable firmness.
Only restrain those causing trouble for anyone who attacks. Only capture the remnants of the Three Lotus sect. Do not harm any innocent commoners. But blind tolerance only made the remnants of the Three Lotus sect even more arrogant. With the support of the commoners, they became increasingly unscrupulous, forcibly taking critically ill people out of the quarantine zones, letting them run wild in the streets, accelerating the spread of the plague, and even leading people to storm the city gates in an attempt to escape the city and bring the plague to surrounding prefectures.
In desperation, official Dang Hyun had to make a painful decision, ordering the ringleaders causing trouble to be executed in public, Hope Palace to intimidate the evil sect and quell the civil unrest. She strictly adhered to her bottom line throughout, never touching a single commoner from start to finish.
However, this move not only failed to serve as a deterrent, but backfired instead.
The already superstitious commoners, seeing with their own eyes the Lion army executing the sect members who were sacrificing to the heavens, were completely brainwashed, crying that the Lion army was slaughtering the innocent and angering the gods, and that the plague would become even more severe.
Public sentiment turned completely toward the Three Lotus sect. More and more commoners joined the ranks of the resistance, blocking military camps, sabotaging epidemic prevention, and abusing soldiers.
The situation was completely out of control.
The soldiers strictly followed military orders, defending but not attacking, suffering passively everywhere, and were suppressed to the extreme. Meanwhile, the plague in the city became more and more severe. Countless commoners died every day. On the streets, corpses of the sick and starving could be seen everywhere. Young children stood by their parents' corpses, crying until they were hoarse, but with no one to care for them. They could only starve to death. Many families died out entirely, doors locked, the stench of decay permeating the rooms. The tragic situation was beyond words. Official Dang Hyun looked at all of this, her heart suffering. She knew deeply that the current situation was already beyond her control and that she must ask Orlair Pendragon for instructions as soon as possible to break the stalemate. She immediately issued a military order, commanding the entire army to blockade all city gates of Yumeng, strictly forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, completely sealing the city to prevent the plague from leaking out. At the same time, she ordered the soldiers to strictly guard the streets, continue to treat the patients, and firmly suppress the chaos, never giving up on the commoners.
After arranging everything, official Dang Hyun spent the night at her desk, writing an urgent secret letter detailing the raging plague in Yumeng, the tragic state of the commoners, the chaos caused by the evil sect, the reversal of public sentiment, and her own decision to seal the city and hold the line.
She then sent a trusted messenger to ride at full speed to Rong Prefecture.
At this time in Rong Prefecture, inside the hot pot restaurant, the Emperor of Orlion, Empress Su Shui, Orlair Pendragon, the Ninth Prince, and others were still sitting around, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere warm and lively.
Just then, the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from outside the palace.
Immediately after, a sweating soldier stumbled into the shop, knelt on one knee, held the secret letter in both hands, and said with a trembling voice, Little Master Dragon, urgent report from Yumeng. The previously cheerful atmosphere froze instantly. Orlair Pendragon put down the chopsticks in her hand, took the secret letter, and quickly opened it to read.
The further she read, the more solemn her expression became.
Her originally gentle eyes gradually darkened, and the aura around her also grew colder. Seeing her expression change, the Emperor of Orlion put down his wine glass and asked in a low voice what happened.
Didn't Yumeng just surrender? And isn't everything stable? Orlair Pendragon handed him the secret letter, her tone grave. A virulent plague has broken out in Yumeng. The Three Lotus sect has risen from the ashes, bewitching the commoners and spreading rumors that I am an enchantress, inciting the commoners to cause trouble. Official Dang Hyun has sealed the city to hold the line, and the situation is critical.
The Emperor of Orlion took the secret letter, read it quickly, and his expression changed drastically. He slammed the table, and the bowls and chopsticks rattled absurd.
A group of evil sect members actually dares to bewitch the public like this.
The Lord of Yumeng is also a piece of trash.
He couldn't even defend the city, and now that something has happened, He only knows how to hide in the palace. Empress Su Shui hurriedly leaned over to finish reading the letter, her brows furrowed, her eyes full of worry. Yu Meng was already weak. With the plague breaking out, the commoners must be suffering terribly. This evil sect is truly hateful, actually using the lives of the entire city's commoners to cause chaos. The ninth prince also stopped his chopsticks, the laughter on his face completely gone, and muttered in a low voice, "Those commoners are also too muddled. Sister is clearly well-intentioned. How did she become an enchantress?" Ilara Valerius put away her playful demeanor, clutched Aurelier Pendragon's sleeve, and said with a face full of anger, "Sister Aurelian is not an enchantress. Those bad people are too evil. Sister Aurelian, let's go quickly and clean them up."
Aurelier Pendragon raised her hand and patted Ilara Valerius's hand, her eyes firm, her thoughts running fast.
She knew deeply that regarding the matter of Yu Meng, first, she had to prevent the plague; second, she had to quell the chaos; and third, she had to refute the rumors. Furthermore, she had to protect the commoners of the entire city. She absolutely could not let the plague spread, nor could she let the public sentiment completely turn against them.
She stood up immediately, bowed to the Emperor of Aurelian, her tone resolute. "Father, the matter in Yunming allows for no delay.
Your daughter requests to set off immediately for Yunming to handle this matter." The Emperor of Aurelian looked at her, his eyes full of worry. "I grant it. I will send 5,000 elite soldiers to accompany you. You must quell the chaos and control the plague, and do not put yourself in danger. Father, please rest assured, I have my own discretion."
Aurelier Pendragon nodded and then gave quick orders. Immediately mobilized top-tier doctors, sufficient epidemic prevention medicinal materials, and prepare food, clothing, and coffins.
"We will depart in half an hour." After giving the orders, Aurelier Pendragon looked at the person sent, eyed official Deng Yuan, and said in a deep voice, "Go back and tell official Deng Yuan to continue to strictly guard the city gates. Do not harm the commoners. Do not let anyone leave the city, and spare no effort to treat the patients. I will arrive in Yunmeng within 7 days."
The soldier accepted the order and rode away at full speed. Aurelier Pendragon turned and was about to walk out of the hot pot restaurant, but her sleeve was suddenly gripped tightly by a pair of hands.
Ilara Valerius followed closely by Aurelier Pendragon's side, refusing to back down in the slightest. "Sister Aurelian, I want to go to Yumeng too."
"I'll go with you."
Aurelier Pendragon lowered her eyes to look at the little girl clinging to her. "Yumeng is currently plagued by the epidemic, and the evil set is causing chaos.
It is full of dangers everywhere and is no place for child's play. You stay obediently in Barong, or follow the court back. Wait until I have dealt with the matter and return." "All right."
Once these words were spoken, Ilara Valerius's face instantly fell, her eyes slightly reddened, and the hand gripped Pallas Aurelier Pendragon's sleeve tightened again.
Her body also pressed closely against her, fearing that she would leave alone in the next second.
The Emperor of Aurelian sat at the table and couldn't help but scold Tanyan.
"Do not make a scene. The plague in Yumeng is dangerous. You could get infected if you're not careful."
"You are just a young girl. Going there will only cause chaos and add trouble for your sister Aurelian. Stay here obediently."
"I am not making a scene, and I am not adding chaos."
Ilara Valerius turned her head, retorted to the Emperor of Aurelian with her neck stiff, not showing any timidity.
"Uncle, you always think I only know how to be mischievous, but this time I am serious." Ilara Valerius looked at everyone. Everyone saw it. In her eyes, there was an unprecedented furnace shining. Chapter 60, Trier, Ilara Valerius's autobiography. Ilara Valerius knew her own nature best. She was greedy for beauty.
Her personality was delicate and spoiled.
She could not endure even a shred of hardship.
It was just as her father and brother often said. She was fortunate to have been born into the imperial family in this life.
If she had been born into a commoner's family, she likely would have struggled even to keep herself fed and clothed. It was precisely this innate comfort that fostered her 3-minute heat nature. She did things on a whim and never possessed any long-term persistence. When she first saw the sky screen reflecting the injustices of the world, she was filled with indignation and, on a whim, thought about becoming a historian to record the affairs of the world with her pen. But after barely persisting for half a month, all her interest was won away by the dull and tedious desk work.
Sitting in the study all day organizing historical records and transcribing texts was enough to suffocate her. so that notion eventually fizzled out. Later, she thought about going to the academy to study.
It wasn't that she had suddenly changed her nature and become devoted to learning, but rather that the academy had been founded by Sister Aurelian herself, and what was taught inside were all sorts of novel subjects that Sister Aurelian had brought with her.
She had originally thought she could keep at it, but in the end she had overestimated herself. Those subjects called mathematics, physics, and chemistry were like insurmountable mountains that easily defeated her completely. After staying at the academy for a long time, she only remembered one jingle: learn math, physics, and chemistry, and you can travel the world without fear.
But she had no need to fear anything. Who could blame her?
She was a precious princess, born to enjoy wealth and glory, and she had absolutely no use for such knowledge.
After much wandering, Ilara Valerius finally saw herself clearly. To put it bluntly, she was good at nothing, but was number one when it came to eating, drinking, and having fun. She decided to simply let go of those unrealistic thoughts and return to being a carefree and spoiled princess.
But this time, there was no one left to accompany her in her wanton play as before. Those noble ladies who used to surround her and flatter her in every way now all had their own pursuits and convictions.
Ilara Valerius watched them quietly, and could clearly see in their eyes the determination and passion to break free from worldly shackles and rush toward a better future with their own hands, a radiance she had never possessed. For a moment, she suddenly felt that these ordinary women were far more respectable and noble than she, a high and mighty princess.
Filled with confusion, she turned to find Seraphina Pendragon, whom people of later generations recognized as her best friend. Hope Alice to find some solace. But Seraphina Pendragon also had her own grand dreams. She was determined to become the greatest literary figure in the Aurelian Empire, and wanted all the people in the world to think of her pen name whenever they saw a storybook.
When speaking of this ambition, Seraphina Pendragon's eyes were shockingly bright, as if filled with a scorching galaxy, shining brilliantly.
And she had ultimately relied on her own efforts to live the life she wanted. The storybooks currently at Sweet Palace, the capital, were all written by her. The Romantic Princess and the Charming Widower. After Rebirth, The Phoenix Man Kneels to Lick My Feet. The first female prime minister. One big heroine story after another led the people of the capital to scramble to read them, enjoying them thoroughly. Everyone around her was moving forward toward the light, step by step, slowly becoming better versions of themselves, yet she remained in place, muddled and lost, not knowing where to go.
Ilara Valerius fell into unprecedented confusion, feeling restless all day long and repeatedly asking herself what she truly wanted to do and what she was capable of doing.
But deep in her heart, it remained a vast emptiness. There was no answer. Seeing her looking so dejected, her mother softly suggested she go out for a walk to clear her mind.
With her thoughts in disarray, the figure of Aurelian Pendragon immediately surfaced in Ilara Valerius's mind. Sister Aurelian had been away from the capital for too long, and her long-accumulated longing had long since overflowed in her heart.
Without the slightest hesitation, she returned to her room to pack a simple bag and rode fast in the direction of Reborn.
On the journey to Reborn, Ilara Valerius heard countless legendary tales about Aurelian Pendragon in Yun Prefecture and Reborn. She stood by the roadside, listening to the praise of passers-by, and pride and self-satisfaction welled up from the bottom of her heart. Her eyes and brows filled with a sense of triumph and joy. This was her sister Aurelian. No matter where she was, she could bloom with dazzling radiance.
She was full of anticipation for this journey, simply because the destination held the person she thought about day and night.
After days and months of rushing, Ilara Valerius finally saw Aurelian Pendragon as she had wished.
Perhaps her mother had written ahead to explain her recent situation, or perhaps Sister Aurelian had seen through the confusion and helplessness in her heart at a glance. Without too much pleasantry, Aurelian Pendragon casually arranged a task within her capabilities for her. Ilara Valerius understood in her heart that Sister Aurelian wanted to use these trivial matters to help her find her own value. But after several attempts, she still failed to persist. The physical comfort could not cover up the overwhelming emptiness deep in her heart. It was a kind of spiritual aimlessness, more exhausting than any labor. After returning from the mine, Ilara Valerius went to a bustling hot-pot restaurant in the city, and when she heard everyone around her discussing their departure back to the capital, she flatly refused.
The excuse she gave about being greedy for the handsome men in Reborn was just something she said on the spur of the moment. What she really didn't want was to return to the capital having achieved nothing, even though her family and sister Aurelian never demanded anything of her and only wished for her to be safe and happy. She also wanted to rely on herself to do something that would make everyone look at her with admiration, and wanted to live a life that she herself could approve of.
After much thought, she secretly found a teacher for herself, who was none other than Jiang Ningxuang. She had never told anyone about this, and even Jiang Ningxuang herself did not know that she had been silently regarded as a mentor by this little princess, or a liar Pendragon, who was always perceptive, had actually failed to see through her little secret. This time, which made a hint of small pride sprout in Alara Valerius' heart, there was finally one thing she had done while keep Palace everyone in the dark. Alara Valerius had originally thought that it might take a very long time for her to find the dream in her heart and the direction to move forward, but when she heard the news that Orlair Pendragon was going to risk her life again to rush to the Yumeng nation, she only felt her blood boiling instantly, surging wildly in her chest.
Extreme terror, heart-wrenching worry, endless fear, a variety of complex emotions intertwined, instantly drowning her completely, making even her breathing become rapid.
It was also at this moment that Alara Valerius suddenly woke up. She had finally found a wish hidden deep in her heart for a long time.
This wish was never about achieving great things, nor was it about having outstanding talent. She only hoped that the people she loved and those who loved her could all be safe and sound, free from worries year after year. So, she was never a good-for-nothing. She also had people she wanted to protect with all her might.
With this thought in mind, Alara Valerius resolutely followed Orlair Pendragon's team and embarked on the journey to the Yumeng nation.
The carriage wheels heavily ground over the bumpy dirt road, continuously emitting dull clattering sounds, and the team galloped against the wind in the direction of the Yumeng nation.
Just past the border of Rong Prefecture, the originally orderly official road disappeared. This piece of land had only recently been reclaimed, and the streets and roads had not yet been repaired. The road's surface was covered with gravel and loose soil, and the carriage jolted violently as it traveled over it, causing the people inside the carriage to sway from side to side.
If they encountered a rainy day, the road would be even muddier and more slippery, making it difficult for horses and carriages to move, unable to advance even an inch. But the situation in the Yumeng nation was already urgent and could not tolerate the slightest delay. The entire team traveled without stopping, Sleep Palace in the open, not daring to rest even for a moment.
Orlair Pendragon looked at the desolate scenery receding outside the window and couldn't help but sigh in her heart that every time she went out, she was either saving people from misery or on the way to save people from misery. She was truly like a bodhisattva.
Such thoughts flashed by in an instant. Difficult roads were already the norm, but what was even harder to endure was the night gradually enveloped Palace the earth. The ink-colored night screen was like heavy brocade, completely wrapped Palace all things in the world, with only the torches in the hands of the team burning with a faint halo, gently swaying in the darkness. That bit of light was truly limited, only enough to illuminate the few yards in front of them further away. It was unfathomably deep darkness, exuding a kind of unsettling silence.
But even though the journey was dangerous, and the night was difficult to travel, no one from the top of the team to the bottom complained of fatigue or hardship. Everyone was full of energy. Gallop Palace forward, especially those old troops from Rong Prefecture who were accompanying them. Days of rushing had left their faces full of fatigue, and their eyes filled with bloodshot veins, yet those eyes always revealed eagerness and determination.
Those Yumeng people are simply too muddled. A dark-faced old soldier from Rong Prefecture lowered his voice and said through gritted teeth to his comrade beside him, "Master Dragon's kindness to us commoners is something we can clearly see and feel. Yet now she is being slandered as a demoness by those people. They are truly ungrateful and blind to good intentions."
"Isn't that the truth?" Another soldier immediately agreed. Grit Palace, the long spear in his hand, his eyes filled with indignation. "When we reach the Yumeng nation, we must have a good debate with those muddled commoners and let them open their eyes to see that our Master Dragon is a living bodhisattva who saves people from misery, not some evil spirit."
The night grew deeper. The biting night wind whistled past, whipped Palace up the dust on the ground and making the torches crackle. The sound of horses' hooves, the sound of carriage wheels, and the sound of the wind intertwined, echoing in the silent wilderness, exceptionally clear.
I don't know how long they had been rushing through the night, but just as Orlair Pendragon was looking at the boundless darkness, her heart tightening slightly, A faint gleam of light suddenly sprang up in the night sky ahead.
That light was not dazzling and seemed exceptionally small in the vast darkness, yet it was exceptionally striking, like a star that had suddenly lit up in the darkness. Immediately following that, the point of light slowly spread, becoming brighter and stronger, from a few scattered points gradually converging into a piece of scattered starlight, slowly spreading along the winding dirt road toward both sides, becoming brighter and broader. That Isorlier Pendragon's heart moved violently, and she reined in her horse, causing the steed beneath her to rear up and neigh. She stared fixedly ahead, her eyes flashing with complete astonishment and disbelief. That was no scattered firelight. It was clearly a sea of torches, not just one or two clusters, but densely packed and countless, stretching along the rugged dirt road, with no end in sight, burning into a warm sea of light in the pitch-black night. A bold gas surged into her heart, making her nose inexplicably sour and her eye sockets slightly reddened. She gently squeezed the horse's belly, and the steed walked with steady steps, slowly moving toward that piece of brightness. The officials and soldiers following closely behind also quickly saw the scene before them, and they all reined in their horses, stunned in place. The fatigue of traveling for days was instantly replaced by the shock surging in their hearts.
They saw that both sides of the road were filled with commoners. The night was deep and the dew was heavy. The night wind was bone-chillingly cold, yet they were only wearing thin old outer robes. Some wore coarse cloth garments washed until they were white, and others were wrapped in faded, worn-out brocade.
Their clothing could not resist the night's chill at all, yet they all stood straight, their hands tightly clutching torches, steadily holding that cluster of warm firelight above their heads.
The light of countless torches intertwined and connected, illuminating the originally rugged and dim dirt road as brightly as day.
They stood quietly by the roadside. No one made a loud noise. No one walked around at will, and everyone looked at the approaching team with devout eyes, quietly paying their respects. Even the children held in their parents' arms opened their round, wide eyes, quietly watching the team in the firelight without any crying or fuss. Their eyes filled with purity.
Not far in front of the team, a middle-aged farmer carrying a hoe and covered in dust had just rushed home from the fields when he heard the children at the entrance of the village running and shouting that Master Dragon was going to the Umeng nation to save people from misery, and that the commoners along the road were all holding torches to see her off.
Upon hearing this, the hoe in the farmer's hand fell to the ground instantly. He didn't even bother to brush the mud off his body, turned around and ran home, rummaged out the last half-bundle of dry firewood in his house, wrapped it with a piece of cloth to make a simple torch, and stuffed 2 cold, hard wheat cakes into his clothes before rushing toward the mountain road.
He was a native commoner of wrong prefecture.
In the past, under the rule of Baron, he had suffered from hunger and cold. It was after Aurelier Pendragon came that his family was finally able to eat their fill and live a stable life. In his heart, Aurelier Pendragon was a deity who had descended from heaven, a benefactor who had saved his whole family's lives.
Now that his benefactor was going to a dangerous place, there was nothing he could do to help, so he could only rush over to hold a torch to illuminate the road ahead for his benefactor and protect her on her journey. Along the way, he met countless commoners like himself. There were old women carrying dry rations, women leading children, and merchants who had put down their business as everyone was silent. Their footsteps hurried, rushing toward the same direction, without any agreement, yet they understood each other implicitly. By the time he rushed to the mountain road, the roadside was already full of people. Everyone was holding torches, waiting quietly, using the simplest method to see off the Master Dragon they respected the most in their hearts.
Ilara Valerius, who was in the carriage, curiously lifted the curtain, and when she saw this heart-shaking scene before her, she was stunned in place.
Her fingers clutching the curtain tightened involuntarily, her knuckles turning slightly white, and complex emotions surged in her eyes. Aurelier Pendragon rode her horse, slowly passing through this long corridor formed by torches, her horse's hoofs step palace on the dirt road illuminated by the firelight, making a crisp sound that broke the surrounding silence.
No one spoke. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of the whistling wind, the crisp sound of horse hooves, and the crackling sound of burning torches. But this extreme quietness was more powerful than 1,000 words, crashing straight into everyone's heart. Chapter 64. Clusters of firelight became lamps.
After slowly walking down a difficult slope, I looked up to see that the light ahead had not ceased, Another group of commoners held torches, standing quietly in the night, waiting for the procession to arrive.
Every step on the mountain road at night was difficult, yet the glow of those torches steadily illuminated the path ahead for the procession, never extinguishing, never dimming. Aureliar Pendragon's nose grew sore, and her eyes gradually moistened.
She knew clearly in her heart that these commoners must have stood in this cold wind for a very long time to wait for the procession.
They had set aside their work and braved the night wind, coming specifically for her. Finally, reaching a relatively flat stretch of road, Aureliar Pendragon dismounted, adjusted her clothes, and bowed deeply to the commoners on both sides of the road.
"Master Dragon, you mustn't.
This is what we should do." An elderly person with a wrinkled face, leaning on a cane, walked forward tremblingly.
With a hoarse and earnest voice, they said, "Please hurry on your way.
The commoners of the Yunmeng nation are still waiting for you to save them. We will stay right here to light a way for you."
Another young woman holding a child also hurried forward, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "That's right, Master Dragon. We all came from wrong prefecture, and we know deeply that you are a good person who truly cares for us commoners.
Seeing the commoners of the Yunmeng nation is like seeing our past suffering selves. Just go ahead with peace of mind. We all believe in you and will protect you." Aureliar Pendragon said no more. With a heart full of emotion, she led her entourage, and under the illumination of this torchlight, they traveled smoothly, journeying through the starry night for an entire night. The gentle night breeze blew across her face, carrying the cool scent of mountain plants. The torches by the roadside burned fiercely, their orange-red flames dancing ceaselessly.
They fell into Aureliar Pendragon's clear, limpid eyes, blooming with specks of fragmented light as if the stars in the sky had been crushed into them, gentle yet bright, firm yet powerful. In a blink of an eye, it was the next morning. The horizon turned a pale white as the morning sun slowly rose, dispelling some of the night's chill.
Aureliar Pendragon ordered the team to find a flat, open area for a brief rest and resupply. After everyone ate some simple dry rations and rested for a while, she immediately gave the order to continue the journey. She had originally thought that last night's magnificent scene was a rare occurrence, but she never expected that when nightfall once again shrouded the earth and boundless darkness swallowed the mountains, she would encounter the exact same scene as the day before. Aureliar Pendragon had an excellent memory. She slowly scanned the crowd by the roadside, and after examining them carefully, she did not see a single familiar face.
She understood in her heart that these were a new group of commoners who had arrived upon hearing the news. It was as if, in the unseen depths of fate, all the commoners along the route who had benefited from her kindness had reached a silent, tacit consensus.
They would, in this pitch-black, impenetrable, long night, raise fire to serve as lamps. The night wind grew increasingly biting, blowing people's clothes about, the cold piercing to the bone. Yet among the crowd, there were still many commoners holding young children.
The children slept soundly in the warm embrace of the adults, their little faces rosy, completely yet undisturbed by the cold night wind. Sleep house exceptionally peacefully. Aureliar Pendragon opened her mouth, wanting to speak up to persuade everyone to go home early, but the words of persuasion reached her lips, yet she could not say a single word.
She knew clearly in her heart that even if she said it 1,000 times, these grateful commoners would certainly not leave.
Their sincerity was even hotter than the glow of these torches.
Originally, Aureliar Pendragon had thought that as long as they left the territory of Reborn, she would not encounter such scenes again, and the commoners would not have to travel and wait like this.